Chapter 277. Finalizing a Plan. Klein held onto the baronet's hair, closed his eyes, and entered a deep slumber with the help of cogitation. In the gray gloomy world, he saw a narrow, irregular cave. Rafter Pound, with his puffy eye bags and gray hair at his temples, was propping himself up on his elbows, crawling forward like a reptile to leave the hole. Then, with a flash, he retrieved a black iron emblem of unknown origins and wore it on his chest. The emblem had a scepter carved on it, as well as a hand that was holding onto the scepter tightly. Tutor. Klein jerked out of the dream and sat up. According to Miss Bodyguard's introduction, the black iron emblem was engraved with the imperial coat of arms of the Fourth Epoch's Tudor Empire royal household. It was identical to the one he had seen in the ancient structure. Rafter Pound is definitely not as simple as he seems to be. Klein rubbed his forehead and muttered to himself. As a seer, he had his own interpretation of the revelation he had received from the dream. On the one hand, he knew that it was something Rafter Pound would do in the future, and on the other hand, he believed that it meant that Rafter Pound had a deep connection with the Tudor family. Through the 3 tests of direct questioning, dream probing, and spirit channeling, Rafter Pound didn't expose any problems, nor did he make me notice that anything was amiss. If I didn't have a 4th test, I probably would have been deceived by him. Yes, maybe he really doesn't know anything at present and that it was a true act. In the future, he might even chance upon an opportunity to form a connection with the Tudor family. But it's more likely that he has already learned a lot from the old Viscount. Without confidence, he intentionally turned decadent and acted crazy and ignorant. For him to be able to hide from my dream and spirit channeling, it should be a result of some Viander powers. He probably wasn't acting at that time and was really in a muddled state. Otherwise, he would have exposed himself in front of a person like me who is very experienced in such matters. What Viander powers could it be? What sequence number is he? Or is he the kind that is born with certain Viander powers? Klein proceeded this line of thought and soon realized he had reached a dead end. He quickly pulled himself out of this dead end and changed his angle of thinking. Rafter Pound has a deep connection with the Tudor family. Can I make a bold hypothesis that he's actually a descendant of the Tudor family? If the blood relationship between him and the old Viscount is real, then things are going to be interesting. The entire Pound family is a branch of the Tudor family that changed its surname to escape pursuit. They contributed tremendously and were conferred aristocratic titles, and they returned to the center of power, one step at a time. Meanwhile, they were secretly searching for the secret remains left behind by the Tudor Empire in Backland. After an unknown period of time, they finally found something. Thus, they bought what currently belongs to Millet Carter's house and built an exaggerated basement, which was used to explore the surrounding area. 30 to 40 years ago, they found the ruins and built a secret door to it. But, during the exploration process, an accident occurred. That evil spirit didn't recognize any of the so-called Tudor descendants at all. The 2 heirs of the old Viscount died in that room, in the deepest corner, one after the other. Even their Viander characteristics and mystical items couldn't be retrieved. Although the old Viscount spent a great price to buy similar Viander characteristics, making it seem like the 2 heirs had died relatively normal deaths, the consecutive deaths made the royal household and the churches suspicious. Therefore, after the old Viscount passed away, Rafter Pound deliberately exaggerated and distorted the secret investigations of the past, to frighten himself into having mental problems. He began to engage in debauchery so as to avoid the attention of others. This can explain what previously puzzled me. How can a Viscount family be placed under the control of some mysterious person without any action from the royal household and the churches? Even if controlling him was necessary, they would do it in a milder and undetectable manner. For example, using a faceless of my sequence 6 pathway. A child can even sense something abnormal, much less the powerful Beyonders of the royal household and the 3 churches. The reason why they were unaware can only be explained by the fact that they were the ones who had sent those people. Yes, back then, I surmised that the Tudor family and the Truncest family grasped the Dark Emperor pathway, so due to the need to act, they would establish dynasties to maintain the style and uniqueness of the Solomon Empire. On this point, Miss Bodyguard has indirectly proven it. The Dark Emperor pathway's sequence 9 is lawyer, a Viander job that is extremely good at using order. Yes, Rafter Pound was able to deceive my dream and spirit channeling abilities because of this. Perhaps he's gone one step further. He cooperated with me sufficiently, so in his muddled state in the dream, he was still able to subconsciously use the loophole of order and affect the development in the direction he wishes to have. Upon careful consideration, during the process of spirit channeling, Rafter Pound didn't seem to really lie. However, his truth was only a partial truth: maintain the family, and remember the glory, can be referring to the Pound family and also the Tudor family. Klein's train of thought became clearer bit by bit, and he had an overall assessment of the situation. From Rafter Pound's current attitude, the evil spirit shouldn't be able to escape without any external help, otherwise, the baronet would have long thought of a way to save himself. It doesn't matter if the evil spirit would come looking for him, as long as it escapes the seal and creates a disaster, the secret of the underground ruins would be exposed to the royal household and the churches. When that happens, Rafter will definitely be implicated. The room opposite had collapsed, but it didn't affect the power that restricted the evil spirit. This means that as long as the innermost room isn't directly destroyed, the evil spirit wouldn't be able to escape. The plan is clear then. I would buy some explosives from Kaspar's and collapse the entrance so that no one can get in, leaving the evil spirit buried underground forever. Hey, when I'm powerful enough, I can consider finishing it and help the citizens of Backland get rid of this latent danger and harvest some valuable items in the process. However, how should I collapse it safely? I don't know anything. Maybe Kaspar's knows a demolition expert. After all, he is a black market weapons merchant. Klein quickly finalized the plan and decided on finding Kaspar's tomorrow evening. He would try to settle the matter of the underground ruins within the week. As for the true relationship between the Pound family and the Tudor family, and for Rafter's abnormality, he didn't want to probe too deeply into it. It's none of my business. Klein grumbled and quickly plummeted down past the gray fog and returned to the real world. On Friday morning, Klein went out early as usual and pretended to be very busy. The truth was, he had once again gone to the Quelaag Club to practice his shooting and read the newspapers. He enjoyed himself quite a bit. At tea time, he was about to leave. After staying there the entire day, but he was surprised to see Mary Gale, his former employer, and Talum Dumont, the equestrian teacher, enter the club at the same time. They were accompanied by a number of gentlemen in double-breasted frock coats and beautiful ladies in fine makeup. Among them was the Daily Observer reporter, Mike Joseph. Oh, Detective Moriarty, what a coincidence. Mike, with his charming eyes but rather rough skin, took the initiative to greet him. Klein smiled and replied, Mr. Reporter, are you done with your investigative news? It's done, thanks to your help. Let me do the introductions. This is the famous detective, Mr. Sherlock Moriarty, a good friend of Talum's. Mike waved his arm and said. After both sides greeted each other, Mike continued, I've roughly figured out who Capum is. I'll tell you in detail when I have the time. In short, I have every reason to believe that Cyber's death was caused by a copycat killer and not by the serial killer. Haha, you will see the news of my investigations on the papers tomorrow. It's just as I thought. Klein smiled in response. At that moment, Mike seemed to remember something and turned his head to Mary Gale and said, I'll make an appointment with you for an interview regarding the air pollution situation in Backland and its solution. However, you have to communicate with my editor-in-chief in advance to finalize the page and time. Mary's eyes lit up. All right, thank you very much, Mike. Why didn't I think of such a good idea? This is for the promotion of the National Atmospheric Pollution Council. This reporter, Mike, has quite a lot of experience after all. Although the Daily Observer isn't one of the best newspapers, its circulation is considerable. Did Mary suddenly come here today because the other members of the House of Commons who are members of this club were coming? This type of private club is indeed suitable for politics and business. Klein seemed to gain an understanding and bade farewell ahead of time. Before becoming a faceless, he didn't want to get involved in high-level affairs such as this. Evening, in an apartment in East Borough. After a busy day, Williams entered the small room he rented, intending to change his coat, get some money, go to the pub for a drink, and settle his dinner there. In the gloomy darkness, he suddenly stopped putting on his coat. He saw a shadow standing by the window, its face completely obscured by the shadow of the hood. Who told you to look for Lenevis? The dark figure asked in a low, slow voice. Williams quickly put on his coat, gulped his saliva, and said, I have a friend, a bounty hunter. Bounty hunters referred to adventurers who used various bounty rewards as their main source of income. There were a lot of them in East Borough and in Backland. Why did he suddenly start looking for Lenevis? This is a bounty that was offered a long time ago. The black figure was extremely tall. Step by step, he approached Williams. I don't know. Maybe she just wanted to attempt another bounty. Williams took a very tiny step back. The dark figure pressed hoarsely, "Who is she?" Williams immediately entered a dilemma, but after a few seconds, he replied with a trembling voice, Zio Derecha. "I don't know where she lives." "Very good, very honest." The black figure reached out and patted Williams's body. Without further ado, he walked towards the door. Williams secretly heaved a sigh of relief, believing that his rich experience in the underworld had helped him. Don't try to be brave when you shouldn't. At that moment, he saw the shadow snap his fingers. Williams's thoughts froze, and his body suddenly split into pieces, scattering in all directions, splattering the ground and walls with flesh and blood. Then, the shadow broke the gas pipe. Amidst the sound of gas spewing out from the pipes, he picked up the candle from Williams's desk and struck it against the wick. The black shadow left immediately. A few minutes later, the candle suddenly lit up by itself. The explosion wiped out everything. Chapter 278, Free. After dinner, in the billiard room of the Bravehearts bar, dressed in a simple black coat and a dark cap, Klein held a glass of Southville beer, closed the door behind him, and walked over to Kaspars, who was bent over the table, trying to hit the ball. Before he could muster a smile and say hello, Kaspars stopped what he was doing, straightened up, and glanced at him. "Marich isn't here. There are no other gatherings you want." "I have nothing but weapons." "Very familiar with what I want. Fortunately, I have a different goal today." Klein curled the corner of his lips and said, "I'm here to buy weapons." "Marich isn't here. From the looks of it, they've been exposed and are targeted by their enemies. They've decided to switch locations. Then I won't be able to contact Miss Bodyguard, and I was planning on tricking Millet Carter with Marich's zombies as my helpers. They'll keep a secret, they're obedient, and they're unafraid of death." "Well, the premise of their obedience is when the influence of Azek's copper whistle is shielded." As he spoke, a series of thoughts flashed through Klein's mind. Kaspars was slightly surprised. With a look of suspicion, he leaned against his cue stick and rubbed his brandy nose and said, "What kind of weapon are you looking to buy? Have you finished the previous bullets?" "That's quite a lot of practice." "No, I practiced with bullets I bought at the Quelaag Club," Klein smiled. "I want to buy explosives, the kind that is widely used in mines." "What do you want to do?" Kaspars blurted out as his expression turned solemn and stern. "I'm warning you, don't try to do anything condemnable. I won't allow my customers to challenge Civilas Yard. Of course, you don't have to buy weapons from me. To be able to become a black market weapon merchant and live to this day, from a certain point of view, he must abide strictly by the rules. At the very least, he wouldn't sell to those crazy fellows." Klein habitually gave his evaluation from a Nighthawk's point of view and smiled. "You seem to have misunderstood something. I'm not going to blast open the door of a bank vault or try to create any sensational news. I'm helping someone with the demolition of a building, making it easier for subsequent renovations." "Then why didn't he find a proper construction company?" Kaspars didn't let down his guard. "Haha, that's a secret chamber. He doesn't want others to know about it." Klein switched to asking, "Do you know any reliable explosives experts?" "I'm not very good at this sort of thing, and I'm afraid the whole house will collapse." When Kaspar saw that Klein was making considerations to ensure that the house remained in good condition, the doubt in his mind was immediately dispelled quite significantly. Just as he was deliberating for an answer, an illusory voice suddenly rang out in the room. A familiar feeling came over Klein. He quickly turned around and found Miss Bodyguard sitting on a chair in the corner without him realizing it. She was still wearing her black Gothic regal dress and matching soft hat. Her face was as pale as ever, and her blonde hair and delicate features accentuated each other. "Good evening, madam." Klein slightly bent his back and bowed. "Good evening, ma'am, Sharon." Kaspars did the same. "So her name is Sharon." Klein thoughtfully waited for her to speak. The lady named Sharon looked at Kaspars and said, "Marich won't be coming back here again. If you need him for anything, leave a message according to the third method." "Yes, ma'am, Sharon." Kaspars, who had clearly seen a lot of things in his life, seemed to have an instinctive fear of Miss Bodyguard. Upon hearing this, Klein interrupted, if I wanted to get Marich's help, how should I get in touch with him?" "Through Kaspars," Sharon answered simply. "All right." Klein spread out his hands and said, "Oh yeah, what did you mean when you said there's no need for a demolition expert?" Sharon's blue eyes didn't waver in the slightest. "I am one. You are one. You're a demolition expert. Wait a minute, aren't you a Beander with special abilities, probably at sequence 5? Why are you being a part-time demolition expert? Klein froze as he felt at a loss for words. In the end, he chose to believe Miss Bodyguard as he said in deliberation, I'm going to visit. Before he could finish, he looked at Kaspars. It was indicative that the ensuing topic wasn't suitable for this ordinary person. Fundamentally, due to his body, a black market weapons dealer is indeed considered an ordinary person, Klein silently added. Sharon looked at Kaspars and said, prepare the explosives. £2. He'll pay. Yes, ma'am, Sharon. Kaspars glanced at Klein and limped out of the billiard room, not forgetting to close the door behind him. Seeing Miss Bodyguard looking at him silently, Klein felt like he was being watched by a ghost. He quickly organized his words and said, I found Baronet Pound's address and visited him in the middle of the night. After recounting everything that Rafter Pound had told him, Klein began to deduce the process from the story. I think he lied in many areas, and it's impossible for a Viscount family to be so easily manipulated. If a child can notice something abnormal, how can the royal household and the churches not sense anything? After Rafter Pound degenerated, he had many chances to interact with outsiders and other aristocratic members. As long as he showed a little courage, he would be able to easily resolve the problem. Therefore, I think he must have been hiding something that has a high chance of being related to the underground structure. From the state of his mind, it seems that the evil spirit won't be able to escape for a long period of time, so I plan to get some explosives and destroy the entrance to prevent others from getting in. I'm afraid that I might accidentally release the evil spirit. Yes, Miss Bodyguard Sharon didn't confirm Klein's guess, but she didn't reject it either. At that moment, Klein hesitated and asked, I don't know much about demolition, so I'm preparing to draw a layout and hire a demolition expert to give me the positions to lay the explosives and their corresponding weights. If I ask you for help again, how much would I have to pay? If it's too expensive, it'd better for me to look for an ordinary demolition expert. After all, I'm getting only £50 from this, while Miss Bodyguard charges £1,000 for 3 days. Klein had already made plans. Free. Sharon's answer was still in her usual style of being terse. Free. Klein was shocked. From what he knew, free things cost the most. Sharon sat quietly for a few seconds before giving a brief explanation. After collapsing the entrance, I'll be the only one capable of entering and exiting. This was what I wished to do. In other words, after you're confident enough, you plan on getting rid of the evil spirit and harvest the items within. In fact, destroying the entrance is to help you eliminate any interferences or the greed of others. After all, other beyonders of other sequences are unable to pass through the boulders and dirt like a spirit, yes, apart from the apprentice pathway, but they don't know about that underground structure. Klein nodded in enlightenment. Deal. After saying that, he hurriedly added, can you borrow a few more subordinates from Marich, subordinates with a tight lip? They'll be helpers to show to Millet Carter. All right. Sharon didn't refuse. Klein deliberately didn't mention making any payment for that as he smiled. Then, let's schedule it for 10 in the morning tomorrow. We have to explore the surrounding terrain in advance. We can't let the explosion cause any obvious damage. Sharon nodded slightly as her figure faded away into nothingness. Saturday morning, Zio Derecha once again rode in a public carriage to the East Borough to confirm any results that her commissions might have. While waiting for the transfer, she suddenly had the urge to buy a newspaper to read. She took out a penny and bought a copy of the Backland Bulletin from a paperboy next to her. She quickly read through it. Suddenly, her eyes froze because of the news article on the 3rd page. At 7:10 last night, there was a serious explosion in the apartment building at 1 Dharavi Street in East Borough. It's suspected to be a result of a gas leak. The explosion happened at unit number 0306. The tenant died on the spot, to the point of not leaving a complete corpse. At press time, this explosion resulted in 3 deaths and 16 injured. 1 Dharavi Street, apartment number 0306. Isn't this the place Williams rents? He's dead. He died from a gas leak explosion. No, absolutely impossible. He would never be so extravagant and use gas, even if there was an installation there. Did he end up like this because he had just accepted my commission? But Lenevis is a wanted criminal. If he discovers that someone was looking for him, all he should need to do is move. There's no need to kill people to keep it a secret. Doing so would instead expose problems. The way this was done is too weird and radical. It's like it was done by a lunatic. He's clearly just a swindler. Poor Williams. I will definitely avenge you. I'll definitely find out the truth. Zio looked sadly and gravely at the public carriage parked in front of her and didn't choose to board it. She knew that it would be very dangerous to head to Eastborough now. She intended to go back at once and tell Furs to get her to move to a spare rental house. Then, she would head to Eastborough in a disguise and ask someone familiar to gain a preliminary understanding of the reason and find traces of the killer's tracks. Sigh, it's true that none of Miss Audrey's commissions are without danger. I thought that as long as I didn't stop someone who is already a wanted swindler and didn't stop him from escaping, he wouldn't retaliate in such a vicious manner. I was careless. I was the one who caused Williams's death. Well, that didn't exclude the possibility that he was also gathering information on other matters, thereby bringing about disaster. Zio closed her eyes and crossed the street to the waiting area on the other side. At 10:14, after confirming the surface conditions of the fourth epic structure, Klein and Miss Bodyguard, Sharon, arrived outside the building at 8 William Street. Sharon had already vanished, and Millet Carter saw Detective Sherlock Moriarty in his grayish-blue worker's uniform and cap and his 3 taciturn assistants. It's convenient to explore like this, Klein explained. Millet Carter's eyes swept across the 3 assistants who were obviously good at fighting and nodded in satisfaction. Your preparations were quicker than I expected. Is one of them a snake-repelling expert? Yes, they're very good at repelling snakes. Klein didn't hesitate to give an affirmative answer. How could a zombie be afraid of being bitten by snakes? Chapter 279. Extreme joy begets sorrow. In the dark underground structure, Klein walked around the hall with a raised lantern in his hand. He thoroughly checked to see if there were any other entrances. Of course, he didn't dare enter the tunnel that led to the innermost room, and the newly gathered snakes were, once again, blown away by a biting cold wind. After receiving confirmation, he took the initiative to retreat to the side of the gate, where he watched, along with the 3 zombies, as Sharon placed explosives at different locations. She looks very professional, Klein sighed softly. And without a doubt, the 3 zombies didn't respond to his musings. However, there was a reason for this. He kept using his spirituality to wrap Azek's copper whistle so as to shield against its negative effects, otherwise, he would have encountered their abnormally passionate response. He had no intention of bringing this ancient and exquisite copper whistle with him originally, but considering that he had to guard against the evil spirit's manipulations, he could only sacrifice some of his spirituality. Miss Bodyguard, no, Miss Sharon said that she's a demolition expert, and from the looks of it, she really isn't bragging. Was she in this line of work in the past? Or does one of her sequences in her Beander pathway make her skilled in this domain? According to the information I read back in the Nighthawks, a few candidates like Sequence 9 Criminal, Prisoner, Warrior, and Hunter, Sequence 8 Sheriff, and Sequence 7 Weapon Master and Knowledge Keeper. Hey, the latter has a nickname, Detective. It's part of the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. As for the rest, I'm completely clueless. I wonder which pathway Miss Sharon is. Nothing seems to match, and she even showed her ability to command the zombies. While Klein's thoughts wandered and made all sorts of associations, Sharon finished setting up the explosives and, in passing, lit the fuse. In passing. Lighting the fuse. Hey, why didn't you give any warning? Only then did Klein jolt back to his senses and was startled. He quickly rushed out of the hall and entered the corridor outside. As for the 3 zombies, they calmly followed behind him. It's very safe here. Sharon suddenly appeared and floated beside him. Klein breathed a sigh of relief and asked, will dust fall from the tremors over here? Yes, Sharon answered with a single word. That's good. As he spoke, Klein took another step back. The hissing sound of the fuse burning reached his ears, making him feel slightly irritated. It wasn't because he was afraid of the explosion that followed, but because he couldn't feel at ease. Sharon said suddenly. Klein didn't understand what she meant. The earth shook violently, and plumes of dust fell from above. Klein's ears buzzed, and for a moment he couldn't hear anything else. If it wasn't for the fact that he was a clown, he would have lost his balance and collapsed to the ground. Cough. 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 Having been distracted and caught unaware, he started to cough. He saw boulders and mud rapidly falling in front of him as they instantly blocked the entrance. During the remaining tremors, Klein gripped the copper whistle given to him by Mr. Azek and observed its reaction. Although he had divined beforehand that his expedition would be safe, he didn't dare to believe it completely, even if it was a revelation gained from above the gray fog since it involved the statues of the 6 Orthodox gods. Therefore, he cautiously judged whether or not the evil spirit was freed with the help of Azek's copper whistle. The copper whistle's surface was cold but mild, and it had no abnormal changes. Completely relieved, Klein looked at the zombies beside him and confirmed one thing from their eyes: his face was very dirty right now. That's good. It's in line with how I'm going to explain this to old Mr. Millet Carter. I didn't waste my effort in changing into a different set of clothes. He walked to the entrance and confirmed that it was completely blocked. Without causing too much of a commotion, it's true that only those from the apprentice path and beyonders like Miss Sharon can enter in the future. By doing so, she has ruled out many potential competitors. No wonder it was free. Klein looked at the boulders and dirt before sighing. Of course, I can too. I have a condition similar to a spirit body. He silently added this sentence inwardly with a smile, but his expression didn't change at all. Let's call it a day. With an exaggerated snap of his fingers, Klein led the 3 zombies back to the basement of the house. As for Sharon, she had already disappeared. In the spacious basement, Millet Carter was nervously pacing back and forth, looking at the secret door from time to time. As soon as he saw Detective Moriarty and his assistants exit, he let out a long breath and asked anxiously, "What happened inside?" Klein deliberately panted and said, "That underground structure is too old, it hasn't been repaired in a long time. We were driving the snakes away, but with just a little bit of movement, it collapsed. The whole area has collapsed, but luckily we were close to the door and managed to escape in time." Holy Lord of Storms, that structure was that dangerous. Millet Carter pounded his left breast. Yes, there are always only a few ancient buildings that can be preserved. The rest would have collapsed in the river of history, Klein answered. I'll bring you in to confirm the situation. Will there be more collapses? Millet asked cautiously. No, this area is quite sturdy. Klein deliberately patted the dust off his body and coughed twice. He then led his employer in and stopped at the entrance that was completely blocked. The walls near the hall had also collapsed, leaving behind only stones and dirt. You can use this area. He pointed to the corridor area. Millet was silent for a few seconds before he sighed. Thank goodness I didn't hastily send someone in to explore but instead went to look for you, a professional. Otherwise, I would have had to bear the burden of the loss of several lives. All right, this commission ends here. I'll pay you the rest of the reward. As he spoke, Millet Carter took out his wallet, did a count, and was somewhat embarrassed to find that there were only about 30 pounds in cash. Fortunately, I still have other forms of money, otherwise, I'd have to go to the bank, Millet mumbled as he looked up at Klein. Do you mind taking gold coins? No, I don't mind any form of money. Klein smiled. The gold pound of the Lowen Kingdom could be in the form of gold coins unless they were of huge denominations. This was the guarantee of the denomination on paper money. However, in the past 100 years after Emperor Russell, the people of the northern continent had become more and more accustomed to paper money. There were even some members of parliament who wanted notes to replace copper pennies. Gold, in the true sense of the word, already hardly ever circulated in the market. Only some of the old gentlemen would attach a fixed box on the other end of their pocket watch chains which contained some gold in case of accidents. It was to give them peace of mind and was also a habit. Millet nodded, and following the gold chain on his clothes, he pulled out a box that flickered with golden light from a certain pocket. He opened the box, took out 5 gold coins, and handed them together with the notes he had previously counted to the detective. Klein didn't hide his actions as he counted the money and suddenly flicked a gold coin and caught it coolly. Thank you for your generosity. He glanced up at the statue and smiled sincerely. Then he pressed his hand to his chest and bowed whilst facing Millet Carter. Yes, if it were any other detective, even if they demolished the entrance and the passageway, they would definitely have nightmares upon returning. They would hear things at home, and their minds will turn weak. They would feel like they're being watched all the time and experience other problems. That's the corruption of the evil spirit's aura. It will take a very long time before the effects disappear, but we're different. Miss Sharon is like a ghost to begin with. As for me, I'll be completely fine once I go above the gray fog. As for the 3 zombies, they aren't even afraid of death, so what's there to be afraid of? Klein lampooned while in a good mood as he bade Millet Cullen farewell and left his house. Arriving on the street, without even informing him, the 3 zombies walked in another direction. Miss Sharon is gone. She really didn't collect any money for the zombies. Klein smiled as he raised his arm and waved at the departing backs of the 3 zombies. Then, he went home and changed into his normal clothes and headed for the Quelaag Club to practice shooting. After also settling his dinner there as a reward for the successful completion of his mission, Klein returned to Minsk Street in a public carriage. The dark, gloomy environment was illuminated by gas lamps, and with his cane, he strolled leisurely along the street. Suddenly, he had a premonition which wasn't too good or bad. What's going on? When Klein looked up, he saw two police constables with a dog on a leash, apparently investigating the streets. Investigation? An investigation with a police dog? Is this a result of the serial killings? The scene of the murder had the smell of cloves and gooseberries, so they included a police dog. Klein couldn't help but silently lampoon. The history of dogs dated back as far as the Russell period, but the numbers had always been small. Considering that he had many things on him, and considering his earlier premonition, Klein decided to take a detour. But at that moment, the two policemen saw him and signaled for him to stop. The corner of Klein's mouth twitched as he waited in place with a smile on his face. Routine investigation. As they approached, one of the officers showed his identification documents. All right. Before Klein could finish his sentence, the police dog suddenly growled at him and barked endlessly. Is it because of the smell of gunpowder on me? The smell of gunpowder from my afternoon practice. Klein instantly realized what was happening. He looked at the faces of the two officers who were now on alert. With a thought, he smiled and said, "It's this, I picked up a revolver along the way, along with an armpit holster and bullets. I was planning on handing them over to the police." Slowly, he took out his revolver, raised his hands to his shoulders, and added with a serious smile, "Officers, I really am not bearing a gun illegally." As one constable remained on high alert, the other constable received the revolver and said seriously, "You have to come back to the police station with us." "All right," Klein returned with a radiant smile. "But I have a request. Please inform my lawyer, Mr. Jürgen Cooper. I will only accept a body search with him around." Chapter 280. The First Step. In a corner of East Borough, a drunken Xian faced the wall, pulled off his pants, and began watering the moss in comfort. When he was done, someone suddenly patted his shoulder. Xian couldn't help but shiver a few times. He picked up his pants and half-turned to see a short boy in a canvas jacket and cap. The boy raised his head, revealing a mild and delicate face despite looking dirty. "Zio, why are you dressed like that?" Xian blurted out in surprise. Zio put her index finger to her lips to indicate the need for silence. Then, she suppressed her voice and said, "I'll ask and you answer. Keep your voice down." Astonished by her awe-inspiring presence, Xian could only nod. "Which of the guys, that Williams knew, have died within the past 2 days?" Zio asked in a low voice. Xian used his alcohol-paralyzed brain to carefully think for a while and said, "Gavin. Gavin was found to have drowned in the Tussock River this morning. He probably fell into the river last night. The poor sod doesn't know how to swim and likes to enjoy the wind by the river when he's drunk." Zio's gaze suddenly became sharp. Without any hesitation, she asked, "Did Gavin accept Williams's request to look for the wanted criminal, Demonesses?" "Of course, we all got this commission from Williams. Anyway, it's not like it's a big deal. All we have to do is show the portrait to everyone we know and keep an eye out for someone who looks like him." "Oh, Williams, he said that if there's a clue, he'll treat me to 3 days of booze and meat. The poor fellow actually died in a gas explosion. That's why I refused to have my landlord install a gas pipe." That was months ago. I can only afford a cheap motel now," Jean droned on. "What region is Gavin in charge of? Did he mention anything to you?" Zio looked sideways, pursed her lips, and stared straight at Xian. He usually goes to the dock area near the East Balam dock. He even met me yesterday evening and said that he went to the Workers' Alliance Tavern there to spread the news of his search for Demonesses, and he also showed the portrait of Demonesses to everyone present." Jean hiccuped. There were many docks in Backland, most of which were considered as the dock area and designated as shipyards. "And after that, did Gavin say what he was going to do?" Zio asked again, frowning doubtfully. "Of course, drinking. He planned to have a good drink and then find a place to sleep." "Oh, the poor sod must have felt hot from drinking and wanted to take a bath in the river, but he forgot he couldn't swim, and it's almost winter." Xian sighed again. Gavin didn't discover anything. He had gone to the Workers' Alliance Tavern in East Balam Dock and distributed leaflets to search for Demonesses, but ended up meeting his demise. It even implicated Williams. The murderer's reaction can no longer be described as extreme anymore. "He's simply a lunatic. If I were Demonesses, the easiest option would be to immediately move somewhere else and avoid being found. Unless he's embroiled in something and cannot leave anytime soon, but I wasn't the only one looking for him." There are also many bounty hunters. He may kill Williams, but can he kill that many people? If he had the ability, he would kill off everyone who spread wanted posters in Civilas Yard. Zio was completely befuddled by the entire matter, just like how she found Williams's death was impossible. In the end, she decided to report the problem to Miss Audrey first, and then head to the Workers' Alliance Tavern in East Balam in disguise. She wouldn't make any inquiries and only observe to see if there was anyone suspicious. Once again, Klein found himself huddled on a backrest-equipped bench with thieves and drunkards. How unlucky, to think that I would run into the police and fail to take a detour in time. It's all because of that damn serial killer. As Klein cursed that particular person, he thought about how to hide his charms in the herbal powder he couldn't explain away and dodge the body search that followed. He had tried to put them in his black gloves, then find a chance to slip them into a hidden spot in the police station, only to retrieve them when he left. Just then, his eyes lit up and he saw the young lawyer, Jurgen Cooper, with his hair neatly combed back. He was dressed like he was attending a banquet. Just as Cooper came over, he was accompanied by a police constable. "You can leave after signing your name," Jurgen said with his usual serious expression. "Is that all?" Klein asked in surprise. Jurgen nodded slightly. "Yes, they know you're a well-known detective. What kind of reason is this?" Klein didn't dare to ask further. He immediately got up and followed after Jurgen, who was wearing a long black tweed coat. He signed his name at a leisurely pace before leaving. The weather was different from the last time he was led out from the police station by Jurgen. There was no rain and only thick clouds obscuring the crimson moon and stars. The streets were illuminated by gas lamps that lined both sides of the streets. "Thank you so much. I've troubled you once again." Klein briskly walked forward and came to Jurgen's side. Jurgen turned his head to look at him and said to him without a smile, "There's no need to thank me. This is my job." Klein sized him up seriously and revealed a smile. "Okay." His wallet was bulging recently, and he produced 2 one-pound notes at once. Without a trace of politeness, Jurgen received the payment and said, "If you're willing to enter into a formal partnership, then every time you come to the police station, I'll only charge you £1. Of course, not for the cases that are serious. You have to understand that a large portion of the fees I charge will go to the office. It's as if I would frequently be invited to the police station for some coffee in the future. Phooey, they don't even give coffee. There's isn't even a cup of water." Before Klein could answer, he heard Jurgen add, "For a private detective, getting in and out of the police station is something that happens every once in a while. It's an occupational hazard. Well, I know very well that every private detective has a problem with the illegal bearing of arms and the illegal trespassing in other people's homes. Your response this time was very good. The police couldn't find enough evidence to prove that you were bearing a gun illegally, and the explanation for the gunpowder reaction on your body was quite sufficient. The name Quelaag Club was enough to convince them, otherwise, you most likely would have had to go to the magistrate's court. So, you're not a suspect, but a good citizen. A good citizen who picked up a gun and handed it in, so there was no need for a body search. All right, but I lost a revolver and the corresponding bullets. That's several pounds, and there's also the lawyer's fee." Klein squeezed out a smile. "I understand. Lawyer Jurgen, let's establish a formal partnership." The corner of Jurgen's mouth twitched. With an extremely professional smile, he extended his hand and said, "I hope for a pleasant partnership. I sincerely hope that I don't have to see you too often at the police station." "That's not something that's up to me to decide." Klein gave a self-deprecating laugh. Back at 15 Minsk Street, Klein eased himself with a hot bath. But at that moment, he once again heard illusory prayers coming from a woman. "Miss Justice. Is there a clue regarding Demonesses?" Klein suddenly jumped out of the bathtub, quickly dried his body, put on his clothes, and went above the gray fog. Staring at the constantly expanding and shrinking crimson star, he extended his spirituality and chose to listen. "The fool that doesn't belong to this era. Honorable Mr. Fool, there's been a problem with the investigation of Demonesses. Justice, who was wearing a white gown for an unknown reason, recounted the explosion that happened on Dharavi Street in East Borough, as well as Gavin's drowning. As a telepathist, who had already gained some mastery, she didn't add her own guesses, lest it affect the judgment of Mr. Fool." After listening carefully, Klein frowned, feeling that the killer's reaction was unimaginably extreme. Unlike Rear Admiral Hurricane Kilangos, Demonesses, as a swindler, would immediately move if he discovered anything was amiss. That should be his professional instinct. There's no reason to follow the clues in reverse and kill those who are seeking him, According to this standard, 80% of East Borough's bounty hunters would die. This would cause a sensation and cause the case to be taken over by the Nighthawks, mandated punishers, or machinery hivemind. Has the benefits Lenevis gained, from the ritual of praying to the true creator to send his son down, left him mad. This is very consistent with the style of the true creator. However, the problem lies with the fact that it would be difficult for a lunatic to hide himself. Apart from the potential, Klein fell into deep thought and was in no hurry to respond to Miss Justice. He had read the newspapers and known about the explosion, so he used dream divination to recall the details. Then he wrote a new divination statement. Clues to the explosion in Dharavi Street. As he recited it silently, he leaned back in his chair and entered a dream. He saw a 3-story, grayish-blue apartment. On the 3rd floor of the apartment, a room had lost its windows and half the wall had been destroyed. It was filled with signs of an explosion. The scene quickly shattered. Klein woke up from his reverie as he tapped the edge of the table and thought to himself, the clues are at the scene of the crime. This revelation can also mean that the murderer is still watching the crime scene and wants to finish off the person who comes to investigate the matter. Yes, this will give him a chance to find the person who recently issued the bounty for Lenevis. I'll visit the crime scene in disguise and see if I can find the killer. Even if he isn't Lenevis, he must surely be connected to Lenevis, but he must have hidden himself very well. How can I find him without attracting his attention? A thought flashed as Klein's eyes was cast onto the all-black eye on the long bronze table. This was a Beander characteristic left behind by the Nimblewright master Rosago. In the real world, I can't use this item to manipulate those strange threads because of the residual mental corruption from the true creator. There will be irreversible harm after interacting with it for a certain amount of time. However, if it was used temporarily, I can use the threads to find a hidden person. That's something acceptable. It's just like how I used it to determine if Miss Bodyguard had left previously. Klein narrowed his eyes, removed his spirit pendulum, and divined if his trip would be dangerous. The answer was positive, but the amplitude and frequency of the spinning weren't excessive. That's acceptable. Klein was silent for a few seconds before returning to the real world. Then, by summoning himself, he placed the all-black eye into an iron cigarette case and brought it back to his bedroom. After changing his clothes, sticking his beard on, and getting ready, Klein came before the mirror and examined himself. The faint scholarly vibe that he had was completely concealed by the beard on his face, and his brown eyes seemed to be like an ancient pool which hid and sealed something within. Compared to when he was in Tingen City, Klein almost didn't recognize himself. One by one, he stretched out his fingers and clenched them into a fist. Looking at the mirror, he said in a low and hoarse voice, "Captain, this is the first step to avenging both you and me." Before he finished his sentence, he saw himself grinning in the mirror, a brilliant smile on his face. Chapter 281, Clue. In the suburbs west of North Borough, in a soon-to-be abandoned 3-story house. It originally belonged to the Backland Medical School, but the latter's main campus had now moved to a better and more suitable location, leaving behind only a small number of teaching staff and students who were left guarding the area after failing to graduate. Audrey was wearing a white gown and white mask. Her smooth blonde hair was also coiled up and stuffed under a cool-colored surgical cap. She darted her eyes to the side and looked at Furs Wall, who was dressed in the same way. She always felt that Furs had a special temperament that seemed to make her more suited to such attires than herself. It's the kind of temperament that allows her to pick up a scalpel and cut open a patient's stomach at any moment. Audrey didn't say anything. She followed half a step behind Furs as they entered the classroom in front of them. She was startled by the information she had received from Furs because Mr. Fool had said it was a simple task, considering that the simplicity of said task might be from Mr. Fool's point of view. Audrey took advantage of the moment when she was alone, changing into a disguise, to recite his honorable name and silently pray, so as to report everything that had exactly happened. However, she had yet to receive a response. After passing through the door and entering a room, Audrey instinctively looked around and found that this wasn't an ordinary classroom. There were actually 4 skeletal specimens and 4 coffins made of glass. The coffins were filled with pale naked corpses that were soaked in preserving agents. At the very top of the classroom, there was a transparent glass pillar that was also filled with a liquid. Floating inside was a male corpse that wore a black scholarly robe. The corpse's clothes stuck tightly to its body, giving off an extremely heavy feeling. He didn't relax and simply floated upright in the middle. It's as if he had died by drowning instead of being placed in there after his death. Audrey made a preliminary judgment based on her attitude as a spectator. In addition, she saw a number of men in white coats, white masks, and surgical caps sitting around the long tables in the room. None of them said a word, just like the bodies and bones around them. Looking out at the crimson moon which had finally peeked out of the gloomy darkness, Audrey turned her head back to look at the scene inside the classroom. For a moment, she couldn't help but shudder as this place instilled an instinctive fear. But at the same time, she felt excited and agitated. This is what the life of a Beander should be, Audrey silently muttered to herself as she followed Furs to a corner before sitting down. After waiting for a while, the floating black-clothed male corpse inside the upright glass pillar at the front of the classroom suddenly opened his eyes. His voice transmitted through the layers of obstructions. Let's begin. East Borough, Dharavi Street. In his dusty grayish-blue worker uniform and cap, he walked along the dark streets that only had a few gas lamps that were still working. There was candlelight shining down from the various apartments on both sides of the street. This was combined with the crimson moonlight that passed through the clouds with great difficulty, and they barely outlined the silhouettes of the pedestrians. Klein encountered people with old, tattered clothes, their faces numb with despair. They were the homeless who had been chased away by the police. They had no place to sleep, so they wandered aimlessly through the streets. Occasionally, they would find some inconspicuous corner or park bench to rest at for a while, but they were soon chased away again. In the cold and dark night, Klein felt that they were more like zombies than the zombies he had seen, and the entire East Borough was more like an abyss than the legendary abyss. He hurriedly took a quick breath which hurt his throat, causing him to cough involuntarily. He quickly gathered his thoughts and looked through the corner of his eyes at the apartment on the corner of the street. It had obviously suffered from an explosion and hadn't been repaired yet. The best place to monitor the crime scene is the apartment across the street. The third and fourth story and the roof all meet these requirements. Klein analyzed the situation with the knowledge he had learned as a Nighthawk. Throughout the whole process, he didn't slow down his pace to avoid arousing suspicion. At the end of the street, Klein smoothly crossed the apartment building numbered 1 and entered the building across the street from the crime scene. The one-bedroom apartment he had rented in East Borough was similar to this apartment, and he had also lived in an apartment of slightly higher class with his brother Benson and sister Melissa in Tingen City for quite a long time. It was Klein's personal experience, but it also came from the memory fragments of the original Klein. As his thoughts raced, Klein lowered his cap, lowered his head, and without rushing, he walked up the creaking stairs to the 3rd floor. Due to his unlucky encounter in the evening, he no longer had a revolver, so all he could do was stick one hand into his pocket and hold a few tarot cards in between his fingers. There was no light other than the faint moonlight in the corridor of the 3rd floor. Klein was in no hurry to move forward, so he carefully observed the layout. The spot directly across the crime scene is on the left. The one with the best view for surveillance should be the 3rd room from here. Klein began to walk slowly and carefully. After walking past 2 rooms, he also inserted his right hand into his pocket and gently opened the iron cigarette case. After a split second, his fingers touched the all-black eye, and the murmurs resounded in his ears as they attempted to tear his mind apart. At the same time, with the help of this corrupted item, Klein saw many strange black lines. These thin lines floated in the air, and although they were intertwined and entangled a little, he could still distinguish who they belonged to if he traced them back to the source. The corresponding figures were reflected in Klein's soon-to-be-cooked brain. There were men, women, and children sleeping in the bunk beds, and several tenants lying in bed on the floor. Other than that, there were no other special spots, nor were there any hidden figures. The illusion in front of him and the auditory hallucination in his ears slowly improved as Klein quickly retracted his hand from the all-black eye. He endured the pain as he continued to move forward. Once he felt some relief, he would immediately observe the other room. Unfortunately, his efforts of searching the entire apartment to see if there were any places that allowed the observation of the crime scene was in vain. Phew. Klein cowered in a corner of a balcony. His hands were on his knees as he panted heavily. Tears streamed from the corners of his eyes, and from time to time, his nose would run as if he had fallen sick. This was the result of his repeated contact with the all-black eye within a short period of time. Even with Klein's resistance in this area, he wasn't completely immune to it. The only thing that satisfied him was that it only agitated him and didn't corrupt him. Otherwise, he would have given up long ago and wouldn't have dared to try again. That would have led directly to devolving into madness. After resting for a while, Klein finally calmed down and switched to a different apartment that didn't have the same view as this one, but it was still for naught. Did I interpret it wrong? The clues are at the scene of the crime. When Klein returned to the street, he looked suspiciously out of the corner of his eye at the apartment with traces of an explosion. With the mindset of just giving it a try, he put his hand back into his pocket, pushed the metal cigarette case open, and stuck his hand inside. He wanted to see if anyone was hiding in the apartment where the crime scene was located. With a hum, Klein's head suddenly felt like it was being smashed as his body wobbled a little. Like a drunkard, he staggered forward and looked at the apartment, which had signs of an explosion. As he was too far away, he couldn't clearly see the black lines, nor could he trace the source of the black lines. He could only barely distinguish where the black lines had gathered, and this indicated that there was someone present. No, Klein quickly swept the area and made a rough judgment. Suddenly, he noticed a black line floating out from the crime scene on the 3rd floor, which merged into the air. Klein's pupils shrank, and he made a confirmation before quickly withdrawing his hands so as to stop being in contact with the all-black eye. There's someone in the destroyed room. That murderer is actually crazy enough to wait for investigators to come to the crime scene. Isn't he afraid that official Beyonders will take over the case? I made a wrong judgment and failed to find him because I shared a different sense of logic from that of a lunatic. Many thoughts flashed through Klein's mind as he slowly exhaled and pretended that nothing had happened whilst he walked in a circle until he reached the entrance of the apartment building. By then, all the negative effects he had suffered from the all-black eye had been quelled. Controlling his facial expression and body language, Klein headed up to the 3rd floor as if he were going home, his footsteps quick and heavy with fatigue. In the darkness of the corridor, he caught sight of the doorless room which had half its walls collapsed. Then, he, casually, headed for the public bathroom. As he neared the room, his hand, which had been in his pocket, touched the all-black eye. Again, the mind-wrecking murmurs and the blurred hallucinations assaulted him. Through the corners of his eyes, Klein saw a black, illusory thread spread out from the crime scene. As he traced the source, he found a man who had completely merged into the shadows. His aura was the same color. The man was extremely tall, almost 2 meters in height. The corners of his mouth drooped slightly, making him appear rather eccentric. His cold eyes were like those of a wild beast's, possessing a ferocity that couldn't be hidden. It's not Demonesses. Klein withdrew his fingers, relaxed his body, and avoided the likelihood of staring. He entered the public bathroom at the end of the corridor without stopping. Nor did he alarm the man. The public bathroom and the crime scene weren't on the same side. He wiped off his cold sweat, and after quelling the negative effects, he directly jumped out the window, climbing down skillfully before leaving with brisk steps. He didn't stay a moment longer. He knew that in a few minutes the man would be alerted to the absence of someone who had gone to the bathroom, so he had to get as far away from the street as possible. It wasn't that Klein didn't want to walk back the way he came from, but if he didn't know which room he could go to, it would similarly expose him. The clown quickly ran and circled around a huge area before entering that 1-bedroom apartment he had rented in East Borough. He then went above the gray fog to confirm that there was no danger of him being caught. That fellow must have had some sort of deep connection with Demonesses. After a moment's thought, Klein conjured a portrait of the man from earlier, sending his thoughts to the crimson star that represented Miss Justice. Soon after, he said solemnly in a tone of authority, "This is a clue." Chapter 282. This is East Borough. Inside the soon-to-be abandoned medical school building, Audrey suddenly felt adrift as she took a detour to leave the gathering which had just ended. She saw the familiar thick gray fog and the blurry figure situated in the center high above. "This is a clue." Accompanying Mr. Fool's solemn voice were scenes that looked like a film reel, a colored one at that. A man who wasn't particularly muscular but was nearly 2 meters tall in height was wearing a black priest robe and standing in the shadows. His light yellow hair was slightly curled, and his dark brown eyes were cold with malice. The corners of his mouth drooped slightly, making him look like a ferocious wolf. A clue. A clue to the bombing on East Borough's Dharavi Street and Gavin's drowning. Is this the murderer? Audrey stared blankly for a moment before immediately coming to an understanding. Mr. Fool already has a clue. He's really impressive. No, he's omnipotent. After sighing to herself, she turned to look at Furs. As soon as Furs removed her mask and surgical cap and got into the carriage, she noticed Miss Audrey's slightly strange gaze. She immediately asked in puzzlement, "Is there something on my face?" "Nope." Audrey looked away and sat down before removing her disguise. Furs recalled the gathering and asked curiously, "Miss Audrey, why didn't you announce that you were purchasing the Spectator formula? You could have established contact with the psychology alchemists that way." She remembered that the generous Miss Audrey had remained silent most of the time and only sold some spirituality-infused materials and responded to buying other varieties accordingly. Audrey smiled faintly and said, "This is my first gathering in this circle. I think it's more important to observe and wait. I'm looking forward to the potion formula and even more so, the mystical items, but I told myself that there's no rush. It would be a better strategy to familiarize myself before taking action. This is also a professional habit of the spectator pathway. Moreover, there were no Beander ingredients like dark patterned Black Panther spinal fluid or spring of the elves' marrow crystals which Mr. World wishes to obtain," Audrey silently added. Looking at the girl who wasn't 18 yet, Furs suddenly felt that she was more mature than ever before. She suddenly laughed at herself and said, "If I had been like you back then, I wouldn't have wasted such a precious opportunity." Audrey gave a reserved smile as a response before saying, "I'll ask some special friends in the morning if they have any leads on the Dharavi Street bombing. Wait for the information at the same place with Zio." "All right," Furs nodded without any doubts. Instead of returning to Minsk Street, Klein slept in the one-bedroom apartment in East Borough's Black Palm Street. He was afraid that the suspected murderer in the black priest robe had accomplices who could be searching the streets for him. Although the probability of meeting him wasn't high, and he had disguised himself ahead of time so that it was unlikely he could be recognized, his divination indicated that there was a possibility. To be cautious, Klein made do and decided to spend the night at East Borough. At dawn, he changed into another dark blue worker's uniform, put on a light brown cap, and left the room. He went down the stairs and into the street. At that moment, the white fog with a yellowish tint shrouded the surroundings. There were blurry figures of people passing by, and the cold morning air was soaking into their clothes. Klein lowered his head and hurried along, just like the people around him who had gotten up early for work. While walking, he saw a man in his 40s or 50s ahead of him. He wore a thick jacket and had gray hair around his temples. He was pacing in place and fumbling for a cigarette while shivering. Finally, he took out a box of empty matches in his clothes' inner pocket. Just as he opened the matchbox, his right hand quivered, and the crumpled cigarette fell to the ground and rolled in front of Klein. Klein stopped, picked it up, and handed it to him. Thank you. I can't live without this old friend. There's only a few left." The man thanked him sincerely and accepted the cigarette. His face was pale, and he appeared to not have shaved for quite a while. Exhaustion was expressed without reserve from the corner of his eyes as he lamented, "I haven't slept for another night, I don't know how long I can last. I hope the Lord will bless me so that I can enter the workhouse today." "He's a homeless person who has been chased away." Klein casually asked, "Why doesn't the king and ministers allow all of you to sleep in the park?" "Who knows, but to sleep in this kind of weather outside, it's very likely that you'll never wake up again. It's still better in the day, since you can find a warmer place." Sigh, "But this will make us lack the time or strength to look for jobs." The man lit a cigarette and sucked at it delightfully, as though he had some of his strength restored, and he walked beside Klein. It was uncertain if his destination was at the end of the fog or somewhere deep into the fog. Klein had no intention of exchanging pleasantries and was about to speed away from him when he saw the man, who had spoken clearly, bend down and pick up a dark object from the ground. It looked like an apple core that had been nibbled clean. The man swallowed his saliva before stuffing the dirt-covered fruit core into his mouth. He chewed it until it was mashed up before swallowing it down with great familiarity. Nothing was left. Looking at Klein's surprised eyes, he wiped his mouth, shrugged his shoulders, and smiled bitterly. "I haven't eaten in almost 3 days." This sentence struck Klein's heart, causing him to feel indescribably moved. He silently sighed and said with a smile, "Sorry, I didn't introduce myself just now. I'm a reporter, and I'm currently writing about homeless people. Can I interview you? Let's go to the cafe up front." The man froze for a moment before he smiled and said, "No problem, it's much warmer inside than on the streets. If you can stay a little bit longer after the interview and let me sleep inside for half an hour, no, 15 minutes. That would be even better." Klein turned agape, momentarily at a loss for words. He just silently led his interviewee into the budget cafe at the end of the street. The tables and chairs in the coffee shop were quite greasy. Due to the walls and windows inside, there were quite a few guests. The average temperature was indeed much higher than the streets. The man scratched his throat, concealing his Adam's apple that was squirming from the fragrance. Klein motioned for him to sit down and went to order 2 large cups of tea, a plate of lamb stewed with young peas, 2 loaves of bread, 2 pieces of toast, a serving of low-quality butter, and a serving of artificial cream for a total of 17.5 pence. Have some food to eat. We'll have the interview after you eat your fill. Once the food was ready, Klein carried them back to their table. This is for me, the man asked with anticipation and surprise. Except for a piece of toast and a cup of tea, the rest is yours. Klein smiled in response. The man wiped his eyes and said with a slightly choked voice, "Why you truly are a kind-hearted person. After starving for so long, make sure not to eat too quickly," Klein warned. "I know, I had an old buddy who died just like that." The middle-aged man worked hard at eating at a slower pace, occasionally lifting his cup of tea and gulping it down. Klein easily finished the toast and watched quietly, waiting for the man to finish his meal. "Phew, I haven't eaten until I was this full in 3 months, no, half a year. In the workhouse, the food they give is just enough." After a while, the man put down his spoon, leaving empty plates in front of him. Pretending to be a journalist, Klein asked casually, "How did you become a vagabond?" "It was bad luck. I was originally a worker leading quite a good life. I had a wife, 2 cute children, a boy and a girl, but a few years ago, an infectious disease took them away, and I also stayed in the hospital for a long period of time, losing my job, my wealth, and my family in the process. From then on, I often couldn't find a job, and I didn't have any money to rent a house or buy food. All I could do was wander on the different streets and in certain parks. This made me very weak, making it harder for me to find a job." The man spoke with a hint of nostalgia and sadness in his numbness. He took a sip of his tea, sighed, and spoke again. "I can only wait for an opportunity to enter the workhouse, but as you know, every workhouse only takes in a limited number of people. With good luck, and if I queue up in time, I can spend a few days in peace, recover my strength a little, and then find a temporary job. Yay, temporary. Soon, I'll be jobless again and the previous process will be repeated. I have no idea how much longer I can last like that. I should have been a good worker." Klein thought for a moment and asked, "How many cigarettes do you have left?" "Not many left." The middle-aged man smiled bitterly. "This is the last of my assets, the only thing I have left after I was chased out by the landlord. Hey, one can't bring them into the workhouses, but I'll secretly hide them in the seams of my clothes. I'll only take one out to smoke during my worst hardships so that I can have some hope. I don't know how long I can last, but let me tell you, I was a good worker back then." Klein wasn't a professional journalist and was momentarily at a loss on what to ask. He turned his head to look out the window and saw faces with obvious hunger plastered across them. Some of them were relatively sober and they belonged to the residents of East Borough. Some of them wore looks of numbness and exhaustion, nothing like that of humans. They were vagabonds. There is no obvious gap between the two, the former can easily become the latter. For example, the gentleman in front of me, when Klein looked back, he discovered that the man had fallen asleep, his body curled up on a chair. After a few minutes of silence, Klein went to pat the man awake and gave him a handful of copper pennies. "This is the payment for the interview." Okay, thank you. The man didn't realize what was happening, and when Klein reached the door, he raised his voice and said, "I'll go to a budget motel and get a bath, get a good night's sleep, and then get a job." At noon, Klein attended a party at the Sammers. There were 10 guests. There was apple juice with steak, roast chicken, fried fish, sausage, cream soup, lots of delicacies, 2 bottles of champagne, and a bottle of red wine. On his way back from the bathroom, he met Mrs. Stellan Sammer. He thanked her sincerely. It was a sumptuous lunch. Truly delightful. Thank you for your hospitality. It cost a total of £4.08 solely. The most expensive were the 3 bottles of wine, but they were all part of Luke's collection. He has a liquor cabinet. The pretty Mrs. Stellan smiled in response. Without waiting for Klein to speak, she said, "You earn £10 from Mary's matter alone, and if you can keep up the good fortune, you'll soon be able to have a banquet like this. For people of our class, you have to invite friends once a month and also be invited by friends." Klein, who was already used to her mannerisms, obliged politely, "Well, I'll have to wait till my income settles at £400 a year before I can be like you." Stellan immediately raised her chin slightly and tried hard to make her smile faint. £430, it must be £430. Dock area, East Balam Dock, Workers' Alliance Tavern. Zio wore boots that gave her height a huge boost and stuck on a thick beard, making herself look like a short man. She tried to recall the portrait from Miss Audrey. trying to engrave in her mind the image of the man who might have been the murderer. If Gavin had been killed by him, the murderer probably frequents this tavern. Zio ordered a glass of rye beer and a lunch set before huddling in a corner and eating slowly. From time to time, she would look around furtively in search of her target. After a while, the tavern's door was pushed open again, and Zio reflexively looked over. With just one look, her pupils shrank so thin that they resembled needles as she nearly became petrified. The patron who entered was nearly 2 meters tall. Chapter 283. Duck Union. Zio has been in the bounty hunter business for a very long time. Many things were done on instinct without any thought. When she saw the patron who entered was nearly 2 meters tall, she instinctively lowered her head and continued to eat her pork sausage and French fries as if nothing had happened. Although the food entered her mouth, Zio didn't taste it at all. She endured dozens of painful seconds before she slowly raised her head and pretended to look around casually. Soon, she saw that the patron who had just entered was sitting in front of the bar counter, waiting for his booze and lunch. Soft, curly pale yellow hair, dark brown beast-like eyes, a slightly drooping mouth, an aura of solitude and malevolence. Little by little, the details came into Zio's eyes, overlapping with the image in her head. It's him. It's the suspected murderer, the man who killed Williams. Zio lowered her head again and slowly stuffed the rest of the food into her mouth. After a few minutes, she set the tray down on the bar, along with the glass, and left the Workers' Alliance Tavern without looking back. Due to her high boots, they effectively masked the most obvious features of her boots. Outside, Zio slowed her pace and found a secluded spot to observe the people entering and exiting the tavern. After waiting for a while, she finally found an acquaintance, a technician named Burden, who lived in East Borough and worked at the East Balam dock. The young man liked to treat himself to a cup of shoddy rye beer at noon or in the afternoon, and his salary only allowed him to afford such a beer, and he couldn't drink it every day. Zio nimbly darted over and patted Burden on the shoulder. She lowered her voice and said, "It's me, Zio." Zio. Burden looked up and down at the short man and nearly failed to recognize him as the famous arbiter Zio Derecha of the streets of East Borough. "I have something to ask you." Zio pointed to a nearby corner. Burden followed in puzzlement, only to come to a realization when he arrived in a secluded corner. "Are you doing a bounty mission?" He had heard that Zio was also a bounty hunter. "Yes." Zio nodded perfunctorily, fished out 5 pennies, and tossed them around. "Do you know that tall man at the tavern?" "You mean the one that's this tall, has pale yellow hair, and wears a fierce look?" Burden gestured. "Yes." Zio took out the folded portrait and unfolded it. "You have to be sure. That's him. He's been coming to this tavern often for the past 2 to 3 months. I've never seen him before that. He's very fierce, completely unreasonable, and he's good at fighting. It's best that you don't provoke him." Burden glanced at the portrait carefully and gave some sincere advice. "Yeah, when I saw that person just now, it was just like my encounter with a ferocious beast when I was young. I felt that I was in danger and wasn't a match for him, so I had to immediately avoid him." Zio secretly exhaled and asked, "Do you know anyone he's in close contact with?" "No idea. He's not very sociable and he seldom speaks. We don't even know what his name is. We have given him a nickname, Giant." Burden curled his lips and shook his head. Zio thought for a while before asking again, "Where else have you met him, besides the tavern?" "You can ask your friends the same question. Remember, it has to be a trusted friend." Burden recalled and said, "When I went to the dock union to do some work, the East Balam Docks Dock Union, I would occasionally see him appear there." "Zio, why aren't you a member of the union? You're so just, and those guys not only charge us 1.5 solely a week. But when the other docks go on strike, they'll pay us half our salary just because we have to support our families. Lord, let's just forget about it. In order to live a good life, we must help each other. However, once they organize a strike, they'll come to an agreement with the lawyers sent by those rich people. Our situation doesn't improve at all." Stop. Zio lowered her right palm and said, "Apart from that, have you seen Giant anywhere else?" "No, my friends probably haven't either. After all, we often discuss him in private," Burden answered in a firm tone. Zio didn't say anything more and gave him 5 copper pennies. "Drinks on me. Don't tell anyone about what I just asked. It'll be very dangerous." Before she finished her sentence, she had already turned around the corner and headed towards the dock union located at East Balam Dock. About 10 minutes later, Zio saw the 2-story yellow building. She wore her canvas coat inverted and exposed the patches beneath, instantly transforming herself from a short worker to a vagabond. Zio looked at the homeless people huddled around the corner, pinched her nose, and went over to sit down beside them. She glanced at the dock union on the opposite side of the street where people were coming in and out. As the minutes passed, Zio endured the cold and the harsh environment while tenaciously observing the situation around the dock union and the surrounding area. She clearly remembered Williams's insistence on drinking, and she also remembered how she felt when she saw the newspaper that fateful day. These feelings made her even more patient than usual. At that moment, about 8 people came out of the dock union, and they headed for the cafe across the street to have lunch in groups. Zio narrowed her eyes and carefully scanned every passerby to confirm their appearance. There's no one suspicious. Zio was about to look away and wait for the next batch of people when the door to the coffee shop creaked and was pulled open as the heat from within rushed out. A man couldn't help but take off his gold-rimmed glasses and wipe away the fog with his sleeves. Zio gave him a casual glance, and her gaze suddenly froze. Those eyes. That mouth. It always had that taunting smile. Lenevis. Zio jerked her head back, not daring to look again. The man from before had bronze skin and short hair, and his face was craggy. He was very different from the portraits, except that his eyes and mouth gave her a familiar feeling. It was the feeling of taunting. Everyone. Is it Lenevis? Can it be Lenevis? Zio bowed her head and stared at the flagstones on the street. At the Sammers. After a sumptuous lunch, the hosts and guests gathered in the activity room to chat, and they agreed to play Texas together. Interesting rumors and humorous stories echoed intermittently as Klein maintained his smile, interjecting from time to time. He also saw the Sammer family's 2 children entering and exiting energetically. And next to him, Jurgen Cooper wore his usual serious expression, occasionally providing legal advice for the discussion. Klein smiled, turned his body slightly, and asked in a low voice, "Are you bored?" "No, their topics are very interesting." Jurgen nodded seriously. Klein was stunned and blurted a question, "Then why don't you laugh?" Jurgen frowned slightly and looked at him in puzzlement. "Why are you smiling?" Klein's mouth twitched, not knowing how to respond. He was about to make a joke about how much Jurgen was like his cat Brody, forever so serious, when suddenly he heard a series of ethereal pleas. "Female, Miss Justice has found useful information, so quickly, based on the clue I gave her." Klein stood up and slightly bowed. In the bathroom, Klein locked the door, took 4 steps counterclockwise, and went above the gray fog. His judgment was very accurate, as the plea came from Miss Justice. Klein suddenly felt nervous as he emanated his spirituality in anticipation and seriousness to listen to her words. After the usual honorable name, Justice recounted truthfully, "They discovered the clue you provided at the Workers' Alliance Tavern in the Pier District's East Balam dock. The person's nickname is Giant. After tailing the Giant and figuring his in and outs, they discovered a person suspected to be Lenevis at the East Balam dock's dock union. Temporarily, they don't dare to approach Lenevis because Giant is very powerful and dangerous. They can only continue waiting for an opportunity. In the meantime, they've also asked if they could notify the police and collect the bounty after confirming that it's Lenevis. Lenevis has a very powerful and dangerous helper. Does he have any other helpers? Is there a faction backing him? Why did he kill so many people? What was he planning to do by being in the dock union?" A series of questions flashed through Klein's mind, making him feel that things were much more complicated than he had expected. As for the last request, his answer was undoubtedly, yes. He would even suggest to the other party that they should inform the Church of the Evernight Goddess directly because there was a possibility of the police leaking the information. Getting the Nighthawks of the Church of the Goddess to kill Lenevis is also a form of revenge. Klein silently murmured to himself. He had a strong urge to immediately confirm that the man was Lenevis, lest things change because he waited too long. He took a deep breath, suppressed his emotions, and undid the spirit pendulum around his wrist on his sleeve. There is danger going to the dock union for confirmation. Closing his eyes and chanting 7 times, Klein opened his eyes and looked at the topaz pendant. He discovered that it was motionless, completely still. The divination failed. Klein immediately frowned. He changed the sentence he used, changed the divination method, but they all resulted in a failure. After some careful thought, he thought of 3 reasons. First, there wasn't enough information to make a divination. Second, Lenevis wasn't at the dock union, making it difficult for the divination to succeed. And, third, Lenevis was just like Ince Zangwill, who had items that could shield against divination. An item to shield against divination, a benefit he obtained from that god spawn ritual. A little godhood of the true creator. Klein thought for a few seconds, then decided that no matter what, he had to make a trip to the dock union. There were certain things that needed to be done even though danger was a certainty. If the two ladies were able to observe secretly without being seen, so can I only need to meet with Demonesses once and I can confirm it with divination. Of course, I can't be rash. I have to prepare in advance. For example, I have to send the all-black eye above the gray fog and not carry it with me. That's to prevent the spiritual corruption of the true creator from resonating with his godhood. Another example, I should elevate my height so that the giant wouldn't be able to recognize me as the passerby from last night from my figure. For example, I should find a suitable and sufficient reason to not arouse suspicion. Yes, I can pretend to be a reporter and head there for an interview. I'll visit Mike Joseph later and borrow his false reporter identification. The corner of Klein's mouth slowly curled up as he blanketed his body with his spirituality before descending back into the real world. Chapter 284, Instinctive Trembling. 3 in the afternoon at the dock union in East Balam Dock. Klein wore a thick sweater, a tan jacket, and a simple cap that brought him closer to the usual investigative reporters in style rather than the ones who attended banquets and interviewed people of status from time to time. Such a costume had cost him an extra £1.10 solely. At that moment, he was wearing gold-rimmed glasses, and his hair was neatly combed back, gleaming with the luster of hair oil. His face no longer had a messy beard, so he could only plaster a deep black stubble around his lips. His height was at least 5 centimeters taller than before. He was trying his best to look different from the worker from last night, making it impossible for anyone who wasn't particularly familiar with him to make any associations. In the pockets of his clothes and trousers, there was no all-black eye, no charms or herbal essential oils. There was only a deck of tarot cards, a stack of notes, a fountain pen, a wallet, some change, a bunch of keys, and false reporter identification documents. He didn't know the Demonesses' current condition, nor did he know where the powerful Beander lingering around him came from. Hence, out of precaution, he didn't bring any suspicious items. Looking at the 2-story building ahead of him, Klein crossed the street, pretending to not rely on the clown's intuition to notice that several pairs of eyes were watching him. He pushed open the door and saw that the dock union's layout was rather simple. There were no female receptionists or spacious lobbies. The stairs to the second floor were in the middle, flanked by office corridors, and the floors weren't lined with wooden planks, much less carpet. They were paved purely out of cement. Klein turned his head to look at the man guarding by the door as he went over and said, "I'm a reporter from the Backland Daily Tribune. I would like to interview the workers of your association and get to know your needs and desires." The man was wearing a very patched jacket which even had dirty cotton lining exposed and a linen shirt underneath. After hearing the word, reporter, he suddenly became vigilant and replied loudly, "No. We haven't organized a strike lately, no. I think you've misunderstood me. I'm someone who sympathizes with you. I'm planning on doing a special report on what the union does to help the workers and the actual difficulties they encountered. Trust me." With the help of his clown Beander powers, Klein made his eyes look abnormally sincere. "Is that so? Go to Mr. Rand, our committee member in charge of publicity. Turn right, and it's the second office on the right." The man hesitated for a few seconds before replying. "Thank you." Klein bowed with feigned relief, and he felt the gaze observing him from a dark corner of the room vanish. He turned to his right and, with his back perspiring in cold sweat, knocked on the office door. The door creaked open. A middle-aged man with sparse hair looked at him and asked, "May I know who you are?" "Mr. Rand, I'm reporter Statham from the Backland Daily Tribune. This is my reporter identification documents. I'd like to make a report with unions as the theme to help you acquire more attention." Klein almost believed he was a journalist. "That's me." The middle-aged man looked at the reporter's identification documents and said hesitatingly, clearly unwillingly, "It's hard for me to believe that you reporters are here to help us. I was born in East Borough, and I know how miserable the lives of the workers are. If you don't believe me, you can follow me the entire time and monitor my every question." Klein suddenly smiled and added, "A report with actual interview data would be better than nothing, far better than news that's written purely based on imagination. At least you can provide your views and hopefully guide things in the direction you want." Rand touched his scalp and replied hesitantly, "All right then. I'll follow you the entire time. Thank you." Klein almost lost control of his emotions. Afterward, under Rand's guidance, he entered one office after another, interviewing the members of the Workers' Association according to his prepared questions. Right corridor, nothing. Left corridor, nothing. Klein calmly went up the wooden stairs to the second floor. This time, Rand led him into the office directly opposite the staircase and introduced the people inside. This is a reporter from the Backland Daily Tribune, Mr. Statham. He wants to interview the lot of you, but I have to remind you that there are some questions which you have the right to refuse to answer. Klein smiled, took 2 steps forward, and made a gesture to shake hands with each and every staff member in the room. At that moment, he saw a slightly familiar figure. Although the man's skin had turned bronze, his ordinary round face had become angular, and his glasses had changed from a round frame to a gold-rimmed frame. Klein still found a trace of familiarity from his spirituality as a seer. Immediately afterward, his body trembled, and the smile on his face almost went out of control. I'm sorry, I suddenly have a stomachache. May I ask, where the washroom is? Klein asked with an awkward smile, holding his stomach with the hand that didn't hold a pen and paper. Rand and the staff didn't suspect anything. They all pointed to the door and said, "Go out, turn left. When you reach the end, you'll see the sign." Klein smiled apologetically and walked out of the room, heading quickly for the washroom. Inside, he selected the cubicle closest to the window, sat on the toilet, and locked the wooden door behind him. He bent down, the corners of his mouth curving into a silent laugh. He laughed so hard he nearly couldn't keep his body straight. A drop of sparkling liquid fell onto the ground from his laughter. Klein had confirmed that it was Demonesses. This wasn't because of that small sense of familiarity, but because he felt another type of aura from the other party's body, one that left an extremely deep impression on him. This was also the main reason why he had nearly lost control on the spot. The trembling of his body originated from his instinctive fear. The collapse of his emotions came from the horror and sorrow deep within his memories. That was the aura of the true creator. Klein washed his face and went on with the interview as if nothing had happened. Even while facing Demonesses, who had somehow changed so much, he continued to ask questions and record the answers. After finishing all of this, he bade farewell to the Workers' Association and walked out of the dimly lit building. Outside, the sky was cloudy and misty, as if the evening had come early. The true creator's aura can only come from his body or spawn, as well as things that extend from the two. For example, items bestowed by him, or his godhood. This corroborates with what Demonesses said to Hood Eugen. In addition, there's that tinge of familiarity. I didn't even need to go above the gray fog for divination to confirm that it's him. If it wasn't for me having already interacted with the true creator a few times and coming close to his mental corruption, there's no way I could have recognized that aura to be his, which didn't contain any strength and of his nature. Klein felt heavy emotions, but he appeared very relaxed. He stood on the street and purposely organized the interview notes. In the process, he caught a glimpse of a slightly familiar figure among the vagabonds across him, Miss Zio. Klein instantly made a guess with what he knew. He didn't stop, and he put away the notes before walking towards the tracked public carriage station. At this moment, a horse carriage suddenly stopped in front of him. We meet again. Sitting in the carriage was a thin, elegant, middle-aged gentleman with white hair at his temples. He was the great detective who was helping the police investigation, Isengard Stanton. As for Klein, he didn't look any different than usual. He was just a little taller and had changed into a new set of clothes. What a coincidence, I was just thinking about the last time I interviewed you, Klein answered deliberately. Isengard suddenly understood and changed the subject with a smile. I'm here to investigate a case. The death of Cyber has been eliminated and I'm in charge of it. Her death is very close to East Balam Dock. So it's indeed a copycat crime. Klein feigned ignorance. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he got into the tracked public carriage. Instead of going straight home, he made a transfer and headed to the Quelaag Club in Hillston. In the club's lounge, he quickly went above the gray fog to confirm that no one was following him. Only at this step did Klein completely relax and feel some lingering fear. The aura of the true creator lingered in his mind like a nightmare, leaving the clothes on his back moist after they repeatedly dried. To be sure, Klein conjured a yellowish-brown goatskin parchment and a dark red fountain pen before writing a divination statement he had already long thought of. The source of the inexplicable familiarity earlier. Putting down his fountain pen and leaning back into his chair, he began to mumble as he entered the dream. In that gray and illusory world, he saw a figure. This figure had ordinary facial features. He wore round glasses, and he had a condescending and taunting smile from beginning to end. He was none other than Demonesses. I've finally found you, Klein no longer used his clown ability to control his facial expressions as he muttered to himself through clenched teeth. Then, he sat up straight and prepared to answer Miss Justice's prayer. Klein controlled his emotions and said in a deep but cold voice, "There's no need for confirmation. That is Lenevis. You can inform the Church of the Evernight Goddess and tell them that Lenevis has the godhood of the fallen creator." Audrey, who was watching her father train the hunting hounds with Susie, froze when she heard Mr. Fool's response. "Fallen creator, isn't that the true creator? That swindler actually has the godhood of the true creator. Such a simple mission actually involves the godhood of the true creator." As expected, I knew Mr. Fool had other deeper motives. He was targeting the true creator. As expected of Mr. Fool, many thoughts flashed through Audrey's mind. Chapter 285, Midnight Bell Tower. Audrey, who had set up an urgent communication method with Zio and Furs, quickly passed on Mr. Fool's message to the two ladies through the huge golden retriever, Susie, claiming that the information she had received came via other sources. In the corner of an old church, as Zio was thinking about how to confirm Lenevis's identity, or how she should create chaos and avenge Williams, she unfolded the ball of paper. "There's no need to confirm. He's Lenevis." Zio's eyes widened as she quickly skimmed through the rest of the paper's content. The piece of paper clearly wrote, "The only choice is to notify the Church of the Evernight Goddess. Alert them that Lenevis has the godhood of the true creator on him." Godhood. The true creator's godhood, Zio blurted out as she looked at the golden retriever in front of her in shock, only to realize that she was equally dumbfounded. What? Furs was listening when she suddenly felt something was amiss. She hurriedly reached out for the piece of paper and scanned it. After a moment, she curled her lips and said at a loss, This must be a joke, right? How did we get involved in a matter that's tied to an evil god's godhood? This was meant to involve the capture of a cunning swindler worth only 200 pounds. In response to Furs's question, Susie could only express the notion that she was only a dog and that she didn't know what was happening either with her innocent eyes. Not expecting a dog to answer her questions, she turned her head to Zio and said, "I'm afraid Miss Audrey isn't as naive and innocent as we thought. She has many secrets. This might be a power struggle between a cult, the nobles and the church. However, it's evident that she didn't know about the matter of godhood prior to this. She's also being used by someone. That person could be her father, Count Hall. What's fortunate is that this matter ends here. You don't need to take the risk anymore. After you get someone to make the report, you just need to wait to collect the bounty in peace." Zio was startled and said, "That's true. Hopefully, those Nighthawks are able to avenge Williams. They're so strong, so they'll definitely be able to do it." "Definitely." Before she finished speaking, she suddenly turned her head to the side and spoke as if she was talking to herself, "I'm still too weak." "Too weak?" Zio jerked her hand up, covering her mouth and nose. "I'm still too weak. If not for that, I would have chosen to take revenge myself, but right now I can only take a step back, not to mention there's Giant, and those hidden helpers around Lenevis. With just his godhood, he isn't someone I can deal with. With the reaction speed of the Nighthawks, they'll likely take action tonight once they receive the report. The Backland Diocese is second only to the church's headquarters. They have many sealed artifacts and many powerful beyonders. There's no need to wait for any additional helpers." After completing his task of informing Audrey, Klein returned to the real world. He stuck on a beard, changed his hairstyle, and stared into the mirror for several minutes. He felt anticipation and excitement, as well as depression and a sense of powerlessness. Before the evening arrived, he left the Quelaag Club and returned to Minsk Street. On his way, he went to the grocery market and found a stall that was bustling with its great business. He bought several masks, including a clown's. He had decided to watch the hunt for Lenevis tonight. He wanted to see the other party pay the price for his madness with his own eyes. Of course, with his strength, he could only watch from a distance and not even have the right to approach them. By 11 o'clock, when many people were in their dreams, Klein changed into his grayish-blue worker's uniform and disguised himself as he had the night before. Then, he put on his cap, walked a few streets away, and took a rental carriage to the Backland Bridge area. Once there, he switched to walking and walked all the way to the East Balam dock. His interview yesterday included questions such as, "Where are you staying now?" and "How's the environment like?" Therefore, he knew very well that Lenevis would be staying in the dormitory provided by the dock union at night. However, Klein didn't go near it. Instead, he carefully went around it. His target was the clock tower of the East Balam Dock. In Backland, in addition to the large church with its tall, iconic clock tower, many government buildings were also equipped with one. However, they weren't necessarily tall, grand, and not ornate. It was mostly built for pragmatic reasons, such as this one in the East Balam Dock. Compared to the surrounding buildings that reached a maximum of 3 stories, it was like a giant that stood high in the night sky as it overlooked the entire area. Klein easily entered the interior of the clock tower and went up the endless flight of spiral stairs as he moved quickly in the darkness. Finally, he arrived at his destination. He arrived at the top of the gigantic wall clock. It was surrounded by a dark yellow fence, and at the top of his head was a steeple that could be reached by stretching his hand. Taking a few steps forward, Klein hid in the shadows, got a sense of his bearings, and looked towards the dock union's dormitory. It was a 2-story, brick-red building, and the occasional pedestrian resembled a black dot in Klein's eyes. He stared for a few seconds, then took a step back, and sank into the darkness. At the same time, he took out his newly bought mask and wore it. It was a clown with the corner of its mouth sharply raised and a painted red nose. A happy clown. Wearing a clown mask, Klein stood in the rich darkness, patiently waiting for the predetermined show. He waited for 2 hours. When the hands of the large wall clock passed 1 o'clock, he suddenly saw something flying from the distance. It was a huge airship covered in dark black paint. If it weren't for the faint moonlight, it would have been indistinguishable from the night sky. Unlike what was described in the newspapers and magazines, depicting them as machines that emitted exaggerated mechanical noises, its oars rotated quietly, as silent as a vulture who had found its prey but hadn't found a chance. The solid, light alloy supported the cotton frame, and below it hung the compartment for guns, projectile launchers, and cannons. At a glance, it appeared to be a powerful deterrent. It's silent, is this a temporary result caused by Beander means? Klein, wearing his clown mask, looked at the slowly descending airship and made a guess. At this moment, he was most puzzled over the dispatch of an airship for a small-scale Beander battle in a densely populated area of the city. Aren't they afraid of dealing collateral damage to the surrounding citizens? Aren't they afraid of causing panic? Very soon, the airship hovered about 10 meters in the air. This way, Klein was even less worried about being discovered. His position was much higher than them. Observing the situation below, he suddenly had a hunch. It was likely that the airship wouldn't engage in combat, but rather provide air surveillance of the area to give the personnel involved in the operation a better view and prevent the target from escaping if any accidents occurred. Right at this moment, 3 figures dressed in black robes suddenly appeared in front of the 2-story brick-red building. The man in the lead didn't wear a hat, revealing his short golden brown hair and blackish-green eyes which appeared to be as deep as a windless lake. The collars of his shirt and windbreaker were propped up high, and his palms were covered with a layer of gloves that were as red as blood. A silver-white metal suitcase was wound around his left hand via a chain of the same color. This was one of the 9 high-ranking deacons of the Church of the Evernight Goddess, Crestet Sesimir. He was also one of the 3 powerhouses of the Red Gloves and he happened to be in Backland. After looking straight ahead, Sesimir turned his head to the left and said to his subordinate, "Use sealed artifact 1-63. Yes, Your Grace." The Nighthawk crouched down and helped Sesimir untie the chain around the silver suitcase. Throughout the entire process, Crestet Sesimir's muscles were very tense, as though he was fighting something. The Nighthawk on the left took a deep breath and pressed down suddenly, causing the illusionary ripples on the surface of the silver box to crack. The surrounding halo suddenly disappeared as if it was completely sucked into the case. A bone sword, that was less than a meter long, emitted glossy, pure white light as it slowly floated up. Its blade had an ancient silver-coated mirror attached to it. The scenes reflected in the mirror were layered and superimposed without end. The Nighthawk on the left took the mirror and pointed it at the brick-red building. The building was clearly reflected in it, and nothing seemed to change. However, Sesimir slowly exhaled, stretched out his left hand to grasp the short bone sword. The surrounding halo was somewhat restored. "Let's go in." He started walking towards the entrance of the brick building. The 3 Nighthawks opened the door and entered the dark building and targeted the stairs that led to the 2nd floor. At that moment, a tall, thin figure emerged from the shadows in the corner. He wore a black priest's uniform, and he had curly, pale yellow hair and beastly dark brown eyes. "You're the goddess's sword," the nearly 2-meter-tall giant spoke in a deep voice. At the same time, he clenched his right palm. The Union members in this small brick-red building exploded one after another in their dreams, without even having the chance to scream. Their bodies split into pieces, turning into thick, sticky flesh. Half of their bodies rushed towards the giant to weave into cloaks that could reduce magical damage. The other half condensed into furry giant rugs that blanketed the three Nighthawks. Crestet Sesimir only watched silently without doing anything. Silently, the flesh and blood dissipated and collapsed before falling down like rain, but the raindrops didn't stain the floor red. In each of the rooms, figures emerged once more, still sleeping soundly. This is the world within a mirror world that only targets beyonders. The flesh bombs you planted in the bodies of the ordinary people are only illusions in here. Sesimir raised the holy artifact bone sword in his right hand, causing the light around him to disappear. HMPH. The giant suddenly grabbed his left shoulder with his right hand and tore off his arm. He then threw the blood arm forward. His arm exploded like a bomb, turning into a rain of blood that rained down on the three Nighthawks. At the same time, the flesh on his left shoulder began to squirm madly as he slowly grew a new arm which was still bloody without any skin. The blood-colored raindrops accurately avoided Sesimir and the others before falling to the ground and quickly corroding into deep, dark traces. But no matter how hard they tried, they always missed the three Nighthawks by a hair's breadth, as if they were fated to do so. My enemies aren't always lucky enough. The corners of Sesimir's mouth curled up, and with a slip of his foot, he instantly appeared in front of Giant. Giant's eyes narrowed as his body suddenly melted like a candle, turning into sticky flesh and blood that quickly seeped into the floor. Sesimir immediately kneeled and plunged the holy artifact bone sword into the ground. In the rich darkness, a roar filled with pain and horror instantly sounded, and it was immediately swallowed up by tranquility and serenity. Sesimir stood up and drew out the bone sword. A drop of dark red blood was slowly dripping down its tip, and on the floor, flesh and blood were seeping out, congealing into a face of despair. It was precisely the giant who had a slightly drooping mouth. Three shadows appeared around Sesimir in succession. However, they all mysteriously collapsed to the ground, having been forcefully taken down by many invisible entities. Bang, 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 another Nighthawk fired, and the silver surface of the bullet seemed to bear the Evernight sacred emblem. The three attackers hiding in the shadows suddenly revealed themselves, twitching as they lost their breath. Rose Bishop, Shadow Ascetic, people from the Aurora Order. Sesimir frowned and said in a low voice without turning to his companions, "There's something wrong about this. It's very strange. All of you be careful." Before he could finish his words, he heard the shuffling of footsteps which echoed in the silence and serenity. Immediately, he saw Lenevis with his chiseled face dressed in a linen shirt walking down the dark staircase. He appeared calm and placid without any signs of fear. "I'm very curious. To the Aurora Order, you should be a blasphemer. Why would they send people to protect you?" Sesimir didn't seem to notice the abnormality as he asked casually. Lenevis showed his trademark taunting smile and said, "That's simple. Because I'm no longer just Lenevis." He paused for a moment, and his gaze suddenly turned cold. "Now, I'm even more of the true creator." He yanked open his linen shirt, revealing the dark red flesh of his skinless chest and abdomen. The flesh and blood were conjoined together, forming the figure of a hanged man. All of a sudden, the void around them shattered like glass, and all the scenes around them crumbled. This was the aura of a deity. Chapter 286, A Taunting Smile. In the clock tower of East Balam Dock, Klein hid in the darkness while donning a clown mask as he quietly stared at the dormitory of the dock union. An airship floated above. He couldn't see the details of the battle, and he had no way of knowing the developments of the operation in the red brick building. All he could do was endure and determine the situation by observing the changes in the surroundings and the occasional black dot that passed by. Just then, he saw all the gas lamps in the area extinguish. All of them had been extinguished. It was pitch black there. Right on the heels of that, a feeling that left an extremely deep impression on him exploded from the small red brick building. Even from a long distance away, Klein couldn't help but tremble all over. His legs went soft, and he bent his waist. It was the feeling of being looked down upon, a feeling that repressed one's spirit. It was a feeling that was impossible to resist or face. "No, don't look directly at God." In his adrift thoughts, Klein seemed to recall the time when he was in the hall of the Blackthorn Security Company. It was like when he was about to activate his spirit vision to probe the mental state of Megos and the baby in her womb. That feeling was exactly the same as it was now. No, it's even more extreme and terrifying right now. How could this be? Wasn't Lenevis just bestowed with a little bit of the true Creator's godhood? At most, he would be given one or two other corresponding items. Why does it feel like an evil god is about to descend? Before Klein could shake off the trembling of his body and the numbing of his thoughts, he suddenly felt a deep, serene, and profound darkness engulfing the feeling that couldn't be looked at, probed, or resisted. The two sensations were obliterated at the same time, causing the gas lamps in the surrounding area to light up once again. The airship, which couldn't stop itself from plummeting, floated back up again. Everything seemed to return to its original state, without the slightest change, but Klein didn't believe that everything was over. He stood up with all his might, knowing that something important had happened in the red brick building. The feeling that exceeds a beyonder, at a fundamental level, is no longer there, nor is there the feeling of the descent of an evil god. This means that the true creator or Demonesses' plot has failed. However, the Nighthawks must have suffered some sort of serious blow as well. They might not even have much strength left. At that moment, Klein's heart stirred. He quickly took out the spirit pendulum inside his left sleeve, holding it with one hand as he said in a low voice, "Demonesses is no longer dangerous at the moment." After quickly repeating it 7 times, he opened his eyes and saw that the topaz pendant was rotating counterclockwise. However, its frequency wasn't fast, and its amplitude wasn't large. This showed that Demonesses was still a dangerous man, but to a lesser degree. What caught Klein's attention was something else. The divination hadn't failed again. This meant that Demonesses had been separated from the godhood bestowed upon him by the true creator. A cold wind blew, seeping deep into Klein's bones, causing him to shiver. He felt as if an electric current had instantly drilled into his brain from the soles of his feet. Maybe I can do something. He suddenly had this thought and no longer hesitated. He took 4 steps counterclockwise in the dark clock tower and went above the gray fog. Without wasting any time, he sat down and conjured a piece of yellowish-brown goatskin parchment and wrote a divination statement. Demonesses' escape route. Klein leaned back, quickly chanted the statement, and entered a deep dream. In that illusory, separated, misty world, he saw the slush-filled sewers with their dark, dirty tunnels and rusty metal pipes. It was cramped and sealed. It's the sewers. Klein immediately woke up, enveloped his body with spirituality, and descended into the gray fog. As soon as he returned to the real world, he took a few steps back and came to the side of the clock tower that faced away from the airship. Klein didn't walk down the spiral stairs but instead somersaulted over the dark yellow fence. With the help of the platform, the bulging spots, and the decorations on the surface of the building, he jumped down level by level. His body was so balanced it was as though he was walking on the ground. In a very short period of time, his feet stepped on the thick flagstones on the street. Inside the small red brick building, 2 Nighthawks wearing red gloves had collapsed by the door unconscious. The ancient silver-plated mirror had rolled to a corner, but it was no longer special. It no longer looked anything like a Grade 1 sealed artifact. However, one could clearly feel that it was recovering bit by bit. Krustet Sesimir was kneeling at an intersection. A stream of tear-like blood streaked down the corners of his eyes. His short, golden-brown hair hung limply, and his standing collars on his windbreaker and shirt were in tatters, revealing his relatively sharp chin and his thin, stiff mouth. Gasping for air, a distorted, semi-illusory, and translucent face appeared on each of his teeth. Sesimir braced himself with his left red-gloved hand on the ground. With difficulty, he straightened his neck and looked straight ahead. Directly in front of him was the staircase to the 2nd floor, above which stood Demonesses, who had his linen shirt completely unbuttoned. Demonesses stood very straight, with the pure white, smooth-boned sword stuck in his chest. The skinless flesh no longer formed the outline of the hanging man's figure, leaving behind a void. Vaguely, one could even see his back through the hole in Demonesses' body. Demonesses moved with great difficulty before suddenly laughing loudly. He said with a maniacal laugh, "Ha ha, thank you. I really need to thank you. For real, look at my sincere eyes. I really want to thank you. If you hadn't discovered me and arrived in time, I would truly become the vessel of the true creator when he descends in a few months. When that happens, how different would it be from dying?" Sesimir was stunned when he heard that. He refused to believe that the person who had his crutch destroyed thanks to his hard work would be so happy. At that moment, he wished to stand, but he couldn't. He was also powerless to resist. When Demonesses saw his confusion, he coughed and said with a smile, "Do you know? To people like me, it's the most miserable thing when there's no one to share a great accomplishment that I'm proud of. Cough. When I was in Tingan City, I was deceived by the true creator who not only initiated the descent of his spawn, but he also secretly planted a sapling in my body. No, I even believed that Megos' child was just his ruse. He didn't even get the members of the Aurora Order to protect her to divert attention. It was as though he knew from the beginning that the ploy would end in failure. His true descent was set up inside me. The godhood he bestowed upon me suddenly combined with the sapling in my body after I reached Backland. Haha, can you imagine that? I was being replaced bit by him. In the end, I would become the true creator. Before I came up with a solution, I was found by the members of the Aurora Order through the godhood. Thankfully, they're all lunatics with simple brains. Haha, there are always so many fools. Cough, cough, cough. Lenevis spat out a mouthful of foul blood, seemingly recovering some of his mobility. He took a difficult step forward, and his chiseled face suddenly turned soft for some unknown reason as he began resembling his original self. Lenevis reached out to the staircase's handrail and laughed tauntingly. Thankfully, if the true creator wishes to fully descend and completely replace me, he'll need large amounts of pessimism, despair, numbness, resentment and primitive evil. Only Backland, only East Borough, the factory and dock area, could satisfy his requirements. This gave me a chance to interact with others. I knew that it was unrealistic to report this to the police simply through the people I interacted with because the people I come in contact could very well be members of the Aurora Order. I initially wanted to instigate a strike to get the police to notice me, but I was warned by someone from the Aurora Order. After being tortured, I could only hastily end it. I acted as though I was on the brink of losing control and had gained the opportunity to head into the sewers to vent. During this process, I secretly used my blood to corrupt the creatures living in there, turning them into terrifying mutated monsters. Unfortunately, before you could fully investigate the reason behind it, it was discovered by the Aurora Order. Apparently, a member of theirs died under a mutated monster. Sigh, now that I no longer have the godhood or the sapling, my blood no longer has such effects. After that, I was controlled even more strictly, but I still found an opportunity. I killed a prostitute and used the cruelest method to attract the attention of the police, but who would have thought that the people of the Aurora Order would disguise the case as part of series of serial murders? I still failed to receive the rescue I needed. Out of similar opportunities, I could only use a more ingenious method. I took the initiative to request for the fiercest, craziest, most radical member of the Aurora Order to watch me, and this suited their thoughts. Hee, can't they use their brains? Such a lunatic would get into trouble at any moment. As expected, you guys came. Phew. At that moment, Lenevis exhaled and began to move his body, as if he had finally gotten rid of the remnant effects. He pulled out the holy bone sword from his chest and said regretfully, "What a pity. I can't take it with me, otherwise, I would be quickly tracked and found by you." After the pure white bone sword completely separated from his body, not a single drop of blood remained from the exaggerated wound. The part that had disappeared didn't seem to belong to Lenevis. Lenevis pressed his right hand against his chest, bowing as he faced Crestet Sesimir and company. The people on the airship outside should be recovering soon. I can't stay any longer. Thank you very much. Although you're all very stupid, you still ultimately helped me. It's an honor for foolish bastards like yourselves. Having said this, he straightened his body and smiled tauntingly, "Goodbye, foolish Nighthawks. Use your lives to send me off." Grasping the bone sword in his hand, he abruptly took a few steps forward, attempting to stab at Crestet Sesimir. But at that moment, his eyelids began to grow heavy, as he felt like collapsing into a slumber. "So you still have some strength. This is troublesome." Lenevis bit his tongue gently and suddenly threw the holy bone sword at the unconscious Nighthawk by the door. Sesimir waved his hand with the strength he accumulated through painstaking means, causing an invisible entity to divert the holy bone sword. Lenevis seized that opportunity and dashed to the side. He somersaulted out the red brick building through the window at the washroom at the end of the corridor. Soon after, he opened a manhole cover along the streets and quickly climbed into the sewers. Lenevis seemed to be very familiar with this place. Even though it was dark, he could still run, jump, and turn, quickly fleeing deep into the maze of sewers. Suddenly, he instinctively stopped and leaned back. A card had stabbed deep into his right chest and blood began dripping profusely from its edge. Lenevis looked up, and with his ability to see in the dark, he saw his attacker. It was a medium-sized man in a worker's uniform, wearing a mask with a raised mouth and red nose. It was a happy clown. Chapter 287, Death Battle. The moment their eyes met, Lenevis suddenly ducked and rolled forward. A tarot card, with an angel and trumpet, shot out sharply like a dagger, embedding itself into the wall of the sewer. and its position was at the same height as Lenevis's neck just moments before. Clang. 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 Lenevis either rolled, jumped to his side, or threw himself forward, nimbly avoiding the 3 cards that came in succession with abnormal agility. Their collision with the walls, slabs, and concrete echoed like metal striking a wall. Meanwhile, out of the corner of his eye, he saw that the man in the clown mask was following him closely, not much slower than he was. In his hand was a thick stack of cards as he launched them with great familiarity and skill. On the surface of an approaching card was a sun with 5 facial features. With his left hand, Lenevis propped himself up against the wall and leapt into the air, drastically changing his course. At that moment, he heard a swishing sound before suddenly feeling a sharp pain in his ankle. He launched 2 cards. One arrived slightly late and was aimed in the direction I was escaping in. Can he foresee my movements? The moment he landed on the ground, Lenevis endured the pain and rolled once again. Another tarot card embedded itself into his original position, resonating constantly in response to the impact. It was only then that Lenevis noticed a card deeply embedded in his right ankle. The card depicting stars, water containers, and holy water stained in red. Lenevis didn't even have the luxury of time to think or treat his injuries. One after another, the cards turned into seemingly sharp flying daggers, shooting at different parts of his body. Very soon, the injuries on his right leg and chest, and the remnant effects from the hole in his chest, as well as the prior demigod-level clash caused this Sequence 9 marauder to turn sluggish. This was in contrast to the nimbleness and speed that marauders were known for. Pow! He sent a card flying, but a deep laceration tore through his wrist, one that kept bleeding profusely. The Nighthawks in the military will be coming soon. I can't delay any longer. At this moment, Lenevis's mind was very clear. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks and stopped dodging, allowing a card depicting the devil to strike him squarely in the neck. In almost an instant, the cards sticking out from his body were sent flying. The hideous wounds on his neck, right chest, wrist, and ankle were all squirming madly, sprouting one meat tendril after another in disgusting shapes. On his skin, numerous small goosebumps appeared. These goosebumps had a metallic tint to them as if they had turned into a set of armor. Clang. A tarot card was shot over, but it was deflected by the fine goosebumps. With bloodshot eyes, Lenevis stared at the clown who had put away his cards after coming to a halt. He said, half laughing and half mocking, "No matter what, after being tormented by a deity, one will always get something in return." Before he could finish his words, he had already jumped over the polluted waters in the canal with his left foot, throwing himself at the enemy opposite him. As if expecting this, Klein stepped to the side, pulled his left hand out of his pocket, clenched it into a fist, and threw it at Lenevis's temple. Lenevis swung his elbow sideways and raised his forearm, accurately hitting his opponent's fist. The explosive force surged like a torrential tide, causing Klein's body to move from the impact as he staggered a little. Crisp explosive blasts sounded in Klein's ear. Punches, each heavier and faster than the last, constantly reflected into his eyes. The flurry of attacks made him seem to forget to maintain his balance. He staggered and fell to the side, then, with the support of his left elbow, he rolled in a different direction. Smack. Smack, smack, bang, bang, bang. Lenevis's punches and kicks came quickly and furiously, almost hitting Klein quite a few times, but thanks to his exaggerated balance and movements that defied common sense, he managed to dodge successfully. At times, he would be on the wall and at other times, on the ground. It was as though he was performing an acrobatic act. He appeared very calm without the slightest bit of impatience. It was as though he had decided to drag out the battle as long as possible until the Nighthawks and the military arrived. And once there were any signs of Lenevis's attempting to escape, he was hell-bent on pestering him and not give him an opportunity to do so. Lenevis's punch forced Klein to use the rebound from the wall to fly back into the air, and as for himself, he didn't hesitate to turn around and flee towards another tunnel. The moment Klein's toes touched the ground, his body shot out like a cannonball as he pounced straight for Lenevis's back. It seems as if Lenevis has no bones. I should force him to twist his upper body and land a punch on his body. This was a clown's intuition. Without any doubts or hesitation, Klein took the initiative to reduce his subsequent strength. With a smacking sound, he still threw himself forward, but it was much weaker than he expected. With a jarring noise, Lenevis twisted his upper body suddenly while his legs remained immobile. His face faced backward as his toes pointed forward. In such a terrifying scene, Lenevis threw a punch towards Klein's head. The force of the punch was so strong that even the air produced an explosive boom. His fist hit nothing but air, and his fist was still 20 or 30 centimeters from Klein's face. The winds, that stirred from the punch, blew through Klein's hair, but he didn't take the opportunity to attack the enemy. Instead, he croaked a single word in ancient Hermes, crimson. A charm. Lenevis scrunched his face as he immediately jumped to the side in a bid to dodge the impending attack. However, Klein had yet to throw out the charm. Instead, he clenched his left fist tightly and followed in the direction of Lenevis. He similarly threw himself to the side and rolled on the ground as well, causing the distance between them to only widen slightly. It was a bluff. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, the highly raised corners of the clown's mouth were clearly reflected in his eyes. There was also a dark red flame which had unknowingly ignited in the clown's left fist. This, Lenevis's gaze immediately froze. A light crackling sound entered his ears, and a calm, tranquil feeling emanated instantly, enveloping him and Klein. What is he trying to do? He wants both of us to be affected at the same time, to allow for the Nighthawks and military to rush here in time. Lenevis's eyelids drooped heavily, and the fatigue and weakness he had been suppressing began to rear their heads uncontrollably. He did his best not to fall asleep, hoping to rely on the uniqueness of his body to endure through the most intense period of the charm's slumbering effects. As for Klein, he didn't choose to resist at all and quickly entered a deep slumber. However, whenever he fell asleep unnaturally, he would instinctively wake up. This was the unique thing about him when fighting mediumship and dream invasions. This was the reason why he had been lucky enough to escape from the hands of Madame Sharon back in Tingen. In the fight just now, after throwing his cards proved ineffective, he immediately took out the slumber charm and gripped it tightly in his palm, waiting for the opportunity to affect himself and his enemy. In just a split second, he forcibly broke free from the abnormal state of mind in his dream. The figure of the staggering Lenevis was clearly reflected in his eyes. Phew. Klein suddenly became very calm, as though what was before him was nothing but a target. He took a deep breath, turned his waist, and pulled back his shoulder before thrusting his fist forward with all his strength. Bam! Kacha! His fist landed ruthlessly at Lenevis's throat, breaking his bones and splattering his flesh. Lenevis took 2 steps back and leaned against the wall. That intense pain finally allowed him to extricate himself from the slumbering effects, but the fine iron-colored goosebumps on his body were all gone. After Klein's punch landed, he reached into his pocket with his left hand and pulled out 2 cards. Su. Su. The 2 cards each stabbed into an eye as scarlet liquid gushed out. Lenevis surprisingly endured the pain without letting out a tragic cry. Instead, he abruptly threw himself forward in a bid to make his last stand. Klein didn't take advantage of the situation to attack. Having long expected this, he turned his body to the side and took a step back. Right on the heels of that, while seizing the moment when Lenevis's fell forward, he took 2 steps and arrived behind him. He reached out with his arms and grabbed his enemy's neck. Klein's arms exerted force, and he suddenly turned around, twisting Lenevis's neck. After doing all of this, he took 2 steps back and looked at his enemy. With the card embedded in him, Lenevis looked ahead weakly as he slumped to the ground. At the same time, he was very confused and asked in a staccato manner, "Why do you want to kill me?" With his clown mask on, Klein stared at his archenemy and replied indifferently, "No reason." No. With his eyes wide open, Lenevis collapsed to the ground in the sewers, unable to accept his fate. Finally, his breathing came to a stop. At that moment, Klein, who seemed to be extremely calm, suddenly stepped forward, tightened his right leg, and, with all his strength, kicked him in the head. His neck, which was already badly mutilated, could no longer bear the pressure and was sent flying like a rubber ball. It slammed heavily into the wall, creating a red and white patch. Upon seeing this scene, Klein suddenly crouched down. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. He laughed crazily with a suppressed voice. The clown mask looked so very happy. The corners of those raised lips, the bright red nose, and that white face wore a very happy expression. Ha ha, ha ha, ha ha ha. Klein laughed so much that he went out of breath. His laughter was more jarring than crying. After a few seconds, he finally calmed down. He slowly straightened his body and winked with his left eye at the darkest part of the sewer. Then, he smirked and muttered to himself, "Captain. Look, we've saved Lowen once again." Droplets of liquid quietly slid down and landed on his collar. At that moment, he felt that his clown potion had been digested completely. Chapter 288. A scene filled with symbolism. In the dark sewer, Klein wiped his neck and turned his attention back to Lenevus's cracked head and decapitated body before turning to the 2 tarot cards that were stuck in Lenevus's eyes. He originally wanted to retrieve all the projectiles that he had thrown and wipe the scene of any clues. However, he realized a very real and extremely serious problem. He didn't have the vision to see in complete darkness. He had relied on his spirit vision to rush through the pitch-black sewers and engage in the intense battle with Lenevus. He could see the colors of Lenevus's aura, the spirituality radiance of all sorts of critters, and could faintly use the lights, illumination, to distinguish the path. Unfortunately, the tarot cards he was currently using weren't the same as the ones that had originated from the Nighthawks. It didn't have any spirituality or silver engravings, and it was completely ordinary with no special characteristics. In such an environment, Klein could use his own aura's color and spirituality radiance to create a tiny radius around him where he could distinguish things. However, he couldn't see the cards stuck in the walls and ground, as well as the cards that had scattered everywhere. In the intense battle with Lenevus, they hadn't restricted themselves to a particular spot. Of course, he believed that as long as he had enough time, it wouldn't be difficult to find all the cards he had thrown out, but the main problem was that the Nighthawks and the military on board the airship would arrive at any minute. I can't be too careless regarding this. I've been wearing gloves all this time. This deck of tarot cards was bought before coming to Backland and is standard across the nation. I don't usually use it. Most of the time, even if I have it with me, it's placed together with Mr. Isaac's copper whistle. Regardless of what methods are used, it would be very difficult to locate me through them. At most, they would be able to restore a portion of the battle scene. I donned a mask, and my shoes are padded. All sorts of thoughts flashed through Klein's mind, and he quickly came to a decision. He turned to the headless corpse and crouched down. Reaching out with his black-gloved right hand, he quickly searched for any items left behind. Klein didn't have the intention of carrying out a mediumship ritual. Firstly, the feeling of the evil god's descent had left a deep impression on him, so he didn't dare to blindly channel Lenevus's spirit unless he brought it above the gray fog with him. Secondly, with the situation of the Nighthawks and military arriving at any time, he didn't feel that he had enough time to set up the ritual of summoning himself, responding to himself, and then going up above the gray fog and channeling the spirit. I should give up when it's necessary, Klein silently muttered to himself, and he withdrew his hand from Lenevus's body. This crazy swindler seemed to be in a hurry when escaping. He didn't bring any cash, materials, or charms. He only had an eye-sized badge on him which coruscated a faint spirituality radiance. Klein wasn't afraid that this item could be used to locate him, as he planned on throwing it above the gray fog later to study it slowly. Therefore, he stood up and put the badge in his pocket. He stole a glance at Lenevus's corpse, and without waiting for the Beander characteristic to appear, he used his left black-gloved hand to remove the remaining tarot cards. Then he stretched out his left arm and placed his palm directly above the Lenevus's corpse. All of a sudden, Klein released his grip, allowing the tarot cards to fall, like leaves cascading over the headless corpse. Some of them faced up with pictures and numbers printed on them, whilst others had dark red patterns on their backs. After doing all of this, Klein took out Isaac's copper whistle and tossed it a few times. Then, without looking back, he ran deep into the sewers. After almost 2 minutes, figures finally arrived at this place. Some of them were wearing thick black windbreakers, while others were wearing well-tailored military uniforms. The leader of the group was Krestet Sesimir, who was carrying a pure white-bone sword. His red gloves were smeared with dust, and his determined face showed obvious signs of fatigue and frailty. They stopped a few meters away from the body, and through the means of their night vision, they could see Lenevus's corpse and his head against the wall. There were 2 tarot cards stuck in his head. One was the Emperor and the other was Wheel of Fortune. The headless body was covered with even more cards, each separately depicting the Chariot, the Hermit, Death, and more cards of different suits comprising of chalice, scepters, etc. on the walls and on the ground around him. There were also tarot cards such as the Devil, the Sun, and Judgment. It all looked like the scene of some bizarre ritual, and Lenevus was the sacrificial offering that was destined to be sacrificed. Krestet Sesimir drew a silent gasp as he knitted his brows tightly. The Beyonders around him fell into a momentary daze at the sight of this frightening and mysterious scene in the darkness. Far away from the scene of Lenevus's death, Klein quickly found an exit and left. He took off his clown mask and, in the shadows of the gas lamps, walked quickly towards East Borough. Before that, he had already dealt with the stains on the soles of his shoes. It was only when he reached Black Palm Street in the East Borough did he breathe a slight sigh of relief. Then, He quickly held the ritual of summoning himself inside his rented one-bedroom apartment and responded to himself. In his spiritual body state, Klein moved all the clothes he had worn tonight, as well as the remaining charms, herbs, and essential oils, as well as the badge he had obtained from Demonesses to the space above the gray fog. Then, he used a spiritual flame to burn the corresponding clues. Phew, he exhaled and finally had time to take a look at what the badge he had taken from Demonesses looked like. This badge was only the size of an eyeball. On the front was a symbol that depicted fate and concealment, and behind it was a ring of tiny and compact words in ancient Hermes. You can join if you have this item. What does it mean? Was Demonesses also a member of some secret organization? Klein rubbed his temples. In a situation where he was physically and mentally exhausted, along with the fact that the timing wasn't right, he decided to give up on his research and leave it till after the Tarot Club's gathering. He quickly left the mysterious space above the gray fog, changed into another set of clothes, and removed his disguise. However, he was in no hurry to return to Minsk Street. He planned to sleep for the night before leaving. This was because it was easy to be inspected after midnight, especially when such an accident had just occurred. He lay down on the bed, looked out the window at the moonlight's encroaching of the darkness, and gradually calmed down. After completing his initial revenge, he felt that he had relieved himself of a lot of his burdens and lost a lot of his pressure. His mental state was clearly much better than before. The present me isn't capable of handling Ins Zangwil and sealed artifact 008. Besides, the gap between us is huge. Only after becoming a high-sequence Beander, a demigod, would I have the qualifications to involve myself in such matters. Before advancing to sequence 4, I'll act as though they don't exist. Yay, for the foreseeable future, my goal is to work hard to improve myself. Now that I've completely digested the clown potion, I can advance to magician once the Beander ingredients are gathered. There's still Faceless, Nimblewright Master, and the corresponding sequence 4 which I don't know the name of. Other than that, I'll just be an ordinary detective. Klein's mind was calm and peaceful, and his thoughts were scattered as he thought about his future arrangements. He was no longer cranky or that depressed. As he thought about it, the corners of his lips curled up slightly as he silently muttered to himself. Captain, Benson, Melissa, I believe all of you would prefer to see me like this. At dawn, a group of people wearing surgical hats and white masks came to the Dock Union's dormitory. They were all dressed as doctors. The elder in the lead appeared to be rich in experience as he said to the puzzled and confused residents, "We've discovered an infectious disease in this building. A person named Kevin has already passed away because of it. We will provide free treatment. This infectious disease has a special drug, and as long as you take it in time, you'll be fine." Kevin. One by one, the guests exclaimed in astonishment as they looked around for their colleague named Kevin. However, they didn't find him at all. That was Demonesses' alias. Seeing that the charity medical team was accompanied by police officers, the residents no longer had any doubts and began to line up nervously to collect their medicine. The first was a middle-aged man with a bushy beard. He nervously asked all sorts of questions, afraid that a single bottle of medicine wasn't potent enough to fight off the infectious disease. It wasn't until the doctors showed their impatience that he drank the blue bottle of medicine. Then, he was helped to the side and aimed his mouth at a hole that was of the same size. The man suddenly felt nauseous as he violently vomited a putrid blob of a bloody substance. He was about to prop himself up and cast his gaze to see what he had just vomited when two strong nurses yanked him away. The mouth-sized hole was located above an iron-black metal barrel. The bottom of the barrel was dark and deep, with almost no light coming from it, and right there, a pool of yellowish-green liquid was quietly resting at the bottom. In the middle of the pool was a small piece of blood-colored meat. One by one, the residents took the medicine and vomited in front of different metal barrels. "Why did you suddenly visit so early?" Audrey looked at the sky outside, then she looked at Viscount Glaint. Glaint looked around and only found a golden retriever sitting beside him. "Hence," he whispered, "I was planning to go to the turf club, but I met Kantz on the way. He told me something very interesting. It's truly interesting. Since I was passing by here, I thought of coming to share it with you." "What is it?" Audrey asked with interest. Glaint didn't deliberate over his words as he replied, "You should have heard of the Aurora Order, right? It was the Aurora Order that assassinated the Intis ambassador. They were caught, with several important members killed, and a very large ploy was foiled as a result. I thought it was something related to the godhood of the true creator. Zio and Furs sent someone to report the information yesterday evening, and it just so happened that an operation was held last night. Wait, the Aurora Order apparently worships the true creator. Audrey's eyes lit up. She pressed in a reserved tone, "What ploy?" "I don't know," Kantz refused to say. "He just told me that the person in charge of this ploy was once a wanted swindler, a swindler named Demonesses." Glaint spread out his right hand. As expected, Audrey nodded indiscernibly. She didn't conceal her curiosity and asked, "Was he caught?" "He's dead, but he wasn't killed by our people." Glaint paused for a moment. "This is what I meant by interesting. When his body was found, it was covered with many tarot cards. Same for the surroundings. You can imagine that scene. Tarot cards. The body was covered with tarot cards." Audrey was startled at first before it hit her. "This was done by our tarot club." It was Mr. Fool's adorer. Chapter 289. Conjecture and Investigation. Audrey, who thought she knew the truth, couldn't help but imagine the scene described by Viscount Glaint. Demonesses lying in the mud in the darkness, covered with rows and rows of tarot cards. There's the Fool, Justice, the Hanged Man, the Sun, the World, and the other major arcana cards and numerous numbered cards. They would either be overturned or facing right up, and there would be some left unturned, exposing only their backs, as if they were all part of a large-scale, eerie tarot divination. This kind of scene must be very shocking. I wonder where the card for justice landed. How would the Beyonders of MI9 and the Church view this matter? Would they believe that a new secret organization has appeared? By possessing the godhood of the true creator, the ploy between Demonesses and the Aurora Order must definitely be significant. It definitely would have brought a terrible disaster to Backland and the kingdom. Yet, this ploy was so easily foiled because of a simple mission Mr. Fool had issued. This is a tussle at the level of deities. Mr. Fool and the true creator are considered archenemies. It's no wonder he calls the other party the fallen creator. Many thoughts flashed through Audrey's mind as her body trembled faintly and imperceptibly. "What are you thinking about?" Viscount Glaint, who was sitting opposite, finally couldn't hold it in any further as he asked in puzzlement. Audrey abruptly snapped out of her reverie. Slightly cocking her head, she smiled and said, "Didn't you tell me to imagine the scene of the corpse being covered with tarot cards?" "Ha ha." Glaint awkwardly smiled and sighed. "I wonder which secret organization's member killed Demonesses. It really matches how I imagined such things to be like. It's so cool. It's our tarot club." Audrey answered silently as she smiled. "Perhaps there's no organization, but the independent act of a powerful Beyonder. Regardless, I like this style. Urge Zio and Furs and ask them when they can find my apothecary formula," Glaint said in excitement. Audrey widened her eyes slightly. Looking around her, she lowered her voice and said, "Hush, keep it down. How can you talk about potions here?" Glaint gave an indifferent smile. "Don't worry. It's nothing. I had already confirmed that other than you and me, there's only a dog." The huge golden retriever, Susie, unconsciously shifted her position. North Burrow in Backland. Inside a room beneath the St. Samuel Cathedral, Daly, who was wearing a black hooded robe and makeup with blue eyeshadow and red blush, gave off a charming yet cold feeling. She randomly found a seat and picked up the document on the table. She swept through it before her gaze suddenly froze. Her brows immediately furrowed, and she suppressed something as she asked, "Demonesses, why wasn't I informed of this matter? Why didn't you inform me about the operation last night?" Sitting at the seat of honor, Krestet Sesimir, who had hidden his chin and lips back into his propped-up collar, said deeply, "I was afraid that you wouldn't be able to control your emotions. That would have brought unnecessary danger to the operation, so I didn't get anyone to inform you. I can understand how you feel. A Nighthawk from the Tingen squad is currently undergoing guidance and training at the Holy Cathedral. He plans on joining the Red Gloves, and his performance is about equal to yours. But as the person in charge of the operation, and as a high-ranking deacon of the Nighthawks, I had to eliminate all unstable elements." Daly looked at the other Nighthawk squad captains and deacons, and she sneered. "Why do you think I won't be able to control my own emotions? I'm very calm and I won't act rashly. My anger will only erupt after Demonesses is caught. This is the professional bearing of a veteran Nighthawk and a deacon. If I had caught Demonesses, I would let him know that men can be weak too. I would make sure that a cold, rotten, yet stiff corpse would be situated behind his buttocks. I would make sure that a pungent white bone filled with thorns would be situated in front of him. I'd make it so that those cold little fellows enter and leave his body wherever they can." "Damn it, you actually managed to let him die just like that." Krestet Sesimir looked at Daly calmly and sighed after silently listening to her until she was done. How long have you been putting up with it? Daly froze, then muttered in frustration, like a deflated ball, for a very long time. Sesimir retracted his gaze and cast them towards the other deacons and captains. Got anything? From our preliminary investigations, the person who killed Lenevis is a member of the Secret Order, a sequence 8 of the potion name, Clown. He's adept at using paper cards as flying knives. A deacon reported based on the findings. However, we are unable to confirm this guess. The tarot cards scattered across the corpse don't seem like they were concealing something. After all, the Beander didn't deal with the cards on the wall and in Lenevis's head. We all believe the final scene was more of a ritual or a symbolism. Therefore, we suspect that the Beander might belong to an organization we don't understand. Of course, the scene might also just be a personal preference of his. Sesimir nodded slightly and said, we can start from that point and proceed with a follow-up investigation. Ire, any updates on the person who tipped us off? The charming middle-aged man, Ire Harson, flipped the papers in his hand and said, we investigated the person and discovered that his actions were directed by a bounty hunter. In the process of looking for the wanted criminal, Lenevis, the Balaam's companion, was killed by a member of the Aurora Order. In order to exact revenge, she secretly carried out an investigation and eventually locked onto the target at the Workers' Alliance Tavern in East Balaam Dock. Based on the target's actions and lifestyle, she discovered Lenevis. Her actions have basically been verified by witnesses. There isn't anything strange about it. We also used Beander means to confirm that she has no connection with the person who killed Lenevis. She's in hiding now, and it's very hard to find her. Sesimir added while seemingly in thought, this fits very well with Lenevis's description, that the radical and insane members of the Aurora Order were helping him out. Is there any problem with the reporter who did the interview at the Union that afternoon? Another captain of the Nighthawks reported, he was a fake reporter, and according to news from the police department, he's actually a private detective who had previously helped Mike Joseph of the Daily Observer. Joseph was investigating the murder of Cyber. We suspect that he got some kind of lead, found the Dock Union and disguised himself to get in touch with everyone who was suspected of being the killer. This guess has already been confirmed by Isengard Stanton. Sesimir acknowledged it before switching to ask about other people who had recently come into contact with Lenevis, but similarly got answers that there was nothing wrong with them. Towards the end, he said after some deliberation, I'm very confused by the lack of motive for the murder of Lenevis. That mysterious murderer deserves our attention. You should continue to follow up on this matter. In addition, according to common sense, the Aurora Order definitely wouldn't only have Beyonders at the Rose Bishop and Shadow Ascetic level in a big city like Backland. There should at least be an oracle, or perhaps even a saint. Their ploy of receiving the true Creator's descent has failed. With their crazy and irrational traits, I'm worried that they'll launch a series of retaliatory acts. All of you are to be on high alert in the near future. I'll also be staying in Backland. Yes, Your Grace, the deacons and captains replied solemnly. Krestet Sesimir paused for a few seconds before adding, the events of the Megos incident in Tingen and last night's incident with Lenevis have revealed a problem. The industrial area, the dock area, and East Borough have become hotbeds for the descent and nurturing of evil gods. You are to send people to investigate and gather the truth about the situation. If it truly is as Lenevis had described, I'll raise this matter at the Council of Cardinals, formally exerting pressure on the kingdom and the government to bring about the corresponding changes as soon as possible. Klein slept in and didn't wake up until it was late. However, it still wasn't bright enough outside. The area was still shrouded in fog, making it dark and cold. This doesn't fit with my splendid mood, he grumbled. After changing his clothes and taking his key, he returned to Minsk Street unnoticed. After changing from his worker's uniform to casual home attire, a shirt and sweater, and after confirming that no one came investigating his identity as a private detective, he was completely at ease. He leisurely went out to the butcher and grocery store to buy food in preparation for a sumptuous lunch for himself. There was some afternoon sun in Backland, and Klein lazily basked in its warmth, momentarily having no desire to do anything. He waited until 15 minutes to 3, then he took out his golden pocket watch for a glance before returning to the bedroom and going above the gray fog. After conjuring the fake world and familiarizing himself with its controls, he sat down on the high back chair at one end of the table and gave a message to the sun that he was to prepare for his participation in the gathering. At precisely 3, according to Backland time, streaks of crimson light soared out of the vast and ancient palace, outlining blurry figures which were equally indistinct. Audrey directly looked towards the seat of honor and said cheerfully, "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. The simple mission you entrusted has been completed." She had deliberately emphasized the word simple in order to ascertain from Mr. Fool whether Demonesses had really been eliminated by his adorer. She wanted to know if the tarot card-covered death scene was a symbol of the tarot club. Klein deliberately acted composed as he said with a smile, "I'm already aware." After saying that, he sighed. In such an age, in such a place like Backland, in such a place in the East Borough, the dock area, and the factory district, they're the hotbeds for an evil god's descent. What? Alger was stunned for a moment, wondering if there was something wrong with his ears. Why would a simple mission involve hotbeds for an evil god's descent? Chapter 290. Affecting change indirectly. I remember that the simple mission given by Mr. Fool was for the sole purpose of examining two people for their candidacy of joining the gathering. The general idea was to find the person in the portrait, and that person was confirmed to be in Backland. Alger Wilson tried to remember what had happened the last gathering, and he couldn't understand what it had to do with the hotbed of an evil god's descent. Wasn't it just the search for someone? Furthermore, it was the kind of task which didn't pose much of a threat. Was there a deeper purpose behind Mr. Fool's simple mission? Was this a silent contest between deities? Many thoughts went through the hanged man's mind instantly, and he almost couldn't stop himself from asking justice, tempted to pay in order to understand what exactly was going on. However, as a veteran official Beander, a seafarer who steered an ancient ghost ship, he was experienced and shrewd. He forcefully suppressed his impulse and planned to go through the internal channels of the Church of the Lord of Storms to find out about the recent events in Backland. As for Audrey, she instantly understood what Mr. Fool's sigh meant. She immediately understood the entire situation regarding Demonesses. So it turns out that the bit of godhood that Demonesses possessed was the basic foundation for the descent of the true creator into the real world. The harsh situation in East Borough, the dock area, and the factory area, however, was a hotbed that provided him rapid nurturing and strengthening. With a simple mission, Mr. Fool stopped the true creator's great conspiracy and saved the whole of Backland. Audrey looked towards the end of the long bronze table, her eyes sparkling brightly. Unconsciously, she brimmed with admiration. At this moment, the gloomy and reserved world let out a chuckle and said, "Yes, every time I see and hear about a large number of child laborers dying in their teens, and how most workers rarely live past 30 due to extreme exhaustion and the terrible environment, or how after barely surviving the previous tests and as a result of their old age and the loss of their jobs, they can only wander the streets and die of hunger and cold, I have no doubt about the existence of an evil god. These gods are on the ground, in East Borough, the dock area, and the factory area. Well, there's even been a report that some factory workers have a hard time surviving 5 years. In the East Borough of Backland, there's a saying that among the people who live there, without exception, any person who's a grandfather must be from the countryside. The meaning of this sentence is that people living there won't have a third generation as they can't have grandchildren. Poverty and hunger make their children very thin. Work that's difficult to adapt to causes them to quickly wither away in Backland, much less getting married and conceiving the next generation. This was the first time Audrey heard Mr. World speak so much. She was suddenly plunged into deep shock and confusion. Why don't I know anything about this? The newspapers and magazines I read only mention that the residents of East Borough are having a hard time. This is far worse than being laborious. Audrey's eyes lost their focus for a moment. She felt as if her understanding of the kingdom and the world had been completely overturned. Suddenly, she understood why Mr. Fool had uttered such a sigh, and why in such an age, such a Backland, in such an East Borough, the dock area, and the factory district were the hotbeds of an evil god's descent. We can't go on like this. Otherwise, Backland will one day be destroyed because of this. Audrey felt a strong urge to go back and learn more, to remind her father, Count Hall. She wanted to use the powers of a spectator and a telepathist to secretly guide the governmental policies that would improve the lives of the pitiful people in East Borough, the docks area, and the factory district. At the end of the long bronze table, Klein quietly observed Miss Justice's reaction. He had purposely lamented a while ago and used his smurf, the world, to give a detailed explanation. He wanted this noble, one who still had a semblance of purity, to realize the seriousness of the problem and use her to push for change in the kingdom. Before I become faceless, I must clearly remember that I cannot be personally involved in such matters. He silently set such a boundary for himself. Thank you, Mr. Fool. Thank you for saving Backland. Your sigh has made me understand the problem at its roots. Thank you, Mr. World. You have made me understand a great deal of the situation I didn't know in the past. Audrey held back her emotions and sincerely thanked the two gentlemen at the two ends of the table. Saved Backland. Alger was no stranger to the conditions of East Borough, the factory district, and the dock area. He was more surprised by the description Miss Justice had used. Just how huge was this matter? He thought with an extremely puzzled frown. The son, on the other hand, listened quite attentively, and although he couldn't understand all of it, he still listened attentively, hoping to learn more about the regions where Mr. Hanged Man, Miss Justice, and Mr. World were located. Klein only smiled in response to Miss Justice's gratitude and didn't do anything further. He then turned to look at the Hanged Man. Alger immediately understood what he meant, and he quickly conjured the last page of the promised Russell's diary. Klein received it out of thin air and took a casual glance at it. The 14th of January. I discovered a problem. If unconscious high-sequence Beyonder objects are not sealed, they would unconsciously attract nearby low-sequence Beyonders from the same pathway, causing them to come into contact with each other. The higher the original sequence, the more likely that this will happen. However, this situation doesn't seem to be a constant. It seems to be intermittent. This diary entry immediately jolted Klein to attention because he had made similar guesses before. After he came to Backland, he soon found himself intertwined with the secret order, with a Beyonder of the seer pathway, and thus, found himself in an extremely passive and extremely dangerous situation. However, he had also obtained the corresponding sequences 7, 6, and 5 potion formulas as a result. At the time, he had suspected that his transmigration involved secrets that gave him the power to resurrect, and that he would occasionally attract people and objects related to the seer pathway, such as the Antigonus family's notebook or members of the secret order. After seeing this diary entry of Emperor Russell, Klein suddenly had a new idea. He used the corner of his eyes to scan the thick gray fog and the illusory dark red stars below him. He muttered to himself in silence. Could it be that the one who created that attractive force wasn't me, but this gray fog, the mysterious space above the gray fog? This could also be considered as a secret behind my transmigration. Without any further clues or information, Klein quickly gathered his thoughts and read the second diary entry. The 16th of January, the taste of a demoness still isn't bad. The corners of Klein's mouth twitched, unsure of what expression he should show. Emperor, I have underestimated you. There's really nothing stopping you. Don't you care about the other person's previous gender? Don't you care about her experience during the pleasure phase? Suppressing the urge to exhale, Klein looked at the last entry in the diary in his hands, the 20th of January. I finished making the second card of blasphemy. Let me think, where should I hide it? Yes, I plan to disguise it as a bookmark and insert it into a very valuable book. If the person who obtains it isn't someone fated, it would be hard to imagine that the most valuable thing in the book is actually that seemingly ordinary bookmark. Not bad, that's a good idea. Emperor, why can't you explain more clearly? Which book did the bookmark go into? Before I read this, I was so happy thinking that I can follow the clues and obtain a card of blasphemy containing the profound secrets of the deities. Klein was disappointed and let his gaze linger on the last paragraph. I hope that there will be more specific information in the future entries of the Emperor's diary. He comforted himself with this sentence, leaned back, and said with a smile. You can start your discussion freely now. At that moment, the son Derek raised his hand, having learned it from Miss Justice, and said, Mr. World, the Beyonder weapon you gave me far exceeds my expectations. I've already accumulated enough contribution points to trade for the ingredients to advance to sequence 8. I'll use the remaining contribution points to hire helpers to obtain a chance to obtain the true root and juice of the mist treant. I'll be able to complete the deal soon. He explained in great detail, worried that his reputation of keeping his word would be suspected and destroyed. Of course, he was telling the truth. Although the axe didn't match some of his expectations for a Beyonder weapon, its power shocked him. That axe can create a powerful lightning bolt in just 2 or 3 strikes, and with the temporary boost from my bard's powers, I can easily fight in close quarters with a sequence 7 monster. If I were to encounter a monster that's afraid of lightning, I could even easily finish it. I'm now a light suppliant with a certain level of magical spells. My strength has been raised qualitatively, and I can fight against even more powerful monsters. Derek Berg felt that he had fallen in love with that Beyonder weapon. In the City of Silver, its potency was one of the reasons to like it. The surrounding darkness and monsters in the depths of the darkness forced them to obey this rule for generations. All right, the gloomy world nodded under Klein's control. He then looked around and asked again, Lady, sirs, do you have any clues regarding the dark patterned Black Panther spinal fluid or spring of the elves' marrow crystals? Audrey shook her head without hesitation. After musing for a few seconds, Alger suddenly said, there will be a grand event held on the Sonia Sea soon. Ships from the 4 pirate kings and the 6 pirate admirals will be participating. Hey, I should call them the 7 pirate admirals. Another person has joined the ranks. There'll definitely be transactions of Beander ingredients at such an event. It's very likely that the not very rare dark patterned Black Panther spinal fluid or spring of the elves' marrow crystals will appear. I have the opportunity to participate in this event, but what can you offer in exchange? I'm sure you don't have the potion formula for Wind Blessed and that it'll be very difficult for you to find it in the future too. Chapter 291. Seller and Notary in One. High probability of appearing. Klein controlled the world and made him laugh deeply. Yes, I really don't have the potion formula for Wind Blessed, nor will I have the means to obtain it anytime soon. However, I have an incomplete formula for a sequence 4 potion. Even though it's incomplete, I think you should know its value very well. It can be exchanged for at least 10,000 gold pounds, and most of the time, you can't even buy it with money worth several times that. This is a crucial step that will lead to a human's qualitative change. So, are you interested? The spinal fluid of a dark patterned Black Panther is worth between 500 and 700 pounds and the spring of the elves' marrow crystals is between 300 and 400 pounds. I believe you'll still need to prepare an additional 9,000 pounds in cash or an item of equal value. Klein had long since speculated that the sequence of the Sun sequence pathway, unshadowed, could be swapped with the same sequence of the Sailor and Reader pathways, and this conjecture had been indirectly confirmed by Mr. A's request and in the information provided in Russell's diary. It was even suspected to extend to the secret suppliant and spectator sequence pathways. Therefore, he believed that the incomplete formula of Unshadowed was an irresistible temptation for the hanged man who was from the Sailor pathway. It doesn't matter if you don't have something worth 9,000 pounds for the time being, you can pay it in installments with Mr. Fool bearing witness, Klein silently added. Currently, he was lacking the spinal fluid of a dark patterned Black Panther, so he didn't mind letting the hanged man remain on credit. In any case, he didn't need to worry about the possibility of him running away. Well, there are also latent risks. I would be at a huge disadvantage if Mr. Hanged Man suddenly dies. With such an expensive deal at hand, Klein couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive. The incomplete formula of a sequence 4 potion. An incomplete formula that leads to the path of a demigod. This is something that you can't even buy with money. Audrey's eyes lit up. She couldn't help hiding her curiosity as she asked before the hanged man could speak, Mr. World, can I ask which sequence 4 pathway the formula pertains to? If it's not convenient to tell me, pretend I never asked. Mr. World actually has a sequence 4 potion formula. Even if it's incomplete, it's still very shocking. No wonder Mr. Fool pulled him into the tarot club. He isn't a simple Beander. Well, Zio's and Furz's test mission has come to an end. Mr. Fool didn't mention if he's letting them join. Well, he must have other considerations, and maybe he needs more time to observe them. I shouldn't take the initiative to ask since it will appear impolite. Many thoughts ran through Audrey's mind at that moment. Miss Justice's question was just what Klein wanted. He made the world reply in a husky voice, I was planning to say it anyway. It's the potion formula to sequence 4 of the Sun pathway, unshadowed. The Sun pathway. Derek instantly looked towards Mr. World, who sat at other end of the long bronze table, his eyes filled with sudden eagerness and longing. However, he maintained his silence because he knew that he was still far from the threshold of a demigod. He had to spend his limited resources to strengthen himself first. Only caring about the near future was the way the City of Silver operated. This was because, to its residents, there might not be any future at any moment. Unshadowed, Audrey nodded gracefully, then happily said, thank you for your answer, Mr. World. She felt like she had learned something important again. Unshadowed, Alger muttered slowly before calmly replying, I'm sorry. I have no need for it. No need for it. Klein was taken aback. This was completely different from the script he had imagined. In his shock, he indirectly caused the world to pause, looking incredulous. It took quite a few seconds before he said, you can first owe a portion. With Mr. Fool is witness, I believe you'll definitely make up for the rest. No, I really have no need for it. Alger shook his head. No need for it, he really has no need for it. He's confident that he would gain the favor of the Church of the Lord of Storms and be bestowed with the corresponding potion directly. Or does he actually have the sequence 4 potion formula to the Sailor Pathway? The name was Cataclysmic Enterer. Klein quickly thought of 2 possibilities. What should I do? Don't tell me that I should trade the witch or demoness of pleasure formulas with him. Klein silently mocked himself, deliberately making the world silent for a few seconds before saying, other potion formulas, or some secrets I know. Such as, secrets of the peak level sequences. Alger changed his seating posture a little as he deliberated before answering, I personally know some secrets of peak level sequences. How will you guarantee that there's no overlap? How will you guarantee that the secrets you will tell me is equal in value to the dark patterned Black Panther spinal fluid and spring of the Elves' marrow crystals? We'll each give the peak level sequence secret to Mr. Fool and let him decide if there's any overlap and determine their values. Mr. Fool, is that all right? Klein manipulated the world and asked himself this question. Then, he said with a supercilious attitude, sure. Alger slowly nodded. I have no problems with that. Let's begin. I really want to know the secret of the peak level sequences, but I haven't had any extra money lately to buy it. Audrey looked enviously at the world and the hanged man as they each conjured a piece of goatskin parchment. Having never worried about money since she was young, she finally experienced the taste of poverty. Very soon, Klein received the content written by the 2 members. Without a doubt, he first looked at the goatskin parchment from the hanged man and discovered that the content was simple. There was only one sentence. The peak level sequence conceals the path to divinity. Phew, great. Otherwise, there would be a need to use other information for the exchange. Klein carefully examined the world's goatskin parchment before chuckling softly. It doesn't overlap. To most beyonders, the secrets Mr. World is providing is of no value, but in the eyes of others, it's extremely important. This cannot be measured with money. Hearing this conclusion, Alger immediately fell into a dilemma. To him, getting 2 Beander ingredients at the same time wasn't a small burden. He had to sell many valuable items in order to trade for them. To pay such a price to hear a secret that might not be very useful to him. Alger considered it for nearly 20 seconds before saying, Mr. Fool, can you provide more hints? I can't make a decision yet. Can't make a decision. The corner of Klein's mouth moved slightly. He knew that the words he had said to maintain his image had the opposite effect and had been ineffective. He hesitated for a moment and then smiled. The content he describes is a detailed supplement to the secret you know. Detailed supplement. A detailed supplement to the path to divinity. Alger didn't hesitate any longer. He turned his head to look at the world and said in a terse and firm voice, deal. Then, he immediately added, I'll help you exchange for the spinal fluid of a dark patterned Black Panther and the spring of the Elves' marrow crystals within the week. Of course, the premise is that they'll appear at the pirates' meet. Although the probability is very high, we still have to believe that anything could happen. If that happens, I might have to postpone it to next week, the following week, or even the next month. But don't worry, I will keep my promise. No problem. With Mr. Fool as witness, there's no need for me to worry, the world answered hoarsely. After they had confirmed the transaction, Klein conjured a goatskin parchment in front of the hanged man. Alger lowered his head eagerly, reading through each word voraciously. There is a sequence 0 above sequence 1. They can similarly be reached through the corresponding potions and rituals. Sequence 0. The sequence of the true God. Alger was astonished and shocked at first, but soon he felt relieved, and then he murmured to himself in delight, I see. I understand what it means. He inhaled silently and leaned back in his chair as if nothing had happened. That secret must be astonishing, Mr. Hanged Man even lost his composure. Audrey looked away with a longing expression and said to the son who was diagonally opposite her, Mr. Son, I remember you mentioning that the City of Silver has the Dragon Pathways sequence 9, 8, and 7 potion formulas. Yes. Derek nodded honestly. Sequence 7's potion formula is Psyche-Analyst. If I wish to get it, what is the price I need to pay? Audrey asked in a reserved manner. The Sequence 7 potion formula of the Sun Pathway, Derek replied without any hesitation. Audrey nodded gently and said, I'll do my best to obtain it. Zio and Furs mentioned before that there's a Beander of the Sun Pathway at Mr. A's gathering. He's at least sequence 7 and is adept at purification and exorcism. Once all the recent events settle down, I can attempt to get it from him. In addition, I should join more of the gatherings at the abandoned education building in that hospital. I should try to come into contact with members of the psychology alchemists. One of the two paths will definitely lead to something. Thoughts flashed through Audrey's mind, but she suddenly realized that she was unable to obtain it even if she discovered clues to the formula. This was because she would be experiencing a financial crisis for the next few months and was barely holding on. The price of a sequence 7 formula is around £800, so if I scrimp, I should be able to produce that. It's already October, it's almost New Year's. I'll be an adult then, and I'll have the freedom to handle a lot more of my money, or should I use the knowledge I was taught by Mr. Fool to trade? I wonder what attitude he has towards this kind of behavior. Audrey's thoughts gradually dispersed. She decided to wait until there was hope for the formula before she asked Mr. Fool. The transaction segment came to an end. Klein originally wanted to use the knowledge he knew to exchange for a mystical item without many negative effects, but after sensing how tight the hanged man was, he knew that the other party would pay a large price for those two Beander ingredients. It was unlikely that he had any extra assets, so he could only give up in regret. As soon as the free exchange segment began, Alger took the initiative to mention, Rear Admiral Hurricane Kilangos's ship and crew was subdued, giving rise to a new pirate admiral. Chapter 292, Exchanging News. Audrey was interested in the pirate admiral and asked, what's his name? What was his current title? There hasn't been any related news in Backland. Alger nodded slowly. She's a lady and was a famous pirate in the past. You should have heard of ailment girl Tracy, right? No, I don't know much about such things. Audrey shook her head in honesty. Me too. Sitting at the end of the table, Klein added inwardly. Alger fell silent for 2 seconds, and without wasting any time explaining, he said, in short, she subdued the crew of Kilangos's crew last month. She proved herself with actual action that she had the strength of a pirate admiral. She changed the name of Kilangos's ship to Black Death and calls herself Rear Admiral Ailment. In the past, she acted independently and was someone who specialized in curses, black flames, and ice. Her enemies would always suffer from sudden ailments of various kinds. At present, no one knows which pathway she belongs to, but they're certain that she's at sequence 5. Audrey listened with relish. She blinked her eyes and requested curiously, Mr. Hanged Man, can you introduce the 4 pirate kings and the other 6 pirate admirals in detail? I've only heard of their names and titles, but I don't know what Beander powers they are equipped with. Alger looked around and saw that both the sun and the world were showing signs of attentiveness. He nodded slightly and said, that wouldn't be an issue. The strongest pirate king is the king of the 5 seas, Nast. He claims to be a descendant of the 4th epic Solomon Empire. Not only is he a high-sequence Beander, but he possesses the terrifying ghost ship, Dark Emperor, a relic of the Empire. He's adept at using order. He can pull his enemy into combat, in a domain that he's best at, and create fascinating effects. He's also the oldest pirate in the world. Rumor has it that he's over 100 years old, and he has been active in the 5 seas since the Russell era. No one knows exactly how old he is. Of course, compared to the other pirate kings, there's a lot of information about him. As for the owner of Dawn, all we know is that she's a beautiful woman. She was once a warlock and is now a demigod. She calls herself Queen Mystery. After introducing the 4 kings, Alger changed the topic to the 6 remaining pirate admirals. The owner of the Black Tulip, Ludwell, was once a subordinate of the king of the 5 seas. Later, he became independent and calls himself Admiral Hell. Rumor has it that he's established certain connections with the numinous episcopate. He's a powerful medium and can control all sorts of creatures in the spirit world. He's terrifying and odd. Rumor has it that he possesses a ring left behind from the ancient eras, Death. Admiral of Stars Catalya was once a follower of Queen Mystery, but they've long become estranged. The reason for that, according to rumors, is because she joined a particular secret organization, angering Queen Mystery. And according to the information I know, this secret organization is the Moses Ascetic Order. The Moses Ascetic Order, the Mystery Prior Pathway, the Hidden Sage. Klein suddenly thought of old Neil's loss of control and the evil god who would whisper temptations into the ears of low-sequence beyonders of the same sequence. This was the first time he learned news regarding the Moses Ascetic Order through reality instead of books. Then, Alger introduced Admiral of Blood Senor, who was suspected to be non-human, Rear Admiral Deep Sea Howl Constantine, who possessed a bloodline that was partially from sea monsters, Rear Admiral Iceberg Edwina Edwards, and Rear Admiral Dusk Bulatov Yoan. Thank you so much for sharing. I'm beginning to yearn for the sea, Audrey said, filled with longing. I don't know when I'll be able to truly travel. No, Miss Justice, it's absolutely not as nice as you imagine. From my point of view, it's an amalgamation of blood, chaos, murder, desire, and horror. Alger calmly doused her enthusiasm. Audrey nodded and switched topics. There have been 11 serial murders in Backland recently, but one of them has been proven to be a copycat crime. The serial killings are against women who were street girls but are now working normal professions. The murderer cuts open their stomachs and removes all of their internal organs. This sounds like something to do with devil worship. Was it done by someone from the Blood Sanctify sect? Alger instantly made a guess. I don't know. The murderer hasn't been found yet. Audrey yearned to become a detective, bringing Susie along and capturing that cursed murderer. At this moment, Derek blurted out in a daze, I know about such rituals. He knows. That's right. Before the cataclysm, especially during the Second Epoch, devils were active in the real world where they lived on the ground. They were the object of hatred for both giants and dragons. It's normal for the City of Silver to have relevant records. Their history hasn't been tampered with, nor has there been any blanks over the generations. Klein looked thoughtfully at the son, waiting for him to say more. You know about this? Audrey asked in joy. Derek nodded. It's mentioned in our devil studies. It's rather ancient. The devils use it as a ritual to supplement their advancement, typically used when advancing from sequence 6 to sequence 5. It's not a ceremony to please the devil, but a ceremony for the devil to assist them in advancing. Audrey asked in surprise. Derek replied very seriously, that's right. The Abyss Pathway's sequence 6 is called Devil. This is also the origin of that race's name. The Abyss Pathway. Before the Cataclysm, the Devil Pathway was called the Abyss Pathway, and Devil is only the name of sequence 6, could sequence 0 be Abyss? Again, Klein discovered the value of the sun. A lot of knowledge and mysteries were lost across the river of history, but the City of Silver still possessed them. Is that so? Audrey nodded indiscernibly. Mr. Sun, are you aware of the actual details of the ritual? Derek nodded and said, the minimum requirement is 13 and the highest is 49. The more complete the ritual, the higher the chance of advancement. Between two murders, there must be a minimum of 3 days. Otherwise, it would be easy to lose control, but the interval will also not exceed 9 days. That will cause the ritual to be reset. Every time a murder occurs and after every partial ritual, the devil will eat the victim's organs. From this point on, he'll be in a violent and bloodthirsty state, wishing to harm others until that desire is satisfied once again. That's really scary. Audrey sighed from the bottom of her heart, feeling that she couldn't even bear to imagine it. Klein sat in the thick gray fog, quietly listening and remembering. After discussing the case of the serial killer, Audrey looked at Alger and organized her words. Mr. Hanged Man, there's something that I've been wondering about. I've attended several Beander gatherings and find that very few people sell potion formulas. Even if there is one, it would be very difficult for the transaction to close. Why is this? Alger chuckled and said, that's because a potion formula is easy to fake, and Beander gatherings are relatively hidden and not too binding. Therefore, no one dares to risk their lives. Are you going to prepare 2 sets of Beander ingredients and conduct an experiment with animals first? That price is too high. Audrey suddenly felt a little guilty. Moreover, that's not the only extra cost. Animals can lose control more easily than humans after taking potions. You have to hire a few Beyonders to protect you to prevent you from dying during your experiments. So, for most Beyonders, even if a formula appears, they wouldn't dare buy it, Alger added. Audrey felt even guiltier. Alger didn't notice her reaction and continued, because of this, unless the host or a member of the gathering has the ability to appraise the authenticity of the potion formula and has already won the trust of most members, it's difficult for a formula trade to close. Well, the old Mr. Eye of Wisdom can. Mr. A is a shepherd, so he should be able to. Klein leaned back in his chair and muttered something to himself in silence. A thought flashed through Audrey's mind as she asked, can't it be done by making an oath? Honorable lady, this is an underground gathering. Do you think it's suitable to make an oath in the name of one of the 7 orthodox gods? This isn't something that can be resolved with an oath. A corresponding ritual is needed. Alger chuckled. As for other evil gods or devils and mysterious existences like the hidden sage and the true creator, unless you're there, believers, who would dare to swear an oath in their name? Wouldn't they be wishing death upon themselves? At this point, he sighed. In addition, without them knowing the acting method, potions easily lead to a loss of control, easily turning people into monsters. Furthermore, the corresponding ingredients are hard to obtain and rather expensive. Therefore, as long as the 7 churches don't allow such trades to be officially recognized, there's no need for them to deliberately control the spread of potion formulas on a wide scale, much less talk about advancement. So that's how it is, Audrey murmured to herself, clearing a huge question in her mind. No wonder, Klein suddenly came to a realization. 7 orthodox gods. Derek really wanted to ask which 7 they were, but he ultimately held himself back. He thought for a moment and said, "The City of Silver has recently organized an expedition to explore deep into the darkness and found a semi-destroyed temple. The statue that's worshipped inside was a naked man nailed upside down on a cross. There were also a lot of bloodstains on its surface. Do you know which god that is? This is the true creator. The forsaken land of the gods actually has a temple of the true creator. Judging from what the sun said, the true creator shouldn't exist before the cataclysm, otherwise, it would be impossible for the City of Silver to not recognize it." Klein used his clown ability to control his expression to prevent the shock from showing on his face. Justice, the hanged man, and the world exchanged looks, shook their heads, and said in unison, "We don't know." Just as they finished speaking, they heard Mr. Fool in the gray fog say in a deep voice, "That's the fallen creator." Chapter 293, Derek's Worry, the fallen creator. Derek frowned immediately. The residents of the City of Silver had always believed in the omnipotent and omniscient God, the Lord that created everything. Therefore, when he heard a similar name with the word fallen tagged to it, he couldn't help but instinctively reject and feel uncomfortable about the notion. Fallen creator, that's the way Mr. Fool addresses the true creator, so that's the image of this evil god, but why would his statue and temple appear within the City of Silver's exploration confines? That place is suspected to be the forsaken land of the gods. Or perhaps, before it was abandoned by the gods, there was already the faith of the true creator. Could the holy residence that the Aurora Order always talks about be the forsaken land of the gods? Many thoughts came to Alger, but he couldn't make an accurate judgment because the history before the cataclysm had long evolved into myths and legends. It couldn't simply be described as information shrouded in fog. He thought for 2 seconds and deliberately said, "We have another name for the fallen creator. It's the true creator. The faction that believes in him is in control of the Beander pathways such as the secret suppliant, listener, and shadow ascetic. The subsequent sequence includes the shepherd you mentioned before." Shepherd. The silent Derek sat up straight, his eyes filled with horror. He wasn't unfamiliar with the Beander pathways which the hanged man had referred to, other than some of the sequences being described with similar words in the City of Silver. For instance, the whispered and listener. So that strange and evil statue represents the secret suppliant pathway. Elder Lovia is already a shepherd. She's been acting more and more strangely. Derek suddenly started to worry about the 6-member council's newly advanced elder and the safety of the City of Silver. In the past, when they explored the surrounding areas, the City of Silver had found a few cities that were completely destroyed. In those places, only a few pieces of rubble had been carved with words that proved the existence of such a civilization. These words were all variations of Dragonese, Jotun, and Elvish, and most of them repetitively described one kind of existence. That existence was called evil god. The residents of the City of Silver who was involved in the expedition were guessing that those cities were destroyed by evil gods. So, after finding out that Elder Lovia's pathway was probably controlled by an evil god, how could Derek not be shocked, worried, and terrified? He returned to his taciturn state, disappointing Audrey, who had been waiting to hear more stories about the City of Silver. After so many gatherings, after her purchase of the dragon race's intelligence, her interest towards the City of Silver had grown even more. "His reaction is a little different from what I expected," Alger observed calmly for a while, but he failed to gain anything from it. For a moment, he couldn't find a point of entry into the conversation. And if he asked directly, he suspected that the son would request payment, which wasn't an easy task for him since he was burdened with the debt of 2 Beander ingredients. It was at this moment that they simultaneously heard the sound of the table being tapped gently. Klein concealed his fatigue with the thick gray fog and said with a chuckle, "Let's end today's gathering here. Your will is our will." Audrey immediately stood up and curtsied with her illusory skirt. The hanged man, the sun, and the world successively replied with similar words. Klein waved his hand and severed the connection, quietly watching the blurry shadows of Miss Justice and the others disappear into thin air. Then, he made his smurf, the world, disappear. Then, he picked up the small badge which he had obtained from Lenevis and studied it. You can join if you have this item. Klein read the sentence on the back of the badge but realized that it didn't undergo any changes. He thought for a moment and carefully injected spirituality into it. A layer of faint light bloomed and quickly condensed into a light beam, shooting out of the gray fog. However, it was repelled by the endless gray fog. The beam of light suddenly dispersed, transforming into a palm-sized piece of illusory goatskin parchment. On it was written in ancient Fasak, January 4, 1350, 8 p.m. in Babur Valley. A simple communication device in the field of mysticism. It sends out messages, requests synchronization, and gets the latest rendezvous time and venue. Klein recalled the scene he had just seen and made a preliminary judgment on the use of the badge. 1350. That's next year. The Babur Valley lies in the area before the Tussock River enters Backland. The time is precise, but the venue is vague. It's a valley that's almost 100 kilometers long. Perhaps this badge can be used as a location tool when one gets there. Klein turned the badge over and over, with interest, trying to figure out the corresponding symbols, incantations, and characteristics, to see if he could copy one himself. Unfortunately, since he was no longer part of the Nighthawks, his knowledge in mysticism was still at the same level as before. He had no opportunities of improving it further. Therefore, after studying it for a few minutes, he could only helplessly give up. As for the phrase, "You can join if you have this item," Klein's plan was to not consider it for the time being. If I can become a faceless by the end of this year, then I can head there in disguise. Otherwise, forget it, Klein silently said to himself. Then he turned his attention to the matter of advancing to magician. The true root and juice of the mist treant is likely in the bag, with the sun. If my luck isn't too bad, I should be able to get the spinal fluid of a dark patterned black panther this week. Sequence 7, a mid-sequence. I can already see and touch it. How should a magician act? As he thought about it, Klein began to consider specific issues. Due to his experiences before and after his death and resurrection, he instantly comprehended the true essence of clown. Therefore, in this month or so, he only needed constant acting in his daily life to gradually digest it. He didn't need to make further summaries and adjust it according to the feedback. After killing Lenevis and attaining his initial revenge, the clown potion was completely digested the moment he was laughing amid tears. This wasn't the same as the process in which Klein first digested the seer potion. It was considered a special case, and now he had to return to such a situation with the magician's acting, the true essence of magician, to pass off the illusory with the genuine. According to what Zaratul said in the Emperor's diary, although the main focus of this pathway isn't fate, a portion of it still belongs to it. So, there must be something corresponding to it. For example, it might seem that fate can be changed to a certain extent, but in the end, it turns out to all be an illusion. It's just a magic trick that fools you. Klein rubbed his temples, then wrapped his remnant spirituality around himself and descended into the gray fog. Street. George's Burrow, in a 2-bedroom apartment. Fortunately, I prepared another place like this. Otherwise, I wouldn't even know where to hide. Furs stared into the mirror and removed her dropping hair. That's right, Zio replied weakly, lying in bed. I just read in the newspaper that Lenevis is dead, but this matter involves godhood, so it won't end so soon. We have to hide for a while. No, it's you who's going to hide, not me. I'm an upright clinical doctor, the author of a bestseller. Furs looked at herself in the mirror and began putting on simple makeup. Zio couldn't provide a rebuttal as she slowly sat up and said, "Thankfully I was sufficiently clever and possess rich experience. When I got someone to make the report, I didn't directly say that it involved the godhood of the true creator. I only described it as seemingly very dangerous and that the target had experienced huge changes like he was praying to evil gods. If not, I wouldn't even dare to stay in Backland. To be embroiled in high-level battles sure is troublesome and dangerous. I don't want to take on any more of Miss Audrey's missions again." "Really?" Furs asked without looking back. Zio fell silent for a few seconds and said, "Actually, there was no need for us to mention the godhood. Since Miss Audrey was able to discover this on her side, the Church of the Goddess would definitely be capable of doing so. They've most likely killed Giant, right? I can't be sure, Furs replied without mincing her words. Zio froze, then let out a long, slow sigh. Furs stopped what she was doing, turned her head to look at her, and said, "This mission was basically completed by you, so I won't be sharing the payment with you. There's a total of 200 pounds, so with the 70 pounds you've saved up, even if you deduct the expenses, you should be close to obtaining the first Beander ingredient for the sheriff potion. But I wouldn't be able to receive the 100 pounds from the police so quickly." Zio pursed her lips. This wasn't to say that the police wasn't willing to give the bounty money, but that she couldn't take it directly. She had to go through the friend who had helped her deliver the clues, that was the official bounty recipient. Since she believed that this matter would definitely cause a huge ruckus, she didn't have the guts to find her friend anytime soon. As for whether that friend would usurp the bounty, she was quite confident. The other party had helped too many shady bounty hunters before. It was fine to take a commission, but if he dared to directly usurp all of the bounty money, he would have already died in some unknown dark alley. But it will ultimately belong to you. Furs paused for 2 seconds and seriously asked, "When you've collected enough money, will you contact the masked guy and work for him so that you can purchase the corresponding ingredients from him?" "No, unless I can't get it anywhere else and that there's no hope." Zio gave her answer. Audrey was still reminiscing over today's gathering when she suddenly saw her personal maid, Annie, coming over with a piece of paper. "Miss, here's your telegram." Annie smiled and said, "It's from the east coast of Balam." Alfred's. Audrey happily received it and read it carefully. "Dear sister, the rainbow salamander that you asked for has arrived at Pritz Harbor last night. My orders are to deliver it to your manor in the suburbs. Arrived last night, then it'll be delivered to my manor as early as today and by the latest, tomorrow." Audrey tilted her head to the side and looked at Susie, who was fighting with her snacks. With a shallow smile, she said, "Susie, the gift I prepared for you is almost here." Woof. Susie looked at her mistress in confusion. Chapter 294, Admiral of Stars. Ring. Ring. Klein circled the lawn behind Leopard's house a few times on the bicycle the inventor had just completed. "It's not bad, it's just as I expected, but there's no need to make a lone standing bell. The cyclist won't be able to free a hand when they encounter a situation. You can combine the bell to the handle. This will make it simpler and more adequate for situational developments." Klein's right hand clasped the brake tight, slowing the bike down to a stop. Meanwhile, he placed the bell in his left hand back to its original spot. Leopard thought for a moment. "Yes, that's right, I was simply imitating the ringing bells of the carriages and forgot that this is a brand new mode of transportation." At this point, he looked at Klein, who was getting off the bike with great familiarity, as he placed it on a rack. "You give me the feeling that you've ridden a similar type of transportation tool before, and you rode it very well. I'm sure all the other bikes on the market are very flawed and very different from my bike." "Sir, do you have time to learn more about bicycle sharing systems? As a clown, I should actually be able to ride a unicycle," Klein silently lampooned before smiling. "This has nothing to do with experience, the key is outstanding balance and exercise." He quickly changed the subject. "But based on your introduction just now, the production cost is quite high, and it's quite at odds with our product's market segment. You have to come up with a plan as soon as possible to reduce the cost, and you have to understand that nobles, magnates, and other people of the high classes of society will definitely not choose to ride their own bicycles. It would be disgraceful, and the same goes for the middle class with an annual income of 300 pounds or higher. Our target audience are clerks, postmen, so-called working-class aristocrats, and people who earn between 70 to 300 pounds a year. This is just a prototype, yay, a term invented by Emperor Russell. It's normal to have a high cost. If the subsequent industrialization is successful, I believe it wouldn't be a problem to lower it to 6 pounds. If we can find a cheap replacement material for natural rubber, it'll be even better. That's the most expensive component." Leopard had long considered this problem as he replied. "Unfortunately, no crude oil has been found in this world yet. I wonder if it actually exists or not. Can refined coal tar be a replacement in this aspect? I don't know about this at all. I'm neither a student of this profession nor a savant." Klein thought for a moment and said, "If the cost can be kept below 4 pounds, we'll be rich. As for the cheap material used to replace natural rubber, you can go through Russell's manuscript. Maybe he has some ideas." "Yay," Leopard said before he suddenly added, "Speaking of which, I just remembered that there will be an Emperor Russell Memorial Exhibition at the Royal Museum next week. It's organized by the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery. Rumor has it that there will be the original blueprints of Emperor Russell's inventions and all kinds of relics. Quote. The original invention blueprints and all kinds of relics. Klein's heart skipped a beat and pressed, when is it exactly? I'm very interested. From next Tuesday to next Friday, every day from 9 in the morning to 6 in the afternoon. Although Emperor Russell was once the enemy of the kingdom, the allure of his legendary life hasn't declined because of this. I'll take some time out of my schedule to visit the exhibition. Klein fished out his bulging wallet and took out 2 £10 and 2 £5 notes. Here's the second payment. Use it to study how to cut costs and make the most perfect application at the patent office. If you don't have a lawyer you know, I can introduce one, and the last £20 will be given to you next week to find new investors and complete the industrialization of the product. Of course, I'll also help you get in touch with people who are interested. He had never thought of monopolizing the profits of a bicycle. First, he lacked the money for mass production, and second, he believed that he lacked the social connections needed for industrialization, promotion, and sales. He could barely do it himself, or hire people to do it. It was hard work with no guarantee of success. It was even possible that he might make a loss. In that case, it would be better to bring in new investors with relevant resources and channels and let the professionals handle the professional work. More importantly, he would then have the opportunity to cash out a certain amount of shares in advance, accumulating the resources and cash that he needed to advance to Faceless. He wanted to avoid running into a situation where he encountered the ingredients but lacked the money to buy them. Besides, I have no intention to be a bicycle tycoon. My identity is sensitive. I should stay away from things that might draw society's attention towards me before I become a Faceless. I'm acting as a magician, not a businessman or a factory owner, Klein sighed in his heart. I know several lawyers, Leopard muttered, and received the second round of investment funds. Why don't you go to the bank and apply for a loan? When we get the patent, I'm sure that a bank will loan us money, like the Backlund Bank or Varvat Bank. We're not just bringing in investors, but resourceful channels, connections, and skills, do you understand? Klein explained with a smile. He then put on his hat and said, when you've applied for a patent, send me a letter. You know my address. On the Sonia Sea stood an island with an extinct volcano. One by one, ships with masts and sails approached the shore, crowding up the reasonably sizable wharf. The sound of the pirates singing, shouting, laughing, cursing, and cheering filled the air, turning the place into a sea of revelry. The hanged man, Alger Wilson, stepped off the Blue Avenger and climbed a cliff not far away and watched all of this in silence. With the exception of the 4 kings and the 7 pirate admirals, the rest of the pirates only received the news of the event a week ago. Most of them won't be able to arrive in time, as this will prevent the navies of the different countries and the powerful beyonders from the various churches to launch an assault. Alger watched the pirates carrying out buckets of ale without his attention on them. He knew that the Loan Kingdom already had a new generation of ironclad warships, but he wasn't worried about meeting one here. This was because only 4 months had passed, and the advertised invincible fleet still needed more ironclad warships, and different types of ships for support, as well as the time to train military officers, sailors, and gunners. There was no way they could create a combat force without a year's time. Even as Alger's thoughts drifted away, the pirates on the ships and wharf suddenly cried out in alarm. Some ran deep into the islands, some hurriedly steered their ships away from the wharf, as if they were running from devils and the plague. In just a few minutes, the bustling scene from before was reduced to a desolate mess in silence. Alger turned his head to look at the sea and saw a ship painted black with a huge white flag with a skull hanging from its mast. The skull was pitch black, and its eye sockets burned with a ghostly blue flame. Black Death, Alger whispered. He understood why the pirates had scurried off. Wherever Rear Admiral Ailment Tracy passed, she would leave a wake of people who got sick for no reason. Black Death approached the shore slowly as a figure wearing a white linen shirt and dark red coat appeared at the ship's bow. The figure was quite a beautiful lady, and she also exuded a heroic vibe. Her beautiful black hair was coiled up high, and she had a white scarf wrapped around her head. She wore beige pants and had a tall and slender figure, and it had no lack of elegance. What attracted the most attention was the woman's long, straight eyebrows and the sharp, bright blue eyes. As she looked around, her eyes would occasionally lose focus, making her look adrift and exceptionally alluring. A wandering poet who had mixed himself with the pirates had arrived at the edge of the cliff at some point. He began reciting, "She will always be a girl. She indeed brings ailments. Oh, I'm sick. My mind is full of her." A number of pirates who left, gathered once again as they looked at ailment maiden Tracy, mesmerized. Alger held back his feelings of contempt as he glanced at the pirates and scoffed inwardly. Truly a bunch of fellows with no future or will. All they knew was hide moments ago, but now, they've become seduced by her beauty. Although ailment maiden is indeed very beautiful, it's not to the extent that it will cause them to act this way. Oh, a beyonder power related to allurement. As his mind was whirling, Rear Admiral Ailment Tracy left Black Death and began walking to the Black Palace deep within the island. At that moment, a huge sailboat appeared on the sea. Its flag depicted an eyelash-less eye with 10 stars surrounding it. Admiral of Stars Catalia, Alger nodded gently and muttered silently. Since the Black Death and the other ships were already docked at the wharf, the huge ship didn't approach the shore. Instead, it went around to the sheltered cliff and anchored. Soon after, the gloomy sky suddenly lit up, and bits of stellar radiance sprinkled down, condensing in the air to form a transparent long bridge. It led from the giant sailboat to the palace. A woman stepped onto the long bridge and began strolling through the air. She wore a black, classical robe with numerous symbols and magic characteristics inscribed on it. The most obvious one was a mysterious eye with no eyelashes. Hanging on this woman's waist, there was a celestial globe and a short scepter. She resembled powerful warlocks who were active in the fourth epic according to folklore. Alger looked up and frowned slightly as he muttered in puzzlement, "That celestial globe looks familiar. It's like, the strange glass bottle I previously obtained, the one I had no idea how to use. It eventually shattered after Mr. Fool pulled me into the gathering." On the outskirts of Empress Borough, Audrey led her maids and the huge golden retriever, Susie, into her own manor. "Miss, the delivery from Enmat Harbor is just ahead," the butler in charge of the manor said in a respectful tone. "All right," Audrey nodded lightly and said half-jokingly to the large golden retriever beside her, "Susie, this is your present." As they spoke, they turned a corner and saw the so-called gift. It was a giant lizard whose skin changed color depending on how the light hit it. It was 3 meters long, and its height reached Audrey's knees even with it laying on the ground. They were 2 colossal creatures, enormous enough to frighten a child. Woof! She turned her head to look at her mistress and saw that her expression was exactly the same as hers. Apparently, she hadn't expected the gift to be so exaggerated. Chapter 295, All Ingredients Gathered. Audrey had always had a subconscious understanding that a rainbow salamander equals the rainbow salamander's pituitary gland equals the size of one's palm. To her, it would be something soft with grooves, a beyonder ingredient which constantly changed in color. So, what did that have to do with the 3-meter-long colossus in front of her? For a moment she was confused, but when she heard Susie's yelp, she snapped to her senses. She pretended to be satisfied with the result and said to the butler, "This is exactly the animal specimen I need." It's just a little bigger than I thought, just a little. Take the servants and move them to the warehouse. I'll study it when I'm free." "Yes, miss." Then, the butler immediately instructed the nearby male servants who were furtively looking at their mistress. Audrey looked around and, without another word, led Susie into the manor's study. Using the excuse that she had to focus on writing a return letter to her brother, she made all the maids she had brought stay outside. After the dissection is done, there will be 2 sets of rainbow salamander pituitary glands. A portion can be used to exchange for a Farsman rabbit, just enough to concoct a bottle of the telepathous potion. Audrey gradually recovered from her astonishment and confusion as she began to think about Susie's advancement. At that moment, she thought of a serious problem. She had no idea if Susie had digested the potion or not. If it hasn't been completely digested, consuming the telepathous potion would easily lead to a loss of control. She isn't like a human who can endure through it. Wait, how did she endure it the first time? Besides, her current intelligence is about that of a 10-year-old child's. She's already learning words in the Loan language, and she said she wishes to read newspapers and magazines, as well as books. Audrey fell silent for a few seconds. She glanced at the confused, large golden retriever that sat beside her. "Susie, have you completely digested the potion?" "Digest?" Susie returned with clear articulation, expressing her puzzlement. Audrey had already told her that what she had taken was a potion, and she had warned her not to tell anyone, and not to tell any intelligent animals that could bark or meow. Audrey nodded her head slowly and heavily. "It's a very strange and unique feeling. It feels like something illusory inside your body breaks down and fuses with your mind. You will vaguely see illusory stars one after another, and you will be one of them. These stars will attract each other, in a bid to fuse as one." Susie quietly listened to everything, then replied with a light and brisk voice, "Then I should have completely digested it. I've had a similar feeling before." Ah, Susie has completely digested the spectator potion. But no one taught her the acting method. At most, I would occasionally remind her to observe more and remain calm. Audrey asked in astonishment, "When did you digest it?" "Last month, the month before last, or perhaps even earlier." Susie tried her best to recall when. Seeing that her mistress's expression was getting odder and odder, she hurriedly wagged her tail and timidly added, "I don't remember, I'm just a dog. I won't purposely remember such things." "Woof, just a dog, but you were only a little slower at digesting than me. Don't tell me that when I interact with other Beyonders. I'll say that when it comes to digesting potions, I'm a little better than a dog." Phooey. "Audrey, what are you thinking?" Audrey maintained her elegant smile and politely praised, "Very good, I mean, on this matter regarding the digestion of the potion, you did very well." Returning from Leopard's Place, Klein took a leisurely afternoon nap, but it wasn't long before he was awakened by illusory, disconcerting cries. "Male. Is it Mr. Hanged Man or Little Son? Is one of the final main ingredients for my potion ready?" Klein carefully tried distinguishing who for a few seconds and soon forgot about his anger from being awakened. He quickly got up, took 4 steps counterclockwise, and went above the gray fog. He noticed that the crimson star that symbolized the Hanged Man was contracting and expanding. Hence, he stretched out his hand, spreading his spirituality before touching it. After the usual honorary names of the fool, the Hanged Man prayed, "I've already gathered the dark patterned Black Panther spinal fluid and the spring of the Elves' marrow crystals. Please permit me to hold a sacrificial ritual and seek your help in handing it to Mr. World." That's pretty fast. The Hanged Man had said that there would be a grand event among the pirates soon. It seems like it's not soon, but now, he always holds back when speaking, never fully speaking the truth. Klein nodded indiscernibly and said, "Sure." After a simple sacrificial ritual, Alger resisted his urge to ask Mr. Fool if the celestial globe on Admiral of Stars Catalia had anything to do with him. At this moment, Klein had already forgotten about him and was admiring the 2 Beyonder ingredients on the surface of the long bronze table. The dark patterned Black Panther spinal fluid was a seemingly translucent liquid, but if one looked carefully, they would discover that its clarity was also divided into different levels. The lower one went, the more transparent they were at distinct levels. It fully satisfied someone with an obsessive-compulsive disorder. The spring of the Elves' marrow crystals was similar to a faded egg. Its shell was very thin, and it looked like it could easily shatter at a touch. Even without shaking, one could still hear the sound of swishing water inside. "I should be able to get 300 pounds in a formula clue. My magician is only short of the true root and juice of the mist treant. I wonder when Little Sun will complete the mission." Klein waited in anticipation. As for the other supplementary ingredients, he had already bought them at various stores. For example, the droplet gem he needed to buy was purchased from a jewelry store and he had ground it into powder. 5 grams was about 2.5 pounds. The son, Derek, didn't keep Klein waiting long, and on Wednesday evening, he whispered a prayer to the fool that he had prepared the true root and juice of the mist treant and asked him to pass them on to the world. The mist treant's true root was heart-shaped, brown, palm-sized, and wrinkled. It looked like an old man's skin, but its back was as smooth and exquisite as a gem. It was slightly expanding and contracting, as though it had a certain amount of vitality. Its juice was light green and sparkling, making it look very delicious. Klein just looked at them, feeling a little smug. In the present day and age, Sequence 7 was the threshold of a mid-sequence Beyonder. This meant that a Beyonder would finally be able to bid farewell to the state of being only slightly stronger than ordinary people in certain aspects. They would be able to wield a relative abundance of Beyonder powers. Phew, Klein slowly exhaled, returned to his bedroom, and summoned himself to bring the Beyonder ingredients into the real world. He didn't prepare any additional vessels. He washed an iron pot in the kitchen a few times and began to concoct the potion according to the steps of handling the supplementary ingredients before handling the main ingredients. With the clown's ability at controlling his body, he quickly finished the first stage, and one by one, he put in the dark patterned Black Panther's spinal fluid and the mist treant's true root. With a jarring sound, a pale white fog suddenly rose and was forcefully pulled back into the pot by an invisible force. When everything calmed down, Klein quickly poured every drop of liquid into a transparent bottle that he had prepared. That liquid was rather special. It was as if fireworks were constantly being released from within it. Red, orange, yellow, green, and other colors constantly scattered, disappeared, and then reappeared again. This was the magician potion. Klein stuck a coin worth £1 between his thumb and index finger of his left hand, flicked it up, and opened his palm to catch it. He was using divination to confirm if the potion he concocted had succeeded. The gold coin fell, its portrait faced up, indicating a positive response. Without any hesitation, Klein put away the gold coin, picked up the potion, and walked out of the kitchen. At that moment, the sky was already dark. The gas lamps in the room hadn't been lit up yet, causing the surroundings to be in complete darkness. Only the light near the oriel window created a gloomy scene. Klein sat down on the sofa and began cogitation to calm his stirring heart and dispel all of his emotions temporarily from his body. After doing all of this, he raised the glass bottle, tipped his head, and drank the magician potion. Gulp. Gulp. The ice-cold potion went down his throat, and at every moment, it felt like countless bubbles were bursting. Klein's entire body was experiencing this stimulation, and massive amounts of information flooded his mind, blooming into fireworks. The veins on his forehead bulged, and his head felt like it was about to burst. However, this wasn't a very difficult situation for Klein to endure. The terrifying ravings before entering the gray fog and the evil roars of the true creator were much more terrifying. The ethereal temptation echoed again. Klein's head expanded and contracted repeatedly before he gradually recovered his thoughts. He began to consciously restrain his thoughts, outline the spherical light, and slowly enter a state of cogitation. After an unknown period of time, his vision recovered. At the same time, he felt an itch all over his body, with his arms feeling the worst. Klein rolled up his sleeves and was surprised to see that one of his arms was deeply wrinkled, like a centenarian. The other arm had lost its color and had become translucent. He could directly see his blood vessels, muscles, and veins. Could it be that I had nearly lost control? No, it shouldn't be. This should be the remnant influences. Klein sat on the sofa in the dark, leaning forward as he watched the anomaly in his arms warily, as if it were a breeding ground for monsters, and all of this had nothing to do with Klein. He sat quietly on the sofa in the darkness, watching his creased skin and the translucent state of his arms slowly recover. 5 to 6 minutes later, Klein silently sighed as everything finally returned to normal. It's a good thing that no one came knocking on the door or ringing on the bell. I only chose to advance after completely digesting the Sequence 8 potion. With such severe effects, it would be hard for those Beyonders who depended on time to grind through the potion. It really is difficult to pass this stage. No wonder Captain took 9 years. No wonder Swain, the former captain of a mandated Punisher squad and owner of the Evil Dragon Bar, didn't dare to consume the Sequence 7 potion, Seafarer. After sitting silently for more than 10 seconds, Klein slowly stood up. At that moment, he was already a mid-sequence Beyonder. At that moment, he was already a magician. Chapter 296, Magician. He took 2 steps forward and passed the coffee table. Klein stretched his body and shook his wrist, but he found nothing unusual. He looked at the gas lamps outside the oriel window which illuminated the darkness and gloominess and said to himself thoughtfully, "My hands are more agile and I'm more nimble. Even if I don't have Beyonder powers, as long as I work hard enough, I can become a top magician." This was his first impression of his own transformation. And just like what was recorded in the Nighthawk records, if a potion provided a specific magical power, then the Beyonder would become aware of it after ingesting it. They would grasp the specific details as though the corresponding knowledge would be injected and imprinted into the mind through a mysterious method. Just now, my head nearly exploded. Klein smiled and shook his head, carefully recalling what he had felt and the corresponding magical spells. It had to be said that Magician was indeed considered a powerful Sequence 7, with it possessing many miraculous abilities that could all be cast very quickly. Among them, there were 3 which Klein valued and liked the most. The most important one was damage transfer. As long as he didn't die instantly, as long as his hands could still move, he could transfer the vital wounds to unimportant areas like his arms, turning fatal wounds into minor injuries. This was a very useful Beyonder ability for life preservation in actual combat. The only problem is that at Sequence 7, wounds can only be transferred around my body, and there's only one opportunity. Perhaps as my sequence is raised, the wounds can be transferred to other items or people. It really does feel like magic. Klein imagined the future. The second spell was Flaming Jump. Within a range of 30 meters, he could phase between a fire spark that he had left behind and the original flame. It was similar to teleportation, which seemed to have a uniqueness of gaining help from the spirit world. Well, it can be used to its fullest when performing magic. Klein mocked himself inwardly with great satisfaction. More importantly, as he digested the potion and raised his sequence, the range of flaming jump would increase significantly. The third type of Beander spell was the air bullets, which Klein had seen the suited clown from the Secret Order use. The magician could produce air projectiles with power and speed comparable to that of the bullets fired from a custom revolver just by snapping his fingers or mimicking sounds. Furthermore, the effect would improve along with the digestion of the potion and the raising of his sequence. Klein suspected that at sequence 4 or 5, he could create his own cannonball. This way, I don't need to buy more revolvers and bullets anymore. No, I still need to buy one. There are many matters that don't need me to expose my Beander powers. Any problem that can be solved with guns isn't a problem. Klein nodded indiscernibly and began to examine the other spells and spell-like abilities. The fourth type was paper figurine substitutes. At a critical moment, the magician could temporarily change the paper figurine into him while he swapped places. It was a relatively simple substitute spell that could not only block a fatal blow but also weaken the damage from hexes. So this is the use of all the paper figurines that Nimblewright Master Rosago had brought with him. He must feel regret because he was contaminated by the true creator and didn't have the chance to use a substitute at all. The biggest problem with this spell is the need to prepare the materials beforehand, which means that the paper figurines have to be cut in advance. In the early days of the 5th epoch, Beyonders who brought similar items would undoubtedly be regarded as a dark warlock. If it's discovered now, I'll most likely be suspected. Klein mulled over the uses and limitations of paper figurine substitutes. The fifth kind of spell-like ability was called flame controlling. As the name implied, one could manipulate flames within a range of 30 meters with a simple action. It could also be used to ignite certain items within this range. Once the potion has been completely digested, or when I advance in sequence, one could summon a swirling flame out of thin air. The sixth was illusion creation. By influencing the surrounding environment, one could create illusions with colors, sounds, and smells that were close to reality, allowing one to pass off the fake as the truth and deceive the enemy. This is a specialty of a magician. Klein chuckled and walked over to the oriel window as he took in the night scene of the streets with great satisfaction. The seventh was a fake form of underwater breathing. The principle behind it was to create a thin, invisible air pipe which would allow the magician to breathe freely and seemingly turn into so-called murlocs. The problem was that the air pipe had a limited length. At his present stage, Klein could only maintain it at around 5 meters, which meant that if the water depth exceeded 5 meters, he could drown. Of course, the potion's digestion and sequence advancement would result in the growth of the air pipe. The eighth was a spell-like ability, bone softening. This helped a magician break free from handcuffs, ropes, and chests. It's also a specialty. Klein thought in a good mood. The ninth was the evolution of the clown's ability to turn paper into throwing knives, called drawing paper as weapons. Not only could it turn paper into sharp objects, but it could also temporarily turn into weapons such as bats or bricks, etc. These were the 9 main spells or spell-like abilities of a magician. Although they weren't particularly strong in both the offensive and defensive aspect, nor were they particularly bizarre, they stood out for their variety. They allowed Klein's strength to instantly rise by more than 1 level, and his life preservation and means of escape became even better. Moreover, magicians had the ability to cast spells at high speeds. This was a sequence of Beyonders who didn't need to chant or inject spirituality. With just a simple action, they could cast a corresponding spell or spell-like ability. In addition, the potion made Klein attain some tiny tricks, but they weren't very practical. I can barely be considered quite a good Beander. Klein sighed silently. Just as he was about to go out for a stroll and get another revolver and replenish his bullets at the Braveheart's bar, the gas lamps outside the oriel window which tainted the crimson moon's moonlight suddenly turned darker and deeper. Klein looked up in surprise and saw that the dark clouds and mist had dispersed, clearly revealing the red moon, which was a little more than a semicircle. Its outline rapidly turned into a full circle, and in just a few seconds, it had turned into a full moon that was as red as blood. It had only been 2 weeks since the last full moon. According to the normal calendar, according to astronomy, there were still about 10 days left until the next full moon. This is the blood moon. Klein's lips moved slightly as he muttered to himself in relief. In this world, the changes to the room were both regular and irregular. Ordinarily, it was exactly the same experience Klein had in his previous life. However, there were always a few times every year when it would suddenly become round and dark red, just like blood. Such a situation that had no logic to it. At times, it happened only once a year, and sometimes, 4 or 5 times a year. Neither astronomers nor mystics could explain this phenomenon or come up with a pattern. Therefore, they could only ignore it for the time being as one of the puzzles. They joked that perhaps the goddess was in a bad mood and that a change in a woman's mood was undoubtedly irregular. Of course, not knowing the reason and not being able to understand the essence of the phenomenon didn't mean that there was no corresponding conclusion. In mysticism, people called this situation the blood moon, believing that it would bring about the rise and eruption of negative emotions, and that it would strengthen the power of the underworld and the spirit world. Even if the dead were summoned, they might still be able to climb out of their graves. This is the second time this year, right? Klein stood by the oriel window, admiring the clear sky, and the disc-like full moon which was red and glistening. He felt he was in a relatively good shape. In an apartment in Sherwood Borough, Furs Wall, who had participated in a gathering that night, was unable to make it back home to the 2-bedroom apartment in St. George Borough. She sat cross-legged on a sofa in the living room, chewing on a new type of bread which had meat and vegetables in it. She had let down her hair as she thought over the plot of her next novel. Suddenly, she frowned and threw away the food and pen in her hand. The moonlight outside the window grew stronger and redder, and the look on Furz's face became more and more painful. Every full moon, she would hear those ravings that would drive her mad. She fell off the couch, her body writhing as she struggled. After a while, she pulled out a clump of her hair, but the pain did nothing to ease the explosive sensation in her head or to calm the urge to end her life with a knife. "Here it comes again," Furs muttered in pain as her legs were stretched taut from the spasms of pain. She chanted the name of the god she believed in with great difficulty, seeking redemption. "Great God of steam and machinery. You are essential, the embodiment of. You are an artisan, a protector. You are the glory of technology, glory." As she repeatedly chanted, Furz's suffering didn't abate, and instead it grew more intense. She tumbled around violently, toppling the coffee table and sweeping the books on it to the ground. Unable to endure it any further, Furs frantically used her nails to scratch the wooden leg of the coffee table, creating one deep scratch after another along with jarring screeching sounds. Her fingernails broke. Her hair was growing abnormally long. At that moment, she felt that she would lose control that very night and become a monster. She had already chanted the honorable names of several gods, but she had failed to receive any reprieve. "I'm going to die, I'm going to die." As she writhed and rolled about, she suddenly saw a piece of paper with the words in ancient Hermes written on it. It was the mysterious incantation Zio had found in the History of the Lowen Kingdom's Aristocracy. Her chanting of it had even attracted an existence suspected to be an evil spirit. "Even if it's an evil spirit, as long as you can help me, I'm willing to accept." Such a thought flashed through Furz's turbid mind. She struggled to look over as she used all her strength to whisper, "The fool that doesn't belong to this era. The mysterious ruler above the gray fog. The king of yellow and black who wields good luck. Save me, save me." Chapter 297. The Full Moon's Ravings. Klein had just put on his double-breasted frock coat, picked up his half-top hat, and was walking toward the door when he heard a series of illusory prayers. "Who is it?" He frowned slightly and listened, but he could only confirm that the supplicant was a woman and that her voice was staccato, as though she were in great pain. Since he had nothing particularly urgent to tend to, the newly advanced magician, Klein, casually tossed his half-top hat onto the coat rack accurately, and he returned to his bedroom. After taking 4 steps counterclockwise, he entered the majestic palace. This time, he didn't see any illusory star expanding or contracting with a deep red glow. Instead, at the end of the ancient, mottled bronze table, by the side of the fool's seat was a clear radiance rippling out. "It's a prayer from a non-tarot club member, is it Zio or that lady with curly brown hair?" Klein speculated as he took his seat. Since he had already emptied his anonymous account, he didn't suspect that someone was trying to steal his wealth. Leaning back, Klein pointed with his left hand, spreading out his spirituality to touch the rippling light. The scene around him suddenly changed. He saw the overturned coffee table, the slanted sofa, books and papers strewn all over the floor, and a woman with brown hair, struggling in pain. At the same time, Klein heard her prayers, "Save me. From the looks of it, she seems to be losing control. Her hair is growing longer at a discernible speed, and her skin is covered with a layer of sinister white light. How could I possibly save her?" Klein observed carefully for a few seconds, then mumbled to himself, feeling stumped. It was at this moment that he detected in the woman's anguished pleas a faint, illusory, indistinct raving. Yes, a raving. These ravings were similar to the ones he experienced before rising above the gray fog, but it had no madness or evil to it at all. Furthermore, it didn't contain any obvious malice. It appears that this lady's state of nearly losing control is a result of hearing the ravings. If she stops hearing it, could she be able to calm down and turn for the better? In thought, Klein reached his hand out to the rippling circle of light. Following that, he allowed his spirituality to gush out of his body, establishing a firm and mysterious connection. After advancing to magician, his spirituality had become a lot more abundant, and the burden in this aspect had decreased accordingly. Furs felt her head muddling as she felt her thoughts were like boiling water. They were constantly bubbling in a bid to break free of the restraints of her head. Am I dying? I don't want to become a monster. Just as she was woefully thinking this in her mind, the pain flooded over her like a tidal wave. Suddenly, she was wide awake. The pain, the irritation, the madness, and the despair, which she felt so deeply in her bones, seemed to no longer exist, as though it was only an illusion. I managed to endure through it so quickly today. Isn't it longer during a blood moon? Confused, Furs opened her eyes which she had unconsciously closed. She found an endless grayish-white fog beneath her, and in front of her was an ancient, mottled bronze table. Where is this place? Surprised, she looked around and saw numerous towering stone pillars, as well as a towering palace that was propped up by those stone pillars. Then, at the very end of the long bronze table, she saw a mysterious figure shrouded in thick gray fog who seemed to be overlooking everything from above. What is this place? Who is he? Furs turned wary and questioned inwardly. Then, she remembered what she had just done. Under her extreme pain, she had chanted the mysterious incantation which Zio had found in the history of the Loan Kingdom's aristocracy, an incantation that was suspected to be directed at some evil god. No, not just evil spirits. He was actually able to temporarily help me get rid of the harmful effects of those terrifying ravings. He even pulled me into this strange world. This, while Furs suppressed the fear in her heart, she half stood up and bowed. May I know who you are? At that moment, she suddenly recalled the contents of the incantation as she blurted out, You are the fool. Mr. Fool. You are His Excellency, the fool. Klein smiled, nodded slightly and said, Just call me Mr. Fool. As he spoke, he noticed on the back of the chair in which Furs was sitting on, the symbols and mysterious patterns formed by the shining stars were rapidly changing. In just 1 or 2 seconds, the interior of the room was covered with layers upon layers of doors. Numerous illusory doors of the same kind were formed there. Door. As soon as Klein saw the symbol, he immediately associated it with the mention of Mr. Door in Russell's diary. During a full moon, the other party would come close to the real world and let out cries for help. Could the ravings have something to do with Mr. Door? It's the night of the blood moon tonight, an enhanced version of the full moon. This lady corresponds to a door, and the symbol on the back of Miss Zio's seat is similar to the Sword of Judgment. Klein nodded indiscernibly. Through this, he confirmed that once a stable connection was established and that if the other party was a Beander, the symbol behind the seat would change according to the other party's actual circumstances. They didn't have to necessarily join the tarot club and come to the mysterious space above the gray fog at fixed intervals. At that moment, waves of shock rose up in Furs's heart. The fool, it's indeed the fool, that honorable name does point towards a powerful existence. What does he want? Will he want to make a transaction with my soul? Hey, it's at least better than losing control from those ravings. I guess I managed to claw my life back. Whatever happens in the future would just be a bonus. While she was still lost in her thoughts, she suddenly heard Mr. Fool ask with a smile, You hear ravings from nowhere every full moon. How does he know? Furs looked over in surprise and replied in a daze, Yes. Before she finished her sentence, she suddenly thought of a possibility and asked, do you know the origin of those ravings? Do you know who is trying to harm me? Do you know how to solve this problem once and for all? He's a miserable wretch who is lost in the darkness and trapped in a storm. Klein had intended to reply with the words that would shape his image, but when he thought about it, he couldn't be sure that the woman in front of him had indeed heard the words coming from Mr. Door. In order to not make any mistakes and to not embarrass himself in the future, he skipped over the question and said with a vague smile, He might not necessarily want to hurt you. Perhaps, he is just asking for your help. Therefore, the ravings weren't malicious, not crazy or evil. Asking for my help, but those ravings push me closer and closer to losing control. If you hadn't helped me, I might have become a monster by now. Furs returned incredulously. Klein grinned and said, "That's because you're too weak." "I'm too weak." Furs was stunned and at a loss. Klein briefly explained, "The difference in your life's natural order and his is too great. Perhaps, just by breathing normally, the storm brought about by him can rip you to pieces. Perhaps, just a glance from him will cause you to die on the spot. Of course, if he purposely controls his own strength, it's not that he can't communicate normally with you. However, his voice might need to pass through layers of obstructions in order to reach your ears. Deliberate control typically implies a failure to call for help. Heh, that's if we assume that he's calling for help. The difference in our life's natural order is too great. I would die from just one glance from him." Furs was stunned from what she heard. After quite some time, she forced a smile and said, "This reminds me of a saying. You may not look directly at God." Klein smiled at her without giving a positive answer. Could it be that those terrifying ravings really come from an existence who's nearly a god? "Mr. Fool can help me eliminate that person's influence, and all this time, he's been talking about it in a rather bland tone. Does this mean that he and that existence's life's natural order are at the same level?" The more she thought about it, the more shocked she became. Even her body couldn't stop trembling. Klein waited a few seconds, then asked, "How long does it last every full moon?" 3 to 5 minutes. If it's the night of the blood moon, it will exceed 7 minutes. Furs gathered her thoughts and answered honestly. The more Klein listened, the more he felt that the ravings' owner belonged to Mr. Door. He temporarily put the matter down and smiled. "You can return in a few minutes. There is only one way to solve your problem, and that is to raise your life's natural order." Furs hesitated for a moment before saying, "Whenever I encounter the full moon, can I recite your name? I will be your devout believer." "No, there's no need." Klein smiled and shook his head. "But I don't mind helping you along the way. Thank you so much." Although she suspected that she was dealing with an evil god, she no longer wanted to experience the same painful nightmare as before. After confirming this matter, she relaxed a lot. Noticing that there were still many seats around the long bronze table, she asked probingly, "Mr. Fool, it seems there are others who come here frequently." "No, they might not necessarily be human," Furs added silently. Klein smiled and said with a casual attitude, "There are few people who are similar to you. I pulled them here for various reasons. They hope that I can hold a gathering at regular intervals to facilitate the trade of formulas, ingredients, information, and missions." I agreed to it. Furs was enticed by what she heard. Thinking that she was already part of this, she boldly asked, "Mr. Fool, can I join this gathering?" "Sure. 3 in the afternoon on Mondays. Remove all disturbances." Klein smiled and pointed at the cards that suddenly appeared on the surface of the long bronze table. "They've decided to use the names of the tarot cards as their code names. You can pick one of these, but these already belong to someone and you cannot choose from." Furs nodded her head, shuffling the cards and cutting them with great interest while mumbling, "Let fate arrange my title." Soon, she pulled out a card and looked at it, the magician. Chapter 298. Together again. Furs's eyelashes fluttered a few times before she slowly opened her eyes, only to find herself lying on the floor of her living room. Through the window, she saw that the bright moon was hanging high in the sky like a crimson disk. The normally thin and blurry chiffon seemed to turn into rich bloody light. "I'm not dead, I didn't lose control, it wasn't a dream just now, I really was saved by a mysterious and powerful Mr. Fool." When Furs sat up and examined herself, she saw that there was nothing unusual about the rest of her body except that her hair had grown longer and denser. "But my life is completely different from before, I don't know if this is good or bad." Silently mumbling to herself, Furs sat on the ground hugging her knees whilst lost in thought. Her mind would sometimes wander off, and at times, she would be anxious, sad, or confused. Above the gray fog, Klein looked at the chair which had the symbol of a layered door on its back. He muttered to himself in thought, "I wonder what kind of information is contained in those ravings. When she's at sequence 7 or sequence 6, she should be able to resist the negative effects and hear the content of the ravings. If she hasn't grasped the acting method, I can let Miss Justice and the others help me teach her. I have sworn under a holy artifact to the goddess that I wouldn't mention anything related to the acting method to people who aren't aware of it. When I advance to sequence 5 and become a Nimblewright master, perhaps I can use a corresponding ritual and the uniqueness of this mysterious space to remotely control her and directly see what she sees and hear what she hears. That way, I can determine if it's Mr. Door. This gentleman who has witnessed the history of the fourth epoch might be even older than Mr. Azek, who had lived multiple lives. I wonder what sequence his strength and level are equivalent to. 2, or even 1. After some consideration, he felt that his spirituality was becoming unstable, so he hurriedly descended into the gray fog and returned to the real world. This was a common occurrence after a recent advancement. Therefore, Klein gave up on going out, and he patiently entered cogitation at home, retracting and releasing his spirituality. In the wee hours of the morning, Furs took the earliest steam metro back to St. George Borough before taking a public carriage to the 2-bedroom apartment where she lived with Zio. When she opened the door, she was surprised to find Zio, who usually slept late, toasting some bread. The sudden appearance of last night's blood moon gave me insomnia, so I woke up very early. Furs, are you all right? Did those strange ravings get stronger? Zio asked, looking up with concern. Furs's vision suddenly blurred. She turned her head to the side, forced a smile, and said with her usual confrontational tone, "What happened to your brain? Didn't I say it before? The ravings will definitely become stronger during the blood moon. But it doesn't affect me at all. Yeah, it doesn't affect me at all. Look at me, look at how energetic I am right now. Hey, toast a piece of bread for me too. I thought you didn't like eating it this way." Zio tidied her short, blonde hair and mumbled softly. After taking his first step at revenge and attaining an advancement, Klein slept through the night. He leisurely went out to buy Fainapotter noodles for breakfast, along with a daisy pie and a cup of sweet iced tea. After enjoying the delicacies in satisfaction, he put down his fork and knife and picked up the newspaper. He was in a very relaxed mood as he began to read. A quick scan revealed that the headlines of the Tussock Times read, "Night of the Bloody Moon, the killer demon strikes again." Again. Klein quickly flipped through the front pages of the other newspapers and saw many similar titles. "The 11th True Case. The police are helpless. The cold-blooded killing demon has once again made a clear mockery of the police. The atmosphere of panic is spreading through Backland. The Nighthawks and the mandated punishers must all be having headaches, right?" Klein sighed in his heart. To be honest, he had the urge to catch the killer. Back on Earth, when he was weak, he would often daydream about being a person to uphold justice and punish evil. But now, as a Sequence 7 Beander, Klein felt sorry for his past dreams due to his choice of not being a superhero. Sigh, what a pity. This case has already received a high level of attention. If I were to join in, wouldn't that mean that I'm waiting for my identity to be exposed? I still have to be rational. Furthermore, according to the Sun, the culprit is highly likely to be advancing from Sequence 6 to Sequence 5. Although I won't be afraid of him, I might not be able to catch him even with the new spells and spell-like abilities I gained. It's quite risky. After thinking about it, Klein still chose to follow his deepest beliefs and remain an ordinary citizen. He believed that with the strength of the few churches, if the killer were to continue committing crimes, there was a high chance of them getting caught. After flipping through the news, Klein glanced at the Backland Morning Post and found that the advertisement for the Ernst firm's purchase of goods had appeared again on the 5th page. "There's going to be a gathering tomorrow night at 8 o'clock. I can sell the spring of the elves' marrow crystals to the apothecary then," Klein muttered as he memorized the first 4 digits of the price listed. Half an hour later, he finished reading the thick newspaper in front of him and started to seriously consider his future plans. The long-term plan is to advance to a higher sequence, becoming a demigod expert before I plot my revenge against Insangwil. A mid-term plan is to find the acting method for magician. I'll slowly summarize the corresponding mantras to observe, so as to digest the potion bit by bit. During this process, I'll start my search for the characteristic of a human-skinned shadow, hair from a deep-sea naga, thousand-faced hunter's blood, and mutated pituitary gland, as well as the means to remove an evil god's corruption from an object. The Beander ingredients of Sequence 6 each cost around £1,500. It's very expensive. In addition, I need to obtain a mystical item that's focused on attacking or controlling. Although a magician is very powerful, most of the Beander powers are used for life preservation and escaping. In a corresponding environment, the strongest attack is that of a custom revolver. The only boon is how it takes others by surprise, and it also lacks the means to control an enemy. Short-term plan, hey, I'll be cutting up some paper figurines and make preparations for my powers. I'll visit the circus in the afternoon as a way to relax and for entertainment. I can try to gain inspiration for the acting by observing ordinary magicians. Yes, I saw in the newspapers that there are a few permanent circuses in Backland. After finalizing his thoughts, Klein immediately tidied up his plates, cleaned his knife and fork, and devoted himself into being busy making preparations. When it was almost noon, he put down the scissors and looked at the 3 crude paper figurines in front of him. He sighed and muttered to himself, "This is probably the first time in my life that I've done manual work so seriously. Fortunately, it's just to cut out some paper figurines and not flowers or embroidery. It's fine as long as it's shaped like a person. Sigh, if it wasn't for the fact that my hands have become dexterous, I might have failed today." Klein had just used an additional paper figurine to test his capabilities and confirmed that everything was fine. He folded the paper figurines and hid it in a stack of notes. Klein put them away into his pocket. Just as he was about to go out and enjoy a meal at a slightly better restaurant before heading to the nearest circus to watch the performance, the doorbell suddenly rang, and the pleasant, jingling sound echoed in the air. "A job. The advertisement I posted should be almost done with its listing period." Wearing a starched shirt and a thin warm sweater, Klein came to the door and grabbed the handle. At the same time, the image of the visitor appeared in his mind. It was a man in his 40s. He was rather fat, and he appeared to have difficulty even standing. His eyes were tiny from the copious amounts of flesh on his face. His skin was rough but very white. He had a gentleman's cane in his hand, and a very tall and large hat on his head. Even though Backland was cold in October, the man's forehead was dripping with sweat. Beside him were 2 attendants in bright red coats, supporting him from both sides. "I don't know him," Klein mumbled, and before his spiritual perception could respond, he opened the door. "Good afternoon. The weather is truly scorching hot." The fat middle-aged man took out a handkerchief and wiped the sweat off his forehead. As he spoke, a cold wind blew, causing the 2 attendants beside him to shiver. "Good afternoon. Is there anything I can help you with?" Klein asked politely. "You are Detective Sherlock Moriarty. I have something that I want to entrust you with." The middle-aged man forced a smile and said, "I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Rogo Koloman, a jewelry businessman. Please, come on in." Klein smiled and made way. Rogo Koloman stepped in with heavy footsteps and sat down on the sofa, causing the old furniture to emit a resistant groan. "What is it exactly?" Klein took out a copper penny and deftly rolled it around his fingertips. Rogo sighed and said, "I wish for you to protect my son until tomorrow afternoon. He has offended some lunatics. Until tomorrow afternoon. Have you found a solution? Why not call the police?" Klein asked unhurriedly. Rogo remained silent for 2 seconds before saying, "Adol got into some bad company and was led to do bad things by them. Oh, it's nothing too serious, but ones that can land him in prison. Unless it's necessary, I don't want to call the police. He recently had a falling out with those bad friends of his. As a result, he suddenly broke down and kept yelling that those people wanted to kill him. I was very worried, so I hired 6 senior bodyguards from a security company to keep watch outside. Then, I hired another 4 private detectives to take shifts watching over Adol, even if he's sleeping. But one of the detectives suddenly had an accident at home and will only be able to return tomorrow afternoon. Therefore, I can only hire another detective at the last minute. I'm sorry, I can only hire you for 1 day. Yes, the reward is £10, and if you were to encounter danger, I'd add more. You'll definitely be satisfied. Is that so? £10 for a day. That's equivalent to a week's salary of Mr. Sammer from next door." Klein was able to tell from the color of the other's emotions that he wasn't lying. During the brief silence in the living room, he kept flipping the copper penny between his fingers and with a thud, it fell into his palm. Klein glanced at it, bent his fingers and smiled. Deal. Chapter 299. Snapping Fingers. West Borough, Grim Garden Street. Klein, with quite a stubble around his mouth, wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses while carrying a top hat and a black cane. He followed Rogo Koloman into a spacious and bright living room. There was a huge crystal chandelier hanging from the ceiling. The walls, corners, and tables were decorated with all kinds of golden carvings and ornaments. The entire area looked gorgeous, exquisite, and luxurious. As expected of a jewelry businessman, a businessman staying in West Borough, Klein scanned the oil paintings by the side and side. With every step Rogo took, the fat on his body quivered. It left people maliciously wondering when his clothes and pants would snap. However, as a jewelry businessman, he had enough money to buy clothes of the best quality. "Detective Moriarty, this is my son, Adol. Logo stopped at the edge of a carpet and pointed to a boy that was 15 or 16 years old and was sitting on a single sofa. As all the fireplaces in the house were lit, and there were metallic pipes to conduct the heat around, the living room was rather warm. It even made Klein feel like taking off his clothes until he only had a shirt and a pair of trousers left. However, the boy was wrapped in a thick fur coat and had a blanket that looked burning hot on his legs. At that moment, he had his head low, tightly hugging himself as he shivered non-stop. His dark blue hair seemed to have lost its luster. Rogo looked at him with concern and raised his voice slightly. Adol, this is Detective Moriarty. He will be protecting you for today and tomorrow. At these words, Adol raised his head, revealing his pale face, his bluish lips, and his unfocused eyes. Protect me, they're going to kill me. They want to kill me. His voice became sharper and sharper. In the end, he covered his ears with his hands and screamed. After a few seconds, he gradually calmed down. During this process, Klein had already tapped his molars and secretly activated his spirit vision. He held back the shock that had crept up to his mouth and carefully examined him again. He saw that the color of Adol's aura had been dyed with a deep blackish-green sheen. This is a sign of being haunted by wraiths, a sign of possible possession. Adol's bad friends are already taking revenge on him, or perhaps there were no such things as bad company at all. Klein quietly reached out, held Mr. Azek's copper whistle, and allowed his spirituality to spread. Then, he thoughtfully looked away from Adol and looked at the others inside the living room. By the oriel window stood a man in a black coat. He was tall and sturdy, not smiling, and his waist was bulging as if he were hiding a gun. This should be one of the 6 bodyguards. Klein was about to size up another person when Rogo Koloman introduced Detective Kazlana, her assistant, Lydia. Detective Stewart. At this point, Rogo turned around and pointed at Klein. This is Detective Sherlock Moriarty. Kazlana was in her 30s, had black hair and blue eyes, and thick eyebrows. She was probably a beauty when she was young, but now, because of the sagging muscles on her cheeks, she didn't seem very amiable. Lydia, her assistant, was a red-haired lady of about 20 years of age. Her figure was excellent, but she had an average appearance. Both women wore something similar to what aristocratic writers wore. The white shirts they wore were tight at the waist, which matched the more tight-fitting trousers that facilitated movement. The pleats were the only thing that distinguished their clothes from men. In addition, they provided no concealment for the 2 revolvers around their waists. This reminded Klein of a saying from lawyer Jurgen that illegal possession of a gun was a sure thing for a private investigator. This was because, unless one was a noble, a member of parliament, or a senior civil servant, it was very difficult to obtain an all-purpose weapon permit. Stewart sat opposite to Kazlana and Lydia. He had a lean face, but he grew a bushy beard. His light green eyes were unusually lively. He was about the same age as Lydia, and almost as tall as Klein, a little over 1.7 meters and weighing 140 lb. Stewart had an armpit holster, and in it, there was obviously a specially designed revolver. After exchanging pleasantries, Klein took off his coat, took off his hat, and handed it to the maidservant next to him. Put it somewhere I can retrieve it quickly from. There are some important items inside. In fact, he had already transferred the paper figurines, notes, charms, a matchbox, etc. to his trouser pockets. The only thing left in his coat was herbal powder, extract essence, keys, and his wallet. There were a total of £206 in paper bills in his wallet. Stewart, who was sitting there, turned his head to size Klein up and chuckled. You didn't bring a gun. Gun, this is my gun. Klein smiled and raised his cane. At the same time, he puffed out his cheeks to stimulate a sound. The sound of a gunshot rang out, and without thinking, Stewart rolled over, while Kazlana and Lydia quickly got off the sofa, each finding a place to hide. Rogo and the servant beside him were both surprised and confused about what was happening. Adol continued keeping his head low as he shivered. When they saw that Klein was only holding onto a black cane and realized that nothing had happened, Kazlana and company calmed down. They frowned and asked, "What just happened?" "Ever since I handed a revolver I picked up to the police, I've been learning how to imitate its sound. It seems to be quite effective," Klein replied half-jokingly. "That's not funny, Detective Moriarty," Kazlana said in a deep voice. "I just wanted to perform some magic for you," Klein lampooned. He handed his cane to the maidservant and solemnly nodded. "I will keep that in mind." Stewart, who was in the most pathetic state a moment ago, didn't seem to be angry at all. He patted his clothes with great interest, got up and asked, why haven't I heard of you, Mr. Moriarty? I mean, I know a lot of people in the detective business, but I've not heard about you in the past. I only came to Backland in early September, Klein briefly explained. Is that so? Stewart laughed and said, tonight, the two of us will pair up. We'll be in charge of everything from midnight until tomorrow morning. Will that be a problem? Nope, Klein responded with the same smile. Okay, after dinner, you guys have some rest and take over your shifts in the early morning, Kazlana added. Klein took a long look at the trembling Adol and nodded seriously. Nothing happened throughout the afternoon, and the worried male and female hosts prepared a hearty dinner for the detectives and the bodyguards, but no alcoholic beverages were provided. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Klein and Stewart, a young man with a full beard, went to their rooms on the second floor. Seeing that no one was around, Stewart shook his head and said, Sherlock, you should have noticed that the problem with Adol isn't something regarding revenge. Bro, you sure are affable. Klein's expression didn't change as he asked, why do you say that? He looks more like he has a mental problem, or, according to the countryside, he's been haunted by ghosts and evil spirits. Frankly, I'm afraid of that. Stewart sighed. Mr. Koloman should take him to a psychiatrist, and if that doesn't work, get the priests from the Lord of Storms to sprinkle some holy water and perform a ritual. You can suggest it to him, Klein said objectively. If Adol doesn't get better, I'll consider it in about a couple of days. Stewart glanced sideways at Klein. Klein laughed and replied, that's up to you. My mission will be over tomorrow. At that moment, the two of them had arrived at their destination and entered their respective rooms. 1 in the morning, inside Adol's bedroom, Klein sat in a rocking chair, holding onto Azek's copper whistle, quietly watching his ward. Stewart sipped his coffee at his desk. The two of them didn't speak, afraid that they would wake the sleeping Adol. As time passed, a cold chill swept through the room. Adol sat up and opened his eyes. What's wrong? Stewart asked somewhat nervously. To the washroom, Adol replied in a soft, dreamy voice. His face seemed paler, and his lips were turning purple. Stewart was about to speak when he saw Sherlock Moriarty stand up and nod at him. I'll follow him. All right. Stewart let out a sigh of relief. Putting his hands into his pockets, Klein stayed one step behind Adol and followed him to the entrance of the washroom 2 rooms away. Just as Adol was about to close the door behind him, he saw a figure flash in. I can't let you out of my sight. Hey, do whatever you have to do, and pretend that I don't exist. Klein smiled and leaned against the wall. Adol remained silent, his eyes unfocused as he looked into the mirror. He turned on the faucet and let the water flow. At this moment, Klein took out a box of matches and lit a matchstick, as though he wanted to smoke. However, he didn't do so. He blew on the air and allowed the match to go out. Klein casually threw the match in front of him and took out another item. Adol, whose back was facing him, suddenly straightened up. The figure in the mirror was so pale that it looked like a corpse. Whoosh. In the washroom, a cold wind howled. While keeping his lower body fixed, Adol turned around and glared at Klein's left hand, at the delicate copper whistle that was being tossed up and down. A gust of cold wind blew across Klein's face. He continued smiling and snapped his fingers. With a loud bang, a flame rose from the ground, igniting an invisible figure. The figure struggled for a few moments before completely dispersing. The flames extinguished as a result. Klein put away Azek's copper whistle and looked calmly at Adol, whose eyes were beginning to focus. Adol appeared to have finally awoken from a long nightmare. He saw a young man standing a few steps away. The man was wearing a white shirt, dark trousers, and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. He was leaning against the wall with a smile on his face. Then, he heard a gentle voice. What happened to you? Chapter 300. Spirit Dance. What exactly happened? Adol muttered this question softly and realized that he couldn't remember what he had done the past few days. He looked around dreamily, frightened, panicked, and confused. Who are you? Where is this place? This is your washroom. Don't you recognize it? I'm a private detective in charge of protecting you. Klein looked at the teenage boy who hadn't figured out the situation around him and chuckled in response. My house, detective to protect me, what exactly happened? Adol looked around in astonishment and murmured to himself. Suddenly, he stopped, his already pale face filled with unconcealable fear. Maybe there really are ghosts in this world. There really are ghosts. His voice was shaky, but Klein could hear 2 completely different feelings from his voice, fear and excitement, and these were perfectly depicted by the color of his emotions. Excited. Did this boy end up provoking a wraith because of his thirst for excitement? It's true that the young are bold and unafraid of death. Klein made a preliminary guess, but he asked in confusion, ghosts. After becoming a magician, his spirit vision had been slightly enhanced, but not by much. He was still unable to see the astral projection surface deep in the ether body and, as such, unable to judge whether the target was a Beander or not. Adol's pale face suddenly flushed red. Yes, ghosts. He flailed his arms and added, there exists a wider world beyond our senses. I'm serious. Death is not the end of everything. This line, he's indeed an adolescent. However, I think I've seen similar words somewhere. Klein smiled and said, I believe in another saying, in the face of time that is even more ancient than ancientness, even death itself will disappear. Without waiting for Adol to say anything, he took out his gold pocket watch, opened it and said, so, how did you get yourself into the state you were in before? You were like a patient with a nervous breakdown. Adol turned his head and thought for a few seconds, then he said, I joined a society. It's not an ordinary society. We all believe that death is not the end. We can use mysticism to even sense death directly and understand that everything can be reversed. Yes, we believe that the dead can be resurrected. Klein, who had just climbed out of his grave more than a month ago, chuckled dryly. You and the others were trying to revive the dead. Death is not the end, a world beyond the senses, everything can be reversed. Mystic sensing, aren't these the teachings of the numinous episcopate? These were all created to revive death, he muttered to himself silently in enlightenment. Yes, Adol nodded, his eyes bright, but completely unable to hide his fear. Where did you get your corpses? Klein pressed. We will secretly dig up graves, those that haven't been buried for long, or buy them from the hospital, Adol said as he recalled. It's indeed a crime that can get you thrown into jail. It's no wonder that Rogo Koloman doesn't want the police involved. You sure are bold to get your thrills. Klein maintained his genial smile and asked, and did you succeed? Not yet. The way they looked at me during the last gathering was like they were looking at a corpse, as if they were wondering where to place their corresponding mystics, and then we danced a spirit dance and communicated with the world beyond with our senses, and then, I lost all my memories since then. Adol's body began to tremble uncontrollably. Spirit dance. It really is the numinous episcopate. This fellow became a test subject for his companions. Klein frowned and asked, your memory is disconnected from that point until now. According to the internal records of the Nighthawks, spirit dances originated from the ancient sacrificial dances that were popular in the southern continent. It was the ritual method that death loved. A spirit dance was to use the beat, rhythm, and movements to harmonize one's spirituality so that it could interact with the natural environment so as to establish an interaction with the target of the prayer. Then, combined with a simple altar arrangement and corresponding honorific name, it can achieve the effects of a more complex ritualistic magic. Yes, Adol softly replied before he suddenly raised his head. What day is it today? What time is it now? Friday morning, 1:12 a.m., Klein answered based on his memory. Adol subconsciously took a deep breath and said, I've missed the newest gathering. They conduct a resurrection ritual outside Grimm Cemetery every Friday at 3 in the morning. Grimm Cemetery got its name because it wasn't far from Grimm Garden Street. You still wish to go? Have you forgotten what had happened to you? Oh, you don't actually remember, but you should ask your father, your mother, and servants, Klein reminded the young man in front of him. And I might not be able to help you any further, he added silently in his heart. After this incident, he discovered another weakness of a magician, which was the lack of an ability to deal with wraiths and shadow-related creatures. Only the control of fire barely counted. But after those creatures possessed a human body, exorcism and purification became a problem, unless he wanted to kill both the ghost and the human. Of course, Klein wasn't completely helpless in this aspect. He could conduct ritualistic magic to do similar things, but that would be very troublesome. It would easily expose his identity and was unsuited for actual combat. After some thought, he had finally chosen to use Azek's copper whistle to lure the wraith out. Then, he controlled the flames to complete the purification. However, the level of damage wasn't high. If he were to encounter a slightly more powerful wraith, it was possible that he was unable to take care of it. I still lack items or charms that deal with undead creatures. If only I had the sealed artifact 30782, mutated sun sacred emblem. Klein's thoughts were momentarily distracted. Adol suddenly remembered his missing memories, and his face turned pale again. He answered with a trembling voice, No, I don't want to go. I never want to go again. Very good. Klein smiled in support. Adol looked at his face, which didn't contain the slightest bit of fear, and subconsciously asked, "Aren't you afraid after I've said so much?" Klein stopped leaning against the wall and slowly straightened his body. He replied in a relaxed tone, "For a detective, they would rather not believe something unless there's concrete evidence." He opened the door and walked out, wondering if he should make contact with the numinous episcopate. After all, this might involve the mystery of Mr. Azek's life. Adol looked at the private detectives back in a daze. It took him quite some time to realize that there was no one in the washroom other than himself. Furthermore, the moonlight outside was so gloomy that it left long shadows, making it seem as though something invisible was lurking and watching. He shivered and hurriedly shouted, "Wait for me." As he spoke, Adol quickened his pace, rushed out of the washroom, and followed closely behind Klein. He knows fear and is apprehensive. That means he's still redeemable, Klein mumbled before inserting his hands into his pockets. When he returned to his bedroom, Stuart didn't notice that Adol had already turned for the better. He still wore a serious expression from the ghost story he imagined himself, so he didn't dare to walk around recklessly. After Adol fell asleep again, Klein took out a copper penny and let it move between his fingers. When it was close to 2:50 a.m., he threw up the coin and caught it firmly before standing up and whispered to Stuart, "I'll be heading to the balcony to smoke a cigarette." "Be quick," Stuart urged with somewhat taut nerves. Klein put on his long gown and walked slowly out the door to the balcony at the end of the corridor. Then, he hid in the shadows. Then, he pulled out a rather crudely cut paper figurine. Klein violently shook his wrist, causing the paper to make a crisp sound. The paper quickly expanded and turned into a human. The person was about the same height as Klein, a wax statue intrinsically carved with the same exact facial features. This was one of the uses of paper figurine substitutes. Soon, Klein focused his mind, clenched his right fist, and lightly tapped his body. Without a sound, the figurine seemed to come alive. It even had a cigarette with a glowing red head in its mouth as the fragrance of tobacco wafted out. By delegating this figurine, this illusion can last half an hour. I'm really a magician. Klein put on his gloves, reached out, and pushed himself over before sliding down the balcony stealthily, avoiding the patrolling security. Outside Grim Cemetery, in a secluded forest, Klein stood among the treetops as he looked at the relatively open and flat area not too far away. Around him were evergreen leaves and brown branches, but their surfaces were stained with gray dust. From what Klein could see, there were about 8 young men and women wearing long black robes dancing and twitching around a corpse. The dance was full of rhythm, as though it had some sort of mysterious flavor to it. The girl shook her long hair and the boy extended his hand while kneeling. This scene had a subtle connection to their surroundings. It was the rhythm of nature. After they danced for 3 to 4 minutes, everything within a 10-meter radius was affected by a wild and confusing atmosphere. The atmosphere gradually turned sinister, and there was a hint of divinity mixed in it. It really is a spirit dance, ritualistic magic that even normal people can participate in. Klein cast his gaze away and looked at the man in black robes who was chanting an incantation beside the corpse. Earlier, he was the one who was instructing those young boys and girls on how to perform the spirit dance. He should be a member of the numinous episcopate, with a high probability of being a Viander. Klein nodded indiscernibly, intending to watch the resurrection ritual. At this point, the dance reached its climax. The adult man in black lifted his head and took off his wig, revealing the strange tattoos engraved on his bald head. He raised his hands and shouted, "Death! Honorable Death is about to return." After he finished shouting, the dancing stopped. The 7 to 8 youths stood on either side. They appeared to be in a daze, filled with anticipation, excitement, and fear. Next, the man bent down and opened the iron cage at his feet, taking out a black object. Klein looked over and saw that it was a blue-eyed black cat. This works too. He was obviously stunned for a moment. Suddenly, he thought of the various folklore related to a black cat. For example, if a black cat which symbolized the evil emissary of hell jumped over a corpse, the corpse would be awakened. This was the first time Klein was seeing someone use a similar method in a ritual. The man stepped forward while restraining the black cat from struggling before throwing it at the corpse. All the black cat's hair stood on end as it hissed and leapt over the corpse. At that moment, Klein felt like he could understand cat language. He believed that the cat must have said one word, "Fuck." Chapter 301. Awakening. The black cat's cry echoed in the open area that was surrounded by the secluded forest. Regardless of whether it was the adult black-robed man or the 15 or 16-year-old boys and girls, all of them simultaneously cast their gaze onto the corpse lying in the middle. A gust of cold wind blew, and the black cat landed on the ground, staring at the human who had just thrown it. It kept flicking its tail around. All of a sudden, its fur stood on end again. Then, exerting great force with its hind limbs, it jumped up and fled in another direction. Unfortunately, whatever it did had failed to attract any attention. All the humans present had their attention focused on the motionless corpse. Seconds turned to minutes, but the corpse didn't undergo any anticipated changes. Another failure. One of the teenagers moved closer and crouched down, poking at the dead man's skin with his fingers. There's no reaction. He turned around halfway and spoke to the man in black and his companions. At this moment, he felt a gust of wind hit his face from beneath him. With a swoosh, the corpse sat up. The youth was startled and immediately cheered in surprise. It's a success. It's a success. Before he could finish his sentence, the corpse grabbed him by the shoulder and pulled him into its arms. Then, it opened its mouth and bit down, producing a sound and causing blood to splatter. Ah, help! The youth screamed in horror and retreated with all his might, but he couldn't break free. The corpse raised its head, revealing rows of white teeth, as well as bits of flesh hanging between its teeth, and blood flowing from its mouth. The black-robed man was stunned for a moment, then he took out a whistle that was brass in color. He put it in his mouth, and blew on it. Then, he said in Hermes, "I command you in the name of death." As his voice echoed in the air, the corpse stopped chewing and momentarily froze on the spot. The youth, whose neck and shoulders had been mangled by the bite, similarly collapsed as if he had lost his soul. The dirt around his nether regions was completely moist. "It really is possible," the black-robed man muttered in pleasant surprise. He pointed at the corpse and once again said in Hermes, "Get up." The corpse abruptly stood up, then it threw back its shoulders before quickly running into the depths of the secluded forest. "Come back," the black-robed man cried out in surprise, but the corpse showed no signs of stopping. He blew his whistle again and shouted with dignity, "I command you to return in the name of death." With those words, the corpse disappeared into the woods. "I ordered you to return." The black-robed man stood rooted to the spot in stupefaction as he mumbled to himself in a daze. In the woods, Klein held Isaac's copper whistle and the matchbox in one hand. He kept lighting matchsticks and shook his wrist to extinguish them before throwing them to the ground. During this process, he moved backwards in an arc. A corpse with a pale face and a foul stench rushed over. Its lifeless eyes stared straight at the ancient and exquisite copper whistle. As Klein retreated, his cheeks puffed out, he aimed at the corpse and simulated the sound. The corpse suddenly staggered as a penetrating wound appeared in its chest. Klein puffed out his cheeks again and fired another air bullet. Splat. The head of the corpse shattered as rotten liquid dripped from it incessantly. However, that wasn't a fatal injury to the corpse. It only slowed down for a moment before it continued again. Upon seeing this, Klein took a step back and snapped. Loudly. A bright flame rose from the ground, enveloping the corpse and igniting its outer garments. The corpse rushed through the flames and continued to charge forward like a mad bull. Pa! 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 Klein kept snapping his fingers, causing red flames to appear on the ground, one after another. The corpse didn't feel any pain as it passed through the flames, but gradually, its body began to burn, and the flames grew more and more intense. It gave off the strange feeling as though a candle was melting. Finally, the corpse, which had turned into a torch, arrived in front of Klein as it clawed at him. At the same time, a flame rose up and engulfed both him and Klein. The corpse grabbed Klein's shoulder but only produced sparks. Klein's figure dissipated in the red light and reappeared in the farthest burning pile. At that point, the corpse seemed to have exhausted all of its strength and stopped struggling. It quickly melted under the dark green flames, turning into ashes and oil wax. "He's stronger than all the zombies and wraiths that I've met before." "Well, not as good as Mr. Isaac's descendant. If it weren't for me, they would all be dead here today." Klein shook his head and walked through the trees toward the open area. At this moment, the black-robed man had already noticed the changes in the forest. Without any hesitation, he turned around and ran, while the 7 to 8 youngsters scattered in a flash. However, when they realized that they were the only ones in the area, they timidly stopped and returned to the original area where they gathered together. Having just experienced the awakening of a corpse, and how the corpse had bitten one of the youths, they didn't dare to run away, alone, in the deep, dark night. It would make the back of their necks feel cold. They looked at each other. No one dared to help the youth who was badly mutilated in the neck and shoulders, afraid that he might turn into a zombie at any moment. In the short silence that made their hearts beat like a drum, they saw a clown, wearing flashy clothes with red, yellow, and white paint covering his face, walking out from the forest. This was an illusion that was personally created by Klein. He surveyed his surroundings but didn't pursue the black-robed man. Instead, he asked in a hoarse voice, who was the one who presided over the ceremony. Who? It seemed as if the teenagers were still in a daze. It took them a few seconds before they pushed out a trembling boy who replied, He's our language teacher in ancient Fasak, Kapusky Reed. He claimed to have a deep understanding of death and wanted to lead us in the search of the mysteries of immortality. So he's a teacher from school, the mysteries of immortality. You really don't need to pay taxes to brag. Judging from his performance just now, this fellow shouldn't be a spirit medium. At the very most, he would be a gravedigger. In fact, he might only be at sequence 9, a corpse collector. Of course, he might not be from the death pathway and simply joined the numinous episcopate because of his adoration. After Klein got the exact location where Kapusky stayed, he thought for a moment and said, "You guys can go back now. Don't get involved in this anymore. Don't leak this out, otherwise, all of you will die." Then, he emphasized again, "All of you will die." The young boys and girls who had been scared witless by what had just happened all frantically nodded. They prepared to leave with each other's help. At this moment, a young girl with smooth hair pointed at her companion who was moaning in pain on the ground and asked, Will he be all right? He won't die for now, but you have to take him to a doctor. Say that he was bitten by a hyena that often eats rotting meat." Klein ignored them and headed back into the woods. The young man and woman looked at each other, and someone blurted out, Excuse me, may I ask, how we should address you?" Klein smiled and deliberately misled him as he replied in a low voice, "I'm just a gatekeeper of hell." As he spoke, a mist spread out, and his figure disappeared from where he stood. Of course, those were all illusions. A gatekeeper of hell. The young men and women repeated the words softly, each having their own thoughts. However, after a gust of bone-piercing cold wind blew past, they trembled once more, supported their companions, and left the place without daring to look back. This is a member of the numinous episcopate. What a disappointment. If he didn't abandon his current identity, I would pay him a visit in the middle of the night to see if he knows anything. Yeah, I have to teach him a lesson so that he wouldn't dare to bring trouble to the students again. Does he think spirit dances and resurrection rituals are child's play? Klein habitually judged the situation from a Nighthawk's standpoint. Soon, he returned to Rogo Koloman's mansion and waited patiently for the bodyguards to pass by during their patrols. As soon as he found an opportunity, he climbed over the fence and quickly followed the shadows to the house. Then he quietly climbed up to the balcony. At that moment, the figurine disguised as him was still smoking. Pa! Klein snapped his fingers. The figure in front of him turned into a thin piece of paper and floated onto his palm. Compared to before, this piece of paper was covered with red, rusty marks and was no longer usable. Klein didn't dare to throw it anywhere. He folded it and placed it in his pocket. Having done all this, he sauntered back down the hall and into Adol's bedroom. "What took you so long?" Stuart asked in a trembling voice. He had gone to the door to inquire, and he had found Sherlock Moriarty smoking one cigarette after another. Due to his duty, he didn't dare leave the bedroom. Klein laughed and replied, "Take a rest and relax. You can go too, I don't mind." Just as Stuart was about to agree, he suddenly thought of something. He would end up being the only person on the balcony, surrounded by the dark night and without sufficient brightness. There would be a cold wind and an environment that always reminded one of a ghost story. Therefore, he forced a smile and said, "It's fine, I don't need it." Klein smiled silently and sat down again, letting the reclining chair rock gently and slowly in the night. This continued till daybreak. Nothing else happened. When Adol woke up, he sat up in bed, lost in thought. Klein didn't say anything, but he swapped places with Kazlana and her assistant and slowly walked to the guest room to catch up on his sleep. He was asleep when he heard Rogo Koloman exclaim in pleasant surprise, "Oh, my boy, you're fine now. Holy Lord of Storms, I'll donate 300 pounds to the church. Why you are telling me that they won't kill you? It was all a misunderstanding. 300 pounds. How extravagant." Klein rolled over and wrapped his arms around the soft, warm quilt while mumbling. Then, he went back to sleep. At noon, when Klein went downstairs to have a meal, Kazlana sat across from him and asked with a slight frown, "What happened last night?" "Nothing," Klein answered simply, and then he laughed. Does Adol waking up and going to the washroom count? Next to him, Stuart slowed down his actions and nodded in agreement. She glanced at their faces, then she retracted her gaze and replied in a low voice, no. The corner of Klein's mouth curled up as he skillfully cut his steak. Chapter 302, A Clue. The detective, who had been on leave, returned to Grim Garden Street shortly after Klein and the others had finished their lunch. This also meant that his assignment was over. Due to the visible improvement in Adol's situation, Rogo Koloman was quite generous in the settlement of his pay, and he paid an additional 50% above the £10 which they had agreed upon, as expected of a jewelry businessman to be this generous. However, compared to the other people in West Borough and Empress Borough, he isn't considered that rich. Grim Garden Street is close to the suburbs, and it's not too far from the cemetery. I can reach it in 10 minutes if I run at full speed. Miss Bodyguard, no, Miss Sharon, is highly likely of being a Sequence 5 Beander. She charges £1,000 for 3 days, while I, as a Sequence 7 Beander, am only worth £15 a day. There's still a big difference. Of course, if I were to take on such missions every day, my income would be over £5,400 a year, putting me at the top of the middle class. Even the top manager of the Backland Bank makes £5,000 a year. Heh, this is just pure fantasy. For most detectives, business comes sporadically, and the amount of Beander ingredients I need to advance to Sequence 6 is definitely more than £3,000. Just thinking about it makes my head hurt. For normal people, this is a huge sum of money, enough to sustain a good life. The good news is that even if I grasp the acting method, digesting the Sequence 7 potion will take me somewhere between 6 months to 3 years. Even if I can quickly conclude the rules of a magician, I'll only be able to push forward that lowest threshold by 1 to 2 months. I still have plenty of time to save up and search for clues to these ingredients. Wait, Miss Justice still owes me, my adorer £5,000. However, her financial situation isn't in good shape recently. It will be difficult for her to come up with a large sum of cash in the next few months. Klein took the 3 £5 notes and left West Borough with thoughts running through his mind. After returning to Minsk Street, he quickly burned the used paper figurine and made another 2 more. In the evening, he took the steam metro to the Backland Bridge district, and according to the numbers provided in the newspapers, he knocked on the door of the house where the gathering would take place. Similar to the past few times, he put on an iron mask that covered only the upper half of his face, wore a hooded black robe, and followed the attendant into the activity room, where only one candle burned quietly. At first glance, Klein noticed that the number of Beyonders present at this gathering was less than half of what it used to be. I came at the exact time. Are the others late? This time, Klein didn't change his gait and picked a corner before sitting down slowly. After a few minutes, the old eye of wisdom cleared his throat and said, "Let's begin the gathering. The others shouldn't be coming." After saying that, he gave a brief explanation. As the serial killer has yet to be found, the Nighthawks, mandated punishers, and the machinery hivemind, as well as a large number of MI9 Beyonders, are out doing large-scale investigations and searches. Under such a situation, it's very normal and understandable for those friends to be unwilling to go out and participate in gatherings. Frankly, I'm surprised by the number of people that showed up today. Sure enough, a circle of Beyonders isn't isolated, they would also be affected by current affairs. Klein looked around and saw that the fat apothecary wasn't absent. His heart immediately relaxed. The apothecary nudged the metal mask on his face, calling out without much hope, seeking to purchase the spring of Elves Marrow crystals. "Price is negotiable. I have it," Klein said without hesitation. He was worried that someone else might have found this Beander ingredient, thereby causing the price of his stock of goods to fall. Although Beander ingredients were rare, and it was rare for items to reappear in independent circles, one could never be too careful. Seeking to purchase the spring of Elves Marrow crystals, the apothecary didn't seem to hear the response. He was halfway through the sentence when it suddenly struck him. He turned his head to look at Klein and blurted, "You do?" "Yes." Klein found his fiery gaze a little too overwhelming. As he did so, he rolled up his black robe and took out an iron cigarette case. "Pa." Klein opened the cigarette case, revealing the faded, egg-shaped spring of Elves Marrow crystal. "If you're worried, you can let the old Mr. Eye of Wisdom appraise it," Klein added in a low voice. This wasn't really necessary because it was obvious if something was a Beander ingredient or not. It was also quickly identified if something was contaminated or not. However, if one was lacking in mysticism knowledge, a Beander ingredient could very easily be mixed up with similar-looking ingredients. When that happened, one needed an appraisal. The apothecary looked like he was looking at a beautiful lady he had been yearning for all this time. He looked at the Beander ingredient in Klein's hands, mesmerized. After a few seconds, he shook his head and said, "No, there's no need." "That's it, that's it." Klein curved the corner of his lips into a smile and named his price. 300 pounds and clues to the apothecary formula. Clues to the apothecary formula, it's you. The apothecary was stunned for a moment before he finally understood who the man was. It was the guy who made him bring the sedative for nothing. Soon after, his heart pained, his regret similarly reaching its limit as he sighed emotionally. "You really are a lucky guy. Why didn't I choose that road of fortune? I'm the king of yellow and black who wields good luck after all." Klein lampooned himself. The apothecary sighed and changed his posture. "That's too expensive. 200 pounds and a clue to the formula." "The clue to the formula is only a bonus because I cannot confirm its veracity. Therefore, 300 pounds, not a penny less. I believe it's needed elsewhere." Klein smiled. "This price is actually very fair. If it were anyone else, they might have offered 400 or even 500 pounds, and you might have even accepted that price. I'm not that foolish. I can still wait." The apothecary grumbled before saying, "The clue can be verified by old man, old Mr. Eye of Wisdom. It must be something that exists objectively, something that has detailed information before I'm able to appraise it. Just a clue isn't among these conditions," Eye of Wisdom said. "Divination, on the other hand, can roughly determine whether the clue is effective as long as it doesn't involve powers 2 or 3 sequences above myself," Klein silently said to himself. However, he wouldn't reveal his expertise in divination at a Beander gathering. "All right then, 300 pounds plus the clue. You lucked out." The apothecary took a deep breath and pulled out a thick wad of cash. He then counted the corresponding amount and then asked the attendant to bring him a pen and paper before he started writing. After he was done writing the clue, he crumpled the paper into a ball and handed it along with the cash and some items to the attendant. Klein was suddenly stunned when he saw the attendant walk over. In addition to the cash and clue, there were also 4 glass tubes filled with what seemed to be pure liquids. "What are these?" Klein asked, perplexed. "Have you forgotten? Your sedative, the sedative I specially concocted. It's 10 solely a bottle, 2 pounds for 4, so the cash there is 298 pounds, answered the apothecary. "If you're worried about my sedative, you can have it." Appraised. "I really forgot. I did all of that to gain Miss Sharon's trust, and now that she's not here, well, it's fine. Maybe a sedative would be able to handle some unexpected situations." Klein stopped talking, took out the spring of elf's marrow crystal, took the items, counted the cash in front of everyone, and determined their authenticity with the faint candlelight. A total of 298 pounds, that's right. Seeing that his wallet could no longer hold any more cash, Klein could only roll up the bills and slip them into his pocket. After putting away the sedative, he unfolded the note and glanced at the clue. "On the south side of the bridge, on Rose Street, at the Harvest Church, find Bishop Utravsky. As long as you help him complete a mission, you'll be able to get the apothecary formula." Harvest Church. That's one of the few cathedrals of the Church of Mother Earth in the kingdom. This church also grasps 2 Beander pathways, planter, and apothecary. The clues match well, Klein thought as he refolded the note. As the gathering continued, it was unknown whether the female Beander with the artisan backing her wasn't present, or she just didn't have any new Beander weapons to sell. There were no signs of her, leaving Klein disappointed. Now that he had 509 pounds in hand, he wanted to equip himself nicely. After many transactions were aborted, a man sitting on a stool said in a low voice, "A friend of mine was unfortunately discovered in this investigation. He's imprisoned in a particular Lord of Storm's cathedral by the mandated punishers. I wish to hire a few helpers to rescue him." Eye of Wisdom immediately replied, "Stray dog, give up that thought. A cathedral's mandated punishers and sealed artifacts are enough to destroy all of us here. Your friend's fate has already been decided. Don't let yourself be trapped in the same situation." Stray Dog looked around and realized that no one responded to his request. He couldn't help but thump his thigh, growling, "But, what did he do wrong? He's an excellent physician. He's saved a lot of patients and has never hurt anyone. Just because he consumed a potion and became a Beander, he's to be imprisoned in a place where the sun never shines. He'll even become an experimental subject for the mandated punishers. Why? Stray dogs' agonized questions echoed in the room. Even the apothecary, who couldn't keep his mouth shut, remained silent. Klein, a former official Beander, could only sigh deeply in his heart. Without the spread of the acting method, wild Beyonders are ticking time bombs. But if the acting method is popularized, then the situation would become even more chaotic and bloody. After all, there are the laws of Beander characteristics, indestructibility and conservation. In this heavy atmosphere, the gathering came to an end. Klein, who had gotten nothing else, spoke again. Who has revolvers and bullets that come augmented with different Beander effects? For example, purification, demon hunting, etc. He didn't specifically fix the caliber of the bullets because he didn't have a gun yet. He could simply wait until he bought the bullets before matching the corresponding gun. In the midst of the silence, a female Beander sitting in the same corner replied in a low voice, "I can help you ask, and I'll give you the answer at the next gathering." It seemed to be the lady with the artisan backing her. Klein sighed. After the gathering ended, he didn't return to Minsk Street directly. Instead, he went to East Borough and changed his clothes, heading to the border between North Borough and Hillston Borough. It was where the suspected member of the Numinous Episcopate, Kapusky Reed, lived. Chapter 303, Rookie. North Borough, Alka Street. Kapusky Reed was sitting in a reclining chair in his activity room, lost in thought. In front of him was a fireplace burning with charcoal. As a senior educator at a public school, he received a salary of more than £4 a week, which was enough for a bachelor like him to live quite well, but the clothes he wore at home were patched up, and the teacups on the table looked extremely simple. Without taking off his wig, the most striking thing about Kapusky was his high cheekbones and puffed-up chest, a deformity in which the sternum protruded outwards. On his knee was a book of poems in ancient Fasak, but he hadn't flipped a single page even after some time had passed. Kapusky's eyes were unfocused as he stared blankly when he suddenly heard a light chuckle in his ear. "I'm very curious as to why you didn't run and chose to remain at home. Aren't you afraid of the police coming for you?" The voice was low and hoarse, like a boy whose voice was cracking during puberty. Kapusky shuddered and almost jumped out of his reclining chair. He abruptly turned his head to look and saw that there was a figure sitting on the sofa a few steps away from him. The figure wore summer wear, a linen shirt and light trousers. Its face was hazy and indistinct. Who are you? What are you doing here?" Kapusky asked immediately as he gripped the armrest. Klein, who had used his hallucination powers, leaned back, crossed his hands, and leisurely said, "Just last night, hey, it should be earlier this morning, I saved all of you." "Saved us?" Kapusky relaxed a little when he realized that the intruder didn't seem to mean any harm. "Why, you're that person in the forest. You took care of the corpse we awakened." As he spoke, he moved awkwardly, showing obvious fear. "He was able to infiltrate without me realizing it while I was awake. I definitely wouldn't be able to resist." Such thoughts quickly flashed through Kapusky's mind. "You guys are quite lucky that I happened to pass by, otherwise, there would only be corpses left strewn on the ground in the forest, corpses that would have been bitten to shreds." Klein laughed. "Answer my previous question. I'm very curious why you stayed at home. Do you know what crimes you've committed?" From the way that he had conducted the resurrection ritual and the reaction he had before and after the ritual, Klein had confirmed that Kapusky was a rookie who didn't have the means to hide his true emotions. Therefore, he intended to only use spirit vision and interrogation to get to the bottom of the matter. At most, he would verify it with divination at the end. I know, secretly buying corpses and robbing corpses from tombs. These are all crimes that can land me in jail for more than 10 years. Moreover, I'll definitely be punished by the church." Kapusky, who didn't look 30, drew a breath and said with a wry smile, "However, as long as I didn't cause too much trouble, those children and their parents wouldn't snitch on me because they also did the same thing. Even if they wanted to get a lighter sentence by helping the investigation by turning themselves in, they would still end up in jail for some time." "Hey," Kapusky gave a self-deprecating laugh. "Some of the children have already told their parents who I am. They've gotten gangsters to warn me to resign within a week and stay away from school." I agreed. Klein gently nodded his head. "It's a good thing to change environments. Of course, don't do similar things again. Bewitching ignorant children to commit crimes is a heinous act. I won't, never again. I never imagined that it would be that dangerous. I just saw that they had the same interests as I did, which was why I wanted to teach them and led them to search for the secrets of immortality. As for digging graves, many doctors did it a long time ago." Kapusky sighed with some lingering fear. The color of his emotions matches his current state of mind. From the sound of it, he doesn't seem to be a member of the numinous episcopate. Klein thought for a moment, then he bluntly asked, "Where did you learn the spirit dance from?" Spirit dance? Ah, I usually call it the dance of death. Kapusky was taken aback at first before he came to a realization. An old gentleman taught it to me. An old gentleman, Klein pressed. Kapusky's mind turned adrift as he recalled his memories. He was a vagabond. He fainted in front of my house because of a serious illness. At the time, I didn't know that he was ill. I thought he had simply fallen unconscious, so I helped him home. I gave him a heated towel and applied some ointment for him. After he woke up, he told me not to send him to a hospital or clinic and that death was not the end. I experienced the deaths of my parents and several relatives and was very interested in such things. So, I chatted with him and found out that he had profound knowledge and an admirable philosophy in this area. He seemed to be very satisfied with my curiosity and even performed a miracle of killing a mosquito and waking it up. This introduction, I've read at least 10 novels with similar openings in my previous life. They were all novels about bringing an old grandpa, who was on the brink of death, home out of kindness, only to have a fortuitous encounter. Klein's mouth twitched. So, you left him at home? Kapusky nodded solemnly and said, "Yes. If it wasn't for the lack of time, I would have even wanted to become his student. During those few days, he taught me a lot of knowledge and the dance of death. Unfortunately, this period of time was too brief. As soon as I built momentum, he died, leaving behind only a copper whistle." Before he finished his sentence, Kapusky took out an exquisite copper whistle that didn't seem old. "This is it. I have one too. It's probably at the ancestor grade though," Klein lampooned, and he thoughtfully asked, "How long ago was this? What did he look like? Where did you bury him?" "Half a year ago." His most obvious feature was his graying hair and red spots on the side of his face. "He told me to bury him in the garden out back." Kapusky did a calculation of the dates. "It's not Mr. Azek, but the chances are that he's a member of the numinous episcopate and not someone of a low sequence." Klein changed the subject and asked, "Apart from the spirit dance, you also learned the resurrection ritual?" "I've only learned half of that ritual. I used some scattered knowledge and folklore to slowly improve it bit by bit," Kapusky answered very honestly. "Improved it based on folklore?" "Oh, that poor black cat, may the goddess bless you." Klein resisted the urge to draw a crimson moon on his chest. "What else?" he pressed. "Yes, and this copper whistle. I think it's the key to communicating with the world beyond our senses." Kapusky raised it and blew at it, sighing. "Every time I finish blowing it, I can feel the surroundings turn cold. It's as if someone is watching me and tugging at me." While he was speaking, Klein, who had his spirit vision activated, saw water patterns ripple out from the ground. A cold air spread out alongside it, and the fire and light dimmed a little. Next, a skull with 3 protruding, unfocused eyes emerged from the ground. Around the skull, there were many black jointed tentacles. A tentacle reached out, touching Kapusky's leg and tugged at his clothes from time to time, appearing rather impatient. However, Kapusky didn't respond at all, as though he hadn't noticed. "Is this a messenger?" "The copper whistle is used to summon their corresponding messengers. What's the meaning of you summoning it without giving it a letter?" Klein was stunned seeing this scene. At that moment, Kapusky looked at him excitedly. "Did you feel it? The surroundings turned cold. The gas lamps have dimmed too. I'm not lying. Someone is watching me and tugging at me." The horrific-looking messenger tried to touch Kapusky, over and over again, but in the end, it didn't receive a letter and went back, underground, in resignation. The corners of Klein's mouth twitched slightly as he saw this scene. He whispered to himself in his heart, "I take back what I said about him. He's not a rookie, he's an utter noob. He's not even a Beander. I had thought that he was someone who had just stepped through the door of mysticism to learn the basics, but now, it seems like he hasn't even found the location of the door." Corpse collectors of the death sequence pathway can all see ghosts and spirit bodies directly. Combined with how Kapusky had acted by using the copper whistle to command the zombie after the ritual, Klein was convinced that he wasn't lying. He sighed silently. Then, he thought of a question: if I were to write a note and hand it to that messenger, where would it be delivered? A true member of the numinous episcopate. Some senior member. Suppressing this thought, Klein nodded and said, "It has indeed turned cold." After replying, he quickly changed the topic. "Have you felt anything unusual since the old gentleman's death?" Not before, but but in the last 2 weeks, I'd have the occasional feeling that someone around me is like a corpse, the kind that can be awoken. Kapusky asked, feeling both curious and afraid, is it a hallucination? It's in line with what Adol said. He isn't lying. Klein stole a glance at the colors of Kapusky's aura and sincerely told him, I suggest that you go to a cathedral at least 3 times a week for the next 2 months, attend mass, and listen to preachings. If you do not wish to do so, you can first prepare a grave for yourself. All right, Kapusky answered, feeling disappointed. He thought that it was a manifestation of his improvement. Klein contemplated for a moment and said in a commanding tone, take me to the old gentleman's corpse. Ah, okay. Kapusky was about to refuse, but then he instantly recognized the reality of the situation he was in. He picked up his tools and led Klein out the back door from the kitchen, into a withered garden, and stopped in front of a slanted tree. Klein stood by his side and watched Kapusky skillfully dig through the dirt, revealing the slate underneath. Having finished with the upper layer, Kapusky used his tools to pry open the slate. The slate was pressed against the soil that had been dug out just moments ago. The not-so-deep tomb was veiled in the crimson moon's luster that faintly penetrated through the clouds. Kapusky subconsciously looked over when he suddenly let out a miserable scream, retreated a few steps, and fell to the ground. There was no rotting corpse or bones in the tomb. The bottom layer was littered with white feathers, dyed in yellow oil. Chapter 304, Feathers, White Feathers. Looking at the corpseless grave, Klein suddenly thought of a word, angel. In the canon of the 7 major churches, they were filled with legends of angels and saints. The former had one characteristic, a pair of pure white wings on its back, and as many as 2, 3, or even 6 pairs of pure white wings. However, in the blink of an eye, Klein remembered something else. Mr. Azek had once described his dream to him, one that seemed to indicate his different lives. One of the scenes was inside a dark mausoleum. There were many opened ancient coffins beside him, and in the coffins, there were corpses with white feathers growing from their backs. Is this a special characteristic of the death pathway, or a strange phenomenon caused by the numinous episcopate? Klein didn't say a word as he restrained his emotions and calmly looked at the white feathers stained with yellowish oil at the bottom of the grave. His initial judgment was that the old gentleman wasn't an angel, as the terrifying sequence 2, or even sequence 1 Beyonders, would certainly produce intense effects on their surroundings when they died. For example, the holy artifact, the ashes of a saint which had been stored behind Tingen City's Chinese gate, would extend almost invisible thin, black, and cold lines so as to seal the people and things around it. Of course, it's also possible that he didn't actually die, he's like Mr. Azek. Klein bent down and picked up 3 white feathers with his black-gloved right hand. He planned to do some divination above the gray fog when he returned home. At that moment, Kapusky came to his senses, scrambled to Klein's side, and looked at the grave with a hint of fear. Where's the body? Klein looked at him and said in a low voice, maybe he left by himself. He left by himself, Kapusky repeated in horror, now fully aware of how terrible it was for the dead to awaken. His legs trembled as he muttered to himself, but I didn't use the resurrection ritual on him. Klein turned around and looked at him for a few seconds. Death is not the end. Death is not the end. Death is not the end. Kapusky was quite frightened by his own beliefs as he blurted out, will he come back? Well, the copper whistle had summoned a messenger which probably corresponds to the old gentleman. In other words, by giving the messenger a letter, it is equivalent to sending a letter to the old gentleman, a man who has been dead for almost half a year. Hey, I wonder where he went and what kind of state he's in. In response to Kapusky's question, Klein gave him an indifferent reminder. Don't blow that copper whistle again. You mean the copper whistle will draw him back? Kapusky asked in horror. Before Klein could reply, he asked again, can you help me throw this copper whistle into the Tussock River? If you can't, I'll do it myself. Weren't you interested in the philosophy of death? Klein lampooned as he reached out to take Kapusky's copper whistle. He was planning on sending the dead man a letter when the conditions were right to see what would happen. Of course, the prerequisite for all of this was that he was certain that there wasn't too much danger involved. After instructing Kapusky to fill up the grave again, Klein had a brief exchange with him about the spirit dance and the corresponding mysticism knowledge, enriching his own knowledge. He also asked Kapusky in detail about how he laid the old gentleman's body, facing down, in accordance with his last words, under certain special circumstances, using spirit dance to replace part of the cumbersome setup for ritualistic magic would be more effective and simple. Seeing that he had achieved his goal, Klein warned Kapusky to stop dabbling with the so-called resurrection rituals. Then, he left the street through the garden and took a long detour via carriage to East Borough. After changing back into his previous clothes, he returned to Minsk Street and entered his bedroom. After a series of actions, he carried the 3 white feathers and Kapusky's copper whistle above the gray fog. Seated in the fool's high-back chair, Klein conjured pen and a paper. He wrote a divination statement he had long thought of, its origins. Then, he held the 3 white feathers and leaned back in his chair. As he chanted silently, Klein entered a dreamland. It was a blurry grayish-white all around him. In this world, there was rich darkness without any light. Suddenly, the darkness was dyed with a crimson shade. A thin, pale hand reached out of the yellowish-brown soil. A figure slowly got up. He didn't lift the stone slab, but he pierced through the soil directly. Under the crimson-red moonlight, the clothes on the figure's back were tattered, and white feathers grew out one after another. The white-haired man tilted his head, revealing the red spots on his face, as well as his blank, emotionless eyes. It began to walk, struggling through the surrounding fences, heading deeper into the darkness until it disappeared far away. The dream shattered and Klein woke up. White feathers sprouted from the back of the corpse. Its state resembles Miss Sharon's, but it's clearly different as well. It gave off a very heavy and corporeal feeling. It seemed to be phasing between a human's body and a spirit's body in a semi-natural and incomplete transformation. An envoy that's connected to the real world and the spirit underworld. Klein tapped the edge of the long table and thought for quite a while. Then, he divined whether there was any danger in using the copper whistle he received from Kapusky at that very moment and received a positive answer. Furthermore, the spirit pendulum moved with great amplitude and high frequencies. It's a pity that I can't directly use the copper whistle above the gray fog. The messenger wouldn't be able to enter at all, otherwise, there wouldn't be any danger. After muttering to himself, Klein descended through the gray fog and returned to the real world. Early morning, in the relatively refreshing woods in Empress Borough. The apothecary, with a round face who was in his 30s, appeared in a secluded corner and stored the herbs that he had secretly planted into a leather bag that he carried around with him. After completing the mission for the day, he straightened his back, and he began to stretch his body. He mumbled to himself in great satisfaction, "Sure enough, my physical constitution has improved. I'm no longer like what I was before, where I was relatively resistant to poisonous elements. However, why is my sequence 8 beast tamer? What does this have to do with apothecary? Well, an apothecary tames and uses plants and parts of animals that have lost their lives, while a beast tamer tames and uses living animals. Does it include beyonder creatures? Then, will my sequence 7 be able to tame and use humans? The old geezer didn't even tell me the name of sequence 7, nor did he give me the formula. When I stabilize, I'll have to try contacting him." The apothecary began punching and kicking to get used to his strengthened body. He only stopped when he was utterly exhausted. Whoosh, while panting, he began to consider a serious problem: how should a beast tamer act? Beast tamer, how should it be done? Look for animals and tame them. As the apothecary was mumbling to himself, he suddenly sensed something and looked towards the artificial lake. There was a huge golden retriever running happily. The large golden retriever seemed to notice his gaze as it suddenly turned its head to look at him. As their gazes met in midair, the large golden retriever froze for a moment. Then, it nimbly turned around and ran away, disappearing without a trace. Susie returned to a piano room and sat beside Audrey's feet, her tongue hanging out as she panted heavily. It waited until the blonde girl finished playing a song before it said in fear, "Audrey, I met a scary guy. His eyes were scary." "Is that so? What did he want to do to you?" Audrey asked, curious and concerned. Susie thought for a moment and said, "I don't know either. In short, he's very dangerous. That was my intuition." "What does he look like?" Audrey considered letting the guards and attendants warn the man. "I didn't see him clearly. I feel that he is my natural enemy." Susie replied in all seriousness. "Your natural enemy? A dog-type nemesis?" Audrey gave a reserved smile. "Susie, don't go into those woods for now." "Woof, Audrey, were you in a bad mood? I could tell from your piano music," Susie asked. Audrey nodded gently and said, "Yay, I just received word from Glaint that Furs and Zio wanted to inform me that this evening's gathering has been cancelled. I was originally planning to exchange some Beander ingredients for you, and also attempt to come into contact with people from the psychology alchemists," she added silently in her heart. "Why?" Susie asked, puzzled. Audrey thought for a moment before replying. "It's said to be a result of the serial murders." On Saturday morning, Backlund's air was as bad as usual. Klein was trying to make a noodle dish which he loved to eat as a child. For this, he bought higher quality flour, added water and sugar, and mixed it to form a pot of thin paste. Then, he poured oil into the pot and moistened the surface. After the oil heated up, he scooped up some of the flour paste with his soup spoon and poured it to the side of the pot, spreading it thin. Amidst the sizzling sounds, he spread out several flat pieces of bread, and the fragrance of the flour gradually emanated. When he was almost done, he removed the soft flat pieces of bread, one by one, and put them on the plate. Then, he added water and turned the remaining materials into batter. As soon as he returned to the dining room with the flat bread and paste, Klein impatiently tore off a piece and stuffed it into his mouth. The flat piece of bread only had a rich fragrance of wheat and a sweet taste that whetted his appetite. It was simple and plain, but it was exceptionally delicious. It's the taste from my memories, Klein quickly ate, occasionally drinking a mouthful of the paste. As he was almost done eating and started to slow down, the doorbell suddenly rang. A new commission. Klein took off his napkin, wiped his hands, and got up to go to the door. Before he touched the handle, the image of a visitor appeared in his mind. It was a middle-aged gentleman with white sideburns, a thin face, and an outstanding temperament. It was the private detective, Isengard Stanton, who could get an invitation from the police. Why is he here? Klein opened the door in puzzlement and asked with a smile, "Good morning, Mr. Stanton. Is there something?" Isengard took off his half-top hat and smiled. "Good morning, Mr. Moriarty. I wish to work with you. I believe you're an excellent detective. After all, you previously managed to lead your investigations all the way to East Balam Dock and the Dock Union all by yourself. Cooperate." Klein didn't hide his surprise. Isengard tapped his black cane and replied in a deep voice, "To find the serial killer behind the recent chain of serial murders. The police has already offered a reward of £2,000. Chapter 305. The Detective Exchange. £2,000. That's enough to drive all the bounty hunters and private detectives in Backlund crazy. This isn't like Rear Admiral Hurricane Kilangos, who was out at sea for extended periods of time and had a bunch of subordinates. It's a bounty that can easily be touched if one reaches out. Well, a pirate with combat prowess comparable to a Sequence 5 was worth 10,000 gold pounds, and a Sequence 6 murderer would have to be at the value of 3,000 to 4,000 pounds to be reasonable. Could it be that the Nighthawks and mandated punishers have misjudged the serial killer to be a Sequence 7, rather than a quasi-expert who is about to advance to Sequence 5? It's very possible that the ritual that the Sun mentioned is rather ancient. Perhaps after the cataclysm, it has rarely appeared again, and the few great churches and military don't have any information regarding this. There's an underlying problem. The Church of the Goddess, the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery, as well as the Augustus royal family, was said to have risen from the cataclysm. It's reasonable if they aren't aware of the past, but the Church of the Lord of Storms have always insisted that they are one of the oldest. Could it be that their age is referring to a period of time after the devils retreated back into the abyss? After hearing Isengard Stanton's words, the first thing that flashed across Klein's mind was to assess the amount of the bounty, and then he allowed his mind to wander and made many connections. "What's your opinion?" Isengard noticed that Sherlock Moriarty seemed distracted and pressed him. "My opinion?" Klein was momentarily stumped. A normal private detective would have definitely agreed, both because of the bounty and because of the well-known detective in front of him. A friendship with Isengard would provide him with great benefits in the detective circles. The problem, however, was that Klein wasn't a normal private detective. He was worried that he would run into the Nighthawks who were in charge of the investigation. "Although I now have a beard, glasses, and a change in hairstyle, and the few Nighthawks who have seen me only a few times wouldn't recognize me, what if it was Madame Daly? However, it also isn't right to turn down the request, as that wouldn't make sense. It would appear bizarre and suspicious. Furthermore, I do hope to catch that devil as soon as possible. Otherwise, I don't know how many innocent girls will be killed." Klein hesitated for a few seconds, then he smiled. "I've recently taken on a very troublesome case. I'm afraid I don't have much spare time." Before Isengard Stanton could speak up, he added, "I can participate in the discussion and help to look through the information and analyze the clues, but I don't think I'll make any specific investigations. I'll do a divination later. If there's a problem, I'll also hold back from sharing my opinion and purely be a spectator." As he spoke, Klein quickly formulated a plan. Holding the black cane in his hand, Isengard pondered for a moment and said, "No problem. I've gathered more than a dozen detectives and have enough people to perform the investigation. What I admire the most about you is your excellent reasoning and analytical skills. Without as many resources as me, you actually managed to go all the way to the East Balam dock and went to the dock union. If we do capture the criminal and receive the bounty, I'll distribute the rewards according to everyone's contribution in a reasonable manner. Trust me, I have some credibility in this business. All right, I hope for a pleasant partnership. Klein reached out with his right hand and shook it, feeling the dry warmth of Isengard's palm. It wasn't easy for a middle-aged gentleman in his 40s or 50s to maintain such a warmth in Backland's late autumn. This added to Klein's suspicions that Isengard was a Beander. Likewise, Isengard smiled and nodded. At that moment, Klein realized that he was being somewhat impolite, so he smiled and said, "Sorry, I forgot to invite you in, let's talk about this over coffee and tea." "Thank you for the offer. I've already arranged for the detectives to come to my house at 9 in the morning to discuss the case. My assistant is waiting for them there." Isengard took out a marvel of mechanical beauty, a silver pocket watch with complicated engravings, opened it, and he said, "We need to head over there to meet them." "Will that be a problem?" "Not at all. Let me use the bathroom first and have a change of clothes." At this moment, Klein suddenly rediscovered the feeling of being a Nighthawk again, striking evil down, maintaining order, and protecting the people. In the bathroom, Klein went above the gray fog and received an acceptable answer through divination. He quickly returned to the real world, put on his coat and hat, took his cane, and followed Isengard into a rental carriage where he sat beside him. Isengard looked at him and asked while seemingly in thought, "I'm very curious about how you managed to discover that Cyber's death was related to the dock union at East Balam docks." "I didn't discover it, it's a misunderstanding." Klein considered the question seriously to fabricate a lie. With a smile on his face, he answered vaguely, "The crux of the investigation was to first determine that Cyber's death was done by a copycat." This point was all thanks reporter Mike Joseph. After confirming this, using the clues about Cyber's route from Golden Rose, together with other clues, I had a matching guess, so I disguised myself as a reporter to perform the investigations. Isengard nodded slightly, and without wasting any more time on the subject, he went on to give a more detailed account of the serial murders than the newspaper had described, especially the latest case. Time flew by as the discussion and exchange progressed. The carriage arrived at a slightly old building in the Hillston borough. The house's lighting wasn't very good. Even though there wasn't much fog in Backland today, it remained rather gloomy. Isengard Stanton led Klein through the spacious living room and into the activity room where the fireplace had been lit. Klein looked around and saw about 16 detectives, who had filled every available seat in the activity room. "Sherlock," a surprised voice sounded. It seemed to be very familiar with Klein. "Who is it?" Klein looked over in surprise and realized that Detective Stewart, who he had just bade farewell yesterday, was actually here. He carefully looked around and recognized Detective Kazlana, who had been protecting Adol, and her assistant, Lydia. What a coincidence. The corners of Klein's mouth curled up into a smile as he approached Stewart. Stewart squeezed to the side, vacating half of his seat, and said with a pat, "Maybe it's not a coincidence. I've read about it in a magazine before. There's a psychological phenomenon called synchronicity. Just thinking about it can make it happen. Haha, that's a joke." At this point, Isengard introduced Klein to the detectives present. "This is Mr. Sherlock Moriarty, an excellent detective." With his endorsement, Kazlana and the others looked at Klein with much more trust than before, believing him to be an outstanding private detective. Klein nodded in response, sat down next to Stewart, and casually asked, "Is your commission over?" "Yes, Adol's situation has improved, and something seemed to happen to that bad company of his, and they're unable to threaten him any further, so we lost our jobs." Stewart laughed and said, "I was planning to rest for a few days, but Mr. Stanton summoned me, so I came to take a look. Actually, this is also good, as I really don't like to take on strange, scary cases." "Oh, scary as in those with paranormal elements. Compared to those, I'm more willing to take on murder cases." After an assistant had poured each of them a cup of coffee or tea and distributed the information, Isengard sat down in a reclining chair, took out his pipe, and slowly rubbed it. "I don't think any of you would be unfamiliar with this recent chain of serial murders. Do you have any thoughts on this case? Speak out so that we can engage in a discussion over it." Stewart, whose face was thin and had a tiny mustache, raised his hand and spoke first. "I just read through the information and discovered that the police didn't start investigating the case based on the identity of the victim. I don't think the criminal could have figured out with his eyes if the victim was once a street girl. He must have had contact with them. This is such an important clue, but the police actually missed it. God, this is unbelievable. That criminal most likely recognized the victim with the naked eye, Klein muttered to himself. The majority of the private detectives echoed Stewart's doubts. Only Kazlana, Isengard, and a few others remained silent. This is a very important direction. Stewart, get a few friends to continue this line of investigation. When the discussion subsided, Isengard calmly gave a comment. In the time that followed, the detectives argued, raised their voice to retort, stood up at times in order to pace around to collect their thoughts. During this whole time, Klein listened without comment. When the exchange was almost over, he suddenly raised his hand and said, I want information on the unsolved serial murders in the last 20 years spanning across Backland and even the entire kingdom. The room suddenly fell silent for a few seconds, and most of the private detectives were momentarily unable to understand Klein's intentions and thoughts. Isengard put his pipe to his nose, inhaled its scent, and said thoughtfully, You think that this isn't the murderer's first series of crimes? You suspect him of having committed similar crimes before, even if the modus operandi is different. It isn't a suspicion, but almost a certainty, Klein replied in his heart. This was his reasoning based on the information provided by the Sun. Since the killer was working hard to advance from Sequence 6 to Sequence 5, what did he do at Sequence 7 as a serial killer? If he hadn't committed similar crimes, it would have been difficult for him to digest the potion. Even with the accumulation of time, where there was a significant chance of losing control when advancing from Sequence 7 to Sequence 6. Furthermore, there was a high risk for Beyonders in the Abyss pathway to lose control. Hence, Klein decided that regardless of whether the murderer knew the acting method, he must have done serial murders during his time as a Sequence 7 for various reasons. This way, even if the process of digesting the Sequence 7 potion wouldn't take years to complete, together with Sequence 6, 20 years would be quite a reasonable limit. After all, if one was too old, regardless of whether one had digested the potion or not, advancing to the next sequence would have been too dangerous. As the ritual progressed, the person would become increasingly insane, leaving behind obvious clues. At the current stage, the murderer is calm and has the ability to interfere with divination and tracking. There were almost no loopholes, but he might not have been the same during his early days of inexperience. When he first completed a serial murder case, there was a high chance that he wasn't that cautious. This was the follow-up which would provide the best clues. Many thoughts flashed through Klein's mind, but he nodded and replied, that criminal's modus operandi doesn't make him seem like a rookie. I have reason to believe that he has done such cases before. By combining the past and the present, we're more likely to grasp the crux of the problem. Hearing his answer, the detectives whispered to each other in discussion. After a brief silence from Isengard, he sincerely praised, a brilliant idea. Chapter 306. Giant Bishop. In the evening, Klein sat down on a reclining chair in his activity room. Warmed by the fireplace, he picked up the information that Isengard's assistant had just delivered. As soon as his idea received praise from the great detective in the morning, Kazlana immediately claimed that she needed the same piece of information. Stewart had murmured that he had believed Klein was an excellent detective, given his calmness and composure when he faced Adol's case, but he hadn't expected him to be that outstanding. At the same time, he told Klein that if he needed help, he could find him. He knew a lot of people in the detective circles in Backland. Isengard Stanton also promised to immediately contact the police and try to provide the corresponding information to the detectives who needed it before nightfall. He truly was very trustworthy. At the next tarot club, I'll have to ask Little Sun through the world about the characteristics of Sequence 6 Devil and what powers the Beyonders of this sequence possess. I didn't plan on involving myself previously, so I had forgotten to gather the corresponding amount of information. However, since I've decided to help, it's best to be prepared. At the very least, I would know what's happening when danger rears its head. Klein thought for a few seconds, then he lowered his head and, under the light of the gas lamp, began to look through the unsolved serial murders in the last 20 years of the Lowen Kingdom. There were fewer than he had expected. There were a total of 4 in Backland, 5 in the other cities, a total of 9 in total. Yeah, although this world doesn't have the concept of DNA yet and lacks many necessary detective skills, with the impetus of the Emperor, there's already a rudimentary form of fingerprint investigations. Furthermore, there's mediumship, divination, dream entry, and other Beyonder methods. The police usually wouldn't seek out Beander teams from the three major churches for individual murder cases that don't involve the nobles, the rich, or officials. However, a serial killer has very negative repercussions. It easily causes panic, so they'll definitely make the wisest choice. This way, having only a few unsolved serial murders in the past 20 years is reasonable and logical. Klein quickly understood the reason. He gathered his thoughts and began flipping through the cases, one after another. In the absence of sufficient information to perform a divination, he had initially selected 2 serial killings that might be related to the current incident and intended to use them as an initial starting point. One case occurred 4 years ago. There were 5 victims, all single prostitutes with a child. They had been mistreated before they died but lacked any evidence of sexual intercourse. The police in charge of the case at the time thought that the murderer must have known the whores, or else it would have been impossible to precisely select individuals with a child. They had identified the suspects from the people who lived nearby and from the regular customers of several of the whores, but in the end, they failed to find the real murderer. Although the dossier only made a brief note, Klein could clearly tell that they had asked for the help of Beanders from the 3 major churches. Unfortunately, they were still unable to crack the case, with the Beander powers of the abyss being able to tell signs that a woman had once been a degenerate doesn't go against the law of mysticism. Likewise for recognizing an individual as a prostitute, but it doesn't make sense that they would know that the woman was single with only one child. The police were right. What was the problem? The real murderer was like me, able to resist dreams, divination, mediumship, and evade the investigations from mid-sequence Nighthawk and mandated Punisher Beanders. It's possible. Although the church doesn't lack knowledge about the serial killer, the murderer might have had some fortuitous encounters. Klein picked out some problems from his own standpoint. I'm analyzing them by being part of their kind. I really didn't fail to live up to the name of Moriarty. He gave a self-deprecating comment and decided that the first target would still be the 4 from Backland. Yes, I'll get Mr. Stanton to confirm the suspect's current address and condition through the police, and I'll ask Stewart to get others to help. That way, I wouldn't appear directly, so as to avoid encountering any official Beanders. After the situation has been clarified, I can gather the suspect's belongings and move them above the gray fog to make metaphysical deductions. Klein quickly worked out a plan. The second case had taken place 11 years ago. 4 cases of dismembered corpses had happened in succession. Originally, these cases were considered as isolated cases until the police began having suspicions over the way the bodies were handled. Only then was it confirmed that it was a case of serial murders. The victims were men and women who had worked till late at night before they returned home. They weren't robbed, and there had been no common connection between them. Due to the delay, time which was very valuable when the crime was first committed, the case failed to produce any clues pointing to a suspect. This is a problem caused by mishandling the case. If they had quickly received the help of a spirit medium, the wraith of the deceased might even gather around the murderer. Of course, it's also possible that the wraith can be killed by the murderer. Just like this case, there's probably only ashes of those victims left. It will be hard to do any investigations through them. Klein rubbed his temples, and when he saw that it was evening, he stopped considering the case and got up from his reclining chair to leave Minsk Street. He had something to do that night. He wanted to go to the area south of the bridge, to the Harvest Church on Rose Street, to find Bishop Utravsky in a bid to obtain the apothecary formula. He had already divined to see if it was dangerous or not. To Klein, having an apothecary as a subordinate was extremely helpful. He could get injured or fall sick. He could encounter enemies who could harm him, and an apothecary who he could find at any moment would be someone he could rely on. After making a detour to East Borough, Klein disguised himself and took the steam metro to cross the Tussock River and arrived at the district south of the bridge. Along the way, the darkness along the metro line and the corresponding gas lamps formed an unforgettable scene. While on the public carriage, Klein came to Rose Street and found the tiny Harvest Church, which was easily recognizable. The golden cathedral had a more striking steeple and a sacred emblem of life engraved on its outer wall. It was a baby surrounded by the symbols of wheat, flowers, and spring water. It stood out from the surrounding buildings. At that moment, the cathedral's lights were dim, and there wasn't a single devotee inside. Klein sneaked in from the side, carefully dabbing his face with paint rather than relying solely on his ability to create illusions. In the hall of the cathedral, rows of pews were arranged neatly. Right at the top, at the front, there was a large sacred emblem of life. Candles were lit on both sides of it. A tall man in his 40s or 50s wearing a brown clergyman's attire sat in the front pew. Just by sitting there, he was like a small mountain, giving off an extremely oppressive feeling. The man wore a bishop's bonnet, and his eyebrows were light and thin. There were obvious wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, his cheeks, and the corners of his mouth. He had his eyes closed tightly, his hands clasped as he pressed them to his chin, as if in the most pious of confessions. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, revealing a patch of light blueness. The Mother's Church will not reject anyone. Why didn't you take the main entrance? The 40 to 50-year-old man didn't raise his head as he spoke in a low and gentle voice. Are you Bishop Utravsky? Klein walked out of the shadows. The tall man in the brown bishop's attire replied gently, I prefer to be called a father. Father Utravsky. All right, Your Grace. Klein deliberately laughed. Your name and your height tell me that you're from Fasak. Why do you believe in Mother Earth? Bishop Utravsky raised his head slightly and stared at the sacred emblem of life ahead of him and said with emotion, I was born along the coasts of Midseashire, Inda. I was a man who was passionate about combat and killing. Inda, he really is from the Fasak Empire. Klein nodded indiscernibly. Midseashire was the natural border between Lowen, Intis, and Fasak. The east coast belonged to Lowen, most of the west coast belonged to Intis, and to the north were the famous port cities of the Fasak Empire, such as Inda. In addition, the Midseashire spread to the northeast, penetrating through the Fasak Empire's territory and connecting with the North Sea. There were many islands in that part of the sea that were the habitats for polar bears and sea lions. Hunting polar bears and sea lions were a traditional festival for the citizens of Fasak. Just as his thoughts began to wander a little, Bishop Utravsky continued looking forward and said, I committed a serious crime and fled to the Sonia Sea where I became a ruthless pirate. I was lucky enough to meet a missionary of Mother Earth before I fell into the true hell of the soul. After that day, I understood the value of life, understood the charms of all living things, and gained the joy that stems purely from life itself. I swore in front of the Mother Earth's sacred emblem that I would spread her faith in other countries to make up for my bloody past. Thus, here I am. I came here. Amidst his calm and emotional voice, Bishop Utravsky stood up. He was over 2.2 meters tall, and his build was sturdy. His robes were tight, and he looked like a giant from the legends who reappeared on the northern continent. A real giant is 3 to 5 meters tall, with a single vertical eye. The citizens of the Fasak Empire are generally tall. It's no wonder that they've always claimed to be the remnants of giants, believing that they have the blood of giants. Klein had to raise his neck to look at the priest's face. What are you doing here? Bishop Utravsky asked with his head lowered. I heard you have a request and that the reward is the apothecary formula. Klein, who had donned a disguise, went straight to the point. Bishop Utravsky fell silent for a few seconds before saying, yes. Although I'm not sure where you learned of this, it's true. Then, what task is it? Klein asked with a smile. Utravsky sized him up seriously for a while before saying, I don't think you can fulfill my request. Perhaps I can. I need to know the details before I can make an evaluation. Klein frowned. Utravsky stood there like a giant pillar. After a few seconds, he said, my request is. At this point, he closed his eyes and said, kill me. Chapter 307, Don Paladin, kill you. It was the first time Klein had heard of such a request, and for a moment, he didn't know how to respond to such a task. He even started to suspect if there was a conspiracy. Bishop Utravsky opened his eyes and looked down at Klein. Kill the old me. Father, can you not have such long pauses when you're speaking? Klein's mouth twitched as he asked in puzzlement, even in the legends and myths, no one can return to the past. I'm afraid this task of yours can only be accomplished by the 7 gods. No, I mean, killing the past me which has never died as it resides in the depths of my heart. Seeing that Klein was still confused, the slightly hunchbacked bishop said, the former me, who used to love to kill and fight, didn't completely die just because of my contrition. I can clearly sense that he's still living inside my body, always wanting to regain control of everything, and I'm constantly suppressing him, hoping that he will be redeemed through mass, ascetic cultivation, and preaching, making him truly believe in the teachings of the Mother Earth and become one with me again. Simply put, the imprints of the past are too deep, and they fiercely conflict with your current life, resulting in a split personality. The pseudo-psychologist and keyboard warrior, Klein Moretti, made a preliminary judgment and said in deliberation, it's a psychological problem. I think what you need most is a psychiatrist. I've attempted that before. Perhaps you aren't aware. There is a doctor sequence among the Beander pathway that the Church of Mother Earth controls, which is also known as healing pastor in ancient times. They've studied my problem and believe it's not as simple as a psychological ailment. It's also mixed with the inclination of losing control. If the past me defeats the present me, I will lose control without a doubt and become a monster, Yutravsky said with a sigh. Then what you need is the spectator pathways sequence 7, psychiatrist. Klein thought for a moment and said, your words make me believe that you've found a way to solve your problem, but you only lack a suitable executor, am I right? Yes, all these years, besides preaching, I've also been searching for people and objects that can help me. In the end, with Mother Earth's blessings, I obtained a very mystical item. It is said to be a relic of an ancient dragon. Seeing that Klein wasn't scared away, Yutravsky answered with some hope, it allows the wielder to enter the deepest part of the target's soul, or, in other words, the bottom of the target's dreamland. There, a corresponding scene will be materialized. That way, you can see the past me directly, and then, through combat, eliminate him. In that special state, once he is truly dead, he will never appear again. As expected of the mysterious world, there's actually such a method to treat someone with split personalities. Klein sighed with emotion and cautiously asked, what restrictions are there, or what harm will it cause to the holder? Why do you think I'm incapable of completing this task? Bishop Yutravsky looked down at Klein and said, once you use that mystical item, although the owner will remain conscious, there are many layers to the soul or dreamland. The past me will be able to make full use of this point to deceive you, or conversely, they can even kill you. And after a set period of time, yes, 5 minutes, that mystical item will make you completely lose consciousness, and your mind will never be able to return to your body and become its sacrifice. In this way, you will become a vegetable. In addition, as a result of the scene's materialization, if you're killed in the deepest part of your heart, or to put it in another way, the lowest level of the dreamland, similar side effects will occur. It's equivalent to true death. Believe me, the past me is much stronger than you think. So that's how it is. However, this issue isn't a problem at all for me. I'm someone who can stay awake and rational during spirit channeling and dreams. Even if that mystical item wants to make me lose myself completely, there's no need to worry too much. As long as there's room for struggle, I can take 4 steps counterclockwise and chant my honorable name, and directly head above the gray fog. The problem is, how strong is the past Bishop Yutravsky, and what are my chances of defeating him? What restrictions or taboos are there in fighting in a materialized spiritual world? Klein thought for a while and said, how strong were you, Father? Yutravsky, I don't think I would definitely lose. Bishop Yutravsky's eyes turned adrift for a moment. I was a warrior. I have already reached sequence 6 of my Beander pathway, becoming a Dawn Paladin. So he's not a Beander of the Planter pathway. He himself said that he had committed a crime and become a pirate before being converted by the Church of Mother Earth, sequence 6. Yes, it's not like I can't win. A magician is the kind of Beander that's much stronger if they make preparations in advance. Also, due to my uniqueness, the deepest part of my heart, or the lowest level of my dreamland, can be considered as my home ground. Klein pondered for a few seconds and said, will that mystical item weaken him? Yes, but it's still his main region of activity, so the weakening wouldn't be too great. At most, it would be like he had already fought an intense battle. Yutravsky recalled his previous attempts. That just raises my chances, Klein continued. Is there anything I need to pay attention to in that special environment? Just like real combat, effective attacks are always effective, illusions will remain illusions, but one thing must be noted, he can bring you into a few other levels of the dreamland at any time, creating a situation where it's hard to determine whether it's reality or an illusion. Bishop Yutravsky emphasized, so, you have to be at least at sequence 6, or some other special sequence 7 to be able to complete this mission, and the risk is nothing trivial. Hey, if I didn't swear on a holy artifact of Mother Earth that I wouldn't ask the church for help before my missionary succeeds, things wouldn't have been so difficult. So that's how it is. I'm not afraid of a dream. The corner of Klein's mouth curled up. Final question, are there any points to take note of when fighting a Dawn Paladin? Bishop Yutravsky frowned his wrinkled face and said with a sigh, this is something that requires absolute secrecy for Beyonders. However, as long as you participate in enough battles, others would often be able to conclude certain traits. Besides, the more details you know, the higher the chances of success are, right? Yes, Klein answered frankly with a nod. In a reminiscent tone, Bishop Utravsky said, a Dawn Paladin possesses a power akin to that of a giant, enabling the area within a 40 to 50 meter radius to be basked in the light of dawn. Such light cannot only dispel illusions, but it also has the special ability to exorcise wraiths and specters, and it can even weaken evil spirits. They can conjure dawn armor around their bodies, which would be equivalent to specially forged full-body armor that doesn't weigh anything or inhibit their motion in any way. If destroyed, recovery would require a certain amount of time. He can also conjure different weapons. The strongest weapon would be a two-handed rapier. It's often called the Sword of Dawn. It's sharp, solid, and each strike has a purification effect. Apart from that, Dawn Paladins have a type of Beyander power to create a hurricane of light. It can directly destroy a person's body, eliminate wraiths, and damage evil spirits. There aren't a lot of Beyander powers, but they are my natural enemy. They have high offensive strength and defense, and they're not afraid of illusions. The only good news is that, other than for facing wraiths and specters, the mysteriousness of a Dawn Paladin is very low. Klein listened as he simulated a combat situation in his mind, searching for the most reliable way to deal with a Dawn Paladin. The level of mysteriousness he was referring to implied strangeness, unpredictability, unfathomability, and incomprehensibility. Bishop Utravsky looked at him quietly. He didn't press him or drive him away. After gradually formulating a plan, Klein raised his head, looked over, and said, "Perhaps I can give it a try, but I will need to leave for a few minutes to confirm that you're not lying." Bishop Utravsky replied with a slightly stunned voice, "No problem. However, I must remind you once again, although I don't know where your confidence stems from, do not belittle the past me. He's extremely skilled in combat. I wouldn't joke with my life." Klein pressed his hand to his chest, bowed, and stepped out of the Harvest Church. He found a secluded spot and quickly went above the gray fog to make a divination. After obtaining an answer that there was a certain danger but at tolerable levels, he immediately returned to the real world. From the beginning to the end, it only took him about 10 to 20 seconds above the gray fog. Following that, Klein returned to the Harvest Church and said to Bishop Utravsky, who stood in his original spot, "I'll take this commission." Bishop Utravsky stared at him intently before slowly saying, "If you succeed, not only will I give you the apothecary formula, but I will also gift you a mystical item without much of a negative side effect." Klein was taken aback at first before he sincerely praised, "Father, you truly are a generous person." Bishop Utravsky didn't say another word. He took a strange candle from a concealed pocket in his brown clergyman's tunic. The outer layer of the short candle seemed to be wrapped in a layer of human skin, but there were also several bumps on it. Its wick was about the length of a finger segment and was entirely black in color. It was covered in tiny densely packed scale-like patterns. "Ignite it with your spirituality." Utravsky handed the tiny, strange candle to Klein. Instead of following his instructions, Klein took out a matchbox, took out a few of them, and put them in his trouser pocket. He lit and blew out a few other matchsticks before throwing them at various corners of the cathedral. Then, he adjusted the positions of the paper figurines, paper notes, long strips of paper, Azek's copper whistle, and various charms. This was in preparation for the worst-case scenario that he could imagine. After all of this was done, Klein snapped his fingers, causing a blue-colored flame of spirituality to appear. He held the flame close to the top of the tiny candle and watched the black wick light up. Nothing seemed to change, but Klein was acutely aware that he had entered the world of the mind. Directly in front of him, he saw Bishop Utravsky still standing in his original spot. His sturdy body, which was more than 2.2 meters tall, gave off a sense of oppression. The repentant bishop looked down at him, his facial muscles contorting. Following that, his expression became abnormally ferocious. Soon after, Klein discovered that the surrounding light and shadows were rapidly transforming, and it felt like he was experiencing a real, intense battle. At the end of the battle, Bishop Utravsky fell heavily to the ground. His breathless body had blood flowing profusely. Klein's mouth twitched as he saw the scene before him with a clear mind. He silently evaluated. "What a professional performance. But I know that this is a dream within a dream." Chapter 308, A Prepared Magician. When Klein looked down again, he could no longer see the strange candle wrapped in human skin. Instead, a faint, slightly sweet scent kept lingering around his nose. Ignoring the Bishop Utravsky's body that was lying down in a pool of his own blood, he took out his matchbox and lit one matchstick. The blood on the ground disappeared as soon as the spark was produced, and the messy church hall became tidy once again. The gargantuan Utravsky slowly got up, looked down at Klein, and said with a twisted face, "It actually didn't have any effect. It's no wonder that you dared to accept this task. However, this is your misfortune. I didn't actually want to kill you." As he spoke, the candlelight on both sides of the cathedral began to flicker visibly. The entire hall suddenly brightened, but it was mild and not blinding. It was as if the morning sun had just come in. The invisible spirit quickly vanished, and Klein, without a word, threw the match, flexed his cheeks, and simulated a sound. An invisible air bullet shot out and struck Bishop Utravsky heavily in the chest, producing a resounding sound. However, the giant bishop had at some point equipped a set of silver armor that covered his entire body. It included gauntlets, breastplates, and a helmet. At that moment, a spiderweb-like crack appeared on the silver metal at his chest, but it didn't completely shatter. It even began to slowly recover. Klein produced a series of sounds, creating 2 air bullets that followed one after the other, sending them towards the enemy's chest in a bid to completely destroy the enemy's defenses with a continuous barrage of attacks. However, he saw that in Bishop Utravsky's hand was a heavy, wide rapier, looking as if it was condensed from light. Using it, he deftly blocked the 2 air bullets, producing 2 sounds which were almost impossible to distinguish. Utravsky took 1 step forward, and the cathedral seemed to shake. At the same time, his 2-handed rapier swept down at Klein in a gesture that looked as if it was going to shatter the building. Before the sword arrived, the wind that it carried with it almost caused Klein to lose his balance. Such terrifying power. As this thought flashed through his mind, Klein deftly jumped to the side and bent over, ready to roll on the spot. The 2-handed rapier in Utravsky's hand smashed into the ground, shattering the stone slabs and causing cracks to spread rapidly in all directions. Screech. He dragged the rapier along the ground as he switched from a vertical slash to a horizontal sweep, causing sparks to fly. This move was meant for opponents who loved to roll. Just as Klein was about to hit the ground, the image of himself being struck by the 2-handed rapier appeared in his mind. He quickly swung his arms and reached out with his palms. He lightly pressed and once again leapt into the air. Whoosh! The resulting wind blew across the dust on the ground, and the terrifying rapier flattened the nearby pews. However, before Klein could counterattack, the giant bishop chained his attack without any pause. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes, 5 strikes, 6 strikes, 7 strikes. Utravsky seemed to possess extremely robust stamina. His unceasing, storm-like attacks lasted for dozens of seconds. He used the simplest of sword techniques, slashing vertically, slashing diagonally, sweeping horizontally, thrusting forward, and bashing forward, to demonstrate what was the most effective and reasonable way to deal the most damage. And the range of the 2-handed rapier reached a terrifying extent. Klein jumped, rolled, and ran. He didn't have the opportunity to use his powers and appeared rather pathetic. If it wasn't for the matches that he'd thrown ahead of time in different corners of the cathedral and how the candle on both sides of the altar had yet to be extinguished, allowing him to flash, he probably would have been slain by his enemy. As expected of a Beander job that's adept at combat, no mistakes, no weaknesses, Klein didn't panic because of this. Amidst his rolling and dodging, he constantly looked for any flaws that the enemy had, waiting for his attacks to reach a moderate stage. Finally, he discovered a problem with Utravsky's sword techniques. The 2-handed rapier was too long and too large, and it had an obvious flaw in close combat. With this thought flashing in his mind, Klein took advantage of the rapier's vertical slash to roll forward to the left, and then, with a push of his palm, he quickly rolled to the spot between Utravsky's legs. As a half-giant, who was over 2.2 meters tall, Utravsky would have his legs spread apart from simply standing. His silver crotch was clearly visible. As soon as he rolled over, Klein's left hand reached into his pocket, pulled out a long piece of paper, and turned it into a sharp and hard cane. He then inserted it into the gap at the side of the enemy's crotch, stabbing into the body of the giant bishop. This would be a fatal blow. However, at this moment, his heart trembled. The image of a rapier stabbing down as boundless light, forming a terrifying storm, engulfed his entire body appeared in his mind. A trap. Utravsky's trap. Klein didn't hesitate. He pressed his right hand down, jumped forward through the gap between the legs of the giant bishop's legs, and arrived behind him. By the time he finished this set of motions, Utravsky was holding the hilt of his sword with both hands, bending his waist and lifting his sword up to thrust straight down into the stone slab in front of him. With a cracking sound, rays of light surged out of the sword's body like the first rays of dawn. They turned into a hurricane and swept across the surroundings. Without a sound, the stone slab disappeared from where Klein had been, and the earth beneath it became nearly 10 centimeters thinner. The silver armor on his legs and crotch was also damaged, shattering inch by inch and revealing his skin. His trap was to sustain damage in exchange for the death of his enemy. At this moment, Klein, who had leapt behind Bishop Yutravsky, finally found an opportunity to counterattack. He twisted his body midair, puffed out his cheeks, and simulated gunshot sounds at the back of his enemy's head. 2 air bullets hit the back of Yutravsky's head in quick succession, shattering the silver metal in that area and then splitting it into pieces, exposing a completely unprotected area. Klein was about to give him a fatal blow when Yutravsky suddenly straightened up, twisted his waist, and violently swept the two-handed rapier backward. The speed was so fast and the attack was so ferocious that Klein seemed unable to dodge it. However, he pulled out a piece of paper from his pocket and placed it in front of his body. The collision between the sword and the piece of paper produced the sound of metal being struck. The crisp sound of metal striking metal filled the entire cathedral. Klein was sent flying like a tennis ball. The paper in his hand was torn apart, leaving behind only a tiny piece in between his fingers. In midair, he was immediately faced with the violent and swift pursuit of Yutravsky. The situation was precarious. However, he didn't panic in the slightest and only shook his wrist. The tiny piece of paper flew up, and a spark rapidly expanded, completely enveloping Klein. The rapier sliced through the ball of fire, but it didn't cause any damage, only creating a small spark. At the candle on the right side of the cathedral, a faint yellow flame spread out, forming a figure whose face was painted with oil paint. Klein reappeared and pulled out another long strip of paper from his pocket. With a flick of his wrist, the paper turned into a sturdy whip. The surface of the whip was even burning with scarlet flames. Klein lashed out at the giant bishop from a distance. However, his weapon quickly disintegrated under the attacks of the two-handed rapier, and that was precisely Klein's goal. Pa, pa, pa. With a snap of his fingers, he sent streaks of fire flaring up from the ground, blocking Yutravsky and burning his unprotected legs. The Dawn armor's recovery was rather slow. As the tongues of fire leapt upwards, his legs were charred black and a crimson color was seeping up his legs. However, this didn't affect the giant bishop's agility. He let out a low growl, and like a steam train that had finally accelerated to its highest speed, he charged through the flames and appeared in front of Klein. This speed was unbelievably fast. Soon after, the two-handed rapier in Yutravsky's hands cracked, turning into spots of light that swept forth in all directions. Almost instantly, Klein fell into a situation of certain death. The matches he kept on him were ignited, and an intense flame engulfed him. However, this wasn't as fast as the hurricane of light. Just as the scarlet-red flame appeared, it was immediately engulfed. Klein's body was torn asunder as it was reduced to shreds, but they ended up losing their thickness and turned into bits of paper. Behind Yutravsky, a column of scarlet-red flames flared, and Klein stepped out. He took out a matchbox from his other pocket and threw it at the enemy, as if to ignite all the remaining matches in one go and, through the restraints of the small space, create a reliable explosion. The matchbox was aimed at Yutravsky's lower body, which no longer had any protection. Klein raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. At the same time, Bishop Yutravsky jumped up on his back, bent his knees, and withdrew his legs. Accompanied by the snap of his fingers was an unaffected matchbox, but a loud bang. It was an air bullet that accurately tore open the back of Bishop Yutravsky's head, which lacked any protection. It was a lethal weapon that had been prepared in advance. His skull split open, and blood and white bits spurted out. With great difficulty, Yutravsky turned his head around and said in a daze, "You." The matchbox, that was riddled with holes caused by the hurricane of light, fell to the ground. However, it remained unignited. Klein laughed and replied, "I've never said that snapping my fingers could only be used to control flames and not shoot out air bullets. Look." He snapped his fingers repeatedly, allowing one air bullet after another to hit Yutravsky in the head, shattering his helmet and cracking his head. Yutravsky stopped breathing and fell heavily to the ground, shaking the cathedral hall slightly. Klein turned and snapped his fingers again. The box of matches on the ground exploded, transforming into a scarlet flame that buried Yutravsky's gigantic body. Klein didn't attempt to sense the existence of the candle, but instead he relied on his own clarity of mind to force himself out of the lowest level of his mind. Behind him, the corpse was wrapped in scarlet flames as the world around him disintegrated bit by bit. Chapter 309, Choosing One Out of Two. The illusory feeling passed, and Klein saw the strange candle in his hand again, along with its black wick and palish white flame. the damage of the Dawn Paladin, the shattered ground, broken pews, and the sliced candles, had been restored to their pre-battle state. It was hard to tell where they had been damaged. At some point, Bishop Utravsky, who had been standing opposite him, had taken a seat in the front pew, his back bent forward and his head buried in his hands. His hands were pressed to his temples. Drip. Sweat trickled down his face and spread out from his feet. The ground was already completely wet. When he sensed that the strange candle had been extinguished by Klein, he shuddered and raised his head to meet Klein's eyes. His slightly turbid eyes were filled with tears, and his wrinkled face was streaked with tears. However, his eyes were filled with emotion, joy, and clarity. If it was said that this giant bishop previously appeared tall and heavy, then all that was left of him now was the heaviness of his body but without the heaviness of his spirit. At this moment, Klein felt like he was looking at a newborn baby. Those tears were proof of new life. The corners of Utravsky's mouth curled up slightly as he smiled kindly. "You're much better than I expected." "No, this is because I gained sufficient understanding in advance and made the appropriate preparations. As for the past not only were you unsure of your opponent's strengths, you were also greatly weakened. If I were to fight against you in the real world, I would be considering how to escape," Klein calmly replied. "A prepared magician and an unprepared magician are very different concepts," he added silently in his heart. Bishop Utravsky didn't dwell on this problem. Brimming with relief from head to toe, he said, "Thank you, my friend. According to our agreement, I'll give you the apothecary formula. I'll also give you an additional mystical item." As he spoke, from his pocket, he took out what looked like a combination of a needle, a tube, and a container. "You have two choices. This is one of the two choices you have. When I got it, I didn't know its name, and I never thought about naming it either. You're able to use it to draw out a tube of blood, your own blood. At a critical moment, you can transfuse it back into you. That way, your fatigue will disappear, your ailments and injuries will be alleviated, and your strength, speed, balance, and other attributes will all be greatly enhanced." Bishop Utravsky pointed to the object in his hand. "What about its limitations and latent dangers?" Klein asked rationally. Utravsky looked at the mysterious patterns on the needle and tube and explained in detail. "After drawing out a tube of blood, you'll be weakened for a full 12 hours, and during those 12 hours, transfusing the blood back into you wouldn't have any effect. Of course, the specific time limit isn't that precise, it increases or decreases according to your body's condition. In addition, it's best not to use it too often, not more than once a week. Otherwise, not only will the transfusion bring you power, but it will also temporarily make you lose your rationality, and the short period when you have your blood drawn and turn weak will become your characteristic. In addition to these, it also has a problem. If you carry it around for more than half an hour, you'll become a little neurotic." Fortunately, Bishop Utravsky didn't previously draw his blood. Otherwise, if the past him can transfuse his blood, my chances of winning would have been very, very low. This was the first thought that flashed through Klein's mind. He frowned and was rather worried about the negative effects of the mystical item. Regardless of whether it was a temporary loss of rationality, a 12-hour period of weakness, or a change in his mental state, these were all hidden dangers that didn't seem too problematic. But after seeing rampagers and hearing the ravings of an evil god, Klein believed that a Beander's mental state was very important. If one's mental state remained at a nadir for an extended period of time, or if there were frequent anomalies, it would easily cause the phenomenon of losing control to happen. This was the same even if a Beander had grasped the acting method. "What's the second choice?" Klein said after 2 seconds of silence. Bishop Utravsky took out a simple brass key from his other pocket and smiled. "This is called a master key. It can help you open any lock which doesn't contain mystical powers, as well as a small number of locks that are augmented with Beander effects. And in a place without any locks or doors, it can open a passageway that doesn't belong to reality. Heh. The premise is that there are no restrictions by Beander powers and the barriers aren't too thick. Its spirituality is completely restrained. When it's not being used, Beanders cannot see any difference between it and a normal key." Utravsky stood up again, leaving Klein no choice but to look up. The giant bishop increased his pace and came to the wall at the side of the cathedral hall and pressed the master key against the brick. He twisted gently, and his entire body seemed to sink into water as ripples were produced. He went through the wall and arrived outside. In the same way, Bishop Utravsky returned to the cathedral hall and entered Klein's line of sight again. "Have you decided on the mystical item?" the tall priest asked with his head lowered. What are the latent dangers of the master key? Klein asked after some deliberation. Bishop Utravsky smiled warmly and said, the person carrying it will occasionally get lost. According to what someone told me, one gets lost at random. Lost? I'm a seer with spiritual intuition, Klein mumbled, and his mind gradually came to a decision. After a few seconds, he said, I want the master key. He didn't want his mental state to be affected, and he didn't want to accumulate the risk of losing control. What a pity. What I want the most is that weird candle. It's akin to the deepest part of a soul, the lowest level of a dreamland. That's equivalent to my home ground, he sighed in his heart. All right. Bishop Utravsky handed the simple brass key to Klein and took back the strange candle wrapped in human skin. While Klein was examining the mystical item, Utravsky pointed at the back and said, the apothecary formula is in that room. I'll go get it. Wait here for a while. Klein nodded in response. Taking advantage of the moment when Bishop Utravsky's figure disappeared from the hall, he took out a penny and divined if he had been lying about the master key. After receiving an acceptable answer, he walked to the wall in front of him where a row of candles were placed and pressed the ancient brass key against the hard wall. As he injected spirituality and turned the key, Klein's vision suddenly blurred and then became clear. At that moment, there were no longer burning candles filling his vision, nor were there neat queues and straight walls. There were only withered grass and muddy land strewn with a bit of garbage. To the side, it led out to where a gas street lamp stood. I really came out. Klein smiled, nodded, turned, and once again using the master key to successfully return to the cathedral's hall. After more than 10 seconds of waiting, Utravsky walked in with heavy footsteps, a roll of yellowish-brown goatskin parchment in hand. You can get an appraisal for this. If there's a problem, you can always find me at the Harvest Church. The giant bishop handed the apothecary formula to Klein. Main ingredients: horn of an adult flying unicorn, 3 grams of a royal jellyfish's venom crystal. Klein swept his gaze, smiled and replied, I will confirm its authenticity. For example, divine it above the gray fog, he added inwardly. Bishop Utravsky nodded slightly, and without another word, he turned around and walked to the Mother Earth's sacred emblem of life. He spread his arms wide and chanted in a low voice, Thank you, source of life. Praise you, mother of all things. Klein put away the master key and the apothecary formula. After Utravsky stopped, he said half-jokingly, could it be that my visit was arranged by Mother Earth? Why else would you be thanking her for? The false believer of the Evernight goddess, Klein chuckled inwardly. Yes, everything is arranged by Mother Earth. Otherwise, my request for help wouldn't have reached your ears. I wouldn't be here in Backland either. Nor would I have obtained this mental terror candle, Backland Utravsky said with a gentle smile without any signs of anger. Complete in self-consistent believer logic, but Klein suddenly felt that it was impossible to communicate with him. He pressed his hand to his chest, bowed, and said, Thank you for your generosity. I should leave now. He straightened his body and quickly retreated. He then rapidly disappeared from the main hall of the cathedral and from Rose Street. 10 minutes later, he saw the golden facade of the Harvest Church from another direction, and he couldn't help but twitch his mouth. I can't go back without divination. He silently muttered to himself. He really wanted to stubbornly rely on his own ability to overcome the fact that he was lost. But his hand, which was faster than his voice, had broken the branches of a tree and made a makeshift dowsing rod. Dowsing rod seeking could be used to seek people, as well as items and directions. This time, Klein was able to return home without incident, and he even confirmed the authenticity of the formula and the latent dangers of the master key. After waking up, Klein ate breakfast, took out a pen and paper, and wrote a letter to Isengard Stanton, asking him to seek help from the police to confirm the current status of the few suspects for the serial murder case from 4 years ago. Back then, the targets were single prostitutes with a child. After folding the letter and stuffing it in an envelope, Klein put on a black stamp which was 1 penny in denomination. Putting on his clothes, he took his hat and cane, and he walked out of his house to post the letter at the mailbox at the end of the street. Then, he saw Mrs. Stellan Sammer and her husband, Mr. Luke dressed to the nines. A rental carriage was stopped by their door. Good morning. Why are you attending a banquet so early in the morning? Klein asked with some surprise. Luke chuckled and said, It's not really a banquet. It's more like us helping out. Mrs. Stellan raised her chin slightly and added, Mary has successfully entered the National Atmospheric Pollution Council. There will be a grand ball tonight, and we have to help out in advance. Mrs. Mary's wish has been fulfilled. Impressive, Klein sighed and said with a smile, please pass on my congratulations to Mrs. Mary for me. Luke Sammer nodded and said, you haven't read this morning's paper, have you? All the members of the National Atmospheric Pollution Council have been published. The chairman of the council is Sir Durs Shaw and the first secretary is Mr. Hibbert Hall. Chapter 310, National Atmospheric Pollution Council, Sir Durs Shaw. Mr. Hibbert Hall, who are they? I don't know them at all. Acting as though he had no doubts, Klein said half-jokingly, let's hope that they can bring blue skies and sunshine to Backland. Yes, although burning in your own fireplace is everyone's freedom and is a right granted by the law, blue skies and sunshine are more desirable things. Luke Sammer, a member of the Soot Reduction Association, sighed with emotion and pointed to the hired carriage. We should go. Mary urgently needs some help. Stellan Sammer added, feigning a level of restraint, there might be members of parliament coming to the banquet, from the Backland district or from the kingdom. I can imagine the grandeur of this banquet. Klein flattered politely and watched the Sammers board the carriage and leave. As he turned to head for the post office at the end of the street, a postman in a dark green uniform arrived in a carriage and delivered a letter to his letterbox. A letter for me. Klein pulled out a bunch of keys and casually chose the one that was simple and had a brass color. The master key easily opened the letterbox. I just need to have this key on me in the future, Klein mumbled as he took out the newspapers he had subscribed to in the letter. The letter was from Isengard Stanton. He had also looked through the old and unresolved serial murders yesterday and had picked out the most suspicious ones, and after obtaining a preliminary confirmation from the police department about the present circumstances of the suspects, he had written to Klein, Kaslana, and the other private detectives that were interested in this angle, to share his findings. It included the two cases that Klein had focused on. Great detective minds think alike. The letter I wrote just now was for nothing, Klein joked before returning to the living room. According to Isengard, the random murder cases of people who returned late had resulted in a large number of suspects, but the suspect had never been narrowed down. After so many years, it was very difficult, almost hopeless, to try to find a new clue. One of the four suspects in the other case was a teenager whose mother was also a victim, a prostitute and single mother who had him as her only child. He had been abused by his mother, had been the police's first suspect, but less than half a year after that case, he had been seriously injured in a gang firefight in East Borough and died in a surgical room at a charity hospital. His body was cremated with people bearing witness before being buried in the cemetery. As such, it was impossible for him to be connected to the current serial killer. If he hadn't been cremated, I definitely would have dug up the grave to verify it. Klein, who had once come back from the dead, seriously considered the possibility of the other party coming back from the dead. Of the remaining three suspects, one had moved several times in the past few years. The police had lost track of his situation and needed more time to find him. One had gone through bankruptcy and moved to East Borough from North Borough, while the other was still running a grocery store on the same street. Klein took out a fresh sheet of paper, described the situation, and then asked the recipient to observe the two suspects with specific addresses in secret. He emphasized, the killers of serial murders are all cruel, brutal, and very aggressive. Please be careful not to get too close to them, act as if you're just an ordinary neighbor observing them. The information I need pertains to their recent mental state, such as whether they are irritable, whether they like to shut themselves in their rooms, rarely communicate with others, and whether they have beaten others up. This was also the information he got from the son. After each kill, the devil would eat the victim's organs according to the ritual and stay in a bloodthirsty, manic state until a new victim appeared. After emphasizing the need to take note of the investigator's safety, Klein folded the letter, stuffed it into a new envelope, and affixed a black stamp to the surface. Then he wrote down the name of the recipient, Detective Stewart. Susie was lying in the corner of the study, looking around as if bored. With a bulging stomach, Count Hall took a puff with his pipe and said to his eldest son, "Do you know why I insisted on having you be on the National Atmospheric Pollution Council?" Hibbert Hall replied thoughtfully, "You wish to influence the formulation of the relevant laws and policies." "No, although I'm the second largest shareholder of the Constant Coal and Steel Consortium, I don't really care about this problem. I've been urging them to make adjustments accordingly. I have no doubt that fixing atmospheric pollution is a future trend. Hibbert, although our family has fixed seats in the House of Lords, and you will also become a member of Parliament of the House of Lords in time, so why do some nobles have more influence than others when they are all members of Parliament of the House of Lords? Notwithstanding the Speaker and other people, With special statuses. Hibbert thought for a moment before saying, the title of nobility, wealth, commercial status, as well as the relationship between the government and the army. That is only a part of it. In addition to one's own ability to handle matters, people will always rely on those with rich experience, and those who have participated in many similar matters. In the future, if you wish to have any achievement in politics, in addition to inheriting a seat, you will also need to try your best at participating in various matters and display the corresponding capabilities. Gradually, your activity will catch the eye of the various members of parliament. They will slowly find you trustworthy, and that will be the source of your influence. Look at the current situation of the nobles in the Intis Republic, Hibbert. You should understand that with the passage of time and the development of society, the obvious privileges will be weakened, and one's title will become less and less important. It's just a title of honor, and the position and influence of the business world is what you should pay attention to, Count Hall explained in detail. What if you encounter something you aren't good at? Hibbert muttered to himself. Then pretend that you can handle it. Don't worry about wasting money, form professional teams, listen to their opinions, and make decisions. Everyone has a lot of areas that they aren't good at, and only money is multifaceted. Count Hall gave words of advice. Hibbert replied in enlightenment, I see, father. At this moment, Susie, who was by the side, yawned in boredom. When it was all over, she slipped into Audrey's art studio, repeated everything she had heard, and finally muttered, I have no idea what they were talking about. Audrey listened to her thoughtfully, then she said with a faint smile, they were discussing a good thing that involves reducing the pungent smell you smell. Is that so? Susie asked without fully comprehending it. Audrey didn't answer and thought of something else. She had intended to quietly draw attention to the bad conditions of East Borough, the factory area, and the dock area, but in the last two social gatherings, she had found herself unable to find an opportunity. Those nobles, those members of parliament, and senior civil servants would never even talk about such matters. There was no way to steer them towards that topic even if she wanted to. On Monday afternoon, Klein returned to 15 Minsk Street from the Quelaag Club. As Stewart had yet to provide any results from his preliminary investigation, and since he was temporarily unable to find a suitable candidate to become an apothecary, Klein had nothing to do yesterday and today. Therefore, he simply went to the Quelaag Club to practice his shooting, read, and get some free food. In the process, he got to know many other members of the club. This is the lifeblood for future business opportunities. Klein sighed with emotion, took 4 steps counterclockwise and went above the gray fog. He went about his preparations, step by step, first conjuring the fake world, familiarizing himself with the control of the all-black eye, and then sent a message to the sun that the tarot gathering was about to begin. After all of this was done, Klein waited for 3 o'clock to arrive. Then, he reached out to touch the corresponding crimson stars and established a firm connection. The magician had her own illusory star as well. Under the pretext of concentrating on her writing, Fur's wall sent Zio away, and for a moment she was dazzled by the sudden rush of gray fog. In the blink of an eye, she found herself above the mysterious and serene gray fog. She was inside a majestic palace, and in front of her was an ancient, mottled bronze table. Surrounding the table were one blurry figure after another, one figure after another, one figure after another. Are these the gathering members Mr. Fool spoke of? Furs felt that the members of this secret gathering were all very, very powerful beyonders. Except for me, she thought, without confidence and full of fear. However, looking at it from another perspective, since I can join this gathering as a sequence 9, the other members might not necessarily be very strong. The requirement for this gathering is obviously not about strength, but for some other reason, a member must manage to establish a connection with Mr. Fool. Furs quickly rejected her first judgment and relaxed a little. At the same time, Audrey also discovered that there was a new person at today's gathering. It's a woman. Is it Zio or Furs? Has she passed the examination? Or is it someone else? Audrey nearly forgot to greet Mr. Fool in her bid to take a closer look at the features of the new member. No matter how blurry the figure was, she could still see her hair color, silhouette, her accent, and verbal tics. I must also take note. At the very beginning, Mr. Hanged Man had managed to identify me as a noble from my special pronunciation of certain words, and from my habit of using certain special words. Audrey stood up, lifted her skirt, and said to Klein at the end of the long bronze table, Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. After the greeting, she didn't conceal her curiosity. She looked at the new member who was seated at the same row as her and asked with a smile, "This is?" Chapter 311. Observing each other. Klein sat in the seat belonging to the fool and looked around. "This is Miss Magician, our new member." Then, he looked at Furs and introduced the rest to her. "This is Miss Justice, and that is Mr. Hanged Man." As Furs nodded her head as a form of greeting the members with the corresponding code names, she observed the other members. Miss Justice is blonde and seems very young, she sits with a graceful posture. Mr. Hanged Man has dark blue hair, as messy as seaweeds. He doesn't have a very bulky figure, he doesn't like to talk, but when observed by him, it gives me a sense of unease. He must be a leader of some faction. Mr. Sun looks like a teenager, he's very silent and reserved. Other than that, I can't tell anything else, maybe he's just as weak as me. Mr. World's eyes are very cold and quite gloomy. It's obvious that he isn't someone to be trifled with. As a writer who had written a best-selling novel, she showcased her unique traits. While she looked at the other members, they were also looking at her. Among them, Justice Audrey was the most attentive. From her figure, I can eliminate Miss Zio. Brown hair and slightly curled. Is she Madame Furs? Temporarily, I can't rule out the possibility that Mr. Fool has pulled in someone else. Her pronunciation and the way her mouth moves is the same as her Backland accent. Her aura and emotional colors match as well. It's unlikely that Mr. Fool will specially create a fake image for the members, right? There's no need for him to hide anything. After a few seconds of sizing Furs up, Audrey had nearly superimposed the blurry figure with her impression of Furs. If I can find another trait in other areas, I can almost be certain. She waited with interest to verify her Beyonder powers. At the same time, she felt that there was no need to reveal her identity to Furs. It would be better to keep some secrets. Yes, let's see when she finds out. Audrey withdrew her gaze, producing a faint smile on her face as she quietly watched from the sidelines. At that moment, since there were no new Russell's diary entries, Klein controlled the world and said, "I want to know about the Devil and Guardian sequences." He was certain that the Sun knew the details of Sequence 6 Devil because he had previously mentioned Devil studies, and in order to not expose the fact that he was investigating a series of murders, he had deliberately added the Sequence 5 Guardian of the God of Combat pathway, also known as the Giant Pathway. It was the mainstream path for Beyonders in the City of Silver, so it was impossible for the Sun to be unaware of it. As for the corresponding Sequence 9 Warrior, Sequence 8 Pugilist, and Sequence 7 Weapon Master, Klein had long since learned of the details from the Nighthawks, confidential information. As for information regarding Sequence 6 Dawn Paladin, he had just learned of its information from Bishop Utravsky. Therefore, the only thing that he could ask and be willing to pay a price for without wasting money was Sequence 5 Guardian. In addition, he didn't directly ask the Sun, but instead issued this request to everyone, because according to the way things had developed, it was impossible for the world, who had just joined the Tarot Club, to know that the City of Silver held the Giant Pathway. If it's just the Devil sequence, I know a little about it. Alger, who had some standing in the Church of the Lord of Storms, interjected. Derek Berg glanced at him and without a thought, straightened his back and said, "I'm very knowledgeable about these two sequences. The payment I want is information related to the fallen creator. The equivalence of the two pieces of information will be determined by Mr. Fool." Having said that, he realized that he had not received Mr. Fool's agreement as he hurriedly turned his head to Mr. Fool to make the request reverently. "Son, don't blame me. You were the one who made the request." The corners of Klein's mouth twitched slightly as he said with a chuckle, "Sure. Furthermore, when it comes to the understanding of the true creator, none of the ladies and gentlemen present can compare to me," he added boldly in his heart. While they were discussing this matter, the magician Furs was stunned upon hearing the conversation. "The Devil sequence is the Devil pathway. Which sequence number is it? What is the Guardian pathway? Which sequence number is it? I've never heard of it. Fallen creator, the true creator, God." They are actually exchanging information regarding the true creator. That deity is known as the most ancient and powerful existence amongst the deities. What kind of organization did I join? After receiving a positive reply from the Fool, the world said without any hesitation, "Deal. I request a private exchange. I really want to hear it, however, I need to be frugal for the time being. There are still 2 more months until the new year. Endure it, Audrey." Audrey blinked her eyes, reluctantly withdrawing her gaze from the Sun. Their sights, vision, and spirituality were then shielded by Klein. The world quickly lowered his head and, wrote, on a conjured sheet of paper, his own understanding of the true creator, including standard likeness such as the hanged giant and the eye behind the shadow curtains, including the information that members of the Aurora Order believed that this evil god was the original creator of everything. At the end, Klein had included his impression of the evil god through his interaction with the evil god Spawn, the sensation of the deity's aura, and the sensation when listening to the true creator's voice. Fallen, twisted, bloody, crazy, evil. Then, as Mr. Fool, he gave a comment, this piece of information is slightly more valuable than the information regarding the Devil and Guardian sequences, but the difference isn't that huge. Thank you, Mr. Fool. Derek earnestly received the piece of goatskin and read through it carefully a few times. The thing he was most concerned about was that the true creator was known as the creator of everything. Twisted, fallen, crazy, Derek repeated the words, vaguely able to see the dark tragedy that had engulfed everyone in the City of Silver for more than 2,000 years. Did the Lord not abandon us? It's just that he had gone mad. Derek found himself able to resist using blasphemous thoughts to examine the Lord that created everything, the omnipotent and omniscient God who was worshipped by the City of Silver. It's time for you to answer my question, the world urged in a hoarse voice. Derek restrained his seething and sorrowful thoughts and said after 2 seconds of silence, when different species of creatures consume the devil potion, they will experience different types of mutation. They will have traits that are unique to them. Which kind of devil would you like to know about? There are actually distinctions. Klein was puzzled. He soon realized one thing, there was a blind spot in his thought process. What if the serial killer wasn't a human but an animal? After consuming the corresponding potion, it could transform into a devil animal. Step by step, one sequence at a time, it will turn into a devil. Although the probability of an animal losing control far exceeds that of a human's, it was still not enough to deal with. What ifs? I have to investigate this, but in that case, there would be more questions. Where did the devil, mutated from an animal, obtain the potion and Beander ingredients? It should be impossible for it to join Beander circles. Klein maintained his silence and manipulated the world to say, what I want to know is the common trait of all kinds of devils. Derek recollected and organized his knowledge before saying, the most frightening thing about a devil is that if you can cause lethal damage to it in a very short period of time and take action to put that into practice, then he can sense, notice, and grasp where the danger comes from and who it came from, and then selectively kill or seek revenge on them. And this period of time varies from a few minutes to a day. Different devils have different instincts. This ability is a little scary, however, it's different from a clown's intuition. It doesn't seem like it can be used in combat but instead, detect the source of the danger ahead of time. It's closer to the whim 1-inch ability I've read in xianxia novels in my previous life. I don't know if I can interfere with or even block this intuition in this mysterious space above the gray fog. Would Stewart end up in danger? Klein leaned back into his chair, seemingly uninterested in the subject of the discussion between the sun and the world. Seeing that the world didn't show any signs of surprise, Derek continued, they all possess the ability to gigantify their bodies and thus break free from their bindings, temporarily increasing their strength and speed. Their skin is mutable, equivalent to wearing a layer of hard armor. Their blood and flesh can act as a retardant and reduce damage. They're immune to most toxins and do not fear curses or flames to a certain degree. They have innate flame and corruption type spells. They're cold-blooded, don't panic, don't feel fear, and have a strong ability when it comes to physical combat. They're also adept at using various items to inflict damage. Their greatest weakness is that they tend to lose control. Even if they don't, they will often display a cold-blooded and cruel madness, being easily controlled by desires such as bloodlust and murderous intent. Really strong, as expected of a Sequence 6 devil. Could it be that among the 22 Beander paths below the high sequences, Sequence 6 or Sequence 7 are the thresholds of a qualitative change? In this respect, different sequences differ, thus they have become the dividing lines between ancient and modern mid-sequences. Klein controlled the world and said, I'm very satisfied with your information. Derek didn't act modestly. He nodded and said, Guardians seldom suffer damage. Once they enter a defensive state and give up attacking, few can break through their defenses below that of the high sequences. It's the same for numerous types of damage. When they attack, their corresponding defense will decrease significantly, but it will still be stronger than full body armor. Their Sword of Dawn and their Hurricane of Light, as well as their other Beander powers, allow them to deal damage to any type of monsters. They're not confused by illusions. They can help their comrades within a certain range by taking damage and protecting them. Following the descriptions given by Derek, Klein couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Compared to a guardian, a Dawn Paladin's defense is like that of a child versus an adult. A guardian would probably be able to withstand the bullets of a steam rifle. In the wars of this era, they wouldn't die unless they were focused on by large caliber cannons. Chapter 312, A Failed Disguise. When Derek finished, Klein manipulated the world to nod and say, "More detailed than I thought." Transaction complete. Before the world finished his sentence, Klein had simultaneously removed the barriers insulating Justice, the Hanged Man, and the Magician. After a few seconds of silence, the world looked around and said with a dark smile, "I don't have any more requests for now." Having a rough understanding of the process and its characteristics, Furs was eager to purchase the corresponding Sequence 8 Trickmaster of the Apprentice sequence. She clearly remembered that Mr. Fool had said that the reason she was troubled by the full moon was due to her low natural order of life, and that the pain would decrease with the rise of her sequence. This made Furs eager to obtain the next formula. However, it would expose the meander pathway I'm from. When everyone becomes familiar with each other and knows more about each other, exposure will become less of a serious matter. However, for the next few gatherings, I have to conceal that so that the members of the gathering won't be able to identify the real me. After thinking rather calmly for a moment, Furs said, "I wish to obtain the formula of Apothecary and Trickmaster. I will pay in cash." She intentionally added the apothecary formula to her actual request in order to cause the others to have a misinterpretation. If any member of the gathering really had the formula, she would still take it. She could then sell it at a higher price to Viscount Glaint, who'd been longing for this formula for a long time. In any case, she definitely wouldn't suffer a loss because of this and might even make a huge profit. As for money, Furs wasn't short of it for the time being. Not only were the royalties of her best-selling book entering into her account over time, it was accumulating to quite a sizable amount. Furthermore, she also had additional income streams, such as the £650 she had received from Miss Audrey in the Keelangos and Intis Ambassador Bakerland cases. Poor Zio. She spent more than £200 to compensate the families of the two deceased which were involved in the Lenevis case. I wonder if Miss Audrey would pay her when things clear up. The note with Mr. Fool's honorary name on it was found in the bookcase of Viscount Glaint's house. Could it be that one of his ancestors was a member of this gathering? Is this a gathering that has been held regularly for decades if not centuries? Furs's thoughts were suddenly a little distracted. Only 2 seats away from her, Justice Audrey was a little stunned when she heard Furs's request for the apothecary and trickmaster formulas before she accurately grasped Furs's thoughts. She's Furs. The trickmaster is for herself, and the apothecary formula is to be sold to Glaint. She can also do this to complicate the situation and fool the others. Audrey nodded indiscernibly and was more certain of the magician's identity. She's not of a very high sequence. At best 8, most likely 9. Who knows where Mr. Fool pulled her from, or if she's from a special place. Her accent has the peculiarities of Backland, but she's not necessarily in Backland. The Hanged Man Alger was also observing the newcomer, making sure that she wasn't a threat to him. The son Derek didn't think too much about it. He was just trying to guess whether Miss Magician belonged to the City of Silver or if she was from the world where Miss Justice and the others lived. Klein cast a look of pity at Miss Magician, not expecting much from her attempt to conceal her identity. When you meet a telepathist who is very familiar with you, you might not be able to conceal your true thoughts even if you know the other party's ability beforehand and are on guard against it. What's more, you didn't even know anything. The fool, Klein, sighed in his heart for Miss Magician. At the same time, he controlled the world who said hoarsely, "I have the apothecary formula. £230. As for the trickmaster formula, I'll do my best to find it, but I can't guarantee success." There was no contradiction between exchanging the apothecary formula for money and using it to groom a useful helper. They could be run in conjunction, so Klein made the world speak first so as not to be intercepted by the Hanged Man or the Sun. As for the formula for Trickmaster, he only had some ideas. From his point of view, the mystical item, Master Key, was most likely related to the corresponding sequence of Trickmaster's corresponding sequence 9, Apprentice. If he were able to divine its origins above the gray fog, he might be able to find some clues. Well, actually the most convenient way is to ask the existence suspected to be Mr. Dor, who keeps murmuring during a full moon. In addition to asking for help, he probably provides formulas in the acting method, so as to make the target stronger and complete difficult tasks. Unfortunately, Before the target is strong, they can't even hear his ravings. They will break down and even be close to losing control. This results in a vicious cycle, Klein lamented. Instead of responding to Mr. World's words, Furs looked around and saw that the hanged man, Justice, and the son had no intention of opening their mouths. It was obvious that they didn't know the apothecary and trickmaster formulas. Mr. World, please try your best to find the trickmaster formula as soon as possible. Furs fell silent for a few seconds before saying, as for the apothecary formula, I plan to buy it now. How should I make the payment? The other party seemed to be a man from Lowen as well, and he's willing to accept gold pounds, but the gold pound has always been more recognized than the other currencies. As she spoke, Furs was also trying to determine the world's background. The world completely didn't mind her sizing him up as he said softly, you can sacrifice the money to Mr. Fool after you return. That way, the transaction will be closed. The exact sacrificial ritual is sacrifice. Mr. Fool can still accept sacrifices. His life's natural order has reached such a level. No wonder he used that tone to describe the owner of the ravings during the full moon. Furs listened and remembered, surprised and shocked, but she also felt that it was a matter of course. After finishing his description, Klein displayed the apothecary formula in front of the world and had the fake person hand it to Miss Magician. The transaction is witnessed by Mr. Fool, so you don't have to worry if it's fake. I trust Mr. Fool. Furs nodded immediately. She spread open the formula and began memorizing it seriously. At that moment, Audrey, who couldn't bear to see her friend go through such labor, commented, you can seek Mr. Fool's help during the sacrifice to recall the formula. You don't have to memorize it specially. If you encounter any problems, you can also pray to him by reciting his honorable name. Him. Miss Justice is actually using a salutation used to describe deities to address Mr. Fool. Him. Could it be that he is really a he? But why would he be willing to help us in doing such trivial matters? That's not right. As long as the ritualistic magic is done right, the 7 orthodox gods will also often respond to their believers and complete their requests. Furs said to Justice, thank you for telling me that. Your name is just like your character. She suddenly seemed to recall a problem as she hurriedly asked, Miss Magician, do you know of the acting method? Acting method? Furs looked at Justice in a daze. She soon discovered that the other members such as the son and the hanged man had no additional reaction to the term. Clearly, they knew what it meant. Today's gathering makes me feel like a country bumpkin who has just arrived in Backland. I've been to so many Beander gatherings at the very least, all right. Furs thought, half sorrowfully, half joyously. She couldn't help but want to write a novel with this feeling of hers, naming it, Miss Wall's Tour of Dreamland. You don't seem to know. Audrey made a definite judgment based on Furs's reaction and her usual performance. She turned around and looked at the person shrouded in gray fog at the end of the long table. Mr. Fool, can I teach the acting method to Miss Magician? If so, what price would she have to pay? Audrey had intended to ask directly if it was like before, trading the information for entries of Russell's diary. However, she quickly remembered that there was a great overlap between the Beander circles of Furs and her own. Therefore, if she did that, she might lose many opportunities of obtaining Russell's diary. It's not a very important problem since it's just a matter of time before Furs realizes that Mr. Fool wants Russell's diary, and I would certainly have other Beander circles. However, she knows that I have a few pages of Russell's diary, and if she wants to collect them, she will come to me immediately. However, Mr. Fool has read all of those diary entries. After this gathering, I have to find a chance to tell Furs that all the Russell diary pages were accidentally lost. Audrey predicted the chain of events and tried her best to convey her concerns to Mr. Fool in body language. What's Miss Justice hinting at? Oh, she knows Furs, but she doesn't want to reveal her identity, which means that she doesn't want the payment I request to cause any trouble in that regard. Klein thoughtfully chuckled. You can make the decision. You can do the explanation since I do not wish to repeat what I've said in the past. This is also a form of respect to the goddess, he added inwardly. Praise Mr. Fool. Audrey's heart leapt in joy. She straightened her back and slightly raised her chin. She tried to look at Furs in a different manner as she said, the acting method is a method to speed up the mastery of potions and minimize the risk of losing control. Do you want to know about it? There's such a method, for real. Mr. Fool is such a lofty figure, so he definitely wouldn't lie about such a small matter. Furs widened her somewhat languid eyes, pursed his lips and said, yes. As long as one was a Beander, there was no way they wouldn't wish to learn of similar methods. Furs suddenly felt thrilled. Audrey thought carefully and said, there are 2 requirements. 1. Without the permission of Mr. Fool, you are not to teach the acting method to others. The second is to pay £200. Her original plan was to use Russell's diary as a benchmark for the price. The number of pages she and the hanged man had used to repay the debt had been converted into a corresponding price, but in reality, Russell's diary was sold cheaply because it couldn't be deciphered, and most of the time, it was impossible to determine which was the real one. Converting that to a total price was quite a letdown to the value of the acting method, therefore, she added a little more from that benchmark. If Mr. Fool's adorer is no longer short of money, then I will take the £200, and I will look for the diary entries to repay my debt with Mr. Fool. Audrey had already thought of a follow-up deal. £200. The method to reduce the risk of losing control is £200. That's way too cheap, isn't it? Fearing that Justice would go back on her word, the surprised and happy Furs said without hesitation, deal. After she finished speaking, she felt her heart pain for the money. She felt that her bank balance was decreasing at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. Chapter 313, The Ancient Deities. Audrey was about to apply for a private exchange when she suddenly discovered one thing. The world, who was seated at the other end of the long bronze table, didn't show any interest in the acting method at all. He didn't even have the urge to ask about it. Does he already know about the acting method, or did he consult Mr. Fool privately? Audrey mumbled to herself, still cautiously asking for a private meeting. Then, looking at Furs, she said in a measured voice, in both her choice of words and pronunciation, our attitude towards potions isn't about grasping them, but rather it's about digesting them. The key to digestion is to act, and the key to acting is the corresponding potion name. Why? Blurted Furs. After a moment of deliberation, she added another question, then, how should one act? Audrey recalled Mr. Fool's pose and examples, repeating the description of the castle, the guards, the invitation, the disguise, and finally saying, in short, the goal of acting is to reconcile the body, heart, and soul, bypassing the stubborn resistance of the remnant headstrong psyche of the potion so as to assimilate and digest it. As a fiction writer, Furs had a strong imagination. After Justice was done with her description, she had already sketched out the corresponding scenes in her mind, and she had basically understood what Justice was trying to convey. Is that so? So this is how you eliminate the remnant psyche influence in the potion and reduce the risk of losing control. The more I think about it, the more I feel that this is possible. The bewilderment in her mind gradually lessened, and the feeling of surprise slowly filled her heart. Finally, she asked for confirmation, was this taught by Mr. Fool? Yes, if not for Mr. Fool, we might have already lost control. Our continued existence is proof of the acting method's effectiveness, Justice praised from the bottom of her heart. Phew, Furs exhaled and felt her future brighten with hope. Could this be the fortuitous encounters described in all kinds of novels? This feels so good. However, I shouldn't be careless. Mr. Fool might be a malicious, evil god with deep secrets, Furs reminded herself. Immediately, she began to think about an even more important question: how to act as an apprentice. Just from the word alone, apprentice means that one's skills are not mature enough in various aspects. Does this mean that one should still accept guidance and focus on studying? One shouldn't flaunt one's superiority and be arrogant, and one has to understand the insignificance of their own strength. Furs quickly let her thoughts wander and didn't realize that the environment for individual communication had been discontinued. At that moment, the son, Derek, looked around silently, gritted his teeth and said, I want to know which 7 gods you are talking about, and the general situation regarding them. He couldn't help but ask this question that had been plaguing his mind for a long time. I know that. Audrey almost failed to react at first, but she quickly figured out what the son was asking and raised her right hand slightly. At the same time, the hanged man and the world also indicated that they could answer. What are they doing? Furs looked on blankly, trying to remember what had just happened. After a moment, she remembered the son's question. She then began ruminating over the implied meaning behind his words. It can't be. He actually doesn't know about the 7 gods. Where did he come from? Furs looked at Mr. Sun, who was just a teenager. In the northern continent, other than insensible children, there wasn't anyone who didn't know of the 7 orthodox deities. Even the poor who struggled to survive and the tramps were no exception. To them, the occasional free food offered by the cathedrals was so tempting that the workhouse was a flame of despair, people from the southern continent's colonies. However, there's no need for him to ask such a simple question. Just find a cathedral and ask a pastor or a priest to preach a sermon, and you'll be able to figure out the relevant content. Where does the sun actually live? What a freak. Furs looked from side to side while mumbling to herself, but Miss Justice, Mr. Hanged Man, and Mr. World weren't surprised. At that moment, the fog-immersed Klein saw that there were 3 people eager to answer. He smiled and said, Mr. Sun, who do you want to trade with? What are you willing to pay? The Sun Derek pursed his lips and thought for a few seconds. I'll trade with each of them individually. Only then can I obtain the most comprehensive information. In the harsh environment of the City of Silver, Derek had matured quite a bit from his previous patrols and clearance operations. He paused for a moment before requesting, the reward is that you can ask me a question, the kind that I can answer. I agree. I'm very interested in the City of Silver. Audrey smiled faintly without any hesitation. City of Silver? Where is this place? Why haven't I heard of it? Furs looked around blankly, feeling completely at a loss as to what they were talking about. Audrey glanced at her and kindly explained, Mr. Sun is neither in the northern or southern continent, nor is he on an island in the ocean. The City of Silver is located outside of our understanding, or you can say he is beyond the limits of our exploratory efforts. Are you kidding me? Furs subconsciously had this thought. However, with that thought, based on the Sun's performance, and the fact that it was impossible that the others were ganging up to cheat her, Furs quickly accepted Audrey's explanation. This secret gathering is even more incredible than I thought, Mr. Fool is more powerful than I thought. Furs exhaled silently and sighed with emotion. Audrey vaguely read her thoughts, and for a moment she was tempted to flaunt about how the deaths of Rear Admiral Keelangos, Intis Ambassador Bakerland, and the swindler, Lenevis, was a result of the Tarot Club. What a pity. If Furs were to learn of these 3 things, she would immediately associate Audrey with justice. I have to keep it a secret, Audrey, even if it's hard on you, you have to keep this a secret. Audrey suddenly took a deep breath. Since she didn't know much about the City of Silver, she didn't know what to ask. Furs didn't participate in the following transaction and chose to spectate from the sidelines. As for the Hanged Man and the World, they successively agreed to the Sun's request. The happiest of all was Klein, for this meant that he reaped thrice the rewards. During individual communications, the Fool could hear the conversation. Klein obviously didn't have any plans of insulating himself. Sun, you sure are simple. He laughed in his heart. As there was a lot of information about the 7 gods, justice, the Hanged Man, and the world could only write what they thought was important. After a while, they each passed on their descriptions to the Sun. Derek quickly scanned through the information, and his eyes stopped on a few lines. In addition to the Lord who created everything, the oldest gods are the eternal blazing sun, the Lord of storms, the God of knowledge and wisdom. Those churches were the oldest churches. Why haven't I heard of any of these? I've never heard of any of these gods. I feel like there's something very important hidden here. Derek knew that each Tarot Club gathering had a time limit, so he hastily ended his review, intending to go back and pray to Mr. Fool for help in awakening his memories. Then, the first one to raise a question was Justice. Due to the serial murder, she was interested in the devil sequence, so she imitated Mr. World and asked the appropriate questions. Derek answered with verve and added something. In the corresponding sequence 7, a meander of the abyss pathway can effectively interfere with divination and spirit channeling. A devil's powers sure are terrifying. I wonder if my sequence 7 psychiatrist will result in a qualitative change, or would I need to be sequence 6? Audrey felt a little apprehensive from what she heard. The second question came from the Hanged Man. He seemed to have considered this question for a long time. Looking at the sun, he opened his mouth and said in a deep voice, I want to know the creation myth of the City of Silver. The slightly tense Derek relaxed a little and said, the omniscient and omnipotent God created everything and entered a state of deep slumber. The giant king, Ormir, the dragon of imagination, Anquelt, the elf king, Saniathrum, the vampire ancestor, Lilith, the devil monarch, Farbati, the phoenix ancestor, Gregrace, the mutated king, Kvastir, and the king of demonic wolves, Flagray split the remnant powers of authority, becoming lords of the sky, land, and ocean. They ruled over reality, the spirit world, and the astral world. They were deities who ruled over various races and were truly deities, the ancient gods. Phlegre. Klein, who was listening, suddenly noticed a familiar word. Whenever he advanced, or when his condition was unstable, or when he came into contact with the remnant influence of the Antigonus family's diary, he would always hear some illusory, incomprehensible raving coming from somewhere. Klein had known for a long time that Hornassus was referring to the mountain range where the ruins of the nation of the Evernight was, but he had never known what the word Phlegre meant. And now, for the first time, he heard Phlegre coming out of someone else's mouth. King of demonic wolves, an ancient deity. But why was he involved with the Hornassus mountain range? Klein maintained his unperturbed position as he quietly listened to Derek's recount. Some of them perished in the battle among themselves, while others were stripped of their power after the awakening of the Lord that created everything, the omnipotent and omniscient God. The first part is the creation myth, and the second part is about the City of Silver's true history. Alger wanted to know more, but as the son was unwilling to say more, he could only stop in time and turn his attention to thinking. The king of demonic wolves, Phlegre, had left the stage of history in the second epic, in the dark epic long before the cataclysm. As he pondered, Klein manipulated the world to ask a question. What he had wanted to ask was which sequence allowed a Beander to freely switch between the body and the spirit, just as Miss Sharon did. If the son wasn't aware of the answer, he could consider something else. But now, he had something more important to know about, so he hoarsely said, everything about the king of demonic wolves, Phlegre. The son, Derek, looked at Mr. World in astonishment and frowned. I don't know much about this ancient deity. He's also known as the Annihilation Demonic Wolf and the Evernight Demonic Wolf. Evernight Demonic Wolf, Evernight. Klein slightly narrowed his eyes. Chapter 314. Possible. The nation of the Evernight, at the peak of the Hornassus mountain range, believed in the ruler of the Evernight, the mother of the sky. Is there some connection between that and the Evernight Demonic Wolf, Phlegre? The illusory ravings I hear are actually, Hornassus, Phlegre. What is the connection between the ancient god, Evernight Demonic Wolf Phlegre and the goddess? According to Russell, sequence 0 is equivalent to a true god, and each sequence can only have one sequence 0. The goddess had inherited the power from the Evernight Demonic Wolf. He wasn't the oldest deity, nor was he the eye of the creator as he claimed. Yes, there's a circumstantial clue that doesn't count as proof. The life school of thought worships the moon, the crimson moon that evolved from the creator's eye, but they don't believe in the Evernight goddess. Klein suddenly made several connections as he manipulated the world to speak. Is there nothing else? No. Matters regarding the king of demonic wolves, Phlegre, is also considered a myth in the City of Silver. Derek felt as though he had not given any answers. He suggested out of embarrassment, Mr. World, you can change to another question. Change the question, little son, you're too honest, then I won't stand on ceremony. Klein made the world say hoarsely, your honesty and trustworthiness leave a deep impression. I met a Beander before. He was able to freely switch between the body and spirit, and they were also able to direct zombies. Do you know which pathway this belongs to, and which sequence it is? Although it was impossible for the son, who was located in the forsaken land of the gods and the City of Silver, to form a connection with the capital of the Lowen Kingdom, Backland, Klein was cautious enough to change the pronoun referring to Miss Sharon from she to he. By the way, he's not a high-sequence Beander, the world added in a deep voice. Derek recalled the education he had received seriously before saying, if he's not a high-sequence Beander, then the Phoenix pathway can be eliminated. The Phoenix pathway. Klein deliberately made the world show a certain level of surprise. After attending so many gatherings, Derek was very clear that there was a discrepancy between the terms used by the City of Silver and Miss Justice and Company. Therefore, Derek explained without finding it strange, it's the Beander pathway that governs death and partly controls the spirit world. Its sequence 9 is Corpse Collector. So it's the death pathway. From the looks of it, Phoenix ancestor, Regrace, was death during the ancient times. Klein sat at the end of the long bronze table in a composed manner. He controlled world as he nodded. I understand. You can continue. Derek replied immediately, I can only think of two possibilities. One is a type of special devil. Just like I previously said, the devils that evolve from different species can have their differences. There is a type that can freely switch between body and spirit, but they're rather rare. And they might not be able to direct zombies. Can they be humans? The world asked. No, not that I know of any similar examples, Derek said honestly. What about the second possibility? Klein thought back to Miss Sharon's usual performance in battle, and the world changed his sitting position. Derek replied seriously, mutants. Mutants? Isn't that referring to monsters? The world asked hoarsely. Klein clearly remembered that Mr. Isaac had mentioned that the term, mutant, was the general term for humans that were put under a curse. Due to the different curses, mutants transformed into different races. They were usually the same as humans, but their hearts were always filled with a suppressed, twisted desire in their hearts. Their desires erupted when they came into contact with a certain scene or object, turning into monsters. They would then succumb to their desires for blood and bloodshed. Every time they unleashed their desires, they would become slightly more merciless and apathetic. Finally, they would lose all their positive feelings that are expected of a human. The most common mutant was the werewolf. Derek nodded frankly and said, "That's right. Mutants are the various kinds of monsters that evolve from humans due to the negative effects of certain Beander characteristics. It's not a curse, but the negative impact of some Beander characteristic." Sitting upright in the thick gray fog, Klein found this to be different from what Mr. Isaac had described. Is this the understanding of mutants from before the cataclysm? General knowledge in the City of Silver is quite precious to the Beyonders of the northern and southern continents. Klein became increasingly aware of the special nature of the forsaken land of the gods. At this moment, Derek continued, the characteristics which mutants possess happen to form a Beander pathway. Therefore, ordinary people can turn into mutants by consuming potions as well. A mutant pathway? Which pathway is this referring to? What is the name of the corresponding sequence 9? Klein asked curiously through the world. Derek ignored the first few questions, treating them as a necessary supplement. In the City of Silver, the corresponding sequence 9 is called prisoner. The mind is the prisoner of the body, and the body is the prisoner of the world. This refers to the madness that is restrained and the desire that is oppressed. Prisoner. This pathway is held by the Rose School of Thought. They're famous for their bloody sacrifices, and worship of the so-called chained god. Miss Sharon doesn't look like such a cold-blooded, indiscriminate person. Wait a minute, Marich was apparently being pursued by some faction. Were he and Miss Sharon traitors of the Rose School of Thought? Their betrayal was because they didn't want to turn into crazy heretics. Klein speculated as he made the world say, "I'm very satisfied with your answer." Transaction complete. Following that, a few members shared their experiences and news. As for Klein, he ended the tarot gathering just before his spirituality was exhausted. When the area above the gray fog returned to its peaceful state, even the fake world was gone. He then started to travel back and forth between the real world and the mysterious space, bringing the master key to the ancient palace. Although I deduced from Russell's diary that there is a high probability that there isn't a sequence 0 for the apprentice pathway, I can't be rash. If there is a sequence 1 or 2, they might be able to counterattack effectively across space, and what if there really is a sequence 0? I shouldn't gamble with my life. After Klein recovered, he wrote a divination statement, its origin. Next, he held the master key in his hand so as not to misdirect the moniker, it. Leaning back in his chair, Klein chanted the divination statement and gradually fell asleep. In the gray haze of the shattered world, he saw a bronze lamp rack with many flickering candles. Around the lamp rack was what seemed to be a secret room, devoid of any external light. There were long tables, black iron pots, glass jars, brown-colored notebooks, and other items. A young man wearing a classic black robe stood in front of the long table, staring at the potion in his hand. Ancestors, I am about to embark on the path of extraordinariness. I will definitely reproduce the illustrious glory of the Abraham family. He mumbled to himself and drank the potion. The muscles on his face contorted in pain. Suddenly, he cried out miserably and fell to the ground. He squirmed continuously, strangling himself. After a few seconds, he tore off his clothes, stripped off his skin, and turned into a monster covered in blood. His flesh exploded, and each piece of flesh seemed to possess a life of its own as they continued to crawl in every direction, leaving behind signs of corrosion. In the end, they were unable to leave the secret chamber and gradually calmed down. The specks of light gathered together and combined together with a broken finger, forming an ancient and simple-looking brass-colored key. At the same time, Klein saw a silver pocket watch inlaid with diamonds among the tattered clothes. After the dream ended, he opened his eyes and looked forward. He said with a sigh, seriously, he said he wanted to restore the glory of the Abraham family, but he failed at the first step. It's risky even at sequence 9. The Abraham family was a powerful aristocratic family of the Tudor dynasty during the Fourth Epoch. It was said that they held the Beander pathway of apprentice, but it was very likely that it was incomplete. Klein recalled the scene he had just seen. He tapped his fingers on the edge of the table and muttered to himself. He spoke in the Loan language. I can't tell where his accent is from. It was during the last 10 years since it became popular to embed pure diamonds into pocket watches. Perhaps I should visit the Harvest Church when I have the time and ask Father Utravsky where he got his master key from. Perhaps I can find some clues. Just as Klein was about to leave the fog, the illusory star that symbolized the magician began to swell and contract. Furs was requesting a sacrificial ritual. Furs usually wouldn't have carried so much cash on her, but she had been planning to attend a Beander gathering, so she had left 500 pounds to see if she could buy what she wanted. Who knew that the corresponding gathering had been cancelled because of the circumstances? Now, she could use it to pay for the apothecary formula and the acting method, a total of 430 pounds. Seeing the screen of light appear and seeing the paper money disappear, it took Furs a few seconds to react. She sincerely thanked Mr. Fool. I shall sell the apothecary formula to Viscount Glaint for 300 pounds. I can't be too greedy, or else this will ruin our long-term partnership. As for Miss Audrey, I'll ignore her for the time being. She has hopes of coming into contact with the psychology alchemists and obtaining the corresponding formula directly. If there's really no hope with that, I'll try purchasing it from the tarot gathering. Sigh, I have to see if the acting method is effective. If it is, then I have to consider how to pray to Mr. Fool. Oh, Zio is such a fool. She has always been acting as an arbiter and had unknowingly fulfilled the requirements of the acting method. Furs began thinking of the future. When he received the 430 pounds, Klein also received a prayer from Miss Justice. She said that if Mr. Fool's adorer no longer needed cash, she could promise to exchange the 200 pounds for Russell's diary entries to make sure that Mr. Fool was satisfied. I'm satisfied. I'm only a few dozen pounds short of 1,000 pounds. Klein declined Miss Justice's offer. Then, he busily helped the son awaken his memories regarding the 7 gods. After doing all this, Klein returned to the real world in exhaustion. He drew the curtains open and started going through the dossier with the information regarding the serial murders, searching for the animal that might have existed. Chapter 315. Return to Harvest Church. City of Silver, in a cramped room. Derek Berg was sitting by his bedside, quietly recalling the information regarding the 7 gods that he had received. The names of the deities that he had never heard of and the vague ancient myths all indicated to him that there was a new world outside which was completely different from the City of Silver. Is that a piece of land that hasn't been forsaken by the gods? Or perhaps, it's a land that is protected by new gods? Derek sat in the dark, motionlessly. Lightning flashed from time to time outside the window, bringing with it intense light. He slowly focused his thoughts on the different powers that were concentrated in the hands of the 7 gods, and he compared them with the ancient gods such as the dragon of fantasy, Anquelt. The so-called god of combat is very similar to giant King Ormir. The Lord of Storms wields power similar to the pixie king, Siniathrum. The Evernight goddess appears to be the fusion of the king of demonic wolves, Phlegre, and vampire ancestor, Lilith. As for the eternal blazing sun, Mother Earth, god of knowledge and wisdom, and god of steam and machinery, I can't find anyone corresponding to them. Regarding the mythical legends, I wasn't too attentive in class and missed out a lot. Phew, since there's no patrol duty during this period of time, I should head to the Spire's library and read up on them. Derek stood up and did as he planned. The problem he faced was shared by the majority of the residents in the City of Silver. When they were being educated with general knowledge, their focus was all on the practical courses such as Devil Studies, Monster Classification, Charms, and Beander Foundations. They were all focused on the knowledge that could be used to deal with monsters in the dark and increase the production of edible plants. As for supplementary classes like Myth Studies, they often didn't pay much attention. If the history regarding the City of Silver hadn't been able to make the residents more united, raise their sense of honor, or heighten their sense of mission, and how the 6-member council was very strict in this regard, Derek believed that he could at most remember what had happened in the last 2 or 3 decades. Carrying the axe of Hurricane, Derek walked out of his house, following the clean, simple, but old and mottled stone road until he reached the Twin Towers on the north side of the city. One of the spires of the Twin Towers served as the City of Silver's library, an exchange spot where merit points could be exchanged and daily necessities could be distributed. The dome was where the six-member council resided and was rumored to contain a mystical item which had sustained the City of Silver for more than 2,000 years, as well as a repository for formulas and ingredients. Entering the spire, Derek went straight up to the third floor and, according to his recollections, found the shelves where materials regarding mythology and the corresponding ancient books were stored, just as he was about to take out a book related to the creation myth. A slender, fair-skinned, and good-looking palm rushed forward and took the book away from him. Derek traced the arm, and after a single glance, he lowered his head, pressed his hand to his chest, and said in a low voice, "Greetings, Elder Lovia." The one who had taken the book from him was one of the members of the six-member council, Shepherd Lovia. She wore a long black robe embroidered with mysterious purple patterns. Her silvery gray hair was thick but curled up slightly. Her face was smooth and fair, her appearance gorgeous. She looked to be in her early 30s, and her pair of light gray eyes seemed to be able to pierce through one's soul. Lovia tersely acknowledged Derek's greeting and gently nodded her head without saying anything else. She silently took the ancient book and left the space between the two bookshelves. Elder Lovia seems to have returned to normal. She's not like before, always switching between different temperaments at random, sometimes crying, sometimes sneering, sometimes grunting angrily, sometimes indifferent. Such a thought subconsciously flashed across Derek's mind. Suddenly, he felt an inexplicable sense of fear. It was because Elder Lovia was acting normally. Normal. After reading through the entire dossier, Klein found no record of any animals. It was obvious that the original investigation had overlooked this problem. Yay, I have to remember my earlier considerations. I can't rashly perform my own investigations. Without talking about how I don't have the special means or confidence to avoid a devil's intuition towards danger, just the possibility of me meeting a Nighthawk would be a very troublesome matter. My goal is to always take an auxiliary role. My job is to analyze the case and suggest conjectures and determine if a clue is authentic. Klein considered what he needed to do. After understanding the abilities of a devil, he temporarily didn't dare to hand over the matter of investigating whether or not the previous suspects had pets to Stuart. That would have a high chance of injuring Stuart. It's only in the preliminary stage of investigations without any direction. It's likely Stuart wouldn't encounter any problems. A devil isn't like those bunch of lunatics from the Aurora Order. He wouldn't proactively expose himself. Tomorrow or the day after, Stuart will definitely hand in a report. Perhaps there might be clues that others might not be able to detect. Klein stood up and stuffed his hands into his pockets as he paced around the activity room. Now, his dilemma was on how to get the main investigation body to include animals under their radar. I definitely can't mention it directly, as that would attract the suspicion of others. It would be the same if I attempted to guide them in the dark. Klein thought carefully as he weighed the matter seriously before finally deciding on a plan. He pulled out a letter, grabbed a fountain pen, and wrote, "Dear Mr. Stanton, I thought of a problem. Previously, when the detectives were in discussion, they all found the murderer's actions skilled without any hint of inexperience. They believed that he couldn't be born with such skill and that he must have had a lot of experience to build up his foundation. Examples of such people can be surgical students from med school or a butcher. Back then, I thought he might have done something like this before. It's a direction for investigation, and it's what I'm paying the most attention to right now. But after thinking about it over and over again for the past 2 days, I don't think it's comprehensive enough. Perhaps, he didn't rely on killing people to gain experience. Is it possible that he practiced with poor animals? Different kinds of living animals. The number of animals that die in Backland daily is innumerable, and those that disappear in the sewers are also unknown. Therefore, these are very good training targets. This is my inchoate opinion. I hope to communicate with you. Sherlock Moriarty." Klein didn't directly mention that the murderer might have been an animal that had turned into a devil. He also used the reason of practice, hoping that Isengard Stanton would take note of the neglected animal world, thereby reminding the official Beyonders responsible for the case. While he was writing, he suddenly felt that this was also a direction. The reason why the devil hadn't been caught all this time was because it had been hunting animals most of the time. And the hunting of animals wasn't something worth paying attention to. Well, let's hope it will inspire them. Klein folded the letter and dressed up to deliver it to the mailbox at the end of the street. 15 minutes later, Lawyer Jurgen, who saw Detective Sherlock passing by his oriel window again and again, finally couldn't stop his urge to open his door and asked politely, "Mr. Moriarty, did you forget your key?" Sort of." Klein squeezed out a smile. "Why don't you come to my house as a guest? After dinner, you can go back after dark. I know that you private detectives are very good at climbing. Jurgen invited him in with a serious expression. Seriously. Klein was stunned for a second before he smiled sincerely. It's my honor. After all, lawyer Jurgen's grandmother had the standard of a capable chef. And he could also tease the cat while he was there. When it was completely dark, Klein, having had his fill, rested for a while at home before leaving Minsk Street with his cane. He planned to make another trip to Rose Street, on the south side of the bridge, and ask Bishop Utravsky about the origin of the master key. With the help of dowsing rod seeking, he successfully arrived at the Harvest Church in the dead of night and sneaked in through the same route as before. However, Bishop Utravsky wasn't repenting in the cathedral's hall tonight. There were only rows of pews in the silence and gloom. He's resting. Klein felt slightly puzzled as he walked towards the living area at the back of the hall. As he rounded the corner, he saw the tall, giant-like Bishop Utravsky walking up the basement stairs. The heavy stone doors situated there were being banged on by someone. Who did he detain in the basement? Klein instantly thought of a series of warped ideas. Bishop Utravsky looked up and saw Klein disguised the same as before. He was also surprised as he asked, "Haven't you found your way home yet? Do I look like someone who's been lost for so long?" Klein forced a smile. "Father, I'm not lost. You think that the formula is fake? That's impossible." Bishop Utravsky frowned and stopped midway up the stairs. As a result, he was at the same height as Klein. "No, it's genuine," Klein answered honestly. At this moment, the basement stone door was thumped again with ever-increasing intensity. Along with the thumps was a male voice that shouted, "Let me out." "This is..." Klein couldn't help but ask. Bishop Utravsky smiled warmly and said, "A vampire." As soon as he finished, the man in the basement shouted, "What's wrong with being a vampire? Do you think vampires should be locked up here? Do I have to listen to your nagging and scripture recitals every day?" "Bullshit, I'm a noble sanguine, so don't use such a vulgar name to describe me. Let me tell you, I worship the moon, and I'll absolutely not convert to a believer of Mother Earth." "Give up, you damned priest." It was Klein's first time meeting a real vampire, so he couldn't help but ask, "Father, where did you catch him?" Bishop Utravsky gave Klein an odd look before saying, "He is the original owner of the master key. One day, he got lost and entered this cathedral." Klein seriously considered the dilemma of whether he should carry the master key with him in the future or not. "It's a good thing that I can divine," he thought thankfully. It just so happened that he had entered a state where he thirsted for blood, and I had discovered his abnormality, Bishop Utravsky added with a smile. "Bullshit, don't talk about blood. What I need is the blood of a beautiful young girl, not the blood of a dirty old man like you." The vampire in the basement suddenly became enraged. Bishop Utravsky explained without a trace of anger, "When he craves blood, I will give him some of mine." Klein nodded and looked again. He found that the heavy stone door in the basement was engraved with the sacred emblem of life and many mysterious symbols, forming a complete seal. During the day, when more and more people start praying, it would be impossible for the sound to even reach the outside. Klein made a preliminary judgment. "Is there anything I can help you with?" At that moment, Bishop Utravsky asked. Klein answered frankly, "I want to know where the master key first came from." "You'll have to ask him." Bishop Utravsky pointed to the basement. The vampire inside suddenly became quiet before he leisurely laughed and said, "Friend, I can answer your question. But the condition is that you rescue me first." Chapter 316. Never perform unprepared. He actually named his price. Upon hearing the vampire's request, Klein felt both irritated and amused. He looked at the Bishop Utravsky, who was standing in front of him, and asked, "Father, may I borrow your candle? The one that you used last time. I've forgotten what it's called." Before Bishop Utravsky could reply, the vampire in the basement spoke in a stunned voice. "What do you want to do? What do you want to do?" At this moment, Bishop Utravsky answered warmly, "It's called the mental terror candle." "What are you borrowing it for?" "Father, you're very cooperative. You even knew to ask." The corners of Klein's mouth curled up. "I plan to use it to directly inquire the deepest part of this friend's heart. As you know, I'm quite talented in this area, and I'm very good at such matters." Before he could finish his sentence, the vampire in the basement had already shouted, "Bastard, give up on your idea. You will be cursed if you do this to a noble sanguine. Hey, 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 I'll speak, I'll tell you the origins of the master key." Klein immediately chuckled, "Thank you for your cooperation. HMPH. The friend of that dirty old man naturally isn't a good person. As a sanguine, all I did was go to the hospital to steal blood bottles to drink. Why did I end up locked up in here and forced to listen to this naggy, housefly-like Bible of life? The vampire in the basement angrily complained. Frankly speaking, if you really are who you claim to be, and you bumped into me, at most, I would give you a warning. Unfortunately, you got lost and entered this cathedral. The priest you encountered used to kill people wantonly and enjoyed combat, but he's now pious and repentant. You can only blame your poor luck. However, with Bishop Utravsky's recovery, he's unlikely to hurt you. At most, he will keep you to his side. Klein silently responded. The vampire in the basement paused for a few seconds and said, "About a month ago, I went to the hospital in South Borough to steal blood and ended up meeting a thief. He originally wanted to enter the hospital's finance department, but he ended up lost. He opened the door to the blood bank and ended up being caught by me. He was using that master key. He told me that he had found it back when he had burgled a particular house. He had also obtained a pocket watch with inlaid diamonds. In the basement. At first, he thought that the key would correspond to a room or safe. He made several attempts and found that the key could open all doors. This is no doubt an unimaginable surprise for a thief. After that, he enjoyed numerous successes until I caught him and confiscated his key. Damn, I didn't expect that the key would make one get lost back then. It matches the scene I saw with my divination. However, is there a curse on the master key? The previous owner was detained because he got lost, and the owner before that was caught red-handed because he got lost. Perhaps I should really throw it into the space above the gray fog and take it out when I need it. But that will be a lot more troublesome and might cause delays to certain matters." Klein controlled his expression and asked unhurriedly, "Did the thief say where he stole it?" The vampire in the basement mumbled, "Are you doubting my intelligence?" "How could I not ask about this?" He said it was in the area south of the bridge, 48 Riverbay Avenue. "I was planning to check it out when, damn it. Alright, I'm done answering. Don't disturb me anymore." Klein didn't leave just because he received an answer. Instead, he slowly took out a halfpence copper coin and recited softly, "He's lying." After repeating it 7 times, Klein's eyes turned dark, and he flicked the coin up. He watched it spin in the air before it landed in the palm of his hand. It was heads, indicating a positive response. In other words, the vampire was lying. The thief's description coincides greatly with what I had seen through divination, so they confirm each other. The vampire must have lied about the exact address. Klein looked at Bishop Utravsky and said with a chuckle, "He lied. Let me think about the reason why he lied. It would be very unwise of him to vent his anger and seek revenge on me, who is completely uninvolved. It would also be very detrimental to his situation. So, I think he's actually using this method to call for help. That address might very well belong to a companion of his. Father, do you plan on paying a visit?" The basement suddenly fell silent. After a few seconds, the vampire laughed and said, "I just didn't want to tell you that easily. You threatened me just now, so I lied to take revenge on you. Isn't that normal? I can hear how forceful you are at trying to calm yourself down." Klein smiled and said, "Then, what's the real answer? If you continue lying, I don't mind sending this address to the 3 churches. I'll just say that it has something to do with the recent serial murders. Humans are really vicious." The vampire sighed through gritted teeth. "The area south of the bridge, 32 Verdi Street." Klein tossed the coin again and got the result that the vampire wasn't lying. It seems like vampires don't have the ability to interfere with divination. I should confirm it above the gray fog when I'm back." Klein pressed his hand to his chest, faced the heavy stone door, and bowed. "HMPH, the vampire in the basement snappily replied. As Klein turned to leave, the vampire suddenly shouted, "Remember that my name is Emlyn White. Remember, my name is Emlyn White. Why do I have to remember your name? It's not like I'm going to save you. Without preparation, and without a home ground advantage, I'm no match for Father Utravsky, and he has the mystical item to transfuse blood. Could it be that this vampire's companion will offer a bounty, and he wishes for me to sell this information?" Klein was surprised for a moment before he walked out of the Harvest Church without a word. After finding a secluded place, he undid the spirit pendulum wound around his left wrist and started to divine if he should visit 32 Verdi Street at that very moment. The answer he got was that there was some danger, but it wasn't too high. There is certain danger. Where's the danger? What kind of danger would it be? Klein carefully analyzed the situation, suspecting that the apprentice who died from losing control had turned into a ghost-type monster due to its intense grievance. Furthermore, it was a relatively strong one at that. That's not right. That thief clearly came out with the master key without encountering any trouble. Could it be that the danger is in another secret location in the house? Klein thought for a moment and decided that it would be best for him to go only when he was sufficiently prepared. It prevented him from entering a situation in which he encountered an enemy whom he was unable to deal with his present Beyonder powers. At the very least, I'll have to wait until I buy bullets that can purify Wraith shadows. He nodded slightly. After this consideration, combined with his previous battle with Don Paladin Bishop Utravsky, Klein suddenly felt that he could vaguely conclude the first rule of a magician: never perform unprepared. Doing otherwise would result in a high chance of messing up, Klein added silently. On Tuesday morning, after preparing butter and toasting 2 slices of bread, Klein was in no hurry to eat. He opened the door and retrieved the day's newspaper from the mailbox. There's a letter. He pulled the letter out from the newspaper and glanced at the envelope as he returned to the dining room. It's from Stuart. It appears that he has already completed his preliminary investigations. Klein nodded slightly, tore open the envelope, shook the piece of paper, and sat down at the dining table as he read it. Stuart claimed that the 2 suspects had shown no signs of abnormal behavior. One of them entrenched himself at the grocery store and guarded his wife and children, living a lifeless life, while the other was busy with various temporary jobs and working hard to maintain his life. They were not irritable, nor did they have the urge to fight. They also didn't lock themselves up in a room. At the end of the letter, Stuart lamented the harsh situation in East Borough and vowed to save enough money to avoid being reduced to staying there when he was old. Thank you for your help. I will share my findings with the rest of you if there are any other clues. Klein replied to the letter simply when he saw how Stuart had no signs of being discovered. He didn't want Stuart to delve deeper into the case, or else the devil might detect the danger and kill any latent dangers in advance. Putting away his pen and paper, Klein picked up a piece of bread that had already been soaked in butter and leisurely spent his breakfast with a cup of black tea and the newspaper. During this process, he felt rather regretful that there were no signs that the Beyonder gathering organized by old Mr. Eye of Wisdom would be held. Sigh, the existence of this devil has seriously affected the lives of the Backland Beyonders. I hope Mr. Isengard Stanton is able to notice my hint and be fruitful. Yes, he should be a recognized Beyonder by the officials. Klein put down the newspaper and picked up a napkin to wipe his mouth before he packed up to leave. His plan today had been already decided last week. He was to visit the Royal Museum for the Emperor Russell Memorial Exhibition. Audrey was wearing a light lace dress and donned snow-white fur as she waited for her personal maidservant, Anne, to help her put on a soft hat with pearls and a thin fishnet veil. Beside her, Susie sat there with a bow tied around her neck. My beautiful little princess, where do you plan on going? Count Hall asked, stroking his fine mustache as he descended the stairs. Audrey's eyes replied with bright eyes, Father, I plan to attend the Russell Memorial Exhibition. I can take a look at the original diary of Emperor Russell and find a chance to get some for Mr. Fool, she added in her mind. Count Hall muttered to himself, why are you going today? There will be a lot of people, and the scene will be very chaotic. Yes, I'll get someone to coordinate with the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery. After the official exhibition is over, they'll open its doors specially for you and your friends for half a day. That way, you can have a quiet and undisturbed tour. If you have anything you wish to look at closely, you can discuss it with them directly. In that the case, that seems even better. I can directly look through the diaries in this exhibition. Audrey lifted her skirt and curtsied. Thank you, handsome Count Hall. Chapter 317. Russell Memorial Exhibition. West Borough, 2 Kings Avenue, Royal Museum. Although it wasn't a weekend, there was a long line at the door when Klein arrived. According to the descriptions in the newspapers and magazines, he knew that the world's middle class had fewer ways of entertaining themselves. Other than reading newspapers, reading novels, listening to opera concerts, playing tennis and squash, enjoying plays, and holding or attending banquets, there were only 3 options: going to a park, going to an exhibition, and going on vacation. Due to Emperor Russell's influence, annual vacations were already common phenomena. At 9 o'clock sharp, Klein, who was wearing a silk top hat, a black cane, and a long double-breasted frock coat, followed the people in front of him and entered the museum. There was a split here, and the different guides led a number of visitors down different passages. Klein and nearly 20 people followed a good-looking woman and listened to her introduction of Russell's life. This was of zero value to Klein, who was half a historian, so he was so bored that he began confirming the location of his wallet. Since his wealth had soared to £952, just a step away from £1,000, his wallet could no longer hold so much cash, and he could only carry some of it selectively. As for the rest, Klein didn't feel at ease to just leave them at home without protection, so he threw them all above the grey fog. As they walked, they entered the first exhibition hall. The female guide excitedly said, "Ladies and gentlemen, these are the daily necessities of Emperor Russell. Look, that's his velvet quilt, and that's the golden glassware he used to drink his wine. That's the toilet he used, the first toilet in the modern sense. Even a toilet he had used before is being exhibited." Klein suddenly felt some sympathy for Russell. Then, he looked at the toilet with a flushing system behind the glass wall and saw that it was shimmering with golden light. It seemed to have a layer of gold foil on its surface, and it was engraved with an exaggerated and artistic pattern. How extravagant! Klein no longer sympathized with Russell. Separated from the toilet by only a glass layer was Russell's everyday clothing, including cuffs, a shirt with pleats at the collar, and so on. It was obvious that the female guide was rather impressed by Intis's dress culture. After the Daily Necessities exhibition hall, there was a display of the original versions of the important documents which Russell had issued, including the Civil Code and other extremely valuable historical relics. At that moment, the female guide pointed at a display cabinet and said, "This is one of the diaries left behind by Emperor Russell. It uses his self-created mysterious symbols that have yet to be deciphered to date. Many historians and archaeologists believe that these notes contain the least known secrets of Emperor Russell. As a romantic, I have my own guesses. Perhaps these are the symbols he had agreed upon with his most beloved woman. They wrote about each other, but were never able to truly be together." "You're suited for writing novels." The corner of Klein's mouth twitched. His eyes then turned to the notebook that was spread open in the display cabinet. On it were the simplified Chinese he was extremely familiar with. The 6th of March. "Damn it, I'm almost constipated from eating the food here." The 17th of March. "Are the ladies of Intis so open? Did I hit on her, or did she hit on me? I just find it odd." The 22nd of March. "It's time to choose a religion. On one side is the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun, and on the other is the Church of Craftsmanship. My choice is without a doubt. Praise you, God of all machinery. One day, I will make the Church of Craftsmanship change its name to the Church of Machinery." It's indeed very romantic. Romantic constipation. This should be a diary entry written by Emperor Russell in his early days. It's without any valuable information. His handwriting is even uglier than mine. Klein looked away in TSKED. Of course, he only saw the 2 pages that were spread open. He didn't know what else was on it. I wonder how the security measures here are. I wonder if there is a chance of sneaking in and flipping through them. Klein looked around and saw that there were quite a few security personnel on the surface. Perhaps there are beyonders from the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery, he muttered under his breath and followed the female guide as he blended in with the crowd. He entered the next exhibition hall, which was called, The Gentle Russell. This is Emperor Russell's first love letter. This is his first love poem he created, When You Are Old One. The female guide looked at the manuscript in the display cabinet with glimmering eyes. Shameless. Yeats's coffin can't be held shut any longer. Klein couldn't help but lampoon. This is a bracelet he made. This is the original manuscript of his novel, the female guide introduced with a tone of extraordinary adoration. Klein tried hard not to let his expression change. Of course, he also believed that Emperor Russell, who was an artisan in his Beander profession, was definitely very skilled in his craftsmanship. This is the basic education textbook that he improved to educate his children. Each word has its own corresponding picture. It was a little game he had invented for his children, similar to Intis chess, but somehow it didn't become popular. These are the toy blocks he invented. These were also for his children, the female guide said in a gentle tone without even realizing it. Isn't this fucking Chinese chess? Furthermore, Lego wants to collect the licensing fees from you. Klein could only smirk to hide his other emotions. With a single glance, he noticed that there was a woman over 1.7 meters tall standing in front of this display cabinet. The lady had chestnut hair that fell to her waist, and she had a perfectly proportioned figure. She was neither fat nor thin. She wore a lace dress which had the vibes of a young girl, but she wore a black, out-of-fashion bonnet, and a fishnet veil hung down, concealing her face. She stood in front of the display cabinet and stared at the items inside for a long time without leaving. Even when Klein and the others followed the guide to the next exhibition hall, she remained rooted to the spot. After passing through a few more exhibition halls, the female guide pointed ahead and said, "The next thing you will see is Emperor Rissel's restored study. Of course, it's only a part of it." As she spoke, Klein and the others entered the exhibition hall as the area before them opened up. It was almost like a library, lined with shelves which were 2 stories high. There were ladders sitting beneath them and aisles between them leading to a 3-dimensional book park. You can imagine how the owner of this place had once climbed up and down the ladder in search of the book that he wanted to read. The guide painted a vivid picture. No, Rissel would definitely send his servants to seek it out for him. He wouldn't do it himself, Klein silently refuted. In the center of the row of bookshelves were desks, chairs, brass lamp stands, and the like. They were all protected under the cover of glass and were blocked from making contact with the outside world. With a single glance, Klein found a stack of manuscripts which were all yellow in color. The stack of manuscripts weren't spread out, so one could only see the contents of the first page. It was a drawing of a rectangular object with a detailed description. This is a portable, miniaturized application of the telegraph. Through it, one can connect to the person holding the same item and receive and exchange information. You can even converse with them directly. This requires better positioning. I think we can boldly cast our sights to the sky. There are no obstructions in the sky, and it would allow for better transmission of signals. Emperor, you aren't even letting go of a cell phone, Klein couldn't help but facepalm. At that moment, the guide introduced the stack of manuscripts. These record the wonderful ideas of Emperor Rissel. They record inventions which he was unable to turn into reality in time. They record the glory of what our human civilization is capable of. Klein didn't pay any attention to the flattery and instead casually sized up the other things. Suddenly, he noticed a bookmark in a hardcover book on the desk. The exposed part of the bookmark depicted a drawing which was randomly drawn by a child. Emperor Rissel isn't good at drawing. Just as Klein was mocking inwardly, he suddenly thought of something. Rissel had once disguised a card of blasphemy as a bookmark and placed it inside a certain book. Could it be this one? Klein carefully observed for a few seconds, but he didn't find anything amiss. That's right. He had mentioned before that the cards of blasphemy possess anti-divination and anti-prophecy characteristics. Under normal circumstances, there's no way to discover their uniqueness. If it were so easily recognized, the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery would have long taken it away. Klein cast his gaze away and began scrutinizing the other books. He discovered that many of them had a bookmark in them, and all of these bookmarks were of different shapes. He pondered for a moment, and using his clown's ability to control his facial muscles, he curiously asked, "Are these all books that Emperor Rissel has read before?" "Sorry, I mean, are these the original books?" The female guide nodded firmly. "Yes, these are all the items from Emperor Rissel's study from back then. They include, but are not limited to, books, manuscripts, bookmarks, lampstands, ink bottles, but even more were destroyed during the several conflicts." Klein nodded slightly and studied the bookmarks again. Rissel had said in his diary that he was going to put the card of blasphemy in a very valuable book so that no one would ever think that the most valuable thing in that book was actually an obscure bookmark. Well, which of these books are valuable? Klein began eliminating books as he recalled the details written in the diary. Glorious Era, doesn't look like it. The History of the Intis Kingdom, doesn't look like it. Geography of the Northern Continent, this might be possible, but it isn't very likely. The Improved Principles of Steam Machinery, just like before. Klein scanned the books, one by one, when his eyes suddenly came to rest on the first pile of manuscripts he saw. They were recording objects from Earth, objects which Rissel had wanted to invent but lacked the conditions to do so. There was also a bookmark in it, and on it, there was a depiction of Rissel in Royal Emperor clothes. Chapter 318, Verification. His manuscripts of plagiarism. No, his manuscript of creativity should be considered a very valuable book. Could that bookmark be a card of blasphemy? Klein's heart skipped a beat, lightly tapped his molars, and quietly activated his spirit vision. However, he didn't find anything abnormal. He then scanned the other bookmarks and obtained the same answer. That's right, if it's that easy to detect it, it wouldn't have remained till this day for me to have this thought. Klein deactivated his spirit vision, and once again, he thought via method of elimination, based on the details he had learned from Rissel's diary and the personality the Emperor had shown. As far as he could tell, since Rissel had said that the book with the card of blasphemy was valuable, it couldn't be too ordinary, or it wouldn't satisfy his sense of warped humor. To use lots of valuable knowledge to serve as a foil for an unobtrusive bookmark would be a form of teasing the recipient of the book. Thus, books with value but aren't of great value can be ignored. In that case, Klein looked around, trying to make sense of it, completely turning a deaf ear to what the guide was saying. In summary, in the entire study, the only book that fulfills these conditions is that manuscript of creativity. The others are only ordinary in value. With Russell's personality, he definitely wouldn't choose them. Yes, Russell is the kind of person who would claim, "I'll hide the secret in the most obvious place, but none of you can find it." As Klein imagined this, he added a cackling expression to the Emperor in his mind. Of course, there's no way he could confirm that the bookmark was the disguised card of blasphemy because the books Russell had, which were of great value, clearly included those in the field of mysticism. And those books were definitely not going to be put on display by the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery. Yes, I have to first confirm if it's the card of blasphemy before considering if I should take action. Unfortunately, I can't use the date the 20th of January as a method of elimination. No one knows which bookmark is placed into which book on and on which day, Klein silently muttered to himself and turned to look towards the guide. He asked with a smile, "Do the books on the shelf also have things stuffed in between them? For example, a note written by some noble lady to Russell?" This question made many men give a knowing chuckle. The female guide shook her head and said, "No, there aren't any. The books that contain other items have all been taken out and placed here for everyone to see. This is just a restoration of Emperor Russell's study, not the restoration of a particular point in time. There is no need to maintain an immutable state." Klein laughed and said immediately, "I understand, this sure is disappointing." "That's simply great. There's only one bookmark in the entire exhibition hall that requires verification. The difficulty has greatly fallen," he added happily in his heart. As the guide introduced Russell's favorite books, Klein looked around the room again, taking in the overall layout. To restore the room from more than a century ago, there were no gas lamps around the room. The lighting mainly relied on the iron-barred oriel windows that were a few meters away and the huge crystal chandeliers hanging from the ceiling. As for the brass lamp on the desk, there were no candles installed. It was purely a decoration. Looking out the oriel window, Klein saw the yellow, withered lawn and a straight, iron-black lamppost. He took note of the location and turned his attention back to the book the female guide was introducing. In his mind, he began to analyze the feasibility of the theft. There's one premise. According to Russell's intentions, the various churches and the ancient royal families wouldn't wish for him to spread the cards of blasphemy and destroy the stable order that has been in place for more than 1,000 years. Therefore, if I'm an archbishop in charge of handling this matter, I will directly burn all of Russell's items. If the cards of blasphemy can be destroyed so completely, the outcome will perfectly suit the thoughts of the deities. If the cards of blasphemy are difficult to be destroyed, they will definitely expose their abnormality after the burning. Since Russell's items still remain, that means that he used certain methods to make everyone, including the deities, believe that he had sent out all the cards of blasphemy without keeping a single one. Of course, I can't eliminate the possibility that some churches or ancient families might attempt to use the cards of blasphemy to make up for their incomplete Beander pathways. But this possibility is very tiny. This is because it will give Russell an opportunity to come up with a united front strategy. There wouldn't be a need for him to go so far as to destroy the order by spreading the cards of blasphemy. In that case, his diary will show a certain level of confidence and corresponding concern, and he definitely wouldn't be left with pessimism to the point of only thinking of relying on that ancient secret organization. Furthermore, it's been more than 100 years. The Church of the God of Steam and Machinery, who has retained these remains, must have made numerous supplementary searches. Therefore, no one would believe that the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery remain hidden in here. In other words, the security level of this exhibition wouldn't be too high. Besides, the most important point is that Backland is currently under siege by the terror caused by the Devil's serial murders. The Beyonders of the three churches must be sweeping through the entire city. The amount of manpower that the Machinery Hivemind squad can afford to place at this unimportant exhibition would be extremely limited. Yes, the thing most worthy of protection here is Russell's diary. Many wild Beyonders worship the Emperor greatly. They believe that the book written with independently created symbols must contain more profound mysteries. There's a motive to stealing them, and they have the ability to do so. Therefore, the guard's focus will definitely be in that exhibition hall. I'll do a divination above the gray fog when I'm back to verify my analysis. However, I have to first test if it's a card of blasphemy. Otherwise, I would be taking a certain risk and wasting tremendous effort only to steal an ordinary bookmark. If that happened, I might as well lie back in my grave. Yes, how should I verify it? It can't wait till I infiltrate again, and I don't have an opportunity to do so now. I have to find someone to help, I have to be careful. Klein followed behind the guide with a focused expression as though he was very attentive. Miss Magician is an apprentice. She is able to go through walls and doors. It's like she possesses a master key, so she's a good candidate. However, she's only sequence 9. The mission of infiltrating to do the verification is way too dangerous for her. Miss Zio, no, she wouldn't be up to this. Let her get a thief to help. No, that won't do. There are Beander guards here. The thief would most likely get caught on the spot, which will expose the fact that someone is looking into Russell's bookmark. Miss Sharon, she's powerful enough, and her state is suitable for this kind of quest, but the problem is that the card of blasphemy is a divine object that can make most Beyonders willing to kill. I still don't trust her enough. Klein thought, analyzing the helpers he could use. Gradually, he had a candidate in mind, Miss Justice. Is it possible for her to use her wealth and power as a noble to touch the bookmark, using her interest as an excuse? There are plenty of opportunities. Furthermore, this method won't alarm anyone. It would be beneficial for me to sneak in and steal it in the future. The more Klein thought about it, the more he found it feasible. As for the question of how to verify it, as the card of blasphemy possessed anti-divination and anti-prophecy characteristics, the only solution he could think of for the time being was to attempt to destroy the bookmark. Doesn't anti-divination and anti-prophecy mean that using a similar method on a particular object that hides a card of blasphemy would result in failure or interference? Wouldn't that be tantamount to exposing itself? What it really means is that even with the card of blasphemy, divining it will be equivalent to divining an ordinary object. The divination would result in something equivalent to the ordinary object. In any case, I can't figure out what password the Emperor set. I can only use such a simple and crude method to confirm it. If the card of blasphemy can really be destroyed, then it only means that I'm temporarily unfated with it. Yes, with the Emperor's liking, perhaps I can try an activation incantation. He once joked in his diary, saying, "My fortune is yours for the taking, but you'll have to find it first." I left everything I own at the ends of the fog sea, and the card of blasphemy is one of those treasures. The activation incantation could be set to one piece in ancient Hermes. That's not right. That way, there would be no one who can obtain anything, unless a second transmigrator appears. This isn't in accordance with the Emperor's intention to create chaos and destroy order, so the corresponding word for Pirate King was in either Hermes or ancient Hermes. Klein slowly confirmed his thoughts, paying more and more attention to the layout of the exhibition hall. Under the guidance of the female guide, they left the restored study and entered another exhibition hall. When everything was over, and he was free to move around, Klein said, a little embarrassed, "Excuse me, but I would like to know where the washroom is." "Upstairs." "No, that's where our office is. If you follow this path until the end before turning left, you will see it." The female guide politely pointed in a direction. Using this opportunity, Klein figured out the connections of the washroom and several large exhibition halls, and he sketched out a rough layout in his mind. At noon, he left the Royal Museum without doing anything and returned to 15 Minsk Street. Klein had originally wanted to instruct Miss Justice as the fool, saying that his adorer needed help. But on second thought, he felt that it would ruin the image of Mr. Fool. As an unfathomable figure, he has to appear calm and collected. He can't always be helping his adorer. At the very least, he can't be personally bringing up such matters, time and time again. Klein thought for a moment and quickly worked out a solution. He decided to pass on the image and voice of his adorer's plea directly to Miss Justice. In the process, Mr. Fool didn't say anything. Phew. Klein exhaled, drew the curtains, rubbed his cheeks, and began to pray to himself, the fool that doesn't belong to this era. The king of yellow and black who wields good luck. I hope that someone can help me touch the bookmark in Russell's manuscript of creativity. Help me inflict small and unnoticeable damage to it and tell me of its results. While doing so, one can recite the corresponding term for Pirate King in Hermes or ancient Hermes. No matter who helps me, even if there isn't a reaction, I will be willing to pay them £500. This can be deducted from the £5,000 that has not yet been paid. If there is a reaction, I am willing to give more. After doing all of this, Klein waited for a moment before entering the gray fog, and he saw the scene of his prayer displayed on the screen of light. After divining that the theft of the bookmark in the Royal Museum involved a certain amount of danger but wasn't too high, he extracted the plea, and added more of a mosaic effect to it. He also distorted his voice slightly, and he threw it into the illusory star that symbolized Miss Justice. Chapter 319, Audrey's Adventure. Audrey was supposed to be practicing her piano at this time, but she remained seated in front of her dressing table, thinking about how to read and memorize Russell's diary in the evening. Suddenly, her surroundings became hazy, and a boundless grayish white began to emanate. In the middle of the gray fog, the fool's figure sat high above. He was listening to a man who was barely visible pray, "I pray for your help. I hope that someone can help me touch the bookmark in Russell's manuscript of creativity. How does Mr. Fool know that I'll be visiting the Russell Memorial Exhibition this evening after the museum is closed, and that I'll have the opportunity of touching some items?" Audrey listened in a daze. Although she was amazed, she didn't find it odd. With Mr. Fool's stature and abilities, being aware of such a trivial matter is very easy. As for how he learned of it, there was no need for ordinary beyonders to attempt to comprehend it. Audrey was about to reply when the fool spoke in a low, flat voice, "You can choose to accept this request or not." Audrey pondered for 2 seconds and said, "Respected Mr. Fool, I can try, but I can't guarantee success." She wasn't really interested in the minimum reward of £500. The reason why she had accepted the mission was that she was curious about the special nature of the bookmark left behind by Emperor Russell, which was so important to the adorer of Mr. Fool that he offered an uncapped price. "Anyway, I was going to look through Russell's diary today, so it's convenient," Audrey thought. Amidst the fog, the fool nodded slightly and replied with a single word, "Okay." When the illusion was completely gone, Audrey turned her gaze to the dressing mirror and seemed to examine herself closely. Feeling both nervous and excited, she began to make plans for the evening operation. "I cannot let them notice anything unusual, even if Mr. Fool's adorer does take any action later. I cannot become a suspect. It's definitely not okay to only touch that bookmark. The moment it's lost, all eyes will be focused on me. Yes, so, I need to show equal interest in all the other objects. I cannot let others notice that my main goal is that bookmark. The entire process has to be fluid, nothing sudden, and it has to be reasonable and logical. How should I cause inconspicuous damage? It's just a bookmark." Audrey's eyes swept across the items on her dressing table without focus. Suddenly, her gaze fell on an open jewelry box and focused on a pair of gemstone earrings adorned with fine needles. The corners of her lips curled up, bit by bit, as her eyebrows and eyes slightly curved as she muttered to herself, "With Susie's help, it should be enough." It was 6 o'clock in the evening. Backland, that hardly ever saw the sun during the current season, was already dark, and the gas lamps were lit up. After the Royal Museum sent off the last batch of ordinary visitors, it received a group of visitors composed of the young lady from a count family, the child of a duke, and a young viscount. As the machinery hive mind knew that some of the aristocratic children were foppish people who frequently caused trouble, the captain of the machinery hive mind's West Borough squad, Max Livermore, was responsible for guarding the memorial. He had no choice but to disguise himself as a security guard and stay close by to prevent any accidents. His hair was neatly combed as he wore a monocle, making his scholarly appearance akin to a college professor. The monocle was actually a sealed artifact, codenamed 31328, named Eye of Crystal. With it, Max Livermore could see the spiritual body directly, as well as ghosts and shadows. There was no need to fear beyonders who used these usually difficult to detect entities to cause chaos or engage in theft. Of course, this sealed artifact also had a significant disadvantage. It could easily attract monsters like wraiths and shadows to the vicinity. If it was worn for a long time, one's vision would suffer irreversible damage. In the gloom of Backland, she's like the bright sun. At that moment, Max was looking admiringly at the blonde girl with blue eyes to his side. Audrey looked with great interest at the toilet, which was gold-plated and engraved with intricate patterns. She asked the guide beside her, "Is this the first toilet in the modern sense?" "Yes, I personally believe that this is one of Russell's most outstanding contributions to human civilization. The sewer works that go with it have changed the phenomenon of filth being all over the streets of Trier." The guide originally wanted to say the word, feces, but after looking at the girl in front of him, he felt that he couldn't lose his elegance. Audrey hesitated and asked, "Can I touch it? Can it still be used normally?" Viscount Glaint asked with a laugh from the side. Why are you so curious about this? No matter how old it is, it's ultimately still a toilet. The other aristocratic children who were on good terms with them all laughed. No, Glaint, you don't understand. This is the glory of human civilization. Audrey smiled faintly in response but barfed inwardly. If it wasn't to fulfill the request of Mr. Fool's adorer, I wouldn't want to do this either, she sighed helplessly. The guide chimed in, what Miss Hall said is very right. The glory of human civilization isn't only reflected in firearms and other weapons that have changed the form of war, but they also shine in every detail of our lives. My lady, I don't know if it can still be used properly, because no one will use it. The guide glanced at Max Livermore and, after receiving a nod of confirmation, continued, you can touch it, and you may even open the water tank to take a look at the mechanical structure inside. But please be careful. Thank you. Audrey watched as the security guard opened the glass wall. She hurriedly took 2 steps forward, reached out her right hand, which was covered in white fishnet gloves, and carefully touched the flush button. Then, she slowly stepped back and said with a smile, all right, let's keep it at that. I've satisfied my curiosity, I can't hurt it any further. She constantly reminded herself that her prescribed character was that of a naive and curious young girl. After reading this, they entered the exhibition hall where Russell's diary was located. After some introduction, Audrey asked again, can I look through this notebook? We are all interested in these strange symbols. I heard that paper would suffer damage by mere contact with air after a certain period of time, let alone having them touched. It shouldn't be possible, right? She blinked, making her beautiful gem-like eyes express sincerity and desire, together with a little disappointment. The guide looked at Max Livermore again and waited for his reply before smiling. The church used a special storage method to make the paper look the same as if it was produced only a few years ago. Furthermore, even without this method, we will try our best to fulfill your requests. However, we may need to change environments, change our clothes, and go through a stricter process. You can flip it, but not for too long. Don't use too much strength. Audrey's eyes lit up all of a sudden, making it hard for anyone to shift their gaze away. After sincerely thanking the guide, she, Viscount Glaint, and the other mysticism enthusiasts had the glass cover removed as they carefully flipped through the notebook. Audrey tried her best to memorize, but due to the complexity of the symbols, her ability to remember them in this short period of time was rather limited. That should be around 2 pages of content. I wonder if there's any way to make a copy of it. Her thoughts wandered as she gave her spot to her peers. In this way, she made a request for a closer look at something in each of the exhibition halls, which was mostly met. After a while, they arrived at the restored study. Audrey kept to her previous behavior and would ask a few questions from time to time, fully displaying her curiosity. When the guide introduced the manuscript of creativity, her eyes lit up and she said, can I flip through it? I wish to see what the manuscript of the great inventor, Russell, looks like. I also want to know what wonderful ideas it contains. No problem, beautiful Miss Hall, Honorable Viscount Glaint, you can all have a look through it. Hey, if any of you are a devout believer of the church, you can even apply for a copy, the guide replied, according to Max's gesture. As a believer of the goddess, Audrey could only respond with a faint smile. It wasn't convenient for her to make a comment. At the same time, she pretended to lift her hair and touched her right ear with her palm, quietly removing her earring. Immediately, when the glass case that encased the desk was opened, Audrey stepped forward and, holding down the manuscript, casually pulled out the bookmark, before casually flipping a page. At this moment, Susie, who had received her hint, suddenly barked in a particular direction. Woof. Woof, woof. The crowd's attention was immediately attracted in that direction. Audrey lowered her arm and used the earring in her palm to stab at the bookmark she was holding. While doing so, she chanted the phrase, Pirate King, in her mind, using Hermes before switching to Ancient Hermes. When the sharp, needle-like accessory touched the surface of the bookmark, Audrey suddenly felt an intense and illusory resistance just as it was about to penetrate the bookmark. An unusual resistance. The resistance disappeared in a flash. The fine needle punctured a tiny hole and nearly pierced through. There really is a reaction. There's really something strange about it. The light in Audrey's eyes glinted. Without daring to try again, she lifted her hand and placed the bookmark on the desk. Then, she looked at Susie and calmly told her maidservant, Annie, take her to the bathroom. Yes, milady. Annie hurriedly led Susie out of the room. Ting. Taking this opportunity, Audrey threw the earring in her hand onto the ground, then she tilted her head and said, "I'm sorry, I dropped my earring." Another maid hurried over, picked up the earring, and helped her put it on. The interlude went by in a flash, and everyone's attention returned to the manuscript. After they were pretty much done with it, they saw the security guard, Max Livermore, quickly tuck the bookmark in and close the glass cover again. Audrey's interest remained as strong as before in the next few exhibition halls. Just like before, she didn't show any abnormalities. It was only when she left the museum and returned home did she find a chance to recite the honorific name of the fool and report the results. "I did what your adorer requested, and I damaged that bookmark a little. It had an abnormal reaction." Chapter 320. Action. An abnormal reaction. From the looks of it, it really is a card of blasphemy. Above the gray fog, Klein, who received the reply, was delighted at first, but he then exclaimed in surprise, "Isn't Miss Justice way too efficient? I only entrusted the mission to her this afternoon, and she has already completed the verification by the evening. Furthermore, this is obviously past the closing time of the Royal Museum. A telepathist also definitely lacks infiltration abilities. Her family's influence is probably even greater than I expected." Thankfully, the verification didn't produce any strange phenomena. Otherwise, the only thing that can be done is to allow Miss Justice to act innocent and hand the card over to the higher authorities. And this also means that I'm not fated to have this treasure. There's nothing in this world with 100% certainty. Amidst his thoughts, Klein heard Miss Justice's subsequent question. "Mr. Fool, exactly what secret lies in that bookmark?" "Well, if your adorer is unwilling to give you the answer, just pretend that I didn't ask. Of course, the secret is that it hides a card of blasphemy inside." Klein was overjoyed as he silently sighed. After thinking it over carefully, he decided to wait until he obtained the card of blasphemy before replying to Miss Justice. Otherwise, she might appear too shocked and act strangely, causing his own actions to be negatively affected. Klein was in no hurry to return to the real world. He just sat there in the silent, empty old palace, thinking about when to act and how to do it. Miss Justice has done some damage to that bookmark, so I wonder if someone would later discover the damage. Otherwise, would the bookmark slowly show signs of abnormality and attract attention? Thus, I cannot afford to delay or wait. It would be best if I take action tonight. As all sorts of ideas churned through his mind, Klein gradually came to a decision. Then, on the basis of his morning observations, he conjured the layout of the Royal Museum's first floor and the general conditions surrounding it. Looking at this blueprint, Klein began going through different plans and quickly established a relatively safe plan. Finally, he made another divination to confirm the degree of danger. After seeing that nothing had changed, he returned to the real world and began making all sorts of preparations. What Klein originally wanted to do was to draw the pattern in his memory, forge a similar bookmark, and replace it after he had sneaked in via responding to himself. He wanted to ensure that no one noticed or know for a long time that the bookmark had been stolen. By the time it was discovered, it would be too late for others to trace the incident back to him. However, after much deliberation, he felt that this wasn't good. As long as the fake bookmark was discovered, the most suspicious person would be Miss Justice, who touched the original bookmark today. I can't put Miss Justice at risk for the sake of a treasure. She did this to help me. Klein finally figured out how to keep Miss Justice from being suspected. His plan was to not only steal the bookmark but to also steal the surrounding items as well, including some of the lighter books. After finishing his preparations, Klein took out his gold pocket watch and opened it. He patiently waited until after 9. He wanted to act before midnight. If he were too early, people living around there wouldn't have started sleeping. That wouldn't satisfy his requirement for taking action. If he were too late, there would be almost no pedestrians on the streets. Just walking along the streets would make him be easily suspected, and during this period of time, the whole of Backland was under tight curfews due to serial murders. This was beneficial to Klein's operation, but it was also disadvantageous. Tick, tock, tick, tock. The needle kept ticking. As the night deepened, the crimson moon appeared and it was finally past 9. Putting the master key and other items in his pockets, he took his cane and first went to East Borough to change his attire. Then, he rented a carriage several times until he reached a place quite far from King's Avenue in West Borough. By then, an hour and 45 minutes had already passed. His initial plan was actually nothing like this. He wanted to summon himself and respond to himself to become a spirit body. He wanted to rely on his extremely fast speed to cross the distance from Sherwood Borough to West Borough before infiltrating the Royal Museum. However, he eventually abandoned the plan because of the potentially high risks. Backlund had more than one high-sequence Beyonder. In a situation where a serial killer caused everyone to panic, yet remained unsolved for such a long time, there might be high-sequence Beyonders who were consciously using their Beyonder powers or corresponding sealed artifacts to monitor certain areas. The distance from Sherwood Borough to West Borough was neither too long nor too short, and the probability of being discovered was substantial if such a special spirit flew like this. This cannot be completely written off just because the divination result says that the risk isn't high, but there is the existence of certain danger, because the divination doesn't give a direct answer, but a revelation that needs to be interpreted. In other words, the results of the risk isn't high, but there is the existence of certain danger, is built on the premise that I make a relatively good choice. Therefore, to be careful, Klein modified his original plan but retained the core idea. 2 Kings Avenue, Royal Museum. There were 4 security guards standing on top of a polygonal roof. Dressed in thick robes, they were enduring the cold of the autumn night as they carefully monitored their respective directions. Once anyone approached the museum, even if they were hidden by the trees or building shadows, it would be difficult to hide from their eyes. From this arrangement alone, it could be seen that the security company that had been employed was very professional. There's still half an hour before our shift ends. A security guard looked down at his companions who were patrolling the building and shook his body. In the museum, the remaining security personnel were divided into 4 groups. They patrolled the various exhibition halls in intervals according to different routes. In the showroom where Russell's diary was kept, the Machinery Hivemind squad captain, Max Livermore, wore a monocle that allowed him to directly see wraiths, shadows, and other spirit-type monsters. He carried a lantern as he went back and forth to check on the area. Occasionally, he would head to the other halls to check on the situation. His 2 subordinates remained in the small hall, next to Russell's diary. However, there was an additional item on the glass display case. It was a collection of brightly colored blocks that had been pieced together into a miniature layout of the museum's first floor. This was also a sealed artifact. As long as those blocks were pieced into the shape of a corresponding building, they would be able to establish a connection with the real building. Once anyone intruded, its surface would react immediately by shrinking. Of course, there were quite a few limitations to this. The distance couldn't be too far, and it wouldn't work if the number of blocks it had wasn't enough to piece together the building. And without external help, it was almost impossible for people or items inside to leave. Captain, do you really think someone will steal this notebook? I can't comprehend it at all. One of the team members asked in a bored tone when he saw Max coming back with his lantern. Max smiled and said, "Some people adore Russell with zeal. It's not something you can understand. Some of them believe that they can crack it and only need more information for reference. Some of them believe that the symbols contain a mysterious power. As long as they can find the correct combination, they will gain Beyonder powers. In previous exhibitions, we would capture such criminals from time to time. So that's why we didn't hide the notebook away and placed them in sealed areas. We are waiting for these people to surrender themselves." Another teammate asked with enlightenment. Max nodded and said, "Who wouldn't want free meritorious deeds?" 18 Kings Avenue. Outside a building next to a crossroad junction, Klein followed the shadows and shaded areas, using the master key from time to time to walk in a straight line before finally arriving here. He took out the plain brass key, pointed it at the kitchen door, and turned it silently. An imperceptible rippling happened as Klein entered the room. All the way through, he saw doors and walls, and without disturbing anyone, he found a storage room. This master key is really useful. However, both of its previous owners lost themselves and entered dangerous spots. It makes me afraid of continuously carrying it, Klein sighed as he put away the brass key. With the room beside him being the servants' sleeping quarters, he took out holy night powder and released his spirituality to seal off the storage room, making any commotion from within impossible to leak out. Then, he took out a candle and placed it on a crate in front of him. Pa! He snapped his finger and produced a light blue spirituality fire on his fingertip. After the candle wick was lit, he summoned himself using ritualistic magic and then responded to himself above the gray fog. Less than a minute later, Klein was floating in the room, facing his body whose eyes had lost their luster. After familiarizing himself with this feeling, he wrapped the ancient and exquisite Azak copper whistle to stabilize his spirit body and made it stronger. It caused a chilly wind to begin to swirl in the room. At the same time, he also used this power to slightly change the appearance of his illusory spirit body, causing it to appear as if there was a layer of paint on its face. After doing all of this, Klein took a box of common matches he randomly bought off the streets, cut out a transparent door in the wall of spirituality, and headed out. Action time. He silently encouraged himself, and just like a real ghost, he passed through the residential buildings, one by one, before successfully arriving outside the Royal Museum. There was no need to activate his spirit vision. In this state, he could clearly see every security personnel, their aura, and emotions which unreservedly betrayed them. Finding the withered lawn and the iron-black lamppost that faced the hall window, Klein didn't swagger over just because ordinary people couldn't see him. Instead, he followed the shadows and took an elusive route. He passed through the sculpted tree and obstacles before cautiously arriving at his destination. He stuck close to the wall, as he couldn't guarantee that the security personnel didn't comprise of a member of the machinery hivemind. At this moment, the 4 security guards on the rooftop, who were carefully inspecting their respective areas of operations, were like blind people. They failed to discover anything. Klein didn't enter the exhibition hall directly, because his spiritual perception and intuition told him that the museum floor was shrouded in a mysterious power. It also had to do with how he couldn't confirm if there were beyonders inside. He followed his plan and circled to another area, to the washroom that was closer to the exhibition hall that housed Russell's diary. Then, he threw the box of matches he had brought with him through the vent. Next, he flew up and entered the second floor. Chapter 321. A living person appears. In the exhibition hall where Russell's diary was kept, the 2 machinery hivemind members suddenly heard a clatter. At the same time, they turned their heads to look at the sealed artifact made out of blocks above the glass display case. Inside the scaled-down model of the museum's first floor, there was a gray dot that was constantly flashing. There's a lifeless object in the nearest washroom. One of the team members made a definite judgment. The other team member relaxed a little, frowned, and said in a guessing tone, "A dead leaf blown in by the wind." "It's possible." The team member who spoke first nodded. "Let's wait till the security guards pass by, we'll get them to check and confirm the situation. Captain told us to stay here and not to leave no matter what happens, especially not alone. In the event of an urgent emergency, they could evacuate with Russell's notebook." All right. His companion had no objection to his suggestion. In the office area on the second floor of the museum, Klein was like a floating ghost, passing through one wall after another and flying directly above the restored study. However, he didn't fly too fast. Instead, he continued to sense the fire spark below and kept track of the distance. When the straight line distance reached almost 30 meters, he lifted his illusory and translucent right hand and soundlessly snapped his fingers. In the washroom on the first floor, the box of matches exploded with a soft bang. Then, a scarlet flame leapt up and ignited a paper towel, a potted plant, and the wooden door. The flames didn't spread yet, but it was shocking enough. The nearby security personnel who heard the noise immediately rushed over. In the exhibition hall that was monitoring the entire situation on the first floor, the 2 machinery hivemind members also saw the flames in the model at the same time and subconsciously wanted to rush over there. This was not only an attempt to extinguish the fire, but they were also prepared to capture the troublemaker. But the moment they took 2 steps, they stopped, having remembered their captain's orders. "Don't leave this exhibition hall, don't leave Russell's notebook, regardless of the situation." They looked at each other, then they looked warily at the 2 entrances to the hall before quietly taking out their own Beyonder weapons. As Beyonders of the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery, they were never lacking in equipment. At this moment, Max Livermore was patrolling the various exhibition halls on the first floor with a lantern in hand. He had also noticed the commotion and, without thinking, rushed towards the direction of the exhibition hall where Russell's notebook was located. The priority to ensure the safety of the items was higher than capturing the intruder. Moreover, Max believed that no matter what the other party's intentions were, as long as they entered the first floor of the museum and entered any of the halls, they would be under the effect of the sealed artifact, and it wouldn't be easy to leave that easily. If there was no external help, the infiltrator would be trapped inside. Even if the intruder had a helper, it would still take them quite a bit of time to get rid of the effects. Once you enter, you will be like prey that has fallen into a trap. Max Livermore ran at top speed. After passing through many exhibition halls, he finally saw the silhouettes of his 2 companions. At that moment, Klein, who was on the second floor of the museum, had already passed through the doors and walls according to the layout in his memory. He had arrived right above the restored study. he was in no hurry to carry out any follow-up actions. Instead, he first looked down. As the stone floor was relatively thick, Klein was unable to vaguely confirm if there were any auras or emotions beneath him. He could only spread his arms wide, fall forward, and silently lie on the ground. His illusory and transparent figure quickly faded into the ground. On the crystal chandelier hanging from the ceiling on the first floor, a faintly discernible human face suddenly appeared. The strange face overlooked the exhibition hall, its eyes constantly moving, taking in the scenery of every corner in the area. There are no beyonders or security personnel. Mumbling to himself, Klein penetrated the ceiling and descended in front of Russell's glass-covered desk. He glanced at it, and without hesitation, he reached out with both hands to grab the bookmark in the manuscript of creativity and the bookmark which looked like child's graffiti. He was trying to prevent a powerful Beyonder, who could reconstruct the scene through magical means, from knowing that he knew which bookmark was abnormal. This was to prevent the investigator from suspecting Miss Justice, who had only touched one bookmark. Augmented by Isaac's copper whistle, he passed through the glass case and steadily held the two bookmarks, then he wrapped them within his spirit body. After finishing this step, Klein's heart calmed down, no longer having any obvious nervousness or tension. He stretched out his hands again, reaching out for the other bookmarks. The loud and shrill cry of a baby suddenly reverberated within the exhibition hall. It was so illusory, as though it came from far, far away. Klein's body stiffened, freezing all of a sudden like a lake encountering extreme coldness. In his spirit body state, he appeared to have been frozen. Along with the cries of the baby were fine black rifts that surrounded Klein like a discontinuous iron fence. In the blink of an eye, one of the black rifts cracked open, revealing an eyeball filled with blood strands. In the center of the eyeball was a deep pupil, and in it, countless tiny white worms were crawling and squirming. 1, 2, 3, black rifts opened successively, and one by one, the bizarre eyeballs were exposed in midair. They stared at Klein in a cold and merciless manner. As they appeared, everything around them froze in place. Even the illusory spirits were unable to penetrate through them. It even became hard for Klein to sense the existence of the spirit world. He found it difficult to see the translucent figures that were located infinitely high. He found it hard to see the different colors, the lustrous splendors which contained various types of knowledge. "Why did you only take the bookmarks?" A soft but unemotional female voice entered Klein's ear. He froze on the spot and saw a tall bookcase, divided into two levels. The top level almost reached the ceiling, with a staircase and a passage surrounding countless books. At the top of the stairs sat a figure shrouded by the darkness. The figure's feet, which wore black leather boots, hung from the wooden stairs as they were suspended in midair. I actually didn't sense her existence at all. Is she some powerhouse from the machinery hive mind? No, she might be a high-sequence Beyonder. Klein didn't answer. Instead, he narrowed his eyes. "Why did you only take the bookmarks? Where did you learn to only take the bookmarks?" The figure asked once more. The gentleness had a hint of sternness, and the bloodshot eyeballs surrounding him rapidly widened, as though they wanted to occupy the entire space. Before she could finish her sentence, Klein revealed a wide smile on his face. His illusory, nearly translucent figure instantly disappeared, leaving his whereabouts unknown. Even Isaac's copper whistle and the two bookmarks which were wrapped in his spirit body had vanished. Above the gray fog, within the majestic ancient palace, Klein's figure suddenly appeared at the top of the long, mottled table. He leaned back into his chair and said with a chuckle, "Fortunately, I was prepared." The state of his spirit body wasn't part of his Beyonder powers. It didn't originate from the transformation between his physical body and spirit body. This was the result of him summoning himself and responding to his ritual. And the power of this ritual came from the mysterious space above the gray fog. It stemmed from its special nature. Hence, as long as Klein succeeded, he wouldn't even need to try to escape. By just ending the summoning directly, he would be able to return to the gray fog and, from here, instantly return to his physical body in the real world. As the space above the gray fog could block the power of deities like the eternal blazing sun and the true creator, Klein believed that, without the interference of deities, the summoning wouldn't be interrupted. As long as the enemy didn't kill his spirit body or instantly knock him unconscious, Klein had the confidence to escape. This was also the reason why he didn't want to become a spirit body and still make a long trek over to the museum. The more time spent added even more variables. As the faint and dark crimson moonlight shone in from the window, the woman sitting at the top of the stairs between the bookshelves looked at the desk in silence. She looked at the spot where Klein had been. The surrounding cries of the baby and the eyeballs had disappeared one after another. After an unknown period of time, the top of the stairs suddenly became empty, as if no one had ever been there before. In the exhibition hall which housed Russell's diary, Max Livermore said to his 2 team members, "Watch this place well. I'll go find the infiltrator. He must still be trapped somewhere on the first floor by the power of the sealed artifact." As he spoke, he looked at the sealed artifact, the model of the first floor of the museum, in a bid to find the red dot which represented the infiltrator and lock onto that person's location. However, no matter how he looked and counted, something didn't seem right. The number of people hadn't increased. Max Livermore froze where he was. 18 Kings Avenue, in a certain wealthy merchant's storage room. Klein's eyes lit up again, and the corners of his mouth curled up. He left the bookmarks and Azek's copper whistle above the gray fog, and he didn't waste time returning to his body. After extinguishing the candles and ending the ritual, Klein cleaned up the scene. He used a specially concocted medication to neutralize the smell of the holy night powder and the essential oils from the ritual. After doing all of this, he dispelled the wall of spirituality, allowing the wind to blow away the remaining traces. Next, he took out his master key, planning to go through buildings before taking a rental carriage a distance away. Using his cane to determine his direction to prevent himself from getting lost and heading back to the Royal Museum or to a particular cathedral, Klein headed off at a brisk pace, opening the walls and doors that stood in his way with the master key. After walking in a straight line for a while, he suddenly felt like he was unable to determine his position. 2 more buildings and I'll be out. If I'm no longer on King's Avenue, I'll get a rental carriage, or I'll make another divination. I'll immediately study the card of blasphemy once I'm home. Klein quickly made up his mind. He placed the brass key, which was simply shaped against the wall, and gently twisted it. As the formless ripples spread out, he arrived at a neighboring building of the terraces. At this moment, his nose twitched as he smelled a strong stench of blood. The strong smell of blood. Klein frowned. He looked up and saw a lady laid out in the living room ahead of him. The woman's expression was filled with pain. There was a large wound at her abdomen, and her internal organs seemed to have disappeared. At the same time, Klein heard grunting noises. Chapter 322, The Thrilling Night, the 12th Case. That devil serial murderer. The moment he saw the corpse and heard the sound, Klein's hair stood on end. He knew that he had encountered a bad situation. Within his line of sight, the living room's decorations were mostly brilliant yellow and bright. There was nothing unusual about the coffee table and sofa. Only the carpet was stained bright red with blood as it slowly soaked through. On the side of the wound on the female corpse's abdomen, which was completely empty, sat a large-sized black dog. Its mouth was half open, revealing many sharp white teeth that sent shivers. On each tooth, there were dark red marks like iron rust. This seemed to be the result of its prolonged consumption of flesh without frequent brushing. At this moment, the large black dog's teeth were still wrapped around blood-red small intestines, as well as bits and pieces of raw meat. Its head turned over, and its eyes, which resembled magma, reflected Klein, who was dressed as a worker, and his disguised face. Grunt. The large black dog let out a roar which sounded like it was showing dominance. It really is an animal. It's a sequence 6 devil, a devil which is about to advance. And none of the preparations that I made today were for it. These few thoughts instantly flashed through Klein's mind. Suddenly, the black dog's body expanded rapidly, turning into a 2 to 3 meter tall monster. On its back, a pair of giant bat wings slowly spread open, and beside its ears, goat horns covered in mysterious patterns grew out. Red and blue flames leapt from its luxuriant fur as the strong smell of sulfur followed. Almost at the same time, Klein stomped on the ground. Instead of retreating, he advanced, swinging his cane as he shot out at the gigantic devil dog like a cannonball. Swing. The black devil dog quickly pounced forward. Its sharp claws created afterimages as it swiped at Klein's body. Without a sound, its claws had penetrated the figure, as if they were piercing through the air. Klein's figure became faint as it quickly turned transparent. It was just an illusion. It was an illusion created by Klein. At this moment, he had already rolled on the ground and closed in towards the oriel window. Then, with his left hand pressing down, his entire body flew into the air, directly smashing through the glass. After identifying the enemy, he made up his mind to escape. Upon seeing this, the eyes of the huge devil dog immediately lit up like magma, as if there was a raging fire inside. It opened its mouth, which emitted a putrid smell, and said a word filled with foulness, a word that came from the devil language, die. Klein's body suddenly stopped. His heart felt as if it was being tightly clenched by an invisible hand. The figure that was frozen in midair instantly became thin and dim, turning into a crudely cut paper figurine, and this paper figurine was covered with red rust. Smash, clang, two sounds of indistinguishable order sounded. Klein's figure appeared again, smashing through the oriel window and pouncing towards the stone-paved street. The paper figurine substitute slowly floated down as it ignited and emitted the smell of sulfur. The devil dog let out a low growl and pounced again, jumping onto the windowsill. A crimson-blue fireball flew out from its mouth, blasting in the direction of its enemy's escape route. The moment Klein landed on the ground, he immediately followed up with another roll. The crimson-blue fireball smashed to his side, but it didn't explode immediately, as if it was being affected by an invisible force, as though it was being detained. Only after Klein had scrambled a distance away did the fireball expand and explode, shattering the surrounding stone pavements. Seeing that the devil dog was about to pursue him, Klein opened his mouth, having prepared for this. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "Murder! Save me! Murder! Save me!" His voice seemed to be augmented with special effects. It echoed far and wide through the silent night, waking the residents of the entire street and sending them into the ears of the patrollers who were 2 streets away. The giant devil dog paused in its pouncing posture. After thinking for a second, it retreated back into the room and began to clean up the scene. Klein's sprinting figure also disappeared under the shouts of "Murder!" and "Save me!" Inside a nearby fireplace that had long since been extinguished, the remnant charcoal suddenly reignited, and an exaggerated flame rose up. Klein seemed to be performing a magic trick as he appeared out of the flames. With a light leap, he held his cane and jumped out. Then, he used the master key to open the door, tear through walls, and quickly escaped in another direction. Phew, at a time like this, a scream without Beander powers is much more useful than simulating gunshots. Klein sighed as he took out a bottle of amantha extract and dripped a few drops on himself. As the original race of the devil was of the dog species, he had to be wary of its scent tracking abilities being one of its special powers. In this way, Klein continued on until he reached another cross-junction. Only then did he stop and look around. Seeing that it was relatively quiet and unaffected, he hurried to the side of the street and hired a rental carriage. It was only after the carriage had traveled a certain distance in the night when Klein finally heaved a breath of relief. He knew that the devil wouldn't catch up to him. This master key is really strange. I actually got lost and found myself at the scene of the murder. I have to be a lot more careful when using it in the future. That really was a devil transformed from an animal. Where did its potions and formulas come from? Does it have a human companion? How did it pick its target for the serial murder? What's gratifying is that after confirming this point, it will be much more difficult for it to commit crimes again, and the probability of getting caught will also greatly increase. All sorts of thoughts and questions appeared in Klein's mind as the carriage sped along the wide, deserted road which was lined with gas street lamps. Suddenly, Klein's heart skipped a beat, and an image naturally appeared in his mind. Vines drooped down from the sky and interwoved to form a dense forest. However, the carriage driver didn't seem to notice and continued to drive the carriage across the green vegetation. Without hesitation, Klein lunged for the window, about to jump into the street. Bang! The carriage shook, and he was flung backward. At the same time, those vines really drooped down. Klein frowned as he attempted to use flame controlling to ignite the carriage, but no sound came from his fingers. At this moment, the surroundings had become abnormally quiet. Even the sounds of the horses' hooves trampling and the rapid rumbling of the wheels over the green vegetation had disappeared. Klein tried his best to calm himself down as he looked out the window and saw that the carriage had been driven into the air, following the road of vines. No, this isn't Backland. He narrowed his eyes. At this moment, the carriage stopped. Outside the window, the vines had formed a hammock in the air. A pair of feet in black leather boots drooped down, and a gentle but emotionless voice entered Klein's ears. "What were you doing? It's that woman inside the museum. She's suspected to be a high-sequence Beander. She doesn't seem to recognize me. After all, I had disguised myself with Azek's copper whistle. She must have heard the cry for help and came over to check." Klein's thoughts were abnormally active at that moment. He deliberately gulped and said, "I'm a private detective. Many friends and I are investigating the recent serial murders. I have a mystical item called the Master Key. It can open doors and let me pass through walls, but it will cause the holder to get lost. It was during this process that I ran into the scene of the crime. Because I wasn't the murderer's opponent, I could only shout for help while running. Everything I said was the truth," Klein silently added in his heart. After he finished speaking, there was temporarily no response from the outside. However, he felt that a gaze had penetrated the carriage, passed through the obstructions, and was directly inspecting the items on his body. Fortunately, I left Azek's copper whistle in the bookmarks above the gray fog just in case. At that moment, Klein was very glad. Caution and carefulness were indeed useful. After the indescribable and tortuous silence, the gentle but emotionless female voice finally sounded again. That key has a certain curse. It must not be used unless absolutely necessary. As soon as she finished her sentence, the surroundings changed completely. Everything, the pea vines, the road through the forest, the road to the sky, had all disappeared. The carriage continued on the streets, driving between the elegant iron-black gas street lamps. Klein remained on tenterhooks until the carriage arrived near East Borough, where he paid the fare of 8 soldi. Under normal circumstances, a rental carriage wouldn't enter any of East Borough streets because it was likely to be robbed. In one of the rooms on Black Palm Street, Klein changed his clothes and went straight to sleep. He didn't attempt to return to Minsk Street before midnight. The 12th murder had just occurred, and it would only serve to make Backlund's situation tenser. He didn't immediately go above the gray fog to study the secret of the bookmark. He acted just as he had described himself to the mysterious woman. He was a low-sequence Beander, a private investigator with some Beander powers. Tonight sure was filled with surprises. It was rather thrilling. All I did was steal something. Yes, most of the problems can be blamed on the master key. Klein made a self-deprecating comment and quickly fell asleep. The next morning, he breathed in the choking smog as he slowly strolled home and picked up the newspapers and letters from his mailbox. After opening the door, he casually flipped open the newspaper to take a look and found that the headline was as he had expected: the 12th case. The devil has appeared again. The police have declared that they have locked onto the murderer. As for the theft of the objects in the Royal Museum, it was only mentioned in an inconspicuous location. In fact, the article didn't even mention what the stolen object was. The unstamped letter that came with the newspaper was a water bill that Klein had to pay. For himself, he glanced at it and casually threw it on the coffee table. He then returned to the second floor to heat up water for a bath. He waited until the water vapor filled the bathroom before he seized the opportunity to take 4 steps counterclockwise to enter the space above the gray fog. Inside the immutable ancient palace, Klein sat down and picked up the bookmark that depicted the figure of Emperor Russell. It really wasn't easy getting you. He gently caressed the surface of the cardboard and silently sighed. Chapter 323, The Opening Incantation. The bookmark was, on the surface, nothing special. Russell's portraits had been placed everywhere around the exhibition hall, and the image depicted was from the period when he was middle-aged. Klein kept flipping the bookmark repeatedly, in scrutiny, and found a tiny puncture, thereby confirming that this was the bookmark which Miss Justice had verified. He tried to spread his spirituality, and he slowly injected it inside. However, just like with ordinary objects, his spirituality only flowed and failed to permeate it, nor did it cause any abnormal changes. That's right, Russell had the intention of finding someone who was fated, so he wouldn't specifically restrict it to Beyonders. Klein thought for a moment, then said softly in Faceak, Pirate King. The bookmark still didn't respond. He tried the words in ancient Faceak, Intis, Loan, and other languages again, but the result was the same. As for Jotun, Elvish, Dragonese, and other languages from the mysticism domain, Klein could only try them out of hope since they was overly restrictive and unlikely to be the language used. Without a doubt, he failed. Immediately following that, Klein used Faceak again as he translated, One Piece. The bookmark lay quietly on his palm, showing no sign of abnormality. Klein tried the steps he did from before, using different languages again, but he was constantly met with failure. It seems that my initial guess was wrong. The young Russell might have used the meme of Pirate King to make a joke, but he might not necessarily do that when he was older. People will ultimately grow old and change. Klein reflected over his mistake as he tapped the edge of the long, mottled table with his finger, trying hard to infer from the bits of information that the diary had provided to unlock the bookmark. After a while, he took out a pen and paper, and he wrote down his thought process so as to avoid any confusion or contradictions. While doing this, Russell was definitely maniacal and in despair. It also clearly showcases his warped humor. The fated ones will receive it, is proof considering how it doesn't suit the world's lingo at present. Therefore, I can be certain that he really wanted someone to discover the uniqueness of the cards of blasphemy by chance. In that case, the unlocking method can't be too unimaginable, or something that will often appear in daily life. what Russell required was a coincidence. For example, when someone holds the worthless bookmark and randomly says a specific word, then, congratulations, you have obtained a fortuitous opportunity. Yes, this is very in line with his warped humor. Going by this logical train of thought, different cards of blasphemy should have different unlocking incantations. Using a single term to unlock all the cards of blasphemy clearly isn't congruent with Russell's style. What is the incantation for unlocking this card? Well, the first things that can be ruled out are the words that are commonly used, words that are said all the time. Also, when creating the cards of blasphemy, Russell's state was in despair, maniacal, unwilling to part with it, reminiscent, struggling, and angry. I can try to immerse myself in that state of mind and imagine myself to be Russell at that point in time. I can imagine what kind of incantation I would have used. Cline stopped writing and began acting as Russell in a bid to find some inspiration. He first tried out vulgarities in different languages, including ancient Fasak, as well as terms pertaining to hope, but unfortunately, was rewarded with failure. Immediately after, he tried to figure out what would be the last thing a desperate powerhouse would be reluctant to part. His wife, Matilda. Such a licentious guy shouldn't have such deep feelings for his first wife, his children. The eldest daughter, Bernadette, the eldest son, Seal, and the second son, Bornova. According to the diary, the person he can't get over the most was his daughter, Bernadette, who might become an important figure in the mysterious world. Cline paused, took a breath, and prepared to try again. Bernadette, he said in the Intis language. The bookmark didn't respond. Cline switched to the languages of Loan, Highlander, and Fasak, but still failed to achieve the desired results. He sighed and said with a deep voice which corresponded to ancient Fasak, Bernadette. This name echoed in the empty and quiet gray fog like it was nothing special. Just as Cline was about to search for new inspiration, he suddenly felt the bookmark in his hand sink. It immediately turned into an invisible whirlpool which wildly absorbed Cline's mental energies. For an ordinary person, this was a huge burden, but for a Sequence 7 magician, it wasn't especially draining. Cline easily survived this hurdle and couldn't conceal his joy as he looked at the object in his palm. A bright light emitted, bit by bit, from the bookmark, and the image of Emperor Russell on the outside was being replaced by an entirely new image. He was sitting on an ancient stone throne as he wore a black crown embedded with various precious stones on his head. He wore pitch black armor, and a cape of the same color was draped over his body. He held a scepter, and he looked forward with cold, aloof eyes. On the upper left corner of the bookmark, there was a line of text condensed from the bright radiance of stars. Sequence 0. Dark Emperor. Sequence 0. Indeed, the secrets of the gods are hidden within. The Dark Emperor is actually Sequence 0, Cline thought with a smile, half sighing and half surprised. Soon after, the bookmark became three-dimensional, like a miniature book. The book moved without the wind, revealing a Russell in a white hood. Beside it was a corresponding description in ancient Fasak. Sequence 9, Lawyer. Good at discovering and using loopholes in the rules and the weaknesses of their opponents. Possesses excellent eloquence and reasoning skills. Potion formula. Cline glanced at the formula ingredients but didn't look carefully. He reached out his hand and touched it, making the book flip to the next page. Sequence 8. Barbarian. Problems that cannot be solved by the law will be solved by force. This is also one of the rules. The Beyonders at this sequence have a high resistance to psychological influences. As Cline touched it, the book conjured from the card of blasphemy flipped through one page at a time. Sequence 7. Briber. Sequence 6. Baron of Corruption. Sequence 5. Mentor of Confusion. Sequence 4. Count of the Fallen. Sequence 3. Frenzied Mage. Sequence 2. Duke of Entropy. Sequence 1. Prince of Disorder. Sequence 0. Dark Emperor. After skimming through the book, Cline couldn't help but sigh. This really hides the profound secrets of becoming a god. It's no wonder all of the high-sequence Beyonders who tread this pathway will attempt to establish their own kingdoms, and walk the lands. It's because the ritual of becoming a god requires it. To advance from Sequence 1, the Prince of Disorder, to Dark Emperor, the necessary ritual requires one to possess their own country, linking their name to the title of Emperor, making it common knowledge among the populace. Furthermore, one needed to establish a set of strict and complicated rules that defied normality, including architectural styles. Then, they would spur on their citizens to secretly establish 9 mausoleums that were similar to pyramids. After which, they would enter one of the mausoleums. With a large majority of the citizens who would be scattered across different cities in corresponding sacrificial rituals involved, the Prince of Disorder would imbibe the Sequence 9 potion. Once the advancement was successful, the Dark Emperor wouldn't truly die until all the 9 secret mausoleums were destroyed. Even if he was annihilated, he would still be able to awaken and return from one of the mausoleums. What was even more terrifying was that even if the deity was successfully killed and all 9 mausoleums destroyed, as long as a certain amount of the order set up by that deity remained, it was still possible for him to mysteriously revive. It appeared to be a loophole against death. The best way to completely obliterate him was for a new Dark Emperor to appear. This is a deity. Mortals cannot fight against deities, same for angels. Those who have yet to become deities will never be able to fathom the power of deities. Roussel exposited with deep implications at the end. In addition, Klein also knew one thing. Once there was a true god with a sequence 0, it was impossible for a sequence 1 Beander to appear. If there was no sequence 0, then, in the same way, there would be at most 3 sequence 1 Beyonders. This was a result of the law of Beander characteristics, indestructibility and conservation. According to the Dark Emperor card of Blasphemy's description of the 10 sequences, Klein could clearly see that the greatest feature of this pathway was the shadow of it gradually evolving into order. Roussel also mentioned that if one had that card of Blasphemy in hand after advancing to a high sequence Beander, the card would have a subtle reaction to the Beander ingredients that the person needed. Of course, it was limited to high sequence Beyonders of the Dark Emperor pathway. What a pity, this is of no use to me. Klein looked at the card of Blasphemy thinned down again, turning back into a poker card. However, it was no longer in disguise. On the surface, it depicted Roussel sitting on a stone throne, sequence 0 Dark Emperor. Klein remained silent for a few seconds before he sighed silently. This card's biggest use to me is to exchange the formulas for the items I need. There's also some information about deities and sequences. Apart from that, there's almost no other use for it. Hey, at the very least, as the leader of the Tarot Club and as the Fool, I will no longer be an empty shell. I now hold one path of the divine, and it's not like I can't produce a high sequence Beander formula anymore. Yes, I remember that at the Beander gathering organized by old Mr. Eye of Wisdom, the lady who is suspected to have an artisan backing her has been always seeking to purchase the potion formula of Barbarian. As his mind whirled, Klein took another look at the Roussel portrait on the Dark Emperor card and couldn't help laughing. He has made every sequence in his own image. What a narcissist. I'm suddenly very curious what the card of Blasphemy for the Demoness pathway would look like. Hee. Reining in his thoughts, Klein destroyed the other bookmark he had casually picked up and discovered that it was just an ordinary bookmark. After doing all of this, he changed his seating posture and leaned back into his chair. He responded to Miss Justice's plea from last night and said calmly, that was a card of Blasphemy made by Roussel. Chapter 324, Imagined and Real, Adorer. Empress Burrow, Count Hall's home, dining room. As per usual tradition, Audrey was saying grace with her father, mother, and elder brother before dinner. Praise the goddess. She tapped her chest in 4 spots in a clockwise manner to end the prayer. However, before she finished speaking, her vision was covered by a thick gray fog. A distant figure that seemed to be looking down at everyone and everything opened his mouth with dominance. That was a card of Blasphemy made by Roussel. Mr. Fool, card of Blasphemy. Audrey, who finally received a response, was joyful at first, but then she fell into a daze. She couldn't understand what the so-called card of Blasphemy referred to. However, she quickly made a guess. She had always known that Emperor Roussel had made a secret deck of cards representing some unknown force which had 22 cards in total. It was believed to have been referenced from tarot cards. Furthermore, she had also heard from the Hanged Man that the secret to the deck of cards was that they hid the paths of the divine, the path to becoming a god. So it's called a card of Blasphemy. It corresponds to the Blasphemy slate. This is definitely a treasure of the highest level in the mysterious world. The paths of the divine. It's no wonder that Mr. Fool's adorer had to ask for help. He wanted to ensure that the card was the real one before taking action. It was to prevent a mistake from happening. Instead of getting the right target, it might end up informing the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery that a particular bookmark hides a card of Blasphemy. I wonder if he succeeded. The Beyonders from the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery haven't come to make any routine inquiries. Perhaps, he's still making plans. As her body trembled faintly, Audrey once again saw a figure praying inside the thick fog, an extremely blurry figure. he was saying respectfully, "The great fool, please convey my gratitude to the authenticator. This allowed my operation to go smoothly. For that, I'm willing to raise the reward to £3,000, which can be deducted from the £5,000 that haven't been paid yet. This is the share that the other party deserves." He succeeded just like that. But when I looked at the front pages of those newspapers, there was no news of the theft at the exhibition. It was all news of the 12th victim of the serial murder. Raising the reward to £3,000 implies that Mr. Fool's adorer had indeed succeeded in retrieving the bookmark containing the card of blasphemy without anyone noticing. How cool! Although the term invented by Emperor Russell may not be elegant, reserved, or in line with my identity as a noble identity, it's the only impression that I feel right now. Our tarot club now has a complete path of the divine in its control. It should be a complete one, right? I wonder which one it is. But regardless, this represents the path to becoming a god. Under the glory of Mr. Fool, we will one day become the most powerful hidden faction in the world. I wonder if the other bookmarks hide cards of blasphemy. Audrey controlled her excitement as she felt longing and pride. She allowed the dining maid to help her spread out a napkin before her gaze shifted to Count Hall, who habitually read the newspapers while having breakfast. "Father, is there anything worth paying attention to today?" Count Hall sighed and said, "That devil has killed another innocent person. It's the 12th case. She's a fashion designer who had just become famous. She had only been a street girl a few times due to her desperate need for money, but she ended up encountering such a terrible situation. Thankfully, there was an eyewitness. The person witnessed the devil at the crime scene. Hey, he was really scared out of his wits. He constantly shouted on the streets, 'Murder,' and 'Save me.' Heh, I have to say that his cries for help did bring acceptable results. The devil didn't chase after him. As a result, the police have locked onto the suspect and are hunting him down." Audrey drew the crimson moon on her chest once again and said, "May their operation succeed." "Father, from what you just said, it sure was a horrible but funny scene. I hope that eyewitness won't have nightmares because of it." And on the same night, Mr. Fool's adorer took one of the cards of blasphemy from the heavily protected museum without alerting anyone. Audrey added wistfully in her mind and filled in some of the details herself. "Royal Museum, in the restored study. Are you sure that only 2 bookmarks were stolen?" The Machinery Hivemind Squad's Captain Max Livermore asked his team members. As he spoke, he stole a glance at the important figure standing in front of the desk with his back facing him. It was an old man wearing a white clerical robe and a clerical cap. He was the head of the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery for the Backland Diocese. He was a member of the Divine Council, Archbishop Horamic Haydn. This important figure wasn't only a clergyman, but he was also a very famous scientist, a distinguished professor of physics at Backland University. "Yes, only 2 bookmarks were stolen," the team member being questioned answered with certainty. Max nodded slightly and looked at Horamic Haydn. After some thought, he deliberated and asked, "Your Excellency, after the closing of the museum yesterday evening, some aristocratic children came to visit. They had touched parts of the exhibited items, including one of the 2 bookmarks that were stolen. Do I need to get them to cooperate with the investigation?" "I know about that." Horamic's hands naturally drooped down as he turned around and said in a calm tone, "I've already confirmed that those aristocratic children are not related to the thief who stole the bookmarks, so there's no need to get them to cooperate with the investigation." "Yes, Your Excellency." Max himself didn't think there was anything wrong with the aristocratic children, not to mention that Archbishop Haydn had enough mysticism knowledge and Beander techniques to confirm it. Horamic's gentle and benevolent face didn't show the slightest trace of anger. He looked around and said, "There was more than one person here last night, at least 2 of them. They were divided into 2 opposing groups. One of them might even be of a higher sequence than me, while the other had somehow escaped mysteriously. Although I'm unable to reconstruct the entire scene, there are still some things that I can see. This matter is more complicated than we thought. I also know why they wanted to steal the bookmarks. We've been tricked by Russell for more than 150 years. Giving up £3,000 sure does hurts. I've saved up for so long and yet, I have less than £1,000. However, the card of blasphemy is a priceless treasure that cannot be exchanged, even with money. The contribution Miss Justice had made in this matter is definitely worth the price. Thankfully, I could deduct it from what she owes me, lightening my burden. If I ever meet Mr. Azek in the future, I'll pay him the £15,000 that belong to the adorer, with a high-sequence Beander formula. I wonder what the other cards of blasphemy were disguised to look like. According to the personality of the Emperor, they should all be rather surprising. After Klein finished his reply and looked out the palace at the sea of gray fog, he silently sighed. As a precaution, he temporarily left his Dark Emperor card above the gray fog, on the surface of the long bronze table facing the seat of the fool. He did so for Azek's copper whistle as well. When he returned to the real world, he held a ritual again and summoned himself to throw the master key, a sealed artifact which was an amalgamation of getting lost and having bad luck, above the gray fog. Although it didn't seem to have huge negative effects, it was enough to cause one to encounter life-threatening situations. He planned not to use it unless necessary. The master key is just a relic of an unlucky fellow who had just advanced to sequence 9. Yet, it has a negative influence that even a mid-sequence Beander is unable to weaken. It seems like there's an additional factor in the reason why the apprentice lost control, which led to something abnormal. Now that I think about it, my previous decision was correct. To explore 32 Verdi Street south of the bridge, I need to be careful and be prepared. Yes, I need to be aware of something. A sealed artifact's effects might not be completely related to the owner's sequence. I have to consider multiple factors, such as whether or not it has been contaminated by an evil god. Klein took a bath with the water that had already turned cold before walking out of the bathroom, refreshed. He went downstairs to enjoy the corn pancakes he had bought on his way back. They were local delights of the Fanepotter Klein's Highlands, crispy, fragrant, and sweet. After he had eaten his fill, he went through his experiences from last night to see if he had left any clues behind. Even with the master key, if I'm not a Beander, it's impossible for me to escape from the hands of a devil. Back then, the mysterious and powerful lady must have determined that I wasn't an ordinary private detective. I also didn't have any intention of hiding that point. By not capturing me, this implies that she's either an official Beander who is friendly to wild Beyonders, or she's not a member of the three churches or the military. Yes, I'm more inclined with the latter point. The former point would most likely have her confiscate the master key. Sigh, back then, I was almost on the brink of despair. I thought I would be detained in the underground prison of the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery like ordinary Beyonders. I even began considering my prison break. Who would have known that she would just leave? Which organization is she from? Or is she wild? No, for wild Beyonders to reach her level of power, they must have an organization of their own. That devil dog would definitely use its Beander powers to erase clues related to itself, and that naturally includes me. In the field of mysticism, there is no way to separate them, and that lady probably can't be exposed as well. From the looks of it, the clues that I left behind while escaping had most likely have been interfered with. As for what happened in the museum, they will be searching for a special spirit body, a strange existence, and what has that got to do with me, Sherlock Moriarty? Klein mocked himself as his heart grew calmer. Of course, he had dared to return home because he had divined it in advance. It was just like he was unafraid that the museum contained traps that he found completely unsolvable. Phew, this matter has come to an end. What should I do today? Practice my Beander powers and go to the Quelaag Club to scrounge a meal in passing. Well, I don't know if the Nighthawks and mandated punishers have identified the murderer or not. Why don't I write another letter to Isengard Stanton and give myself a hint? As his thoughts raced, Klein heard someone from outside approach before leaving. Another letter. He opened the door in puzzlement, and indeed, he saw a letter lying in his mailbox. Chapter 325, The Equestrian Teacher's Problem. When he returned to the living room, Klein picked up a letter opener and opened the envelope before taking out Isengard Stanton's letter. The famous detective wrote, "Your idea has greatly helped us. Please allow me to thank you here first. After receiving your letter, we immediately organized some people to sweep through crucial areas. As expected, we found some clues, and quite a few stray animals that had frequently appeared and were remembered by the residents had disappeared. In the process, we also noticed an interesting thing. 4 years ago, in the serial murder case, yes, the targets were single prostitutes with a child. Quite a few people living near the scene of the crime had mentioned that although the most suspicious teenager was eccentric and vicious, he was quite fond of animals, especially a large black dog. After the boy died in the gang firefight, the people who lived around him never saw the dog again. I'm curious, who is its current owner? Was it the murderer of some unsolved serial murder case from even further back? The above facts have all been proven to be true at the scene of the 12th murder case, and it has played a key role in giving the police a preliminary idea of the suspect. If all goes well, and the culprit is arrested, we will be able to get the majority of the reward money. My friend, I clearly remember your contribution. I will not forget your share. Isengard Stanton seems to suspect that I knew the truth about the devil, so he had deliberately hinted at something. Klein put down the letter and mumbled silently. However, this letter also made him feel relieved. The official Beyonders weren't looking for the wrong person. If the gigantic devil dog didn't receive any additional help, then it was only a matter of time before it was caught and killed. As for Isengard Stanton's prediction that there was another master, Klein didn't have enough evidence to confirm the matter, so it could only be said that there was a certain probability. In short, my mission ends here. The job is now left to the Nighthawks, mandated punishers, and machinery hivemind squads. Klein pulled out a fresh sheet of paper, picked up a fountain pen, and replied Isengard Stanton with a letter filled with humility. He also ignored his subtle hints like a real, ordinary private detective. After cutting another paper figurine and sending the letter, Klein strolled to the public carriage stop to wait. He thought in a relaxed manner, the next thing to do is wait for the money. Leopard said he would be visiting the Russell Memorial Exhibition for 3 days straight. I'll have to wait until Saturday before visiting to find him and make the final payment. Hopefully, the patent for the bicycle will be filed by then. Sigh, the Backland Patent Office seems to be known for its inefficiency. Klein had already made plans for the day. Since there was no Beander gathering, resulting in him being unable to buy the appropriate items, he suddenly had a lot of free time. He didn't need to busy himself for a short period of time. In the morning, I'll go to the Quelaag Club, practice my marksmanship, practice my Beander powers, have lunch there, and then find a better circus to observe the magician's performance and see if I can get some inspiration. He took out his golden pocket watch and looked at it. He boarded the public carriage in a good mood. Hillston Borough, Quelaag Club. Since Klein came by at least twice a week, the attendants remembered him and didn't require him to show his proof of membership or his Frost Constellation badge. It was Wednesday morning, and since most of the Quelaag Club's members belonged to the middle class, where they still had fixed and decent jobs, it was difficult for them to visit the club unless it was Sunday, tea time, or when they took time off from work. The spacious and bright hall seemed abnormally empty. There were only a few people sitting in the corner where the coffee tables and sofas were. Glancing around, Klein spotted an acquaintance and went up to greet him. Talum, with such terrific weather today, you should be at the Turf Club. The acquaintance was Talum, the aristocratic equestrian teacher who had introduced him to the club at the request of Mrs. Mary Dumont. He had once brought Klein business, the protection of Daily Observer reporter Mike Joseph on his trip to the Golden Rose for investigations. Talum looked up, touched his short brown curls, and smiled. Oh my, it's the honorable great detective. What have you been up to? I haven't seen you in a long time. That's because you haven't been to the club for days. Klein smiled as he sat on the sofa next to Talum. I've been helping the police with the serial murder case. Although it might not necessarily yield any results, the reward is tempting enough. Besides, establishing good relations with the police is very important for us private investigators. What I just said was bragging. I'm just an unremarkable character who'd been summoned, he mocked himself inwardly. Among the few members sitting in the same sofa area behind them, a man who appeared to be a stockbroker initiated a discussion on the latest Western Railway shares and East Balam Plantation shares. Talum didn't doubt Klein's answer. He chuckled and said, "This is indeed something that will busy a great detective." After exchanging a few pleasantries, he gradually entered a pensive state. Just as Klein was about to bid him farewell and leave for the underground shooting range, Talum suddenly looked at him and said, "Mr. Moriarty, may I ask you a question?" You can charge me a consultation fee. This one is free. Also, just call me Sherlock." Klein laughed. Talum nodded gently and said hesitantly, "I have a friend who has fallen in love with someone he shouldn't have. How should he deal with such a situation?" Although I had always believed that anyone who asks a question prefaced with, "I have a friend," basically means, "I myself," Talum's emotional colors implies that it's not for himself. He's in a dilemma, but I can't see any traces of pain. After activating his spirit vision, Klein leaned back slightly, clasped his hands, and said, "I'm sorry, but I'm not a psychiatrist or any of the experts in the newspapers or magazines who are good at solving emotional problems. My only advice is not to break the law." Heh, that was a joke. First, we need to understand how this shouldn't have arose. Is there a feud between the family? Talum glanced at him and said in resignation, "No, this isn't Romeo and Juliet." Upon hearing Talum's reply, Klein seemed to hear an illusory murmur in his ears. Author, Marcel Gustave, author, Marcel Gustave, author, Marcel Gustave. Shaking his head, he apologized to Shakespeare and smiled. This piece of work by Emperor Marcel is just too classic. When it comes to love that shouldn't be, I can't help but think of it. Then why shouldn't they be together? Talum fell silent for a few seconds before saying, "I have to keep it confidential." "I'm sorry, just pretend I didn't ask." Confidential? That must be someone with certain standing, in love with someone of the same sex. In love with someone who is related by blood. Klein held back his curiosity and said with his hands spread out, "Then I can only give you one more suggestion. Read bestsellers about passionate love like Stormwind Mountain Villa and Love and Jealousy." Talum quivered his lips a few times, sighed, and said, "Sigh, that can only be used as the last resort. In my opinion, the feelings present in those best-selling novels simply don't seem to occur among normal people." "I think so too," Klein echoed in full agreement. After exchanging a smile with Talum, he got up and went to the underground shooting range to practice his shooting and Beander powers. When it was almost noon, he returned to the first floor and went straight to the buffet cafeteria. He had noticed earlier that the cuisine that was in limited supply today was red wine fried foie gras, paired with sliced apples and bread soaked in butter. After taking his food, Klein carried his tray to the table where Talum was sitting. At that moment, there was another acquaintance of his, who, by the same token, had recommended his membership. He was the surgeon, Aaron Series. Before he could sit down after setting the tray down, Klein noticed a crutch leaning against the chair of the famous surgeon. "Aaron, what's wrong?" he asked with concern. The tall and thin man wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and had a cold appearance. He lightly patted his right leg and said, "No, don't mention it. It's really bad luck. I fell down the stairs and suffered rather serious fractures, so I could only fix it with a plaster." "You really were unlucky." Klein sighed in agreement, cut a piece of foie gras, dipped it in sauce, and put it in his mouth. The fragrance that was emitted the moment they melted in his mouth stimulated all of his taste buds. "I've been out of luck for a long time." Aaron nudged his spectacle frames and rubbed his temples in passing. He then looked at Klein, then at Talum before asking hesitantly, "Mr. Moriarty, do you? What?" Klein looked up. Aaron lowered his voice. "You're a famous detective. You should know a lot of people, right?" "It's quite all right." Klein didn't understand what Aaron was up to as he answered perfunctorily. Aaron looked at Talum again and took a deep breath. "Do you know anyone who's like a village witch doctor?" "No, I mean, some of the more capable fortune tellers or mysticism enthusiasts. I feel that my recent string of bad luck is too abnormal. I know it's likely to be a fake or a scam, but there's no other way of shirking my bad luck. I've tried to go to church, praying, donating, attending mass, but it didn't work at all." "Capable fortune teller and mysticism enthusiast, you seem to be talking about me," Klein pondered and said, "Aaron, tell us in detail about what happened to you." By his side, Talum nodded as well. "Don't worry, I may be a believer of the Lord, but I don't reject things regarding mysticism." Aaron sighed in distress. "There are a lot of things. For example, making mistakes at the operating table, encountering an accident on the steam locomotive. I found that my house had been burgled when I returned home. When I went to the hospital, I ended up falling down the stairs. Do you think someone has cursed me?" "Yes, I've heard Aaron mention something like this before." Klein frowned slightly. As a former Nighthawk, it was easy for him to associate this description with a sealed artifact, misfortune cloth puppet. Could it be a similar item? He activated his spirit vision and asked seriously, "Aaron, think back carefully. Before those unfortunate events began happening, one after another, did you or your family, yes, your family, encounter any unfortunate events?" Chapter 326. Professional Suggestion. Klein had wanted to ask if Aaron or his family had brought home anything which was relatively more unusual, such as a slightly dirty rag doll, before the unlucky events befell him, but as soon as the words reached his mouth, he suddenly felt that it was too direct and could easily expose the fact that he knew a lot about mysticism. Although this could be explained away by the fact that he was experienced and knowledgeable, there was no need for him to take the risk. Instead, he took a more roundabout approach and asked Aaron if his family had suffered the same ill luck. Upon hearing his question, Aaron Series carefully recalled and said, No, except for the steam locomotive accident that occurred to them as well, they were the same as before. Most of the time, they didn't experience anything especially lucky or unlucky. The rest can be said to be of both types, so they can't be considered especially unlucky. That's not right. If it was an item that needs to be sealed like the misfortune cloth puppet, it would definitely affect people within a certain range. Could it be that Aaron has dripped his blood on it, and the two of them have established a firm connection? In Klein's spirit vision, Aaron's aura and mood matched his physical and mental state, and there was nothing special about him. He asked after some thought, "Is there any colleague at the hospital that is as unlucky as you?" "No, so I think I must have been cursed by someone." Aaron pulled at his bow tie, looking anxious and uneasy. Under Talam's curious gaze, Klein thought for a moment and said, "Before you became unlucky, did you encounter any relatively stranger matters, such as cutting yourself?" In folklore, blood is the powerful medium through which curses can be formed. After I suspected that I was cursed, I have confirmed this point. "I have not lost any blood in the past 3 months," Aaron replied with a heavy mood as he held his knife and fork. "That's a little strange, I can't perform a more complicated divination in front of them." Klein asked again, "Then, were there other strange matters?" "Aaron, think back carefully. This kind of matter can't happen without a reason. Have you offended anyone recently? Or have you become an obstacle towards others?" Talam echoed with concern. Aaron looked down at the food on the plate and fell into deep thought. Klein didn't stay idle either. He took care of his food before it turned cold and unpleasant. By the time he started enjoying the dessert, Aaron finally raised his head and said, "I'm not a very sociable person. I don't have a good relationship with my colleagues, but it's hard to believe that they would come up with a way to curse me." "Well, after your reminder, I do remember something. It might be related to mysticism." "What is it?" Klein and Talam's spirits were lifted at the same time. "Before my continuous bad luck streak, I was in charge of a patient, a child who wasn't even 10 years old. He was very pitiful. Due to some complications, I had to amputate his left leg." Aaron nudged his glasses and recalled, "I just became a father not long ago, so I'm always filled with sympathy for the misfortune of a child. Every time I checked the ward, I would chat with him, encourage him, and comfort him." After a pause, Aaron's thoughts turned more fluid. "I remember that it was the day before his surgery. I specially went to his ward to look for him, and he was really upset. He was playing tarot cards, which he had brought with him when he was admitted to the hospital. His family wasn't even allowed to take them away. In order to calm him down, I began playing tarot cards with him. Back then, I drew a card. It was the reversed Wheel of Fortune. That child looked at me and said with a pure and innocent smile, 'Doctor, your luck will get worse. Doctor, your luck will get worse.'" Talam drew a breath and said, "Why do I feel that such a scene and such words make my body feel cold? Did the child die on the operating table?" Aaron shook his head. "That operation was a success. It didn't take long for him to be discharged from the hospital. He even specially thanked me. So, I've never suspected this, but now that I think back, I find that this is the only time in the past 2 months that I have come into contact with something related to mysticism. No matter what, regardless of whether it is useful or not, tarot cards are still used for divination." At some point, a brass coin had appeared in Klein's hand. It was bouncing and rolling at his fingertips, seemingly symbolizing the analysis process of a famous detective. The coin was flicked up and fell into the palm of his hand. Klein glanced at it out of the corner of his eye and asked, having ended his thinking, "What's that boy's name? Where does he live?" Aaron answered without hesitation, "His name is Wilosepton. As for where he lives, I don't remember. What is your suggestion, Mr. Detective? Do you know any experts in the field of mysticism?" Klein took a sip of his black tea and said with a smile under the expectant gazes of Aaron and Talam, "My suggestion is to go to the cathedral of the deity you believe in, tell the bishop about your recent misfortune, and then ask him if he has a solution." "Aaron, I remember you were a believer of, the Evernight goddess, right?" He had almost said goddess, but fortunately, he remembered his identity as a detective who believed in the god of steam and machinery. "However, my prayers to the goddess, my participation in mass, and the donation of money and items were all useless. I think I should find some capable fortune tellers." Aaron didn't agree with Detective Moriarty's suggestion. Talam echoed with a nod, "Yes, the deities wouldn't care if you were lucky or not. Luck is a blessing, and misfortune is a test. Friend, your faith isn't pious enough. Be careful, the Lord of the Storms might zap you with a lightning bolt." Klein looked at the two separately and laughed. This suggestion is based on very simple logic. If, and I mean if, there exists useful and effective mysticism in this world, then the ones who are best at it are definitely the 7 Orthodox churches. If not, they would have long been replaced by other forces who have mastered mysticism. If there isn't such a thing as true mysticism, then finding a fortune teller or witch doctor won't be of any help. It would be better to see if there's a solution to this problem with the help of a relatively higher-ranking bishop. Aaron carefully analyzed the situation and finally nodded. That makes sense. Perhaps I will need the bishop's help to pass on the message to the goddess to protect me. No, accurately speaking, with the bishop passing on the message, the Nighthawks would be able to notice the abnormality on you, Klein retorted inwardly. He had no intention of helping Aaron himself, because to solve the problem regarding luck, aside from finding the root cause of everything, he would have to set up particular rituals. Ignoring the fact that Klein didn't know any real luck enhancement rituals, and even if he did, he would be exposing his Beander powers to someone he was unfamiliar with, which would increase the risk for no reason. Since I can get the Nighthawks to take up the role of helping you, there's no need for me to do it myself. I just don't know if the problem came from that boy or the tarot cards in his hands. If it's the latter, then it might be a suitable sealed artifact for me. Klein shook his head, suppressing his greed and emotions. At this moment, Aaron had already made up his mind. He looked at Klein and grinned. Thank you, Mr. Moriarty. Although you don't know mysticism, you relied on strict logic to provide the best suggestion. Yes, I don't know mysticism, Klein smiled. Just call me Sherlock, Aaron. Yes, ever since I've stopped being a Nighthawk, the composition of my mysticism knowledge has become stranger and stranger. On the one hand, I've grasped quite a few secrets which are related to high sequences and deities, and on the other hand, I only understand the more basic ritualistic magic. Among the more complicated ones, I only know the sacrificial rites and bestowment rituals. As for charms, all I know are those 3, Klein sighed to himself, feeling an urgent need for a more comprehensive and in-depth book of mysticism. As for the knowledge required to separate a Beander characteristic from the spiritual corruption of an evil god, he had no clues whatsoever at the moment. After a short afternoon nap at the club, Klein rode in a public carriage to the Rice Circus near the Tussock River in Sherwood Borough. Today wasn't a holiday nor was it a weekend. There weren't many visitors at the circus, and the clowns that were responsible for entertaining and amusing the visitors all seemed listless. Passing between the divination lodge and the tents that sold pies, pancakes, fruit pies, and alcoholic beverages, Klein walked along the edge of the circus and found a small theater. On the blackboard at the entrance, it read, non-holiday and weekends, 4 performances a day, 1 hour per performance. The first performance in the afternoon was at 2 o'clock. It had just begun. After buying his ticket, Klein entered the theater and heard cheers. At this moment, a beast trainer was on stage, holding a whip and ordering a black bear to perform in a charmingly naive manner. Next to him lay a tiger, with criss-crossed yellow-black stripes, and a seated dark and curly-haired baboon. The black bear rolled awkwardly as the trainer whipped it. I say, this guy wanted to give you a slap just a moment ago. In the front row of the rows of seats, someone suddenly shouted loudly, which immediately attracted the laughter of a handful in the audience. They thought it was a new way for the circus to amuse them. However, Klein didn't think so, for he noticed that the color of the trainer's emotions leaned toward anger and annoyance. He smiled and went to sit in the first row, watching the performance on the stage so as to not waste the price he paid for the tickets. At that moment, the person who had just spoken shouted again, that tiger wants to bite your neck off, that curly-haired baboon wants to use you as a cushion. Amidst the laughter of the audience, the beast trainer's actions clearly stiffened. This, even though those words sound like they're causing trouble, why do I detect a hint of a warning? Klein looked over his shoulder at the speaker in the same row and saw that he was a chubby-faced man in his 30s. This tone, this way, it's kind of familiar, Klein mumbled silently to himself. Chapter 327, Encounter on the Road. Inside the small theater of the Rice Circus, as long as something felt familiar, there was no problem for a seer to recall it. Klein nudged his gold-rimmed glasses up on his nose, leaned back, and murmured something almost soundlessly. Soon after, he pretended to close his eyes to rest for more than 10 seconds. In reality, he had used the help of cogitation to quickly fall asleep and be reminded through his dream. It was a rather dim room, with only one candle flickering on the coffee table. The people sitting around it were all wearing black hooded robes and iron masks that covered only half their faces. Deliberately massaging his glabella, Klein opened his eyes and continued watching the beast-taming performance. He had interpreted the revelation and knew the source of the familiarity. The scene in the dream was of the Beander gathering organized by old Mr. Eye of Wisdom. There was also an apothecary with a chubby face who enjoyed using sarcasm as a warning. Although he was clearly a kind-hearted fellow, he always gave others the feeling that he deserved a beating. Could it be that apothecary? That shouldn't be the case. When did he learn beast taming, according to the confidential records of the Nighthawks? An apothecary doesn't have spirit vision like those of the seer pathway who were able to distinguish emotional colors in detail. Well, when it comes to the color of auras, they're actually quite good at it. Klein's thoughts slowly dispersed without affecting his appreciation of the performance on stage. In his spirit vision, the emotional colors of the black bear, the tiger, and the curly-haired baboon were indeed unstable. If there was an addition level of provocation to a certain degree, they might very well rampage on the spot. This indirectly confirmed that the chubby man who had just spoken wasn't causing trouble. He seemed to be able to read the thoughts of the three animals and understand their impulses. Having received the warnings, the beast trainer's face darkened with anger, but even so, his actions were instinctively gentler. He was more careful, and the show ended without a hitch. After that, there was a simple but comedic skit. Only when it was over was it the magician's turn to perform. This magician wore a tuxedo. He wore a bow tie of the same color, as well as a large top hat. The moment he appeared, he spat out fire from his mouth, which immediately caused the audience to applaud and cheer. Such a simple trick. Klein, who had excellent eyesight and had watched quite a few magic lesson programs, understood the gist of it with just a quick glance. Next, the magician performed the classic escape act, releasing flying doves from his hat, pulling out flowers, card tricks, and so on. Klein thought he could easily see through every one of the magician's tricks, but he was surprised to discover that, at some point, he actually failed to do so because his attention had been drawn to where the magician wished it to be, causing him to ignore the key details. He clearly doesn't have any Beander powers, but his technique is still able to fool my eyes. The key point is grasping attention. The magician's second rule is fully divert a target's attention, thus achieving the desired effect. Klein made a guess in his mind which he wasn't sure if it was right or wrong. It needed him to act it out to receive feedback. At this moment, the magician's performance came to an end. The audience weren't stingy with their warm applause and cheers. The atmosphere in the theater reached its peak that afternoon. The third rule. A magician's performance requires the applause of the audience for his performance. Klein muttered to himself in a half-joking and half-guessing manner in silence. Shortly after 3 o'clock, he pulled the collar of his black double-breasted frock coat and left the small theater. He didn't try to come into contact with the chubby man who was suspected to be the apothecary and only secretly remembered his appearance. Soliciting him suddenly might result in extreme reactions. He took a tracked public carriage back to Minsk Street. The carriage was divided into 2 floors and each of them had a few passengers. According to his usual practice, Klein chose the spot next to the window on the first floor. The carriage proceeded and stopped from time to time. Klein, who had half closed his eyes to recall the inspiration he had just had, suddenly felt his heart palpitate. He became sober and rational. The reaction was like someone had forcibly intruded into his dream or channeled his spirit. At this moment, he clearly knew that he was no longer in the real world. As someone rich with experience, he pretended to be unconcerned. He looked around and saw that the gentleman in a tuxedo and top hat to his left was still flipping through a newspaper. There were 2 children who were being reprimanded by a vexed woman in a light blue dress for being disobedient troublemakers. Beside her, people were chewing on bread, or drinking tea that they had brought with them. Everything was the same as before. However, when Klein quietly activated his spirit vision, these passengers didn't emit any of the corresponding auras or emotions. They don't have ether bodies. They're clearly talking, eating bread, and reading newspapers, but none of them have any signs of life. Is this an illusion, or did they just suddenly die and are just moving according to the inertia of their lives? Klein tried to remain calm as he looked out the window and saw carriages and pedestrians passing by. It was still an afternoon scene. However, they also have no aura colors. As the carriage moved forward rather slowly, Klein became more and more serious, not understanding what had just happened. He lowered his head and examined himself. He saw a clear spirituality luster which was completely different from the people around him. At that moment, he suddenly heard an angry roar. It didn't sound like it came from a human. Klein looked up and saw a large black dog on the street. Its sharp white teeth were stained with traces of blood and rust. It was the huge devil dog that had committed heinous crimes. The black dog quickly swelled into a tall devil. It had bat-like wings on its back and goat horns, filled with mysterious patterns, that grew from its head. It looked up at the sky and said in the devil language, "Corruption." Almost as soon as it opened its mouth, Klein confirmed that it was real, because it possessed aura and emotion colors while strong spirituality lusters were being emitted from it. Following the howls of the huge devil dog, a few illusory pedestrians exploded and turned into a black mist that filled the air, blocking his line of sight. However, Klein could vaguely see that there were quite a few real people, with aura colors in midair and around him. They were using Beyonder powers which emitted spirituality lusters. What's going on? Ordinary people are illusory, but the Beyonders are real. Have the Nighthawks and mandated punishers found the devil dog and used a sealed artifact to create a battle environment which wouldn't disturb reality? That sealed artifact is only aimed at Beyonders, and it has no effect on normal people. Thus, I, who just happened to pass by, was pulled in out of bad luck. Klein's mind raced as he roughly guessed what had happened to him. What a ridiculous disaster. Just as he was sighing with emotion, he suddenly heard a blood-curdling shriek, a blood-curdling scream, and a loud scream. The black gas that screened his vision suddenly dispersed, and the gigantic devil dog fell heavily onto the ground. Its body was divided into two halves, and all the light in the air converged on something, making it look like a clean, pure moon shining down on the dark environment. The gigantic devil dog tenaciously roared again, and its body suddenly exploded. Using its soul and flesh as fuel, it ignited blue and red flames that soared into the sky. However, the flames lost all of their brightness as soon as they reached midair, having been absorbed by that bright and resplendent moon-like object. It disappeared without a trace, and that huge devil dog died so simply and completely, not even leaving a speck of it behind. So powerful, as Klein was sighing, he suddenly thought of something. Would those official Beyonders discover that he, another wild Beyonder, was sitting in the carriage, different from the other illusory people in the surrounding area? His heart tightened as his scalp went numb. He pulled out a paper figurine, and with a shake, he transformed it into himself, a copy that was without any aura or emotional colors. As for him, with the help of the substitution spell, he hid in the paper figurine's shadow. At this moment, Klein heard a light snort from across the street. The snort was clearly filled with anger and indignation. Who is it? It doesn't seem like the sound an official Beyonder will make. Klein was puzzled, but he didn't dare to dispel his double and peek his head out to look. Following which, a few pairs of eyes swept across the crowd, not stopping for even a moment. When all this faded away, Klein saw that the void around him had cracked and shattered like glass. Then the feeling of reality inundated him, and he knew he was back in the real world. After removing the double, he sat back in his seat. The passengers in the carriage were doing their respective deeds, reading newspapers, chewing bread, and scolding children. It was no different from before. But in Klein's vision, they had regained their aura and their emotional colors. In addition, compared to earlier, the tracked carriage had clearly moved forward by quite a distance. It seems like in that special battle environment earlier, time and space are synchronized with reality. If that battle had continued for a long time, then the carriage would have left the area of influence, leaving me alone there. Alone there? That would be an obvious exposure. Fortunately, Backland is the capital of capitals and the land of hope. There are high-sequence Beyonders from the three major churches residing here, Klein thought with a lingering sense of fear. He had originally thought that even if they had locked onto their target, it would still take the Nighthawks, mandated punishers, and others several days to find the black devil dog. Moreover, that was on the premise that the dog hadn't left Backland. That was something certain, because leaving Backland would mean stepping out of the range of the ritual, and the advancement would fail. And to the devil, the negative impact of a failed ritual would cause it, who was already struggling at the edge of bloodlust, to immediately lose control. Who would have thought that just after one night and half a day, the gigantic devil dog would be discovered, executed, and cleansed? Terrifying. This is Backland, this is the true power of the three churches. A Sequence 6 Beyonder who's just about to advance was merely exposed and had left behind the tiniest of traces. Yet, he was quickly found and killed so easily. This is a devil that can sense danger ahead of time. From the looks of it, some sealed artifact perfectly hinders this trait. In the future, I must be even more careful. Klein felt that he had learned a great lesson. At this moment, he remembered the strange snort he had heard earlier. It seemed to be the companion of that gigantic devil dog. Its master. He was actually not discovered. Perhaps the final explosion of the gigantic devil dog was secretly orchestrated by him. Of course, it's also possible that he's a member of some secret organization that is unsatisfied with the official Beyonders. Klein abruptly looked out the window on the opposite side of the carriage. All he saw were people walking past looking ordinary. They either wore tweed coats, half-top hats, or bright long skirts. He couldn't tell if there was anything wrong with them. Chapter 328, He that touches pitch shall be defiled. The wheels of the carriage pressed down on the track as the horses dragged it along. The heavy carriage steadily advanced, and soon, they were moving away from the street as though nothing had happened. With a normal expression, Klein held onto his cane and waited until the tracked public carriage passed 2 stations before he got off ahead of time. He took a large detour and slowly headed back to the place where the gigantic devil dog had been killed. He wasn't looking for its Beyonder characteristics, as it was impossible for the top experts of the church to not know about this matter. They would have definitely taken it away long ago. He also wasn't investigating the source of that slight snort. After all, with so much time having passed by, the carriages moving on the streets, and the people that were coming and going, how could there be any clues left behind? Even divination would fail to obtain an answer. Klein's purpose was to look at the subtle details that remained along the street, and to see the nature of the sealed artifact that had created the strange environment for the battle, so as to prepare for what might happen in the future. This is a magician's acting, he sighed silently as he walked under the gray sky, along the edge of the street which was marked by the gas lamps. The reason why he had to wait 2 stops before getting off and taking a detour, was because he was worried that there would be an official Beyonder who would sweep the battlefield in secret. He didn't want to meet them, so he tried his best not to. Klein, who was dressed decently and holding onto a cane, took some time before he returned to the huge devil dog's place of death. However, there were no traces of its presence on the street, and the passers-by clearly didn't know that a fierce Beyonder battle had taken place here. That sealed artifact is really magical. It's even more powerful than large-scale hypnosis. Klein activated his spirit vision and slowed his footsteps, like a gentleman on an outing rather than on an errand. It took him over half an hour to complete his tour of the area, but his efforts with his spirit vision was futile. There was nothing out of the ordinary about his target area. However, Klein's spiritual perception sensed one thing: its scope and its boundaries. When I entered the block and left from another direction, I felt a subtle and illusory feeling, as if I entered a different world from another world. That is to say, the sealed artifact's scope of influence can reach at least 1 block, and its upper limit is temporarily unclear. Klein stood outside the target street, and nodded thoughtfully before returning. He went to a decent cafe, ordered a cup of Southville coffee, and sat down by the window. As he drank the fluid with a rich aroma, he observed the street outside, which was beginning to bustle as time passed by, hoping to see any changes. Unfortunately, what he had been looking forward to didn't happen. Of course, he wasn't without gains. At the very least, he confirmed that a magician never performed unprepared, which was one of the rules of acting. He felt that the characteristics of the subtle precipitate in his body stirred a little. In the evening, Klein stopped his observations and returned to Minsk Street in a public carriage. At this moment, the gas lamps on both sides of the road had already been lit, illuminating the slightly wet cement ground with withered leaves that fell from the trees along the road with a blue hue. Holding his cane, Klein strolled past the house of lawyer Jurgen and strolled to Unit 15. As he was walking, he suddenly thought of something. He had finished all the ingredients at home. If he went back now, he wouldn't be able to cook dinner. Should I go to the meat shop and fruit shop, or find a restaurant to fill my stomach first? Klein hesitated for a moment. He then finally decided to take a break tonight and eat something ready-made. Many of the dishes in this world were made quite simply and very quickly, so it didn't become a situation where an hour was spent cooking for 5 minutes of eating. However, there was still a certain amount of work to be done. Furthermore, he had to wash the dishes and wash the knives and forks himself. After touching his wallet, Klein turned around and walked in the direction of the area, where according to his memory, there were restaurants. Once again he passed the house of lawyer Jurgens. Standing behind the open oriel window and looking at the confused expression Detective Moriarty had, Jurgen raised his voice and said, "Mr. Moriarty, did you forget your key again? Or did you drop your key? Why is he saying, again?" Klein replied with a chuckle, "No, not really." Jurgen solemnly nodded his head. "Then why don't you come to my place? You can return when it's completely dark after we have dinner." Klein hesitated for a second and smiled. "It will be my honor." When he entered, The black cat, Brody, was licking his paws in a corner. Jurgen didn't make much small talk as he stepped into the kitchen. After Klein had hung up his coat and hat and put away his black cane, he stepped into the dining room and saw that the table was already covered with food, blackened steaks and mashed potatoes of the same color. He wasn't surprised by this. This was how Mrs. Doris, lawyer Jurgen's grandmother, cooked in her old age. The food didn't look appetizing, but they were delicious. She's a good chef. Klein sat in front of Jurgen, smiled and made some small talk. Were you about to have dinner? Yes, it's a habit of mine to look at the scenery outside before my meal. It allows my thoughts to spread without boundaries. Jurgen spread out his napkin and picked up his fork and knife. Klein looked around in puzzlement and asked, "Where's Mrs. Doris?" Jurgen sighed and replied seriously, "The weather is getting colder and colder. Her chronic lung problems are back, so she has no choice but to be admitted to the hospital for a while. May God bless her." Klein drew the triangular sacred emblem of the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery on his chest unfamiliarly. Then he cut a piece of steak and forked it before stuffing it into his mouth. At that moment, he suddenly thought of a problem and hurriedly asked, "So, you were the one who prepared dinner?" "Of course. It was done a few minutes ago," Jurgen answered simply. "If it isn't the work of the great chef, Mrs. Doris, then this food." The corner of Klein's mouth twitched. He held back the fear in his heart and still bit down on the small piece of steak on his silver fork, slowly chewing on it. His brows furrowed a little as he forcefully swallowed the food. He squeezed a smile as he asked, "Why did you prepare 2 servings in advance?" "1 serving was prepared to be taken to the hospital for my grandmother." Jurgen glanced up at Klein. "I'll make another one later." "So that's how it is." To be polite, Klein secretly took a deep breath and steeled himself as though prepared to do battle with the food in front of him and finish it. By the time he was finished, Jurgen still had a tiny bit left. The senior solicitor put down his fork and knife, picked up the glass beside him, took a sip of red wine, and asked without expression, "How's it? Which dish do you like the most? I know there's still a large gap between my skills and my grandmother's, but it shouldn't be too exaggerated. Mr. Lawyer, I suspect you have problems with your sense of taste besides facial myopathy. Can't you realize your standards?" Klein smiled, moved his head from left to right, and said, "The white bread isn't bad. That was bought from Dodge Bakery." Jurgen reburied his head and finished the rest of the food. After drinking the remaining wine, he thought for a moment and said, "Detective Moriarty, I want to entrust you with a simple task." "What is it?" Klein kept drinking water. "The mashed potatoes were too salty. My grandma's been in the hospital lately. I might not be able to return because of my cases. This will lead to Brody being hungry." Jurgen glanced at the black cat. "I want you to feed Brody when I'm not back, clean up his litter box, and play with him. For a while. He loves to be scratched under the chin. Yes, every night at 10, if there's no light in the house and it's dark, you can come in, 2 solely every time, until my grandmother comes home." Klein saw the solemn and prim look on Jurgen's face. He smiled and said, "It's a simple task. The reward is quite generous. I have no reason to reject it." As he spoke, he turned to look at Brody the black cat and smiled at it. Brody slowly turned his body and faced Klein with his back. Klein's smile couldn't help but freeze on his face. After drinking his fill, Klein excused himself from Jurgen's place. He strolled back to his rented house in the completely dark streets. By this time, the people who had finished their work had already returned home and were enjoying their dinner. There were very few pedestrians on the streets and not many carriages. It was very quiet. Walking under the light of the gas lamp, Klein, who had no urgent desire to return, slowed down. So did the black shadow at his feet. When he passed by the Sammers, he saw through the oriel window that the interior was brightly lit. People were moving back and forth, and sounds of chatter and laughing could be heard. As for next door, 15 Minsk Street, it was dark and silent. With a sigh, Klein quickened his pace, took out his key, and opened the door. Before he went in, he checked the mailbox out of habit and found another letter lying inside. Who sent it? Klein took out the letter and glanced at it under the light of the street lamp. No stamps, it looks like Isengard Stanton's handwriting. He nodded slightly, went inside, closed the door, switched on the light, and opened the letter. The great detective Isengard said in the letter, "I'm very pleased to inform you that the murderer has been found and killed on the spot. The police think that our work is worth at least half the bounty. They should be disbursing it to me this week. When that happens, I will invite you and our other friends to come over and share this bounty. Isengard received the news so quickly. He sure has a close relationship with the Backland police. Oh, it's without a stamp. That means that he got someone to deliver it directly. The Lowen Kingdom's postal system isn't that efficient. How could a letter sent in the afternoon arrive in the evening? Klein sighed, put down the letter, and got ready to change into a new outfit before heading out. With the serial murders out of the way and the situation in Backland easing, he could try to do a couple things. For example, find Kaspar's at the Bravehearts bar and contact Marich to see if the Beander who could control zombies and Miss Sharon had any books regarding mysticism. If my guess is right, they should be the defectors of the Rose School of Thought. They were previously in an official organization, and they must know a lot of mysticism knowledge. And now, I have enough money to buy them. Klein touched his wallet and thought in anticipation. Chapter 329, Claw Marks. Backland Bridge area, Bravehearts bar. Klein pressed down the cap on his head, carefully protecting the wallet in the inside pocket of his grayish-blue worker's jacket. He walked around the customers who were surrounding the boxing ring and headed for the bar. On the way, he looked around and didn't see the black market arms dealer, Kaspar's Kalinin. He's either playing cards or playing billiards. Klein nodded to himself, sat down at the bar, and said to the bartender, half and half. He had seen someone drink this type of alcoholic beverage the last time, and he felt that it likely suited his palate. At least it's better than pure malt beer, Klein thought to himself. The bartender raised his head and glanced at him. Which two alcohols do you want mixed? Different choices, different prices. The typical one will do. The last time he saw someone drink it, the person had used alcohol of the worst quality. The whole glass of half and half was only worth 2.5 pence. 4.5 pence. The bartender watched as Klein arranged the brass coins on the bar and then went back to mixing. He said in passing, "You here for Kaspar's? He's not here anymore, his business has been snatched." Huh, Klein didn't expect such an answer. Before the bartender could reply, a man with a protruded mouth next to him laughed and said, "Yes, we've chased Kaspar's away." "Hey, how can a lame old man like him do such a business? If you have anything you need, feel free to come to us. Find our boss." A gang war. Klein subconsciously came up with this idea, wanting to reject the man's suggestion. However, he soon thought of another possibility. Could it be that the Rose School of Thought has deliberately sought out a gang to suppress Kaspar's so as to force Marich and Miss Sharon to jump into a trap? Yes, it's quite possible. Kaspar's had been working here as a black market arms dealer for a long time. He's definitely not someone who can be chased away just like that. A while ago, because of the series of murders, the atmosphere in the whole of Backland was rather tense, and the Rose School of Thought or other hidden factions wouldn't dare to recklessly kill and use spirit mediumship on Marich and Miss Sharon, even if they found them. This would result in a lot of bloodshed, and since they obviously only have a few suspects, and are unable to confirm anyone else having a way to contact Miss Sharon and Marich for the time being, Klein swallowed the words he was about to say and asked instead, "Can I first get a quote before deciding whether to purchase?" He planned to observe the faction made up of ordinary people who had taken over Bravehearts bar's black market. If he discovered any problems, then he could use them as a favor to give to Kaspar's, Sharon, and Marich. In any case, Klein didn't want any conflict. He only planned on observing via normal processes, so there was no risk. Yes, the only requirement is, the man made a zipping motion with his hand in front of his protruding mouth. No problem. As soon as Klein answered, he saw the half and half in front of him, and the copper coins had been taken away by the bartender. Without any intention of wasting it, he tipped his head and drank it. His brows gradually furrowed. It's not what I thought it would be. The taste of the spirit is too heavy, the grape flavors are too mild. Klein put down his glass and followed the man to the third billiard room where Kaspar's used to stay in. When he was about to reach the door, he suddenly thought of something. As someone who doesn't know much, even I can guess that this is a trap. I wonder if Miss Sharon and Marich who have been hunted for so long know about it. They definitely wouldn't appear. However, Kaspar's knows more than one Beander. He has connections with several different circles of Beyonders, and he might be able to get other helpers. That would complicate things. At that moment, the man with the protruding mouth stopped at the doorway of the billiard room, and the distracted Klein almost bumped into him. He pointed inside and said, "Don't talk nonsense later. Our boss doesn't have a good temper. Everyone in the Backland Bridge area and East Borough knows this." Satisfied, the man with the protruding mouth turned and pushed open the billiard room's door. As the door opened, Klein saw a figure hanging in the air, gently swaying. It was a burly man with a full beard. There was a rope tied around his neck, a rope that was tied in a dead knot. His feet were off the ground, the tip of his tongue was protruding out, and his face was purple. He wore a contorted expression. "Boss," the man with the protruding mouth cried out in disbelief. As soon as the tension in Backlund's atmosphere disappears, someone takes action. Klein tilted his head and glanced at the subordinate. He then solemnly drew a triangular sacred emblem on his chest. "May he find peace with God. I hope his temper is cured as a result." The man with the protruded mouth didn't even hear what he said. He suddenly shouted, "Boss! Murder! Boss is dead!" Klein took 2 steps back as a result of the loud and shrill voice, and he also activated his spirit vision to take a look inside the room. There was nothing special other than the scattered billiard balls all over the place. Did a Beander from Kaspar's do it? What would the faction who planted the trap do? If there was actually such a trap, Klein quietly moved away and slunk away into the crowd when the other gang members swarmed over. He glanced at the kitchen of the Bravehearts bar and, with some thought, went over and familiarly passed through to the back door. As soon as he pushed open the not-so-heavy wooden door, Klein felt a cold wind blowing against him which caused him to shiver. And amidst the cold wind was the faint smell of blood. He listened for a moment but saw nothing. He took out his penny and flicked it up. The landing sound was cut off by the wind, and Klein looked down at the copper penny in his palm, confirming that it was heads. Putting the coin away, he carefully walked forward, heading in the direction that his spiritual perception told him to. He walked to a dark corner where there wasn't any illumination from the street lamps. The smell of blood suddenly became stronger. With the help of the weak moonlight that penetrated through the clouds, Klein almost gasped when he saw what was in front of him. The floor here was littered with bloody thighs, calves, boots, ribs, a heart, arms, eyeballs, and other human parts. On the wall hung a portion of pale red intestines. The background was a large patch of bright red with milky white markings. Seeing this, Klein felt like he was looking at a slaughterhouse specially prepared for humans. Is the murderer afraid that the Nighthawks, mandated punishers, and the others are too idle? This is so exaggerated that the police would immediately transfer the case to them. Klein muttered in his mind to resist the discomfort caused by the scene. He walked around the blood and approached the opposite wall. To his surprise, there were quite a few deep scratches. It was like a thick and sharp claw that forcefully scratched out a mark. The claw is similar to the one the devil dog had after its transformation. Could it be that there's another one? Could it not be dead yet? No, I know what's going on. Klein suddenly came to a realization. The deceased must be the Beander who killed the bar's gang leader. He was finished off by the faction who had set the trap. According to Little Sun's description, I've always suspected that the faction is the Rose School of Thought because they grasp the prisoner pathway, which is also the mutant pathway, and one type of mutant was the werewolf. This was in line with the traces of the crime scene before him. It also indirectly proves that Miss Sharon and Marich are defectors of the Rose School of Thought. Klein calmly retreated out of the scene, one step at a time. During this process, he confirmed that there weren't any Beander characteristics present. Of course, it was possible that it hadn't appeared yet. Then he turned and walked towards another street, intending to get someone to inform the police, lest such a scene frighten the commoners and make them suspect that Backlund had been infiltrated by some ferocious beast, because he didn't want to get into trouble over greed. Klein didn't wait for the possibility of a Beander characteristic appearing. Just as he reached the end of the alley, he suddenly saw a brown carriage slowly approaching in the night. The carriage didn't continue to move forward like the other carriages. Instead, it stopped right in front of Klein. Klein narrowed his eyes as he prepared to do battle. However, whether it was his spirituality intuition as a seer or the battle sense of a clown, neither of them gave him a warning. At this moment, the window of the carriage was opened, revealing a pale face which wore a hint of madness to it. Its brown eyes seemed to conceal deep malice. Marich, Klein recognized him. It was Marich, Miss Sharon's companion who controlled zombies. He was only wearing a white shirt and a black vest, and he didn't seem to be afraid of the cold at all. He gestured for Klein to board the carriage. For a moment Klein hesitated, wanting to use his spirit pendulum to divine right there on the spot. At this moment, a figure appeared behind Marich. She wore a complex black regal dress and a small, soft hat. It was the blonde Miss Sharon with blue eyes. She can easily do me harm if she wants to. She can directly come out from the wall behind me. Klein thought for a moment, then he deliberately took 2 steps forward casually. He opened the carriage door and took note of it. After he sat down, the carriage began to move slowly. It was unknown where its destination was. "Why did you come here?" Sharon asked simply. Klein answered frankly, "I wanted to contact the both of you and ask if you have any books on mysticism. It would be best if they went in depth. As you know, I lack such knowledge." March continued looking over with malice-filled eyes as he said in a slightly hoarse and low voice, "We do have a lot of knowledge regarding mysticism, such as Shaman King Klarman's Book of Secrets, but what can you use to trade for it?" Shaman King, which pathway and sequence is that? As these thoughts flashed past his mind, Klein deliberated his tone and said, "I can trade for it with gold pounds. Or do you need anything else?" The pale, but exquisite-looking Sharon looked at him and replied stoically, "Help. We'll use your help as barter." Chapter 330, Sharon and March's Philosophy. Help. Klein repeated the word silently and was momentarily a little stumped. Back when Sharon had taken on the mission of protecting him for 3 days, it was mostly because of the money. For a Sequence 5 expert to be willing to take on such a mission was, in itself, a low probability. It could be chanced upon, but it wasn't something that could be forced. Furthermore, back then, Klein was desperately trying to save himself and was so frantic that he wasn't willing to give up any sliver of hope. As such, he still felt very grateful for being able to receive the help of such a powerful Beander, even if it was because of the money. However, that was all. He wouldn't recklessly interfere in an unknown, dangerous situation in complete disregard of his own strength and circumstances for the sake of the other party. Klein's original plan was that the mysticism knowledge from Little Sun could basically be verified as belonging to the pre-cataclysm era. At that time, the ancient gods who wielded power and the current 7 gods and evil gods didn't seem to have any overlap with each other, so it was possible that the two mysticism systems were definitely hugely different. So, even if he knew the details, he didn't dare to carelessly try it out. He had to receive indirect verification in order to know which ones could still be used and which ones didn't have any effect. It was just like the sacrificial ritual from before. Klein had already figured out the procedure from the sun, but he waited for Mr. Azek's reply before he dared to conduct the experiment. It was to prevent anything unexpected from happening. As for the hanged man, he was at the rank of bishop or captain of the Church of the Lord of Storms, so he definitely possessed quite a bit of mysticism knowledge as well. However, the problem was that this was too orthodox and too involved with the Lord of Storm's domain, thereby making it not necessarily suitable for Klein to use. Not all rituals could be performed by asking oneself for help, and he had to consider the spirituality burden he had to bear by praying to himself. With these factors in mind, Klein turned his attention to the former members of a secret organization, Sharon and March. The knowledge they possessed was more suitable for wild beyonders to use as a reference. There were also quite a few unorthodox and strange ones that were effective. Of course, this wasn't to say that he would give up on exchanging information with the sun and the hanged man. By having knowledge from ancient times, orthodox knowledge, and secret and unorthodox knowledge, it would result in him being more all-rounded, giving him a deeper understanding of mysticism. And that was exactly what Klein wanted. He had never forgotten that his ultimate goal was to return to Earth, so the more mysticism knowledge he had, the better. The more comprehensive, the better, the deeper the knowledge was, the better it was. Of course, the premise of pursuing this goal is to get rid of Ins Zangwil, and avenge myself and the captain. Klein looked at Sharon and March and said with the corners of his mouth curled up, "I need to know what kind of help you need from me before I can consider agreeing. I won't, nor is it possible for me to joke about my life." Sharon, who was wearing a small black hat, nodded slightly and acknowledged Klein's words. March, who was seated on the other side, leaned forward and put his fist to his mouth. "We originally belonged to a rather old and secretive organization. That I can guess." Klein maintained a serious and stoic expression. "That organization took shape at the beginning of the 5th epoch, after the storms of the Berserk Sea cut off the northern and southern continents, forming the southern continent's Highlands Kingdom and Paz Kingdom. However, I'm only talking about it taking shape. This organization's origins can be traced back to before the 4th epoch, all the way before the Cataclysm." The pale March continued describing. "That, I know that too. The Rose School of Thought, isn't it? It's traceable back to the time of the Mutant King." Klein wore an attentive look. March scratched his slightly messy hair and said, "This organization believes in an evil god, and they believe that magic is a science and art that changes according to one's will to change things. This requires the establishment of a religious ritual system, including law and order. Yes, before the invasion of the northern continent, they were an orthodox organization in the Paz Valley and the Star Highlands, alongside the Church of the God of Death. At the same time, they believed that their wills originated from various desires. Combined with Beyonder powers, they were able to accomplish all sorts of unimaginable things. Because of these ideas, they retained an ancient and bloody tradition of primitive sacrifice, including the skinning of people and using the skulls of children as ritual objects, letting a large number of believers fervently release all sorts of desires. We couldn't accept the cruelty of such deeds, and we also felt that it was very problematic in the way that they handle their desires, so we looked for an opportunity to escape from that organization. Problematic in the way they handle their desires. Klein knew that the Rose School of Thought was famous for its bloody sacrifices, so he wasn't very curious about the former. The blonde and black-dressed Sharon replied in an ethereal voice, "The way they do it is to indulge and burn. Our philosophy is to repress and show temperance. So that's how it is." Klein suddenly thought of the description of the prisoner sequence. The body was the cage of the heart, and the world was the cage of the body. Madness was bound, and desire was suppressed. If the Rose School of Thought did grasp the mutant pathway of prisoner, Miss Sharon's and Marich's philosophy is clearly more suited to the needs of the acting method. Why couldn't the other members notice this? That's not right. He frowned slightly. Seeing his reaction, Marich thought he didn't understand and explained in a slightly hoarse voice, they were influenced by that evil god, and they believed that indulging in their desires would help to strengthen their own willpower. When many people let their hair loose, they would also affect each other, adding to their fanaticism, allowing their condition to reach its peak. Our views are the exact opposite. We believe that desire must always be suppressed in one's heart, just like the flames in magma underground. Only at a crucial moment can it be unleashed, producing terrifying power. Simply put, it's the difference between lust and abstinence. The influence that the evil god has is in contradiction to his own pathway's requirements. It feels like something is amiss, Klein thoughtfully asked. So you escaped to Backland, and now they're coming after you. Did the dead man in the alley end up involved in this? We didn't get him involved. He got himself involved because of something else. Marich rebutted Klein's second guess, acquiescing to Klein's first question. Then, why don't you just run away from Backland? There are quite a few big cities along the border of the Loan Kingdom and Daisy Bay. Furthermore, you can go to Intis, Fasak, Fainapotter, Lindbergh, Maasin, and other countries. In other words, you have a reason not to leave Backland. What could it be? Klein thought for a moment and said, "Okay, I've got the general gist of it." What kind of help do you need? My sequence isn't high, and I don't know any powerful Beyonders. There's no way I can go against that secret organization directly. After obtaining the potion formulas for sequence 7, 6, and 5 of the Seer pathway and killing Lenevis, Klein actually didn't have to stay in Backland. There was still a huge gap between him and his next target of vengeance, Ince Zangwil, who had sealed artifact 008. There was no hope of success within a short period of time. He didn't even dare to approach it, so it wasn't impossible to leave Backland. At the very most, he would feel the pinch for wasting the rental fee that he had paid up front. The reason why Klein was still staying in this large city was because there were a lot of Beyonders here. There were also many resources and ingredients that appeared here. It made it one of the most convenient places to advance his sequence. It suited the revelation of his divination back then. When I become a faceless and am almost done digesting it, I'll have to head out to sea and look for a mermaid. This thought suddenly flashed through Klein's mind. Sharon replied calmly, "Be our support. To kill a sequence 5 Beyonder, together." Klein was slightly surprised as he asked, "With your strength, that organization only sent one sequence 5 Beyonder to hunt you down. Could it be that the common characteristic of a cult was to be brainless?" "He has a sealed artifact that greatly restrains me," Sharon answered calmly, her face pale but her expression delicate. "The person in charge of this matter is indeed a high sequence Beyonder. But he has been led elsewhere by the clues that we deliberately left behind," Marich added. "It's not like we only have Backland as our only base. If we can kill the person in charge of the nearby burrows and take away that sealed artifact, we will immediately disguise ourselves and flee. After that, we will no longer be afraid of being hunted down normally." "But why do you think I can help? I look so weak, and the target is a sequence 5 Beyonder with power and that strange sealed artifact. You're not just at sequence 9. You're also very special." Sharon looked at him silently with her blue eyes and said with certainty. "Ha ha." Klein could only reply with a dry laugh. Sharon's ethereal voice sounded once again. "Besides, you still have that Eye. That eye, are you referring to the all-black eye left behind by Nimblewright Master Rosago? Klein nodded slightly, but I can only use a small portion of it, and it can't produce too much of an effect since it was corrupted by the true creator. That's enough. Sharon was always so terse with her words. Marich added, the Sequence 5 Beander we are dealing with has similar characteristics as Sharon. Only that eye of yours can help us find him. At that moment, Sharon spoke again. Marich will be the first bait. I'll be the second. As for you, you are the hunter responsible for solving the problem. I can't guarantee absolute safety, but you will definitely be safer than us. Sounds sincere enough, but I'll need to make sure through divination. Klein pondered for a few seconds and said, I want to understand the situation about the other person's characteristics and sealed artifact. Only then can I make a decision. Chapter 331, The Accursed. Dressed in a black regal dress, Sharon pursed her bloodless lips and tilted her head to look at Marich, nodding slightly. Marich clasped his hands and said while concealing some of his madness, you know about the prisoner pathway, don't you? Yes, I've heard of it in the Beander circles, Klein answered frankly. Of course, these Beander circles refer to the Nighthawks and the Tarot Club. He sighed in his heart as he added. Marich seemed to recall something, and he was silent for nearly 20 seconds. Outside the window, he could hear the rhythmic sound of the carriage wheels rolling across the concrete pavement. He ruffled his messy brown hair and spoke with a slightly twisted expression on his face. Prisoners are those who are locked up in prisons, and that also corresponds to having their spirituality and desires constrained by reason, body, and the world. The Beyonders of this sequence have strong bodies and keen senses, often possessing both a staid appearance and a crazy heart within them. They possess many criminal techniques and are proficient in killing with whatever they can casually acquire. Their corresponding sequence 8 is lunatic. I believe you aren't aware of this because even an Orthodox Beander organization like the 7 Orthodox churches aren't fully aware of such matters. That secret organization's member wields powers that far exceed your imagination. Those nearly twisted bastards are bound, be it their bodies or souls. It would be difficult to obtain any useful information by just relying on mediumship and divination. Sharon and I had also put up with this and waited for a very long time before we found a way to remove this binding and successfully escape. As all the Beyonders in this pathway are cursed and have crazy characteristics, we don't want to rely on the 7 major churches. We would lose all our freedom, without leaving anything behind. So that's the case. It's no wonder the Nighthawk's confidential information doesn't have much about this. It even lacked the corresponding sequences 8 and 7 of Prisoner. It's something I could know. Based on the level 1 had at the time, Klein replied with a sense of enlightenment, I really am not aware of the situation beyond Prisoner. Marich didn't nod as he looked at Klein with his brown eyes and continued, compared to a prisoner, a lunatic's greatest characteristic is to be able to autonomously sacrifice their rationality and let their desires run amok in exchange for strength and enhancements in every aspect. Apart from not having clear thoughts during this period, there isn't much of a problem. They can even gain stronger resistances towards Beander powers that can disrupt one's thoughts and influence their mind. To put it simply, I'll get rid of you first, and that will make it impossible for you to kill me, Klein couldn't help but lampoon. From this sequence onwards, the curse will gradually appear. Lunatics easily lose control, Marich said as his facial muscles twitched. Isn't that obvious? If a person's mental state has been operating at a nadir for a long time, or if there are frequent abnormalities, it would be abnormal if the possibility of losing control isn't higher than other Beyonders. Klein had his own understanding of this. He turned to look at Miss Sharon, feeling that it was hard for him to imagine what she would look like when she was in the prisoner and lunatic stages. And throughout this, Sharon maintained her ghostly silent and ethereal state. Seeing that he hadn't said anything, Marich slowly exhaled and said, the next sequence is werewolf. The mutation begins. However, in the eyes of normal people, the crazy prisoners and the lunatics who are prone to losing their minds are actually similar to such mutants. Well, werewolf being a sequence 7 is lower than I expected. Klein's thoughts suddenly wandered. Marich didn't notice how he had gone adrift as he continued on. A werewolf is a fully cursed person. Every time the crimson moon becomes full, they will lose part of their sanity, grow black fur, and their bloodlust and desire for tasting blood would reach its peak. His voice gradually became a bit erratic, as if he recalled that bitter experience of enduring and repressing himself. A werewolf has rather powerful rejuvenation abilities, as well as terrifying strength, agility, and speed. Their claws and teeth are in no way inferior to Beyonder weapons of the same sequence, and they contain venom. They also know some darkness-related spells. For instance, targets who are under the werewolf's control would become subordinates after a period of time, when a werewolf's venom infiltrates their body for a period of time. They would become a monster like a werewolf, and typically, these monsters possess very short lifespans. After hearing Marich's explanation, Klein made a pertinent conclusion. At the level of Sequence 7, the werewolf is above average in terms of actual combat ability. A werewolf who is always unable to suppress their instinct to kill and their bloodlust during a full moon will turn increasingly cold and more twisted. Gradually, they will lose their feelings that a normal human would have, Marich added. There was an undisguised pride in his tone. It fits Mr. Isaac's description of mutants. Klein subconsciously looked at Miss Sharon, instinctively imagining her werewolf form. However, her cold gaze almost made him shiver, and he quickly turned his head back. Marich unconsciously licked his lips. It wasn't the seductive kind done by women, but the kind that gave people a sense of danger. His gaze seemed to momentarily lose focus, leaving his recollections an unknown. After a few seconds, he opened his mouth again. I'm at the corresponding Sequence 6, Zombie. Zombie, your outer appearance really does resemble one. It's no wonder you often play cards with a bunch of your own kind. It turns out that you are also a special kind of zombie, a real living zombie. Klein thought for a moment and said, I heard from Kaspars that you aren't afraid of bullets. Marich nodded and said, my body can be as hard as steel. Even if you used a revolver to fire at my head, I'll only feel dizzy at best. You'll need to shoot me 5 times in the same spot before you're able to break my defenses. And even if you break through my defenses, to a zombie, all other forms of damage isn't lethal if the brain isn't destroyed. And my strength has been raised significantly from the foundation of a werewolf. Furthermore, I wield a portion of death-related spells and can easily summon zombies and control ghosts. I can direct them and am proficient at using cold and decaying Beyonder powers. Every sequence in the mutant pathway has different characteristics. There are very few changes in the progressive pathway. Klein pondered for a moment and asked, then, what about the curse of zombie? Marich clenched his teeth and said, I will thirst for the warm blood and fresh meat of humans. During the full moon, this state will be particularly serious. The only thing to be gratified about is that a zombie's curse replaces the werewolf's and lunatic's curse. They do not exist together, and it's the same later on. Every time the crimson moon is full, I will be in great pain. If I don't give up on self-control, I will be in so much pain that I will lose my ability to fight. And if I indulge myself, I will also become less and less like a human, and the risk of losing control is very high. Even in normal times, I would always resist the desires in my heart and the strong malice in my heart. Phew, compared to the Beyonders of other sequences, the others are so much better. Well, except for Abyss and Demoness. Klein suddenly had such a thought. Marich paused and glanced at Sharon. Sharon parted her lips and said in an illusory voice, Sequence 5, Wraith. Wraith, there's such a sequence. It really is a mutant pathway. Klein was slightly surprised at first, but then he felt that this was indeed the characteristic of a spirit body that could be easily transformed. Having received the prompt, Marich added, after becoming a wraith, one can turn one's body into a real wraith and obtain the corresponding powers, such as moving through obstacles, hiding in mirrors, and directly attacking the soul of the enemy. They can jump through most things with reflections. And unlike ordinary wraiths, even with spirit vision, one will find it difficult to discover such a shadow unless they were a high-sequence Beyonder. Yes, Wraith wields many death-type spells. There are many strange techniques, such as forcefully possessing the body and controlling the enemy. Her curse is that on the night of a full moon, she either consumes a certain number of human souls, or she becomes extremely weak. Choosing the former is equivalent to being on the brink of losing control at any moment. Without waiting for Klein to speak, the similarly pale Sharon suddenly said, our target is also a wraith. The Beyonder powers of zombie, werewolf, lunatic, and prisoner won't be lost as a result of advancement, Marich emphasized. It sounds like my nemesis. I'm precisely afraid of the type who are impervious to revolver bullets and do not suffer immense damage when burned by ordinary flames. Simply put, I'm afraid of ghosts. Klein felt his heart thump a little. After pondering for a few seconds, he asked, what is the effect of the sealed artifact? Why would they restrain you? It actually made you willing to tell me your weaknesses and your curses. Klein had some general guesses. Marich's expression was somewhat gloomy as he replied, that cursed artifact that needs to be sealed is called Scarlet Lunar Corona. Up to a certain range, it can create effects similar to a full moon. For those who are already cold and warped, it would aid them with explosive strength, but we will become weak and lose our ability to fight. If I give up on myself, then I'd rather choose death. Marich growled hoarsely. I didn't expect a perverted and cowardly fellow like you to be a persistent person. To be able to last until the zombie sequence is indeed extraordinary. Klein didn't interrupt him and listened to the next part of the story. The person who wears the Scarlet Lunar Corona is immune to the effects of the full moon, and they will gain terrifying speed and unimaginable rejuvenation abilities, as well as a number of relatively powerful darkness-related spells. However, it will make the wearer's blood gradually turn cold. They will freeze up, bit by bit, and if they do not stop in time or drink the blood of a living person, they will ultimately die as their blood freezes up completely. Marich seemed to greatly fear the Scarlet Lunar Crow. After he was done, Sharon looked over at Klein with her calm blue eyes. Together with Steve are Zombie Jason and Werewolf Tyre. But as long as Steve is finished off, the others wouldn't be a problem. Marich added, if we succeed, the Beander characteristic left behind by Steve will be mine. The Scarlet Lunar Corona will belong to Sharon. The remaining spoils of war in the Book of Secrets will be your payment. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.